Chapter 1. The Reclusive Master. In the land of Qian, upon the celestial Tian Dao Mountain, the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon. A handsome young man wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the saplings he had just planted, marveling at their rapid growth and increasing robustness within moments. They had even borne fruit. At last, as the fruits ripened, they fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Ding! System notification. Walnut tree planting complete. Reward received. Walnut cracker X1. Picking up the walnut, Chen Bufan deftly cracked it open with the walnut cracker and swallowed its contents in one gulp. Nothing compares to the fruits of my homeland. In this desolate Xiantian realm, the material world is astonishingly barren, devoid of even a single fruit tree. Speaking of which, what is the next task, system? Please proceed to Shura village at the foot of the mountain to assist villager Wang Dezhu in treating his family's sow's infertility. Having grown accustomed to such tasks from the system, Chen Bufan was unfazed. He was not a native of the Xiantian realm. He had inadvertently traversed here 3 years ago. Upon his arrival, he had bound himself to a system, initially believing it would grant him the opportunity to showcase his talents, only to discover that the outside world was filled with cultivators, and he needed to complete the system's tasks to gain strength. But how strong was strong enough? Over the past 3 years, the system had assigned him various tasks: planting trees, digging bridges, sweeping, fetching water, and even trimming nails. He had even tended to a brood of chickens, 2 pigs, and 3 golden-haired monkeys on the mountain. The rewards from the system were diverse, ranging from nail clippers, water scoops, brooms, and even some smart devices. By relying on these rewards, Chen Bufan had transformed his mountain dwelling into a modern villa. Yet 3 years had passed, and he still felt no spiritual energy within him. He couldn't even manage the most basic skill of flight as a cultivator. By the way, system, does it mean that my current strength only allows me to operate within the confines of Shura village? Invalid dialogue detected. The system refuses to respond. Great, your system is quite rigid. Fine, it'll obediently follow your orders. Equipped with the sow breeding guide provided by the system, Chen Bufan swiftly descended the mountain, needing to return before nightfall, lest the mountain path become too treacherous. However, the moment Chen Bufan left, the entire villa was suddenly bathed in radiant light. First, in the fish tank, a burst of colorful light flashed, and a golden dragon soared into the sky. Yet, before it could fly far, it was pinned down by a large black dog. You foolish dragon of the dragon clan, the master hasn't left, yet do you wish to perish? Let me go, shouted Yan. The phoenix ancestor by the chicken coop is far more arrogant than I. Why don't you go teach him a lesson? Foolish dragon, do not attempt to sow discord between me and Xiaohe. I've just laid a phoenix egg for the master, so what's wrong with being a bit brash? Silence. If the master discovers this, you all shall be braised or steamed. With a loud bark, Xiaodian quelled the commotion, and the courtyard fell silent. In the shadows, a table stealthily inched closer to the door, hoping that this would facilitate more contact with the master and share some of his spiritual energy. Yet, Xiaodian, self-proclaimed steward of the courtyard, promptly shoved the table back to its original spot. Wang Shu, I heard your old sow hasn't given birth in a year? Chen Bufan called out loudly, and Wang Dezhu appeared, practically glowing with excitement, as if he had seen a savior. Debao, come quickly and take a look. Our entire family is counting on her to give birth for the new year. You are the most capable. If you can cure her, Uncle will prepare 5 pounds of pork for you later. All right. As Chen Bufan stepped forward, he noticed a group of figures clad in black stealth gear hurriedly fleeing in the corner, accompanied by intermittent cat-like sounds. The dimming sky made it difficult to perceive them, but thanks to a prior reward from the system granting him night vision, he managed to spot them. Princess, we cannot flee in this direction any longer. There's a village ahead. If we lead that creature there, all the villagers will perish. Indeed, Princess, let us change our course. If it comes to that, I and the National Master will do our utmost to buy you time. The Princess of Qian must not fall here. The leader, though shrouded in black cloth, revealed a glimpse of her stunning beauty through her eyes, hinting at an icy demeanor. We shall leave together. Let us disperse and seek a flaw in that beast. We must slay it. With the prince's command, the 3 immediately spread apart. In that moment, however, the fierce beast pursuing them pounced. The other two attempted to intervene, but were sent flying by the beast's powerful kick, leaving the princess vulnerable and hurled away, ultimately landing at Chen Bufan's feet. Should I not be here? At this moment, the woman's garments had been torn in several places, her black cloth mask long gone. Chen Bufan was taken aback by her beauty, but quickly realized that she was a cultivator. What kind of creature could inflict such damage on a cultivator, rendering him no match? Stepping back quietly, Chen Bufan intended to leave when the woman suddenly grasped his thigh. "Senior, save me." "Senior? You must be mistaken, I am no senior. I am the princess of Qian. If you would lend your hand today, the Qian kingdom shall fulfill all your conditions. I implore you to show mercy." Su Qing bows in gratitude. Chen Bufan was utterly astounded that she would kneel before him. As she bowed, her already torn garments revealed her delicate, fair skin, stirring a rush of blood in Chen Bufan. At that moment of distraction, the beast had already lunged forth. Yet, upon seeing Chen Bufan, the beast's demonic aura was entirely suppressed, its form rapidly shrinking until it transformed into an ordinary orange cat. "It's over, it has caught up." Su Qing's face displayed a hint of despair. She could not discern this man's cultivation level, but she sensed that the truth of the great Tao enveloped him. If the senior would intervene, the disaster would surely be averted, yet he seemed disinclined to assist. "What a beautiful orange cat!" Chen Bufan hurriedly approached, seizing the little orange cat. Surprisingly, the cat was exceedingly docile, allowing him to stroke its head. As the thread evaporated, Su Qing's anxieties were finally alleviated. "Thank you for your assistance, senior." Su Qing expresses her deepest gratitude. "Were you chased to this state by it?" Glancing at the disheveled woman and then at the little orange cat in his hands, Chen Bufan found it hard to believe. Chapter 2. A Great Opportunity. The little orange cat trembled in Chen Bufan's embrace, desperately seeking a hiding place. Yet nestled within his grasp, its frantic attempts to burrow seemed affectionate, as if it had already acknowledged him as its master. What on earth is this creature? The orange cat felt a profound sense of dread. The moment it laid eyes on Chen Bufan, its thousand-year accumulation of demonic energy seemingly recoiled in fear, retreating into its being, while its form was suppressed and reverted to its original state by an unknown power. The orange cat gathered all its strength to voice its question, yearning to demand the identity of this being. "Meow!" The high-pitched cry left both Su Qing and even the orange cat itself stunned. Under the weight of such pressure, it had lost its ability to articulate. Good. Hearing the cat's meow, Chen Bufan took delight, scratching its chin before finally setting it down. "Though this wilderness is inhospitable, I cannot adopt you, so you must fend for yourself." After speaking, Chen Bufan released the orange cat, which scampered off into the thicket, seemingly relieved. "Meow, meow, meow. What a charming little creature." Having said this, Chen Bufan turned to Su Qing. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed her clothing was tattered, exposing much of her form, which caused his gaze to linger a moment longer, igniting a flicker of heat within him. Sensing Chen Bufan's gaze, Su Qing gasped and hastily pulled her already torn garments tighter around herself, wincing as the fabric brushed against her injuries. "Though it is somewhat tattered, please wear this." Chen Bufan removed his outer garment and draped it over Su Qing. "I could not presume to accept such kindness, please, senior." As Su Qing spoke, she attempted to remove the outer garment, only to realize that it contained an astonishing density of Tao power. This power seeped into her body, and in mere moments, her injuries began to heal significantly. "This is simply incredible," Su Qing exclaimed in astonishment. "What's so incredible?" "There's a village ahead. I have matters to attend to, so you might as well accompany me to rest." Chen Bufan led Su Qing forward, and villager Wang Diju soon arrived, having followed the commotion. "What happened?" "Nothing much. Wang Shu, take me to your pigsty. Let's finish up quickly." "Very well, the pork is ready. After you finish treating this evening, we shall dine here. I will prepare some delicacies for you." The exchange between the two left Su Qing utterly astonished. How could this senior, enveloped in the essence of the Tao, whose every step seemed to sprout lotus flowers beneath his feet, refer to an ordinary person as uncle? Could it be that he, too, was a hidden master of immense power. Yet, she felt no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him whatsoever. Upon entering the village, Su Qing encountered more ordinary folk, and Chen Bufan treated each of them with utmost courtesy. Perhaps this senior, despite possessing boundless wisdom, merely wished to interact with them as an ordinary individual. The saying, "Great hermits conceal themselves in the marketplace," might very well describe the realm of this senior. Su Qing silently marveled, but soon she felt a wave of rich, spiritual energy slowly approaching from behind her. Whirling around, she was met with the sight of the senior carrying a basin towards her. The contents of the basin resembled pig feed. Yet Su Qing was certain no pig could ever savor a meal brimming with such abundant spiritual essence. If I could consume this celestial delicacy, my strength would surely ascend to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Noticing Su Qing's eyes glued to the pig feed, almost drooling, Chen Bufan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Look at how hungry the child is. Even drooling over pig feed, he thought, as he retrieved 2 biscuits from his pocket, an earlier reward from the system. Are you starving? Here, have this to tide you over. Taking the biscuits, Su Qing realized her earlier expression had been somewhat unrestrained, and she nodded awkwardly before savoring the treat with delight. Chen Bufan paid her little mind, instead tending to the pigs with their medicine and food. What is this? Why is the spiritual energy so dense within? No, this is not merely spiritual energy, feels more akin to the celestial essence described in ancient texts. Su Qing's heart raced uncontrollably. So this is what celestial beings like the senior consume regularly? No, it should be said that for them, such treasures are merely sustenance, of little significance otherwise. The senior would not so readily offer it to me. Due to the overwhelming nature of the celestial energy, Su Qing immediately sat cross-legged. It is time for a breakthrough. Suppressing her overwhelming joy, she recognized she had been stuck at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage for quite some time. Perhaps this opportunity would allow her to break through directly. 4th level of the Golden Core stage. 5th level of the Golden Core stage. 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Su Qing's strength skyrocketed, surging all the way to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage before finally coming to a gradual halt. Is this the power of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage? Opening her eyes, Su Qing gazed at her hands, feeling an abundance of strength she had never experienced in her life. Every meridian and pore in her body pulsed with a continuous flow of energy. Thank you, esteemed senior. Su Qing knelt before Chen Bufan in the pig pen, bowing deeply. Our meeting was fortuitous. Not only did you save my life, but you also granted me this opportunity. Such immense kindness is beyond my ability to repay. Should you require assistance from me or the royal family of the Qian Kingdom, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall not refuse any request from you, esteemed senior. Upon hearing the name of the Qian Kingdom, Chen Bufan paused, momentarily taken aback. He had initially dismissed the lengthy speech as mere ramblings, but the mention of the royal family struck a chord, for they were the rulers of his territory. You are the Qian royal family? I am the princess of the Qian Kingdom. I came here to seek treasures, but never expected. Chen Bufan was dumbfounded, hastily placing the pig feed before Su Qing. Your Highness, I truly apologize. I was unaware of your identity, which is why I draped this tattered garment over you. Please forgive me, Your Highness. What do you mean, esteemed senior? I had no intention of flaunting my status, and in your presence, my identity is hardly worth mentioning. Su Qing spoke, but seeing Chen Bufan's seemingly indifferent reaction, she feared she had said something amiss and offended him. Overwhelmed by anxiety, she promptly knelt again, bowing repeatedly. Esteemed senior, please forgive me. I certainly meant no offense. Kindly do not hold it against me. Chapter 3. The Divine Sword. Do not fuss. Do not fuss. Rise quickly, or else if your head were to strike the ground, I would find myself in quite the predicament. Chen Bufan's initial impression of the princess was that she seemed rather lacking in intellect. Senior, I have a humble request. What could a princess possibly want from me? Senior, you just that I have ventured near Tiandao Mountain to seek a certain treasure, but my companions and I have overestimated our abilities and have suffered grievous injuries. I hope that you might extend your assistance. Should you agree, The great favor you bestow upon me shall be repaid by the entirety of the Qian kingdom." Upon hearing this, Chen Bufan's mind began to churn. What kind of treasure? Although treasures were a closely guarded secret of the royal family, he could not help but inquired, "It is a sword, sent by my father to retrieve, that I implore you for your help. I am well aware of the dangers that lie ahead. The formidable monsters that pursued me earlier are numerous. Yet, I believe your abilities would allow you to subdue them with ease." At this, Chen Bufan nearly burst into laughter. "Are you referring to that large monster resembling an orange cat? If so, I could certainly investigate without concern. After all, this is a monumental favor from the Qian kingdom. Uncle Wang, I have already administered the medicine. Please keep the meat for yourself. Your pig will recover in but 2 or 3 days." With that, Chen Bufan followed Su Qing to the hiding place of the sword. They arrived at a sword tomb, where numerous finely forged steel blades lay scattered upon the ground, and the 2 imposing statues at the entrance exuded an air of authority. "Senior, be cautious as soon as we approach the entrance. Those formidable monsters will rush forth," Su Qing warned, her words instilling a sense of trepidation in Chen Bufan. Yet, these so-called monsters were merely akin to the orange cat. What threat could they possibly pose? Chen Bufan was perplexed by Su Qing's fear. Contemplating this, he stepped forward and entered the sword tomb that in an instant. A cacophony of small creatures rushed toward him. Some flew through the air, while others scurried on the ground. Pigeons, sparrows, rabbits, and orange cats. "Good heavens, have I stumbled into a zoo?" Chen Bufan remarked, utterly speechless. "Senior, be careful. These monsters are quite formidable that if they attack, we could be in serious trouble." Su Qing gripped the hilt of her sword, struggling to suppress her urge to assist. These creatures? Chen Bufan found himself at a loss for words that he waved his hand, and Su Qing immediately felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from his sleeve. The sheer force made her legs tremble. This is devoid of any spiritual energy. Has the senior merely unleashed his own imposing presence to execute such a powerful attack? This is simply terrifying. Su Qing retreated, finding solace against a large stone, allowing her body to relax slightly. After casually waving away the birds, Chen Bufan turned his attention to the small creatures on the ground. Now, do not linger here. I have matters of significance to attend to." He waved at them. Yet they remained frozen in place, trembling and unable to move. Having dominated this land for nearly a century, they had thwarted countless treasure seekers, inflicting death and injury upon many. Yet upon encountering this man, they were stripped of their ferocity, seemingly reverted to their primal state by an innate force within their bloodlines, devoid of any courage to attack. What kind of extraordinary power is this? How could such a being exist in this world? The monsters cried out in astonishment, yet their loss of language rendered their sounds exceedingly meek. Meow. Meow, meow, chirp, chirp, chirp. Honestly, in this desolate wilderness, where do all these creatures come from? Move aside. Do not obstruct my path. Chen Bufan stamped his foot, and the monsters, terrified, fled with all their might. Very well, let us proceed. Chen Bufan beckoned. But Su Qing clutched her chest, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. What ails you? Chen Bufan inquired, puzzled. The pressure you released was too overwhelming, causing some internal damage, Su Qing replied. But now that you have retracted it, I shall recover shortly. Listening to Su Qing, Chen Bufan furrowed his brow. This princess couldn't he possibly be attempting to shift the blame for her injuries onto him? Could she? He had done nothing. Though he harbored doubts, Chen Bufan said nothing and led Su Qing further into the sword tomb. In just a few steps, Su Qing's injuries were entirely healed by Chen Bufan's coat. Is this the sword? In the center of the tomb stood a long sword, entirely blue, embedded within a dry casting pool. This is the divine sword you spoke of? Chen Bufan exclaimed in disbelief. The sword appeared aesthetically pleasing, yet its blade was too slender. As a material of fine steel, it would wear down easily in battle. In terms of practicality, even the chopping knife he used on the mountain was far superior. Su Qing reached for the hilt, straining to extract it, when suddenly a group of individuals burst in. Su Qing, release the divine sword. The intruders were 2 masked men, gripping Su Qing along with her 2 companions. One was Zhaoan, a royal guard of the Qian kingdom, and the other was Sun Yizhao, the kingdom sorcerer. Both bore serious injuries, unable to resist as they were captured. Su Qing, Do not make me repeat myself. If you do not comply, I shall slay Zhao and first to demonstrate I am not jesting." Finally, under duress, Su Qing ceased her actions, gazing at the two with confusion. "Who are you? Knowing my name, do you not recognize my status? I am fully aware. You are the princess of the Qiyin kingdom. Today, seizing the divine sword and killing you would be a significant achievement for us." The man showed no concern for Su Qing's identity, leaving only one explanation. "Are you spies sent by another kingdom?" "Your Highness, I prefer the title of covert agent over spy." "Quickly, raise your hands and step aside," the two shouted, and Su Qing had no choice but to comply. They were pillars of the Qiyin kingdom. Should anything happen to them, the nation would suffer irreparable losses. "Very well. This should not concern me any further, correct?" At that moment, Chen Bufan awkwardly scratched his head. Chapter 4. Recruitment. Who are you? The two masked men had sensed an overwhelming spiritual energy, initially believing it to be a treasure held by Su Qing. They thought that by capturing a hostage, they could compel her to submit fully. However, this man before them, his silence was disconcerting. When he finally spoke, it sent their hearts racing. What manner of powerhouse is this? Merely the resonance of his voice sends tremors through my heart, as if my very soul were attempting to escape my body. Both men were at the golden core stage. Such an effect could only indicate that this individual had reached at least the spirit-severing stage, if not the void realm. Where on earth did this remarkable senior come from? And how could such a figure possibly assist someone as insignificant as him? In that moment, both men were at a loss for how to react. Chen Bufan observed their silence, his own heart beginning to race with concern that it was evident that this individual stood firmly with the Qiyin kingdom. Thus, any attempt to ambush the princess would surely invoke the wrath of this formidable being. Though he could not fathom how Su Qing had come to possess such fortune, it was clear that lingering here was unwise, that a person who could instill such fear with mere words could easily obliterate them with a gesture. As the two masked men exchanged glances, they recognized the fear in each other's eyes, a fear of the kind that compels one to flee, to vanish from this place immediately. "What shall we do? If we provoke him, we shall have no choice but to flee. A foe of his caliber is beyond our means to confront." They whispered to one another, unwilling to act hastily. Atio turned their backs on Chen Bufan now would undoubtedly seal their fates. They had to wait for an opportunity. Noticing their prolonged silence, Chen Bufan began to suspect that they might have no intention of letting him leave. Although he had promised this princess to investigate the situation, he had done nothing more than clear a path and chase away a few birds and rabbits. Realizing he could not afford to delay any longer, he took a deep breath and stepped forward slightly. "I wonder if I might. I'll run quickly." He is about to strike. As Chen Bufan spoke, the taut nerves of the two individuals instantly shattered, and they fled in the opposite direction without a second thought. Meanwhile, Chen Bufan stood there, momentarily bewildered. They just ran away. Chen Bufan was perplexed, but at that moment, Su Qing stepped forward in agreement, stating, "Of course, after all, we are in the presence of an adversary they dare not provoke. They may be ruthless, but they are not foolish enough to seek their own demise." Chen Bufan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly grasped Su Qing's implication. These individuals must have been intimidated by her status as the princess of the Qiyin kingdom, and after a brief psychological struggle, they chose to flee. Honestly, while I acknowledge your noble identity, there's no need for such an exaggerated explanation, is there? What are you trying to prove in front of an ordinary person like me? Chen Bufan silently scoffed, while a small smile graced Su Qing's face. She was not boasting. She understood that their flight was not merely due to her identity and status. After all, with such a formidable predecessor present, how could they possibly remain? Her earlier words were a subtle form of flattery directed towards the elder. Such esteemed figures typically do not appreciate overt praise, thus a more roundabout approach was necessary. As she pondered this, Su Qing's smile grew broader. "Isn't that sword the treasure you've sought for so long? Hurry and retrieve it. I have other matters to attend to." Frankly, Chen Bufan felt somewhat disheartened by this treasure. He had initially presumed that a possession capable of captivating a princess would be something extraordinary, only to discover it was merely a finely crafted piece of junk. After saying this, Chen Bufan departed, while Su Qing and her two companions knelt in reverence. Younger ones humbly bid farewell to the elder. The trio remained in that position until they could no longer see Chen Bufan's silhouette. at which point they gradually rose. "Your Highness, we should promptly retrieve the sword and return together. Moreover, we must quickly report on the elder's matters to His Majesty," the State Master urged anxiously. Compared to the sword, the emergence of this elder was the true unexpected delight. If they could recruit such a predecessor to the Qian kingdom, it would undoubtedly elevate their nation to a dominant position in the world. "Rest assured, once I have acquired the divine sword, a round trip can be completed in just 2 days. You, State Master, should return to inform Father Emperor and prepare lavish gifts. When I come back, I must ensure to invite the elder to our kingdom." As they spoke, Su Qing touched the outer garment draped over her shoulders, a gift from the elder, still imbued with his warmth and celestial energy. Feeling this ethereal aura, Su Qing's cheeks flushed, and she turned her gaze towards the divine sword resting in the sword mound. "Take this medicine, and I assure you that your sow will give birth to a litter of piglets this month." Chen Bufan clapped his hands, eliciting a beaming smile from Wang Dezhu. He never doubted Chen Bufan's abilities, for such matters had been resolved by him numerous times before. "All right, tonight you must stay. Your aunt especially prepared a pot of braised meat for you." "Never mind, I have matters to attend to. Uncle Wang, you can manage on your own. Raising a couple of pigs is no small feat, so there's no need for such grand gestures." With that, Chen Bufan made his way back to Tiandao Mountain. His hasty return was not due to a lack of appetite, but rather because the system had assigned him a new task: to cultivate an acre of wasteland on the mountain and plant wheat. The reward for this endeavor was a fully automated tiller and 10 boxes of oil. Muttering about the task assigned by the system, Chen Bufan wore an expression of resigned frustration. "Am I not in a world of cultivation? Why am I being burdened with such trivialities?" Although this tool would indeed expedite the process of farming, did they expect him to sell grain in a realm of immortals? He feared that after decades of hard work, he would be robbed clean by a bandit. Despite his complaints, Chen Bufan diligently toiled on the wasteland. Perhaps this was the reason for his master's immense strength. The celestial hound barked at him. "Of course, having reached such a level, why should you still concern yourself with such trivialities? Let me handle these minor tasks for you." The master didn't even utilize his celestial energy. Perhaps this was indicative of his mastery. Meanwhile, the phoenix was incubating her eggs, blushing as she reflected on the situation. Chapter 5. The Celestial Fruit Hurry. We cannot afford any delays. Above the official road, 3 figures soared through the sky with great urgency. These 3 were Su Qing and her companions. Initially, she had instructed State Master San Yizhao to return to the palace to prepare lavish gifts, and everything was meticulously arranged. However, just as they were about to set out, a tribute arrived from a foreign nation in the form of a gemstone. This gemstone exuded a faint celestial aura. Although its nature was unknown, they felt it would surely be more to the elders' liking than the gifts they had prepared. They waited an entire day for the gemstone, and upon obtaining it, they set off immediately, yet they dared not delay even a moment longer. People like us are akin to ants in the eyes of the elder. It is already a stroke of luck that he is willing to assist us. While he still remembers us, we must seize the opportunity to ingratiate ourselves with him. Even if we cannot directly recruit him, we can at least reinforce his impression of us. However, this delay of 1 day left Su Qing visibly anxious, to the point where her flustered state nearly caused her to plummet from the heights. "Your Highness, please do not worry that if we do not encounter him, it simply means we lack the fate to meet him. Rest assured, since the elder was willing to help us once, he will surely do so again." "Not anxious." Su Qing exploded at the suggestion. "How can I not be anxious? The spies from other nations are already poised for conflict against us. Do you still believe that our kingdom is at peace? They could ambush the princess of the Qian kingdom today, and tomorrow they would wreak havoc in our imperial city. Only by bringing the elder back can we deter those nefarious individuals. Let us not speak of fate. If we fail to find the elder today, I will not leave. I will remain here and wait for him to appear. If we do not approach with sincerity and do not pay a price, do you think someone of the elder's caliber would willingly accept our overtures?" Su Qing's fervent declaration left her 2 companions speechless if they were to rely solely on fate and mere guesses. How could they possibly entice such a powerful figure to return with them? Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. They must be painstakingly seized. Even if I possess no connection with the elder, I will still endeavor to win his favor through my own efforts. Without sacrifice, How could the elder ever come to protect the Qian kingdom? After Su Qing articulated her thoughts, her companions fell silent, following her lead in silence. They recognized that compared to this young woman, who had yet to reach 20, they lacked her tenacity and patience. Years of navigating the treacherous waters of politics had rendered them overly cautious, causing them to forget the most crucial point. Those transcendent beings, those who have ascended to the realm of immortals, do not care for the gifts they are offered. What they value is sincerity. Soon, the group reached the foot of Tiandao Mountain. Gazing up at the towering peak, Su Qing inhaled deeply, adjusted her attire, and began her ascent with each step accompanied by a bow. Her earnestness shamed her companions, who could only mimic her actions as they made their way to the summit of Tiandao Mountain. After a considerable time, they arrived at the village at the mountain's base. That I remember this place. It was here that I encountered the elder, and he even referred to a villager here as uncle. As Su Qing pondered whether to inquire further, villager Wang Deju approached. Is this not the princess from last time? What trouble have you encountered to put yourself through such a spectacle? Wang Deju was taken aback by the sight. This was the princess. If something were to go amiss during her kneeling, the emperor of the Qian kingdom would surely punish their entire village. I am here to seek the elder. Su Qing hesitated before replying. The elder? Which elder? That man from last time, she began, but suddenly realized that referring to the elder in such a manner was disrespectful. She quickly corrected herself. The one who assisted you with the pigs. He was treating a pig's ailment. If I recall correctly, did I in any case? It is that elder. Oh, I thought you were speaking of someone else. It turns out you meant Xiao Qin. He resides atop Tiandao Mountain. That if you're looking for him, just head up there directly. Why go through all this trouble? The elder truly resides here. Su Qing felt a surge of joy in her heart. But upon further reflection, she realized that since she had already ascertained the elder's residence, it would be prudent to inquire about the elder's preferences and other particulars. This would certainly enhance her chances of successfully inviting the elder down from the mountain. Sir, may I ask what the elder enjoys doing in his leisure time? Su Qing inquired. Wang Deju did not hesitate to respond. That I asked for Xiao Chun. I truly do not know what he likes. But I am aware that whenever we encounter difficulties, he always descends to assist us. For instance, 2 years ago, when we faced an outbreak, it was Xiao Chun who came to our aid. Last year, during the prolonged drought, he voluntarily helped us dig wells and he also gifted us a rather peculiar plant. Let me show you. Wang Deju led Su Qing and the others into the village and then produced a dark, yet radiant object to present to her. Xiao Chun claimed this is exceptionally delicious, but it must be stir-fried with sand and sugar. Can you imagine any food that requires sand for cooking? As Wang Deju handed over the object, Su Qing immediately sensed the abundant spiritual energy contained within it. What kind of treasure is this? Even the most cherished elixirs within our royal family pale in comparison to the spiritual essence of this celestial fruit. Gazing at it, Su Qing nearly lost control and drooled. If she could consume this, her strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Should she manage to procure more, ascending to the nascent soul stage would not be out of reach. This, as Xiao Chun told us, is called a chestnut. That I'm not too sure about it. But if the princess fancies it, I shall gladly offer it to you. That I have already harvested a whole sack of them. And if you desire, I can provide the seeds along with the fruits. Upon hearing this, Su Qing was almost overwhelmed with joy. Thank you. Thank you. If I can take these celestial fruits back, the strength of my Qian kingdom will surely ascend to new heights. Su Qing's excitement left Wang Deju somewhat bewildered, but he distinctly recalled that when Chen Bufan visited, he mentioned that these were not extraordinary items, merely a taste of something new. Could it be that they had grown so accustomed to mountain life that the outside world had become so devoid of quality resources? Chapter 6. The test. After packing the chestnuts, Wang Deju guided Su Qing around the village. Each time Wang Deju introduced a plant gifted by Chen Bufan, Su Qing would express her astonishment for quite some time. It was truly hard to fathom that such an abundance of rare treasures and spiritually rich celestial fruits could be freely bestowed upon them by the elder. Su Qing marveled, and as Wang Deju finished his introductions, he noted that it was nearly noon. Your Highness, it's almost lunchtime. Why not stay for a meal? No, I must continue my visit to the elder. Su Qing sighed deeply and resumed her journey, kneeling in reverence as before. Her unwavering sincerity left Wang Deju in a state of confusion, leading him to suspect that perhaps this princess might be somewhat unhinged. What did you say? A hidden master has been discovered on Tiandao Mountain. In a small and within the capital of the Qian Kingdom, a man clad in splendid robes glared furiously at his subordinates. Then, my lord, it is not that we wish to withhold this information from you. But you were absent a few days ago. Upon discovering this matter, we did not dare to take matters into our own hands. And what of now? Has the royal family of Qian made any moves? It is said that the princess named Su Qing has already gone to invite this master down. What should we do? If she succeeds, then do not panic. If they can invite him, so can we. Bring the treasures we just seized from the borders of the Qian Kingdom, and let us head to Tiandao Mountain. But my lord, Tiandao Mountain is their territory, and that master resides within Qian. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the man in splendid robes displayed an expression of utmost annoyance that at such a level of power, they could easily establish a nation. Why would they care about such trivialities? As long as we can invite the master before Su Qing does, we could effortlessly annihilate the Qian Kingdom. If we delay, the repercussions from the Qian Kingdom would be beyond our capacity to endure. System, could you assign me some tasks that might enhance my cultivation? After completing the task of cleaning the chicken coop, the system provided Qin Bufan with a head massager, essentially a so-called soul extractor. What use is this to me? Qin Bufan lamented, but he casually stowed it in the system space and sighed as he gazed at the walnut tree on the mountainside, which was ripe for harvest. Preparing to embark on another day of labor, with a small basket slung over his shoulder, Qin Bufan soon spotted a group of individuals hastily approaching from a distance. Hurry, stop! This group was indeed a contingent from a rival nation that had infiltrated the Qian Kingdom. Unlike Su Qing, they had flown directly to Tiandao Mountain, intent on locating the hidden master with utmost urgency, and though they had set out half a day later than Su Qing, they were the first to find Qin Bufan. Elder. The moment this group laid eyes on Qin Bufan, they immediately confirmed his identity, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from him. Dio, I know you. Qin Bufan took a step back. While these individuals appeared amiable, there was no doubt they addressed him with reverence, indicating that they were at least practitioners of cultivation. Elder, we have come specifically to invite you down from the mountain, one of them declared. Leaving Qin Bufan momentarily bewildered, that I am Qinan, the national teacher of Feiyu Kingdom. If the elder is willing to visit Feiyu, I promise to fulfill all your requests. The sudden declaration from Qin and left Qin Bufan utterly astonished. What was happening? They wished to invite an ordinary person down from the mountain? Please, do they think I enjoy living in seclusion? If only I had any spiritual energy, I would long for adventures in the world. Qin Bufan was thoroughly perplexed, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing Qin Bufan's silence, Qinan assumed he was waiting for terms to be set, and continued, Elder, I have brought some modest gifts. Though they may not be rare treasures, they are the most valuable items I could procure, that I hope you will accept them. With that, Qinan produced a collection of items. However, to Qin Bufan's eyes, these were not remarkable at all. In fact, they seemed rather worthless. Elder, these are celestial fruits we discovered within the borders of Feiyu Kingdom. Although they have withered, they still retain some residual spiritual essence. We dared not use them. Thinking of you, isn't this just watermelon seeds? Qin Bufan responded, utterly speechless. He recalled that this world lacked watermelons, and while he possessed watermelon seeds, he had only cultivated them on Tiandao Mountain. You found this on Tiandao Mountain, didn't you? Qin Bufan inquired, causing Qinan to freeze in shock. The elder could deduce such a connection. Panic surged within Qinan when he first found this item at the mountain's base. He had felt elated, believing he had unearthed a treasure for the elder. Yet, the elder saw through it at a glance that no, it wasn't merely seeing through. Someone of the elder's stature would not concern themselves with such trifles. Thus, it was likely that this was a test laid out by the elder, and he had foolishly fallen into it. How absurd! It should have been simple to comprehend that Tiandao Mountain was the elder's home. What treasure could possibly be unknown to him? Yet, here he was, thinking he could gather something from there to present to the elder. How ludicrous! Now that the elder had exposed him, what should he do to earn the elder's forgiveness for his folly? After pondering for some time, Qinan could devise no solution that if this was indeed a test, passing it would surely earn the elder's favor. However, would the elder be angered? If angered, with a mere flick of his finger. My life could be forfeit, with the immense psychological pressure weighing down upon him. Qinan abandoned his thoughts and suddenly knelt. Elder, please forgive me. I was foolish and unprepared that I hope you will not hold it against me. However, I assure you, should you deign to assist us, I will offer any benefits you desire. Feiyu Kingdom will gladly provide. As Qin knelt, his subordinates, not daring to hesitate, followed suit, kneeling as well. You will provide everything. But judging by your appearance, I doubt you possess anything of value, Qin Bufan replied, bemused that a person who considered watermelon seeds as treasures could hardly be expected to present anything worthwhile. Or perhaps he was merely attempting to deceive himself. Even though Qin Bufan understood the disparity in their strengths, a slight frown of displeasure still surfaced on his face. Chapter 7. A costly mistake. Please forgive me, Elder. Sensing the elder's growing irritation, Qin felt as though his soul might flee in terror, urgently begging for mercy. That I have offended you. Please forgive me. Do not hold it against me. Observing the fearful demeanor of this individual, Qin Bufan found it difficult to act on the moment. Just as he was about to speak, three figures suddenly approached from behind. Upon raising his gaze, Qin Bufan recognized them as Su Qing and his two attendants from earlier. At this moment, Su Qing's forehead was marred with numerous wounds, clearly indicating that he had recently endured some ordeal, resulting in a profuse flow of blood. Yet he seemed unfazed. Upon spotting Qin Bufan, his eyes lit up with excitement. However, he did not exhibit any signs of panic. Instead, he knelt heavily on the ground, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect toward Qin Bufan, and reverently presented the coat that Qin Bufan had lent him for healing. Senior, this is the sacred object you lent to me for treatment last time that I inadvertently forgot to return it, and I have come specifically to return it now, Su Qing declared. The moment Su Qing appeared, Qin An's expression darkened considerably, but he was acutely aware of the previous instance when this extraordinary figure had assisted Su Qing, and based on Su Qing's words, it seemed this esteemed individual had gifted him a sacred item for healing. What should he do? Had they perhaps established some form of collaborative relationship, or was it possible that the senior had long desired to aid their Qi Yin kingdom? The more he pondered, the more trepidation filled Qin An's heart. Turning his gaze to the seemingly ordinary coat that Su Qing held, he discerned an ethereal aura emanating from it, coupled with a substantial presence of profound power lingering above. It was difficult to fathom that such a sacred object would be entrusted to someone like Su Qing. Merely a piece of unremarkable clothing. Qin Bufan casually waved his hand. There is no need for you to go out of your way to return it. I would not dare, Su Qing responded. Although Qin Bufan spoke so nonchalantly, in Su Qing's eyes, this item was far more formidable than all the magical artifacts combined within their entire Qi Yin kingdom. If he were to keep such an object, the senior likely would not comment, but would that not imply that the people of Qi Yin kingdom were exceedingly greedy? If they left a poor impression before the senior due to a mere item of ethereal essence, it would be a tremendous loss. One must not forsake the substantial for the trivial. With these thoughts in mind, Su Qing slowly rose, holding the coat aloft with utmost reverence as he approached Qin Bufan step by step, eventually halting before him. This is a sacred object. Regardless of what the senior says, I must return it. After all, she was a princess from a foreign land. Qin Bufan had initially been indifferent to the coat, but given the princess's utmost respect in presenting it, he could not disregard her sentiments. Should the princess take offense, it would bode ill for him. Reluctantly, Qin Bufan accepted the coat once more. Tell me, what happened to your forehead? He inquired, somewhat at a loss for words. That Su Qing remained silent, yet the two individuals behind him understood that he was not one to seek credit for himself. However, if they did not speak up, it would render Su Qing's efforts in vain. Senior, our princess has shown her sincerity by bowing with each step she took to request your assistance in aiding our Qi Yin kingdom. Upon hearing this, Qin Bufan was taken aback. Why were the princesses of two kingdoms coming to him, beseeching him to emerge from seclusion? Each of them was a cultivator capable of soaring through the clouds. Why would they require the assistance of an ordinary person like him? At a loss for how to respond, Qin Bufan awkwardly shifted the conversation. Since you have come bowing with each step, your wounds must be treated swiftly. Otherwise, if you were to contract tetanus, it would be a significant issue. With that, Qin Bufan pulled a band-aid from his pocket. The moment he produced it, everyone present was rendered speechless. What was this? How could such a rich medicinal fragrance exist in the world? Was this truly a medicinal scent? Even in the densest medicinal fields he had encountered back home, he had never inhaled such a potent aroma. which even faintly contained traces of ethereal essence. Everyone could sense the ethereal energy emanating from the small square object, and Su Qing, at that moment, was filled with trepidation. "Senior, please do not. My injuries are but minor. Using such a sacred object would be. Such a trivial matter is hardly rare." Chen Bufan interjected that as he spoke, he had already unwrapped the band-aid and after tearing away the packaging, affixed it to Su Qing's forehead. The instant it was applied, Su Qing felt a warm current surge from his forehead, enveloping his entire being. His previously peaked golden core stage power began to exhibit a faint tendency to break through after absorbing the energy. Realizing this, Su Qing became increasingly anxious that he had only recently encountered the senior twice. The first time, he had received assistance that allowed him to break through several levels, reaching the peak of the golden core stage. Now, with merely a magical artifact, he was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Although he could sense his power nearing a breakthrough, Su Qing was acutely aware that he had not yet reached that level. Moreover, with the senior present, to break through in his presence would be exceedingly disrespectful. Thus, he forcefully suppressed the surging energy within him. This wound is rather significant. One band-aid may not suffice, Chen Bufan observed. Retrieving another band-aid from his pocket, which left Su Qing utterly astonished, he knelt down in trepidation. Such generosity from the senior. How can I possibly accept this? Enough, enough. You are a foreign princess. It would not do for you to injure your head here. Chen Bufan replied, gently yet firmly preventing him from bowing his head further. He then applied the second band-aid to Su Qing's forehead, while Qinan watched, his expression fraught with anxiety. The previous remarks made by Chen Bufan had been abundantly clear. Su Qing, as a princess of the Qi Yin kingdom, held a status of nobility and could not afford to be injured. Yet Qinan, as the national master of their Feiyu kingdom, was equally a pillar of the state. Was one nation truly more noble than another? The preferential treatment Chen Bufan showed towards Su Qing, while seemingly neglecting Qin and his companions, indicated a clear distinction in his intentions. He sought to aid the Qi Yin kingdom, not the Feiyu kingdom. Chapter 8. Foundation. Indeed, this was only natural, especially considering the disgraceful display they had exhibited during the senior's trial moments ago. The more he contemplated, the deeper Qin An's regret grew. Such an obvious trial. Why had he failed to recognize that the senior had placed the celestial fruit there as a test? Had he refrained from picking it up? Perhaps he could have garnered some goodwill from the senior. Instead, he not only picked it up, but even intended to present it to the senior in an attempt to win favor. Which now seemed utterly ridiculous at this moment. Qinan wished he could slap himself to vent his frustration, yet he knew it was too late to express anything now. Meanwhile, Su Qing was saturated with energy, reaching a critical point where he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, in the presence of the senior, he could not so brazenly elevate his power without regard, so he forcefully suppressed the energy within him. To Qinan, this scene was nothing short of infuriating. The Qi Yin kingdom had such a princess, and it was evident she would rise to prominence in the future. Fear gripped Qin An's heart. The senior's mere casual possession of a treasure had allowed Su Qing to approach and break through a significant boundary, a testament to the senior's formidable strength and deep foundation. Whichever side the senior chose to support would undoubtedly become the strongest in the world. Yet, he had failed to cultivate that connection and instead left a poor impression on the senior. Should a conflict arise between the Qi Yin kingdom and the Feiyu kingdom, would he not be the first to fall? With this realization, Qin An's anxiety returned that he needed to secure an escape route for himself. Although the senior had not explicitly stated his intentions, it was highly likely he had already decided to support the Qi Yin kingdom and Su Qing. Should this stalemate continue, his future would be dire indeed. That I end this moment of desperation. Qinan disregarded everything else and hastily bowed several times, even causing his scalp to bleed, before exclaiming, "Senior, I did not come here merely to ask for your assistance. I seek to pledge my loyalty to you that if there is any task in which I can be of service, please do not hesitate to ask that I will not hesitate to face any danger." As Qinan pleaded with Chen Bufan, he appeared utterly bewildered, unsure of what scheme Qinan was concocting. "Humph. Do you truly believe that such words hold any weight now?" At that moment, the national master of the Qi Yin kingdom bellowed, startling Qin, "And do you not think we are unaware of your ulterior motives? You see that you cannot win over our favor, and now you wish to switch sides for your own benefit. Do you think such petty antics can deceive us? If you cannot even deceive me, how could you possibly fool the senior? Eventually, the two individuals knelt before Chun Bufon, imploring him, esteemed senior, this person harbors ulterior motives. The one who previously assaulted us is his subordinate. Moreover, he spoke disrespectfully to you, clearly underestimating your prowess. Now that he has come to recognize your strength, he wishes to turn against you. Such a situation is too fortuitous to be true. We beseech you to take action. Their cries unmistakably conveyed that they were relinquishing all decision-making power to Chin Bufon. Yet at this moment, he remained utterly bewildered by the unfolding circumstances that he had been leisurely wandering when he encountered a group seeking his assistance, only to be confronted by another party, both of whom were now on their knees uttering nonsensical claims. How could Chin Bufon possibly navigate such chaos? Overwhelmed with disbelief, he glanced at the two factions before him, and, with a resigned wave of his hand, declared, "Enough, enough. Return whence you came, and do not disturb me, that I in my current state, I am incapable of assisting you." Given his inability to grasp the situation, it was best for him to retreat. Chin Bufon had no time to engage in frivolous discussions with these individuals. After speaking, he turned to leave that moment. Su Qin could no longer contain himself. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his internal energy, preparing for a breakthrough. The other two, meanwhile, stood guard. That it was only after Chin Bufon's departure that Qin let out a long sigh of relief. I survived. I actually survived. Even now, he could hardly believe that the esteemed senior had so easily spared him. Yet, upon reflection, he considered the senior's parting words, which seemed laden with deeper meaning. The senior had instructed them to return to their origins, and had claimed he was unable to assist them in his current state. What could that possibly imply? Qin turned to his two subordinates, seeking clarity, but they could only shake their heads in helplessness that if the senior had no intention of intervening, he would certainly not reveal himself so readily. Nor would he entangle himself in the world's petty squabbles. After all, given the senior's immense power, he could easily remain concealed from them. The mere fact that the senior had appeared, becoming embroiled in the conflict between their two nations, suggested that he indeed wished to make an entrance. Yet his words about being unable to assist them were perplexing. Suddenly, a light bulb flickered in Qin's mind. Yes, that is the crux of the matter. The word assist. How could one of such stature ever be content to serve beneath another? Therefore, he would not lend aid to anyone. He would only help himself. Thus, what the senior truly sought was not treasures, but status. As these thoughts coalesced in Qin's mind, he realized the implications of his earlier missteps, and a wonder the senior had chosen not to pursue any grievances against him. He had spared his life, even refraining from punishment. Initially, Qin had believed the senior had already resolved to assist the kingdom of Qiyin, but the fact that he had not directly acquiesced to the request of the Qiyin princess indicated that he still had a chance. The senior would not aid anyone else. He would only assist himself. Therefore, they merely needed to promise the senior a position of unparalleled status, one that surpassed even that of their emperor, for the senior could not possibly deign to labor for mere mortals like them. Seemingly grasping the crux of the issue, Qin brimmed with newfound confidence that he hastily descended the mountain with his two companions, intent on returning to their kingdom to confer with their monarch. If they could promise the senior a position that eclipsed that of their emperor, perhaps he would be inclined to assist them. Moreover, they were unaware if the kingdom of Qiyin had yet caught wind of this development. Thus, they needed to act swiftly, solidifying their terms before their rivals that if their emperor consented, everything would fall into place effortlessly. Kingdom of Qiyin, await your doom. The conflict between our nations will ultimately cease with the senior's involvement, and soon the entirety of your royal family shall become my slaves. Chapter 9. The Supreme Emperor on the slope of Tiandao Mountain. A barely discernible magical array enveloped a minuscule area. Though compact, this array prevented any creature from entering its confines. Not even a single insect or rodent could be seen. At the heart of the array, Su Qin sat, regulating his breath as the tumultuous energy within him continually coalesced toward his dantian. With the senior's assistance, he was on the verge of breaking through to the Yuanying stage. Should he attain this level, he would become one of the 10 most formidable masters in the kingdom of Qiyin. No one could have anticipated that Su Qin, initially at the second level of the Jindan stage, would achieve such a monumental breakthrough in a mere 4 days. The two guards standing watch were equally exhilarated, realizing that if Su Qing succeeded, the national strength of Qian would experience a significant surge. This would bolster their influence over neighboring nations, and they would undoubtedly reap the rewards. After 2 days of the erase operation, a sudden, overwhelming force erupted from its center, shattering the formation. Su Qing gradually opened his eyes, his aura now magnitude stronger than before. Gazing at the two individuals before him, he exhaled a deep breath and smiled. At last, I have broken through. With this newfound strength, I need not fear the provocations of those ruffians. When the time comes to seek treasures, I shall possess the confidence to do so. As he spoke, the other two leaped with excitement. Everything had transpired so smoothly. Had it not been for the senior's intervention, Su Qing would never have achieved such a significant advancement in such a brief span. Now, we must hurry back. We cannot afford to waste a moment. We must call upon the senior. I trust you discern the implications of his earlier remarks. Of course. The senior stated that he was unable to assist others, and we had indeed underestimated him. How could someone of his caliber ever submit to another? If we wish to win him over, we must offer an unparalleled position, one of greater authority than our emperors. The chief minister concurred, nodding in agreement. Exactly. Therefore, we must return to our father as swiftly as possible. Only with his approval can we hope to enlist the senior's aid. The fact that the senior had not eliminated Qin and his entourage indicated that he had not abandoned their nation, nor was he determined to assist the kingdom of Yin. This meant they still had a chance, and they needed to act expeditiously, securing their agreement before their rivals. That Su Qing and his companions soared through the clouds, their focus solely on their mission, while Qin Bufan remained atop the mountain, contemplating the renovation of his home. The system had inundated him with a hodgepodge of items. It had even provided him with 5 generators, though his abode was equipped with numerous electronic devices. Most were incapable of connecting to the internet, rendering such a surplus of power unnecessary. Overwhelmed with exasperation, Qin Bufan surveyed the 5 generators and 20-plus phones piled in the corner, lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Could the system construct a signal tower for me? After all, you supplied me with so many phones, yet I have no means to utilize them. Perhaps a signal base station could allow me to make calls and engage in various activities. Ding! System task detected. Construct a wind turbine generator. Reward: 5G signal base station. Wait, really? Initially, Qin Bufan had approached this inquiry with a lighthearted spirit. After all, even if the base station were constructed, the phones would be useless without a server for gaming or video streaming. In such a desolate environment, possessing only the internet would limit him to using those phones for calls and casual games. However, upon further reflection, he realized he was in a realm of cultivation where even sustenance was monotonous, and entertainment was scarce. That if he could successfully introduce the internet into this world, it might just be a unique venture. Indeed, even if I lacked the ability to cultivate, if I could establish an entertainment empire, luring all cultivators into my realm of amusement, rendering them utterly captivated, I could become the foremost figure in this world. Merely harboring this notion in his heart, Qin Bufan decisively accepted the system task and commenced the construction of a wind turbine. Utilizing the various tools previously rewarded by the system, he dedicated 3 days to erecting a wind turbine. Positioned atop a mountain, there was a steady breeze, and as Qin Bufan wiped the sweat from his brow, he stood there, gazing at the towering turbine, a satisfied nod gracing his features. Subsequently, a system notification chimed, announcing the completion of the task and the acquisition of a 5G signal base station. Although this was merely a fleeting thought, the rewards would remain within the system space, and he could retrieve them whenever he desired. After securing the wind turbine, Qin Bufan deactivated most of the other generators, leaving only one operational. While he stood beneath the large turbine, pondering how to utilize his signal base station, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Upon looking up, he was astonished to discover that it was Su Qing. This time, Su Qing approached with an urgency unlike her previous cautious demeanor, swiftly arriving before Qin Bufan. Witnessing Su Qing's descent, Qin Bufan felt an even greater envy. The ability to fly through the air was a privilege unique to cultivators, and despite having traversed this world for many years and completing numerous system tasks, he had yet to find even a trace of spiritual energy within himself. To traverse into a realm of cultivation, yet remain estranged from it, was a rather disheartening predicament. Senior, what is this magnificent contraption? Su Qing inquired, her voice laced with I can sense a remarkably rich aura of immortality emanating from it, continuously produced through some means that Su Qing was utterly astonished, so much so that she momentarily forgot her purpose for coming. Oh, it's merely a wind turbine, Chen Bufan replied. That a wind turbine. What is that? Su Qing asked, her curiosity piqued. Never mind that. What brings you here this time? Chen Bufan pressed for clarification, prompting Su Qing to recollect her intentions. Senior, I have discussed matters with my father, the Emperor. Primarily, if you are willing to accept, my father will recognize you as the supreme monarch of our Qian kingdom. Should you consent, the entirety of Qian kingdom would be yours, and your status would surpass that of my father or any of us. Though I know that a humble kingdom like Qian may not capture your interest, this is the most sincere offer we can present. I hope you will consider it. Chapter 10. Sincerity. What does this mean? Chen Bufan was momentarily taken aback by her words. Senior, I realize that such an offer may seem trivial to you, but it is the most earnest gesture we can make, Su Qing continued, observing a flicker of hesitation in Chen Bufan's eyes. That if you desire, I could also offer myself as a gift. Although I lack any cultivation talent and owe my current state to your guidance, I believe I possess a modicum of beauty. If it pleases you, I could. As she spoke, a faint blush crept across Su Qing's cheeks, and she lowered her head shyly, a scene fully witnessed by Chen Bufan. It must be said that Su Qing's beauty was indeed mesmerizing. Both her appearance and figure could be described as breathtaking. Upon hearing her proposition, Chen Bufan felt a rush of blood, yet the absurdity of the situation left him bewildered. What do you intend? I am not that kind of person, and such matters are not to be taken lightly. Becoming your kingdom's supreme monarch is out of the question. Chen Bufan hastily declined, yet he knew Su Qing anticipated this very response. For a being of such celestial stature, what could they possibly desire that was not easily attainable? To assume the title of supreme monarch would make him, in name, the father of the Qian kingdom's ruler. This would inevitably entangle him in familial ties, albeit nominally, which would grant their kingdom an undue advantage. Of course, if you are unwilling, we would have no issue with you becoming the ruler of our Qian kingdom. That my father has already stated that should you wish, he could promptly issue an abdication decree, handing the throne over to you. What say you? This revelation left Chen Bufan utterly astonished. He had no inkling of the motives behind their offers. Observing Su Qing's demeanor, he fell into a long silence before resolutely refusing. Never mind, if I must choose, I suppose I will accept the title of supreme monarch. Chen Bufan relented with a resigned gesture. Initially, he struggled to comprehend why Su Qing sought to recruit him. But then a thought struck him. Could it be due to the equipment he had on the mountain? Su Qing had mentioned that the energy produced by the turbine was imbued with a potent aura of immortality. Could it be that electricity served as the foundation for cultivation in this realm? If so, might he not simply construct more turbines to facilitate the rapid advancement of their cultivators? Realizing this, Chen Bufan felt a pang of frustration. How could it be that in a world where cultivation was possible, he remained unable to cultivate himself? With such an opportunity at hand, if he could cultivate while tending to a generator, surely he would surpass their years of arduous study. Though his mind raged with indignation, Chen Bufan maintained his composure, nodding at Su Qing in acknowledgement. Upon hearing Chen Bufan's agreement, Su Qing erupted in exuberance, leaping with joy. Wonderful! With your assistance, our Qian kingdom shall soon dominate the world. Chen Bufan, observing Su Qing's elation, began to question whether this was all a ruse. However, given the scarcity of entertainment in this age, it seemed unlikely they would conceive such a scheme. Moreover, he had already confirmed that she was indeed the princess of Qian kingdom. Surely, a royal would not stoop to such antics. Just as the two had reached an understanding, a group of figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing before Chen Bufan. He recognized one of them, Qinan, who had fled from here previously. Qinan had a history with Chen Bufan, and upon seeing him, Chen Bufan felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, Qinan approached without hesitation, each step heightening Chen Bufan's anxiety. Just as Qinan was about to reach him, Su Qing boldly stepped forward, positioning herself between Chen Bufan and Qinan. Qinan, let me make this clear. Our senior has agreed to become the supreme monarch of Qian kingdom. You would do well to abandon any illusions of hope and leave at once. Perhaps our senior might grant you a chance for mercy." Upon hearing her words, Qin appeared momentarily stunned, wanting to inquire further, but Su Qing stood resolute in her stance. Seeing Qin An's flustered demeanor, Su Qing nodded confidently and stepped aside. Her retreat left Chen Bufan utterly bewildered. "Hey, can you not do that? You were just blocking me. Why are you running away now? Do you wish to see this guy harm me?" Filled with trepidation, Chen Bufan remained silent. Yet Qin drew ever closer, soon standing before him. As Chen Bufan grappled with his next move, Qin suddenly knelt before him. "Senior, if you are willing to aid our Feiyu kingdom, we would entrust everything to you, our nation's authority and wealth. Whatever you desire, we shall provide, as long as you agree to help us." Qin An's supplication left Chen Bufan momentarily speechless, yet upon reflection, it made sense. With such a formidable device as the generator in his possession, the power it generated could be harnessed as spiritual energy, that if he carried the generator with him, surely anyone would have to approach him with deference. With newfound confidence, Chen Bufan replied, "I'm afraid I must decline. I have already promised Su Qing my assistance." Upon hearing his words, Qin quickly grasped the reality of his situation, that he understood that he had no means to alter the course of events, and that self-preservation was now his priority. As for Feiyu Kingdom, it was a realm on the brink of collapse, known to be the sworn enemy of Qiyin Kingdom. With a senior like Chen Bufan poised to assist Qiyin, it was clear that the first target would undoubtedly be Feiyu. Thus, the fate of Feiyu Kingdom was sealed, and Qin An's sole focus was to ensure his own survival. "Senior, I have no intention of altering your decision. I merely hope to serve you in any capacity you deem fit." Chapter 11. The visit. This unforeseen turn of events caught Chen Bufan off guard. Yet under the current circumstances, there was a semblance of credibility to Qin An's words. "Qin, do you truly believe that uttering such sentiments will prove beneficial at this juncture? I must inform you that you have previously slain countless of our valiant warriors. Now, you seek to submit to us? I assure you, such a notion is utterly impossible. Your debts of blood can only be repaid with blood. Do not harbor any illusions of escape." Su Qing's words shattered Qin An's hopes entirely, that he then turned to Chen Bufan, whose face displayed profound conflict and anguish. "Senior, I implore you to grant me a chance at survival. In the future, I shall serve you faithfully, without any complaints that I only hope that you can silence. I advise you to flee swiftly, for if you do not, we shall not spare you from beginning to end." Chen Bufan had remained silent, feeling utterly bewildered by the situation, that he could not comprehend what these individuals were saying or their intentions. However, it was clear that they considered themselves the most formidable of beings. Ultimately, witnessing Chen Bufan's lack of desire to rescue him, Qin could no longer restrain himself. He sprang to his feet and glared at Su Qing. "Su Qing, I advise you against taking this too far. Otherwise what? Do you dare act so recklessly before our esteemed senior?" As he observed Su Qing's smug demeanor, Qin could no longer contain his frustration, that he charged towards Chen Bufan, declaring, "Very well. If that is the case, I shall see what prowess you possess." As he spoke, he seized a sword and lunged toward Chen Bufan. Yet, when Chen Bufan laid his eyes upon this assailant, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. However, as Qin charged, an invisible pressure sent him flying backward, awakening him to the realization that he posed no threat to Chen Bufan whatsoever. In fact, even the protective aura surrounding Chen Bufan was sufficient to keep him at bay. The force of the impact had left Qin with internal injuries, and he could only retreat hastily, even spitting blood in the process, that he understood that he had no opportunity to turn the tide. All he could do was escape. Yet he was acutely aware that mere flight was futile as long as even a trace of spiritual energy lingered within him. Chen Bufan would be able to track him down. In a moment of desperation, he struck his dantian with great force, expelling all of his power. Consequently, he was devoid of any spiritual energy. As long as I possess no spiritual energy, you shall never locate me. He shouted as he fled. Su Qing did not comment on this turn of events, knowing that with Qin An's loss of power, there was no longer any issue. Moreover, someone of Chen Bufan's caliber would not stoop to quarrel with such a character. "Since the senior has already made the agreement, shall we return now?" Chen Bufan was taken aback. He had only just acquiesced, and now Su Qing was eager to depart. Was there truly such urgency? After a moment of contemplation, Su Qing appeared to realize something. immediately expressing profound regret. I failed to consider that someone of your stature should not be so easily escorted back by a junior. Fear not. I shall arrange for the highest honors from the Yin Kingdom to welcome you back that I assure you, our arrangement shall befit your esteemed status. Upon hearing Su Qing's extravagant intentions, Chen Bufan hastily waved his hands. No, no. That is unnecessary, that I merely need to tidy up some matters, that I still have many animals and various items on my mountain that require my attention. Before I can leave, the T.O. think a person of such high standing would be so down to earth. It is truly astonishing. Indeed, how else could one attain such a lofty realm? Without such a mindset, one would be unable to reach your level. The extraterrestrials began to lavish Chen Bufan with compliments, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his discomfort and instead suggested, how about this? Since we shall be allies from now on, why not visit my home on the mountain? Consider it a tour. Chen Bufan's intention was to foster a closer bond with them, and upon hearing his invitation, their excitement was palpable. Really, senior? We can truly visit your residence. Your abode is surely beyond the reach of mere mortals such as us. Enough with the flattery. We are all mere mortals here. Chen Bufan managed a sheepish smile, while Su Qing and the others gazed at him with immense respect, though they did not consider themselves ordinary compared to common folk. In the presence of someone like Chen Bufan, they felt profoundly mundane. For a being of such caliber, the essence of being immortal was to return to simplicity, a state reserved for transcendent beings. In contrast, they were merely ordinary in the most pedestrian sense. However, since Chen Bufan made no objections, they felt it inappropriate to decline his offer. Since the senior has extended the invitation, we shall not impose. They dutifully followed Chen Bufan, and soon they arrived at the mountaintop. There, they beheld the modest villa Chen Bufan had constructed, leaving them momentarily astonished. Who would have thought that the residence of such a senior would be so unpretentious? Compared to our royal palace, your status is clearly superior. Of course. A person of your caliber has long since abandoned worldly possessions. That is true enlightenment, that Su Qing exclaimed dramatically, while Chen Bufan remained nonchalant, choosing not to engage in comparisons. The group now resembled starry-eyed admirers, gushing over everything that Chen Bufan did. And although he found their adoration somewhat perplexing, it was not entirely unwelcome upon pushing open the door. As Chen Bufan stepped inside, a voice from the smart speaker greeted him warmly. Welcome home. Today's weather is clear, with an outside temperature of 18 degrees and moderate humidity, perfect for a spring outing. The sudden voice startled Su Qing and the others, as they had never encountered such phenomena before. They could hear a voice, yet could not discern its source, and not a trace of spiritual energy was felt. Quickly! There are assassins. Su Qing, drenched in sweat, instinctively placed himself in front of Chen Bufan. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that Chen Bufan far surpassed him in ability. His presence would only hinder matters, leaving him feeling utterly awkward. Calm down. There is no need for alarm. That is merely the smart speaker, Chen Bufan said, gesturing toward a small, white device resting on the table. That a smart speaker? What is that? Su Qing's face was a canvas of curiosity, as this was clearly something he had never encountered before, and even the name intrigued him greatly. Well, it essentially serves as a little assistant, reporting on the weather and various trivialities. Oh, and it can even tell jokes. After Chen Bufan explained, he began to tidy up, while Su Qing, utterly captivated by the device, rushed over to engage it in conversation. The speaker's jokes had Su Qing laughing heartily. Unable to contain his amusement, I asked this fellow truly so navi. How could such old jokes amuse him so thoroughly? He is beyond saving. I grumbled while packing my belongings. The smart speaker suddenly unleashed a barrage of risque jokes, leaving Su Qing blushing and speechless. Just a smart speaker has you in such high spirits. What would happen if you encountered a computer? A computer. What is that? Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. When he fell silent, the smart speaker also ceased its chatter. Chen Bufan pointed toward a nearby table, where a computer was sitting neatly. The screen displayed a game, Sekiro, a single-player adventure from before. You can try pressing the keys. The characters within will respond to your movements. The characters began to move in response to his input. Su Qing was utterly astonished. Senior, who are these figures? His face paled in fear as he beheld the lifelike characters and the dazzling display of swordplay before him. He found it hard to believe such a vast world could fit within such a compact device. There are no actual people here, merely a series of codes. Codes? What are those? Yet I can see these figures come to life, willingly accepting my control. It is simply miraculous, and their foes are so formidable. Should one appear before me, I fear I would not even be able to approach. Qin Bufan was left utterly bewildered by this line of questioning, unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. Instead, he waved his hands dismissively that I still have some things to tidy up. You can entertain yourself here for now. Once I am done, we shall set off. Upon finishing his words, Qin Bufan busied himself with his own affairs, while Su Qing gazed at the computer before him. He was clearly eager to indulge in gaming, yet hesitated to offend the formidable individuals present. After all, he perceived them as exceptionally powerful beings, and as a junior, he felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of controlling such mighty figures. However, witnessing the imminent demise of his character spurred him into action. He resolved to play the game, driven by a desire to save. This engagement consumed much of his day, and when he finally regained his senses, he noted that Qin Bufan had already organized the essential items. Having a system space certainly made it convenient to see the items he wished to collect. With a mere thought, they were gathered effortlessly. Qin Bufan regarded Su Qing with a faint smile, stating, "Senior, I must save him. This individual is quite formidable. Yet if I do not take control, he will surely perish, that I cannot bear to watch him die before my eyes. I must act. The game has a save function." Qin Bufan remarked, somewhat exasperated. Save? What is that? He refrained from delving into lengthy explanations and simply paused the game to save in one fluid motion. Yet this seemingly mundane action rendered Su Qing utterly astonished. "Senior, how did you manage that? You pause time in this world. Truly, your level of mastery is beyond what I could ever hope to attain, even in imagination." Faced with Su Qing's excessive flattery, Qin Bufan felt a touch of embarrassment. Such matters need not evoke your curiosity. In our world, even a 3-year-old child could accomplish this. That Su Qing's astonishment only deepened upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Qin Bufan had tidied everything up, declaring, "All right, let us be on our way." After speaking, the group prepared to depart, but they noticed Qin Bufan lingering behind. Seemingly reluctant to join them, it appeared he had recalled something important, prompting the others to descend and approach him with expressions of contrition. "We sincerely apologize for our oversight. It should be the senior who leads, not us. We hope you will not take offense." One must admit, Su Qing was excessively cautious. Yet for Qin Bufan, such reverence worked to his advantage. The more they esteemed him, the greater his authority became. Should he attain a higher status upon entering their capital city, he would find himself burdened with fewer responsibilities. "Well then, perhaps it would be best if we did not fly," he suggested. In an effort to quell any suspicions from the group, Qin Bufan added, "Walking is also a form of cultivation." Su Qing immediately concurred. "You are right, senior. Little by little, drop by drop, this is indeed the secret to cultivation. On the path to becoming a powerful being, no shortcuts exist, not even the slightest. That we ought to learn diligently from you." In response, they all commenced walking. After a full day of travel, they finally approached the imperial city. But as night fell, continuing their journey seemed ill-advised. They decided to stop at an inn. Once they had attended to Qin Bufan's needs, Su Qing pulled the other two aside to discuss that we truly underestimated the situation this time. Fortunately, it was not exposed. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to resolve it. How could someone of a senior standing be treated so casually? Upon our return, we must arrange an extravagant welcome ceremony for him. Although he previously expressed a desire for simplicity, certain formalities must still be observed. That to return without proper preparation would indeed be a slight against his dignity. Chapter 13. Vast differences. Even if the senior dislikes ostentation, we must fulfill our obligations. Failing to do so would be disrespectful. Fortunately, I have already made arrangements. Tomorrow, upon your arrival, we will ensure a satisfactory welcome ceremony. After Su Qing concluded his remarks, they deliberated the details of the ceremony before finally retiring for the night. The following morning, nearly all high-ranking officials of the Qian kingdom gathered at the entrance of the imperial city. They were aware that a significant figure was arriving, yet the specifics eluded them. They only knew this person was esteemed enough to warrant a personal welcome from their emperor. The atmosphere brimmed with palpable pressure as they sensed the presence of an extraordinary individual. What sort of talent has our emperor enticed this time to warrant such commotion? One whispered, "I hear this individual was discovered by the princess in some secluded wilderness. Surely, he cannot be a charlatan? Who knows? I heard our neighboring kingdom once went to great lengths to recruit a so-called hermit, only for him to vanish after a couple of months of receiving a stipend. Let us tread carefully. It would be wise to remain silent and observe the reactions of others first." As they continued their discussions, a group slowly approached from a distance. The leader appeared unremarkable, yet with each step, a tremor of unease rippled through the crowd. It was evident that he was not intentionally exuding his spiritual energy. Rather, it was a natural, involuntary manifestation that radiated from him. This high individual. Where on earth did the princess find him? One gasped. Just sensing the immense power he unconsciously emits fills me with a sense of impending doom. This senior is truly formidable. The crowd was in awe, and among those of lower cultivation, some could not resist the urge to kneel before Chen Bufan. It was remarkable that even the emperor of the Qian kingdom, Su Jianhong, felt a weighty pressure under the senior's presence. Seems this senior is demonstrating his strength. However, this is advantageous. A bit of commotion today will instill fear and trepidation in our neighboring nations. Last, under such immense pressure, Su Jianhong approached Chen Bufan, proclaiming, "With your assistance, our Qian kingdom shall undoubtedly ascend to dominance within a year." Chen Bufan was at a loss for words. He could not simply extinguish this man's enthusiasm. "I hope for your kindness during my stay in your Qian kingdom," he replied politely upon hearing this. Su Jianhong became even more flustered. "Senior, you honor us merely by your presence. We could never presume to care for you. Rest assured, anything belonging to our Qian kingdom shall be yours. If you desire something, simply speak. Do not be so alarmed. I merely meant it in the literal sense, that I will provide you with what you seek." Chen Bufan reassured him, confident that what they desired was simply the generator he possessed. "Senior, do not say that. Your very presence in our Qian kingdom is an immense honor. We could never dare to ask anything of you. Rest assured, as long as you are here, the Qian kingdom is yours." Chen Bufan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere generator would elicit such fervor. "Very well," he mused, "as long as I benefit from this." Musicians play to welcome the senior into the city. Su Jianhong exclaimed, and the prepared band immediately began to play classical instruments. Chen Bufan found the music jarring, having grown accustomed to the contemporary sounds from his smart speaker. Nonetheless, he bore the cacophony with patience. Proceeding forward amidst the grand welcoming procession, as subjects of the Qian kingdom, we welcome the senior into the city. The crowd erupted in cheers as Chen Bufan forged ahead, feeling the weight of their expectations. Meanwhile, not far from the city, atop a small hill, a group of individuals anxiously peeked at the magnificent scene unfolding before them, their faces pale with dread. These were the high-ranking officials of the Feiyu kingdom, who were acutely aware of the implications of this moment. Startled into a hasty retreat, the emperor was engulfed in fury, proclaiming that all those inexplicably involved must be tracked down one by one. Among these enigmatic individuals was, of course, the so-called predecessor who had driven Qin into the brink of self-destruction and flight. However, when they finally arrived at the location, they were utterly taken aback. The formidable predecessor was far beyond their capabilities. Merely observing him stride towards the imperial city, they recognized with dismay that they could never hope to rival such a figure. "Your Majesty, what shall we do now?" one of the guards inquired, noticing the distress on the emperor's face. The emperor of Feiyu Kingdom, known as Chen Yin, had seen the nation's overall strength multiply by at least threefold since his ascension to the throne. He had believed that with diligent governance, he could elevate his country and subdue the neighboring states that harbored hostility towards them. Little did he anticipate that the very nation he had painstakingly developed over the years would crumble due to the appearance of a single individual. It was evident that once the Qian kingdom gained power, their foremost intention would undoubtedly be to annihilate the Feiyu kingdom. With the situation now seemingly irreversible, he had to devise every possible means to salvage his nation. "Your Majesty, what are your intentions?" the guard shouted anxiously as he watched Chen Yin emerge from his concealed position, striding towards the gathering ahead. Chapter 14. A visit. At this moment, Chen Yin appeared somewhat lost in thought. While the officials of the Qian kingdom were reveling in their exuberant celebrations, one individual suddenly spotted Chen Yin approaching. He could scarcely believe that the monarch of Feiyu Kingdom had dared to come alone to the gates of their imperial city. Soon, more and more people noticed Chen Yan, their eyes fixated on him with disbelief. What is this? He actually has the audacity to come here alone. Our two nations are sworn enemies. Does he not fear for his life? What are you thinking? He is not a fool. How could he come here without preparation? Perhaps he intends to launch a surprise attack against us? Fear not. We are at the gates of our imperial city. Even if he is fully prepared, we have the predecessor with us. With him here, dealing with such a trivial matter should be a piece of cake. At that moment, all eyes finally turned to Chen Bufan. Observing the intense stares directed at him, Chen Bufan's expression darkened. What is going on? Do they truly perceive me as some sort of great figure? Were they not seeking my generator? What, then, is with those expectant gazes? The multitude's varied expressions seemed to elevate Chen Bufan to a pedestal, leaving him with no choice but to proceed despite his reluctance. Finally, under the weight of their scrutiny, he could not escape and was compelled to walk forward with a grim countenance. Everyone could clearly see Chen Bufan's expression. It seems the predecessor is displeased. Indeed, this fellow dared to act so arrogantly at our welcoming banquet for the predecessor. If the predecessor is angry and wishes to deal with him, it would surely be an effortless endeavor that I, too, am eager to witness how someone of the predecessor's caliber engages in battle, that I wonder if a being of such celestial stature can effortlessly dispatch us mere mortals. Excitement filled the eyes of the crowd, and at that moment, Chen Bufan had reached Chen Yan's side. As he regarded Chen Yan, he barely had time to speak before the emperor suddenly knelt before him with a resounding thud. At this moment, Chen Bufan, taken aback, thought, have I had too little contact with the people here? Why is it that upon descending the mountain, these individuals seem to enjoy kneeling upon our first meeting? Chen Yan, disregarding everything else, proceeded to bow thrice with great fervor, exclaiming, Predecessor, it is my failure to educate my subordinates, allowing that wretched Qin and to offend you. This is entirely my responsibility, and I do not seek to evade it. I have come specifically to apologize to you. After speaking, Chen Yan fumbled for a considerable time before finally producing a pearl. This pearl has been treasured in the Feiyu Kingdom for centuries. Nurtured by our nation's celestial energy, granting it a significant aura that if the predecessor does not find it distasteful, I would like to present it as a token of my apology, hoping you will overlook this matter. Upon presenting the pearl with both hands, Chen Bufan inspected it. Though it appeared unremarkable, the meticulous craftsmanship honed over countless years lent it an air of exquisite refinement. That an intriguing artifact, he mused, seeing that the predecessor accepted his offering. Chen Yan felt an immense relief wash over him. Thank you, predecessor, for your grace that on behalf of the millions of citizens of Feiyu Kingdom, I express our heartfelt gratitude for your magnanimity at this. Chen Yan's actions became even more exaggerated as he prostrated himself fully on the ground, causing Chen Bufan to wonder if the man was slightly unhinged. However, he dismissed such thoughts, realizing he had narrowly escaped a dire situation. Unexpectedly, this individual not only refrained from attacking him, but also demonstrated such deference, presenting a lavish gift. Having accepted the offering, Chen Bufan pondered the current situation. Although Chen Yan appeared to be in a state of trepidation, he feared that a misstep in his words could lead to undesirable consequences. Thus, after careful consideration, he chose to remain silent, adopting an air of aloofness as he turned and retraced his steps back to the previous thoroughfare. Meanwhile, Chen Yan remained prostrated on the ground, yet to rise. The onlookers from the Qi Yin kingdom observed the spectacle of their sovereign bowing so deeply to the predecessor, which only bolstered their confidence. Behold, the predecessor has barely arrived, and already these individuals are terrified. Indeed, it seems we are destined for fortune. With the predecessor's presence, we need not worry about dealing with these insignificant figures. That it appears that the Feiyu Kingdom's bravado has been thoroughly quashed. They will undoubtedly think twice before encroaching upon our borders again. I believe we should seize this opportunity to subdue them entirely. Enough. Let us leave such matters to the emperor and the predecessor. Our duty is to perform our roles diligently. The crowd buzzed with excitement as Chen Bufan, accompanied by Su Jianhong and others, entered the imperial city. Chen Yan remained on the ground until Chen Bufan and his entourage disappeared from view, at which point he slowly rose to his feet. This predecessor not only possesses extraordinary abilities, but also exhibits a benevolent heart. It seems he may not easily eradicate my nation. I must not repeat past mistakes. This time, I must cultivate a relationship with him, fostering a sense of mutual dependence, lest he take action against us. Quickly, return to the kingdom. Prepare an extravagant gift to pay a visit to this esteemed predecessor. We must ensure our relationship with him is solidified. With that, the group departed. Meanwhile, the guards at the gates of the Qiyin kingdom reported the events to Su Jianhong. Predecessor, there is more good news. Although it may seem trivial to you, it is a monumental blessing for our Qiyin kingdom. One exclaimed excitedly, trailing behind Chen Bufan. The Emperor of Fei Yu Kingdom has been utterly intimidated by your might, and he is now hastening back to prepare a lavish gift to pay his respects to you. Chen Bufan was somewhat astonished. He had done nothing, nor had he engaged in any extravagant displays. Why, then, did these individuals regard him as a hidden master? Did they all have some peculiar delusion? He found it difficult to comprehend. Chapter 15. A test esteemed predecessor. This is the residence I have prepared for you. Should you find any aspect unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to voice your concerns. I will ensure it meets your standards. Su Jianhong informed Chen Bufan as he led him to a courtyard situated behind their council hall. This courtyard served as a secure and confidential area, typically utilized for storing various ceremonial equipment and documents over the years. However, this time, in a gesture of respect, Su Jianhong had arranged for it to be transformed into Chen Bufan's quarters. The size appeared quite suitable, and without a word of protest, Chen Bufan nodded in acknowledgement. You have gone to great lengths on my behalf. Predecessor, you flatter me. It is our honor to serve you. However, I do have a small request, which I hope you will consider. As he spoke, Su Jianhong brought Su Qing forward. My daughter has benefited greatly from your guidance and has experienced a degree of improvement in her abilities. In light of such profound gratitude, she wishes to remain by your side, attending to your needs. I hope you will not find this objectionable. Upon hearing this, Chen Bufan was momentarily taken aback. The notion of being attended to like a servant was quite unexpected. To have a princess serve oneself as a mere servant, Chen Bufan believed such extravagant treatment was unnecessary for him. After all, she was a princess. If word of this were to spread, what face would your royal family have left? To serve one's elders is a privilege for the younger generation, and if such a remarkable opportunity were to fall upon me, I would surely wake from my dreams with a smile and boast to others. As he spoke, a faint blush appeared on Su Qing's face. Despite Chen Bufan's numerous refusals, the two seemed resolute, unwilling to yield an inch. Ultimately, Chen Bufan could only helplessly nod in acceptance, thus receiving Su Qing. It was indeed peculiar that they would offer their daughter to someone like me as a servant. After spending a considerable part of the day tidying up the courtyard, Chen Bufan sought a vantage point within the imperial city. Elder, what are you planning to do? He inquired. Earlier, I noticed your interest in my wind turbine. Since you are here, I shall install one for you. He replied that Su Qing was overjoyed by this announcement and immediately summoned the officials to pay their respects. For he had witnessed the energy produced by such a device, all imbued with celestial essence. The elder's generosity in providing one for them was indeed astonishing. Chen Bufan swiftly retrieved the generator from the system space and, within mere seconds, had it installed. That he then connected the output wires to a battery for storage, reasoning that if they deemed it a celestial artifact, they might as well ponder upon its mysteries and absorb its energy themselves. Once everything was arranged, he departed. After his exit, the officials of the Qiyin kingdom regarded the generator as a sacred object, bowing in reverence, and only after a lengthy period of rituals did they finally disperse. This spectacle left Chen Bufan somewhat speechless, but upon reflection, he acknowledged that these individuals had likely never encountered such wonders before, and their astonishment was only natural. However, what Chen Bufan did not anticipate was the incident that afternoon, when a rescue attempt led to severe injuries and unconsciousness due to contact with the battery's wires. Although the individual was not gravely harmed, it underscored that the energy emitted by the generator, while perceived as celestial essence, could not be directly harnessed by them. Chen Bufan, lacking expertise in this realm, pondered the implications. Should he persist in these endeavors, it might lead them to believe their equipment was utterly ineffective. For Chen Bufan, the prospect of thriving here hinged upon the generator's assistance. That if it proved useless, would the Qiyin kingdom still uphold their prior assurances? Moreover, would they harbor resentment towards him for the ineffectiveness of his devices? potentially leading to dire consequences. As these thoughts spiraled in his mind, he summoned Su Jianhong. I believe it is prudent to clarify matters regarding the generator, Chen Bufan stated. Hearing this, Su Jianhong was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Fearing that Chen Bufan sought to reprimand him for the earlier mishap involving the generator and the resulting injuries. Please forgive me, Elder. This incident was an unfortunate accident that a few of my subordinates were unable to resist their curiosity and attempted to tamper with it without permission. Leading to this unfortunate outcome, I accept full responsibility for my lax supervision. This left Chen Bufan momentarily bewildered. It appeared these individuals had not grasped his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he gently shook his head and said, the energy produced by the generator is not something you can directly utilize. While it holds some potential, at least for now, it cannot be absorbed by you that I cannot simply take advantage of your resources without offering something in return. Perhaps you could assign me some tasks instead. That Su Jianhong's mind began to race with implications. What does the elder mean by this? Have we not agreed to hand over the kingdom to him? Suddenly, a light bulb flickered in his mind, and he grasped the elder's intentions. Indeed, there are matters requiring your assistance, particularly concerning our military department, that if you have time, could you please help me investigate an issue with the military funds? It appears there has been a miscalculation, though I am not entirely certain of the details. Very well. Having tasks to occupy my mind will certainly put me at ease. Chen Bufan sighed with relief and, filled with enthusiasm, made his way to the military department. Meanwhile, a small eunuch could no longer restrain himself and approached. Your Majesty, there were indeed issues with the military department's accounts, but those were resolved. Were they not? Why ask the elder to fool? Do you think I would have the elder investigate trivial matters? After being reprimanded, the eunuch was left trembling, rendered speechless. The elder is assessing our sincerity. Since we have pledged to share the realm with him, we must demonstrate our earnestness that on the surface, it may seem we are merely assigning him tasks, but in reality, we are providing him an opportunity to gauge his standing within our kingdom. The military department holds the reins of our nation's power. Only by sharing it with the elder can I truly reflect his esteemed position in my heart. The accounts of the military and finances combined represent the lifeblood of the nation. By handing over this lifeblood to the elder for scrutiny, he should find reassurance. Chapter 16. A shocking revelation. Your Majesty's strategy is truly brilliant. This way, the elder will have no cause to doubt us. Once he lends us his assistance, the annihilation of Feiyu Kingdom will be but a matter of time. Silence. Who are you to call him elder? Remember, he is our supreme emperor of the Qian Kingdom. A title of utmost reverence. From now on, refer to him as... Understood. Su Jianhong commanded, prompting the nearby eunuchs to kneel in apology. Thus, a new hierarchy was established within the Qian Kingdom, the title of Zhao Sui. After departing from Su Jianhong, Su Qing quickly approached Chen Bufan with a bright smile. Elder, where are you headed? I procured a task from your father to retrieve some items from the military department. Allow me to escort you. Since you are new here and may not be familiar with the surroundings, I can guide you and offer introductions along the way, Su Qing suggested, to which Chen Bufan had no objections. After collecting the items from the military department, they passed through the streets and encountered a funeral procession with a large group clad in mourning attire, bearing a coffin. Whose family is this? Such a grand affair for a funeral. Chen Bufan inquired. Su Qing promptly replied, Your Majesty, this is the residence of our Qian Kingdom's Prime Minister. You may recall him from our previous visit to Tiandao Mountain, but I have not heard of any elderly individuals in our state facing imminent demise. This sudden funeral is quite concerning. Worried, Su Qing hurriedly approached to inquire further. Is there a situation at the Prime Minister's residence? The individual, upon recognizing the princess, nearly knelt but was halted by Su Qing, who pressed for details. That it turned out that the Prime Minister's daughter had developed a severe rash just days prior, leaving her in considerable distress, and despite consulting numerous esteemed physicians, the cause of her ailment remained elusive. At that time, the Prime Minister was preoccupied with a treasure hunt alongside Su Qing, and upon his return, he found his daughter had succumbed to her illness. This morning, the physician had delivered the grim news of her passing. Su Qing expressed deep condolences, while Chen Bufan furrowed his brow upon hearing this description, sensing something amiss. What are you doing? Delaying my daughter's burial. Can you bear the consequences? At that moment, Sun Yizhao emerged from within, his face a mix of sorrow and fury. sorrow for his daughter, and fury at the servants for impeding his significant affairs. After offering a few words of comfort, Su Qing swiftly cleared the path. Just as the bearers were about to lift the coffin again, Qin Bufan stepped forward to block their way. Elder, Sun Yizhao's expression turned anxious, and he hurriedly attempted to kneel, only to be halted by Qin Bufan. Hold on, there's no need for that I have heard about your daughter's situation. It appears she suffered from an allergic reaction, that if such an allergy is left untreated for several days, it could indeed lead to shock. But it should not have resulted in her death so easily. Qin Bufan's continuous use of specialized terminology left Sun Yizhao utterly bewildered. How could he possibly comprehend what an allergy is? Or what shock entails? Senior, while your expertise is profound, my daughter's condition has been assessed by no fewer than a dozen esteemed physicians, and none have been able to ascertain the cause of her ailment. Moreover, this morning, we received a death certificate from the foremost physician in our Radiant Flame Nation, who declared my daughter beyond salvation. Then on what grounds do you make your assertions? Oh dear, I realize that you may not grasp the gravity of this discussion. How about this? Open the coffin lid and allow me to assess your daughter's condition. I am almost certain she is still alive, but if we delay any further, the situation may become dire. As Qin Bufan moved forward, Sun Yizhao suddenly stepped aside to block his path. Senior, I understand your extraordinary capabilities and esteemed reputation, but my daughter has indeed passed away. There is no need to offend a mere mortal. Since a conclusion has already been reached, please refrain from such audacity. Before Sun Yizhao could finish, Su Qing let out a sudden exclamation that startled him. After all, it was common knowledge that the Emperor of the Radiant Flame Nation had only one daughter, and it was feared that in a few short years, this princess would ascend to the throne. Thus, even someone of Sun Yizhao's stature dared not provoke Su Qing directly. Are you questioning the senior's judgment? If the senior asserts that your daughter lives, then she must indeed be alive. As he spoke, Su Qing advanced once more, gently tugging at Sun Yizhao's sleeve and whispering, I empathize with your distress. But the senior is not someone of our caliber to comprehend. Much like the world within that iron box, the senior demonstrated the power to suspend time at will, which attests to their ability to influence the very flow of time and space. Even if your daughter were truly deceased, the senior could surely employ some means to reverse time and restore her life. At this revelation, Sun Yizhao suddenly came to an understanding. Indeed, I have been overly anxious. I beg your pardon, Princess and Senior. I shall step aside. Once both men moved aside, Qin Bufan hastily opened the coffin lid and was momentarily struck by a wave of panic, while Su Qing had faith in his abilities. The methods he believed in were indeed rather perplexing. How could this individual claim to reverse time to heal the sick? Qin Bufan felt that simply extracting a sliver of spiritual energy from within himself would be a monumental achievement. Regrettably, at this juncture, Qin Bufan had no choice but to steel himself that as the coffin lid opened, he beheld the girl lying within. Though her face was marred by a rash, her exquisite features unmistakably revealed her as an extraordinary beauty. The multitude of red welts did little to obscure her allure, indicating the depth of her inherent beauty. Qin Bufan then took her pulse, discovering that it had indeed ceased, placing his hand upon her chest. He could feel no heartbeat at that moment. Anxiety surged within him, but he leaned into the coffin, straining to listen, and was barely able to discern the faintest sound of a heartbeat. Indeed, I was not mistaken. She suffers from anaphylactic shock, and it has persisted for quite some time. However, as long as she still breathes, there remains hope. With that, Qin Bufan retrieved an adrenaline injection from his system's inventory. Chapter 17. Qin Bufan's actions of feeling her pulse and leaning in to listen left Su Qing envious. If only he could have such close contact with the senior, perhaps the aura emanating from him would equate to days of his own cultivation. In a fleeting moment, Su Qing even contemplated feigning faintness, but then reconsidered, realizing that the senior would likely see through his ruse. Thus, he remained passive. After administering the adrenaline injection and breaking the needle, he carelessly discarded the syringe amidst the debris. Before long, the girl's heartbeat became increasingly pronounced, and before Sun Yizhao could express his astonishment, she began to cough. She lives. She truly lives. What an extraordinary senior. Possessing such immense power, Sun Yizhao exclaimed, eager to kneel and express his gratitude to Qin Bufan, but was interrupted. Enough. There is no need for such fervor. That was not a grave matter. now that we have a clearer understanding of her condition. Instruct those physicians to prescribe medication to bolster her health. Moreover, all items she previously consumed and utilized must be replaced. Understood, Senior. Seizing the moment when Chun Bufan was distracted, Sun Yizhao suddenly knelt and bowed 3 times with great reverence. After a moment of insistence, Chun Bufan finally managed to calm him down before preparing to return to the palace to report to Su Jianhong. Senior, how did you accomplish this? You are unaware of the capabilities of the physicians who examined her. Yet the finest doctors in our Radiant Flame Nation had already declared her deceased. How did you manage to bring her back to life? Su Qing inquired, gazing at Chun Bufan with wide-eyed wonder. Chun Bufan paused, finding it challenging to explain the effects of adrenaline and the causal relationship between shock and anaphylactic shock. Ultimately, he could only shrug helplessly. She was never dead. You simply failed to recognize it. With that evasive remark, Chun Bufan and Su Qing soon found themselves before Su Jianhong. As Chun Bufan prepared to leave after delivering his report, Su Jianhong suddenly spoke up. Senior, wait. There is a matter I wish to discuss. Su Jianhong called out, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Regarding your arrival in our Radiant Flame Nation, word is spread across the continent in mere days. Many reclusive masters and royal families have expressed great interest in meeting you. Regrettably, I could not respond directly, but I humbly request if you would be willing to receive them. Upon hearing this, Chun Bufan was taken aback. During his visit to the Radiant Flame Nation, he had found himself somewhat at a loss. As he possessed little in the way of true strength, and the electrical energy generated by the wind turbine was not something they could directly harness, it was evident that he held little value for the Radiant Flame Nation. Yet they showed no inclination to dismiss him. This left Chun Bufan pondering whether these individuals might be scheming something, perhaps intending to set him up for embarrassment. Now, with Su Jianhong claiming that others wished to pay their respects, he suspected that perhaps they intended to use him as a pawn. Chun Bufan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Standing there, he could not find a suitable response. Meanwhile, Su Jianhong seemed to sense the change in Chun Bufan's demeanor and quickly interjected. Of course, if the senior prefers not to meet them, I can decline on your behalf. After all, individuals of your caliber would hardly wish to associate with such inconsequential folk. It is already a tremendous honor for them to have you in our Radiant Flame Nation. Su Jianhong continued to insist, promptly instructing his subordinates to respond to the request for an audience. That moment, Chun Bufan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that this fellow genuinely believed he possessed remarkable abilities? Perhaps Su Jianhong had begun to harbor suspicions, hence this arrangement. If Chun Bufan agreed to meet them, it would imply he was confident in his prowess, and he would be spared any repercussions. Conversely, if he declined, it would confirm his lack of power, leaving him vulnerable to potential harm. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this scenario, that it appeared that meeting these individuals was now an unavoidable obligation. Hold on, Chun Bufan called out, contemplating Su Jianhong with thoughtful deliberation. Meeting them is not out of the question, but my time is limited. Let us arrange for a unified meeting. If they wish to come, let them all come at once. Really, if the senior is amenable, I shall make the arrangements immediately. After some discussion regarding the timing, they ultimately settled on a meeting 2 days hence. Chun Bufan departed, while Su Qing intended to accompany him, but was halted by Su Jianhong. Father, is there something else? Indeed, there is that I never anticipated that the senior would be willing to meet these individuals, that I had assumed that someone of his caliber would not deign to engage with those of lesser abilities. However, since the senior has consented, it is imperative that we meticulously arrange this meeting, allowing these individuals to witness the senior's prowess. Such a display will undoubtedly instill a sense of awe in them. Listening to Su Jianhong's analysis, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. By the way, Father, there is something I feel compelled to mention to you that concerns the daughter of the Prime Minister, who has succumbed to a grave illness and passed away. Today, while I was passing by their residence with my senior, we happened to witness an extraordinary event. Without a moment's hesitation, my senior rushed forth and revived the Prime Minister's daughter, that time. Even the State Guard attempted to intervene, dissuading my senior from administering treatment. Yet my senior remained steadfast. To be honest, I found it rather perplexing and was uncertain of my senior's state of mind at that moment. After hearing Su Qing's words, Su Jianhong thoughtfully stroked his chin for quite some time, then suddenly burst into an exuberant laughter. This is splendid. This indicates that my senior holds a favorable impression of our Qiyin kingdom. Just imagine, If you encountered some destitute commoners on the brink of starvation and offered them food, only to have them refuse and push you away, would you persist in chasing after them to provide sustenance? Naturally not. Those ungrateful people, who show such disregard for me, I would not pursue to save them. Yet, my senior did just that, chasing after and reviving Sun Yizhao's daughter, that a single remark from Su Jianhong awakened Su Qing to the realization. So that is it. My senior harbors such thoughts. How wonderful! With the assistance of my senior, our Qian kingdom is bound to rise. Chapter 18. Foolish fantasies. After leaving the Grand Hall, Chen Bufan gradually calmed his emotions. If this meeting could be characterized as a test, it suggested that he had not fully grasped my background and strength. That if that is the case, then when those individuals come, I shall present them with some gifts to silence them. Everything will be just fine. Did I recall Su Qing mentioning that the chestnuts I planted still contain considerable ethereal essence? Perhaps I shall offer them that, along with some fine vintage wine. Items that are unprecedented in this world and should be treasures to them. Chen Bufan checked his inventory, noting that there were at least several thousand pounds of chestnuts and several tons of aged wine. Just a fraction of these treasures would likely leave those individuals utterly astonished. Although the entertainment in Qian Kingdom is rather meager, Chen Bufan had no intention of returning to the mountains. Everything he could do in the mountains, he could also do outside, and the things he could not do in the mountains were equally feasible beyond their confines. The monotony of life in the mountains made Chen Bufan resolutely unwilling to return. Furthermore, the system prohibited him from cultivating due to a lack of spiritual energy within him, so he would seek others to teach him instead. As long as he could endure this phase and later peruse the ancient texts in the Qian Royal Library, Chen Bufan remained convinced that he would find a way to cultivate. Finally, on the eve of the agreed meeting time, various experts began to arrive in the royal city of Qian Kingdom, each eager to witness the legendary senior and his extraordinary abilities. After all, this was someone who had compelled the royal family of Qian Kingdom to bow in submission. However, among the throng of attendees, while some harbored anticipation, others harbored ulterior motives. Brother, I believe they from Qian Kingdom are merely engaging in petty schemes. With their level of national strength, even if they were to encounter such a formidable figure, that figure would certainly not deign to assist them. Indeed, a wise bird chooses the right tree to perch upon. If there truly exists such a powerful individual, they would certainly prioritize aligning with someone of our caliber rather than arbitrarily selecting a small nation. Enough talk. We shall see for ourselves whether they are genuine or merely bluffing. Qian Kingdom has made such a grand display. I am keen to ascertain what capital they possess to warrant such commotion. Brother, your wisdom is unmatched. This time, we must make it clear to these Qian Kingdom folks that mere small fry cannot compete with us. Do they think that by finding a powerful ally to intimidate us, they can evade their protection fees? Such delusions. Now, everyone conceal your true selves well. This time, we must ensure they understand the might of our Xintian sect. Upon arriving in Qian Kingdom, the three members of Xintian sect did not proceed directly to the royal palace, but instead began to inquire around the royal city about this revered senior. To their astonishment, they discovered that upon arrival, this senior had been bestowed the title of Supreme Emperor, and Su Jianhong instructed everyone to address him as Zhao Sui. It seemed that the spectacle had been thoroughly orchestrated. Thus, further inquiries seemed futile, and they resolved to visit the palace to uncover the truth behind their intentions. The following day marked the scheduled meeting, and early in the morning, the Xintian sect members hurriedly made their way to the royal city. Upon arrival, the guards were momentarily taken aback, their faces betraying considerable trepidation. This was understandable, as the Xintian sect was nearly a nightmare for Qian Kingdom. Due to geographical constraints, a major official road of Qian Kingdom ran beneath the Xintian sect's stronghold. And since the Xintian sect consisted of diverse sects, they had little regard for the moral codes of the martial world. Each time goods passed by their mountain base, they would inevitably engage in plundering. Over time, Qian Kingdom could no longer bear such pressure and sought a truce. Ultimately, they reached an agreement where Qian Kingdom would pay a fixed annual protection fee to the Xintian sect. Once the protection fee was paid, the Xintian sect would refrain from robbing the official road, despite their frequent reneging on the deal. Nevertheless, the upper hand lay with them, and even though the royal family of Qian Kingdom felt disgruntled, they had no recourse. This time would pose a challenge for both parties that if the Xintian sect could successfully subdue Qian Kingdom Senior, they would undoubtedly secure even greater protection fees in the future. Conversely, if they failed, they would receive no protection fees henceforth. Upon arriving in the royal city, the three brothers of Xintian sect first bribe a eunuch to gather information about this Zhao Sui character. As expected, all the intelligence they received revolved around the incredible prowess of this figure. Tales of sweeping through armies and reviving the dead flowed freely, which only served to irk the members of Xintian sect. These individuals truly enjoyed self-deception. Did they believe such tales would hold any weight? Indeed, if they were to locate the senior, it would be understandable that after having oppressed them for so many years, he would not let them off lightly and would likely test their strength through confrontation. Yet now, they had not taken such actions and instead organized a bizarre gathering. This time, I will make them understand that the best way to establish authority is through direct action, not through mere bluster and theatrics, thinking that by boasting, they can intimidate others into submission that it's utterly laughable. As they spoke, the group did not head to the venue directly, but instead approached the path leading to the meeting location. Setting up an ambush, we shall wait here. I refuse to believe this fellow possesses any real capabilities. They waited for quite some time until finally, someone stealthily emerged from concealment. Brother, look. Someone is approaching. Could it be him? One exclaimed, causing the other two to fix their gazes on the approaching figure. This individual was robust and striking in appearance, yet he exuded no sense of formidable power. Surely not. This fellow does not seem to possess any extraordinary abilities. However, just to be cautious, let us inquire. Before the leader of Xintian's sect could finish, he leaped out from the shadows, positioning himself in front of Chen Bufan. Young man, may I ask you something? Chapter 19. A scheming encounter. Young man, I have heard that you seem to have recruited a rather impressive individual. Might I inquire about his whereabouts? If I am not mistaken, the person you seek should be me. The moment the response was uttered, the members of Xintian's sect felt a surge of alarm, quickly retreating several paces to create a significant distance before they could regain their composure. Yet upon further reflection, they found no remarkable qualities in the individual before them, nor did he possess any notable prowess. Young brother, I advise you not to jest with us, that I am not one to provoke lightly. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, I assure you, you shall not survive the indeed. Since that is the case, prepare to meet your demise. The three members of Zanaemen charged towards Chun Bufan in unison. With a thunderous boom, the ground trembled beneath them. Above the main hall of the royal palace of the Qian Kingdom, a gathering of elite masters from various nations, having arrived from all directions, wore expressions filled with shock and dread. What on earth is happening? What caused that tremor just now? Surely, it must have been a powerful figure at least at the Void Realm to create such a disturbance, right? Could it be that the formidable ally Qian Kingdom has recruited is of the Void Realm? At this thought, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. They had long heard tales of this great being's extraordinary capabilities, and now they felt the tangible weight of that power, leaving them too astonished to utter a word. My esteemed guests, Shui Jinhong began, Qian Kingdom has indeed produced its fair share of Void Realm warriors. Therefore, if it is merely a Void Realm presence, it hardly warrants my elevation to the status of Supreme Emperor, nor a title of eternal renown. At this moment, Shui Jinhong stood up, clearly pleased with the expressions and attitudes of those around him. His objective was to deepen their fear of the predecessor. Indeed, after hearing Shui Jinhong's words, the crowd fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Eventually, one individual stepped forward. Your Majesty, if it isn't merely a Void Realm presence, then what level has this predecessor attained? Could it be the Tribulation Realm? The crowd gasped in astonishment that if one truly reached the Tribulation Realm, they could annihilate a nation with a mere snap of their fingers. Furthermore, advancing even further past the Tribulation would lead to the realm of immortals. Countless individuals spend their entire lives striving to reach this level, yet many merely chase ephemeral illusions, never even touching the Tribulation Realm. The crowd lamented and chattered incessantly, while Shui Jinhong observed their reactions with a faint smile. He then stepped into their midst and spoke. Dear friends, I have never disclosed the predecessor's true realm, and I can assure you that he himself has not revealed it, nor can I discern it. However, I can tell you that the pets he raises are imbued with the essence of dragons and phoenixes. When in his presence, their innate aura is suppressed, rendering them rather mundane in appearance. Moreover, according to my daughter, the princess of Qian Kingdom, she witnessed the predecessor pause the flow of time in other realms at will. Such an ability would surely be beyond even a great Luo golden immortal. Wouldn't it? At this revelation, the crowd stood there, dumbfounded, utterly at a loss for words. Dragon and phoenix essence. Could it be that this formidable being has captured those legendary ferocious beasts as pets? What extravagant companions indeed. Furthermore, to pause time is no feat achievable by mere deities. Even many of the so-called great Luo golden immortals cannot perform such terrifying acts that it could be said that the ability to pause time is something only a being capable of fabricating entire realms could achieve. Impossible. How could the Qian demon possibly attract such a powerful figure? Indeed, even if the people of Qian Kingdom sold their entire nation, it would likely fail to impress such a mighty being. How on earth did you accomplish this? The crowd remained in a state of shock, while Xue Jianhong regarded them with a calm smile. This, my friends, is a secret between us and the predecessor. Not something I can easily divulge to you. By the way, given the commotion outside, I believe we should investigate. Perhaps someone has inadvertently offended our esteemed predecessor. With that, Xue Jianhong took the lead and stepped outside, followed closely by the others, each eager not to miss the opportunity. Eventually, they arrived at the scene of the incident, where two individuals lay on the ground, wailing in agony, with Chen Bufan standing before them. Chen Bufan stood there, exasperated. These individuals had charged at him armed and ready, yet after only a few steps, they collapsed to the ground, feigning immense pain. Their display was clearly a ploy. It was astonishing to discover that there were those who resorted to such deceit in this world. If they were indeed attempting to feign injury, it only indicated their lack of real prowess. He was curious to see how much they would attempt to extort from him. Remaining silent, Chen Bufan simply observed the scene before him. Soon, a crowd gathered around, with some visibly frightened, while Xue Jianhong instantly recognized the trio. Are these not the three foremost masters of Zhuanyangmen? Have they come here seeking trouble? Xue Jianhong quickly grasped the situation, and with a swift motion of his hand, summoned a group of guards to bind the three individuals. You certainly have some audacity to directly intrude upon the royal capital of Qian Kingdom. However, do not be mistaken. Even if the three of you join forces, you are no match for our predecessor. At that moment, the three finally regained their senses, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Spare me. I was wrong. I will never dare to do this again. Chapter 20. Immortal Brew. The trio knelt on the ground, incessantly pleading, and Xue Jianhong felt a surge of joy within him, clearly pleased to see these individuals cowed by the predecessor's might. They had long guarded the crucial trade routes of Qian Kingdom, enduring numerous robberies. The royal authority had no choice but to pay these individuals a certain fee to maintain the stability of trade. While they termed it a road usage fee, it was essentially a protection fee, a humiliating arrangement for a nation to pay tribute to a bandit faction. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly turn Qian Kingdom into a laughingstock among other nations. They had long sought to eliminate these marauders, but after several failed attempts, Xue Jianhong realized that eradicating them was nearly impossible. These individuals appeared to have gauged the royal family's reluctance to expend excessive resources on this issue. Their military advantage made them difficult to confront, and every time the royal family attempted to suppress them, their plundering would only intensify. Over time, merchants found themselves unable to operate freely, forced to take detours, which significantly impacted Qian Kingdom's economy. Ultimately, they had no choice but to compromise, a compromise that had persisted for many years. Now, they had finally caught these brigands in a vulnerable position, although they could not publicize it. Xue Jianhong felt an immense thrill within him. Who are you? What brings you here? Once Xue Jianhong inquired. The trio seemed to have found their savior and hurriedly pleaded, Your Majesty, this must be the esteemed predecessor you have recently recruited. We have encountered a misunderstanding that has led to this predicament that we hope you can clarify, lest the predecessor decides to take our lives. They knelt and cried out, but after enduring their tyranny for so long, how could Xue Jianhong find it in himself to advocate on their behalf? Observing their pitiable state, he smiled slightly and turned to the two officials behind him, asking, Did we ever extend an invitation to them? The officials quickly discerned the gravity of the situation and shook their heads. Your Majesty, we have never invited them, nor have they submitted any application. Indeed, the trio had not sought permission but had simply barged in, and the guards recognized them, unwilling to offend, thus allowing them entry. Having received a satisfactory answer, Shui Jinhong waved his hand, commanding several guards to seize the trio. "Take these rascals away." The three turned as pale as death, realizing that the Qian kingdom bore a long-standing grudge against them. Now that they had finally found shelter under a powerful figure, retribution was inevitable. Understanding that persuading Shui Jianhong to spare them was nearly impossible, their gazes shifted towards Chen Bufan. "Esteemed predecessor, please spare us. I acknowledge my wrongs, and I assure you, I will never cross paths with you again." They prostrated themselves, fervently begging for mercy, while Chen Bufan looked upon their desperate antics. Feeling somewhat awkward, moments ago, they had threatened him, and now they were groveling at his feet. Initially, he had thought they were merely attempting to extort him, but it seemed the situation was more complex than that. "Esteemed predecessor, I was blind and disrespectful. Please grant me mercy. I will agree to any conditions you set. Gold, silver, treasures. Anything you desire, I will provide." Preposterous. Do you think the esteemed predecessor would covet such trifles? Su Jianhong, upon the arrival of the Doctor's wings, saw the guards dragging several individuals before them, who were desperately struggling, pleading for Chen Bufan's forgiveness. However, at that moment, Chen Bufan suddenly realized that this was an excellent opportunity to establish his authority. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind these individual severe injuries, it was evident that everyone believed Chen Bufan was responsible. Given this situation, he decided to seize the moment to instill a sense of fear in them. Without uttering a word, Chen Bufan continued to observe as the two individuals were dragged away. He then turned to the crowd before him and spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you understand that this is the Imperial Palace, the supreme administrative body of the Qian Kingdom. Therefore, I expect none of you to engage in any acts of offense." After delivering his statement, Chen Bufan strode into the Grand Hall, leaving the onlookers too frightened to speak, merely exchanging anxious glances. These individuals had already heard tales of Chen Bufan's terrifying prowess, and now, experiencing it firsthand, they were filled with dread. They were acutely aware of the strength of the three individuals moments ago and had clearly perceived the violent commotion that ensued. All these factors indicated that Chen Bufan was not someone they could afford to provoke. Faced with such a formidable figure, they naturally dared not utter a word. Eventually, the crowd took their seats, and the atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. After all, everyone was acutely aware of what had transpired and recognized that this powerful individual was likely far more ruthless than they had previously imagined. For a moment, no one dared to speak, each person remaining silent, precisely the outcome Chen Bufan desired. The principle of governing through both reward and intimidation was paramount. If he relied solely on instilling fear, these individuals would likely harbor no goodwill toward him. As he contemplated this, Chen Bufan nodded and retrieved a bottle of wine from his system space. "Since you have all come to see me, allow me to present you with something exceptional." After making this statement, he passed the bottle around, instructing the attendants to pour half a cup for everyone present. This wine was unlike anything from their world. He wondered if they could discern the difference. Chen Bufan initiated the tasting, leading to an enjoyable wine tasting event. "Senior, the aroma of this wine alone is intoxicating, and merely sipping it leaves me feeling invigorated," one among them remarked. "Indeed, merely from this cup, I can sense my spiritual energy has intensified significantly. It has remarkably enhanced my strength, which is truly astonishing. Senior, may I inquire what celestial ingredients were used in crafting this wine? If I could obtain your recipe, I would even be willing to sacrifice 10 years of my lifespan. No, 20 years. I would trade 20 years of my life for this formula. Enough. Who will want your meager lifespan?" Another interjected. Moreover, the celestial wine bestowed by the senior must have been brewed using celestial techniques. Even if you knew the method, without celestial energy, you could never replicate it. The crowd began to extol praises, each person nodding toward Chen Bufan, clearly treating their flattery as a means to curry favor with him. This was hardly surprising, given the extraordinary display of power he had just exhibited, coupled with the wine that was non-existent in their world. Chen Bufan remained silent, savoring the wine, knowing that at this moment he need not speak. Others would inevitably step forward to dismiss these individuals' attempts at flattery. Indeed, such exquisite offerings must have been crafted with celestial artifacts. Even if we are fortunate enough to receive the senior's gifts, it is merely our luck. Do not harbor unrealistic hopes of acquiring the methods to produce such celestial items. Furthermore, even if one were to possess the knowledge, our current abilities and foundations would render us incapable of brewing it ourselves. Upon hearing Su Jianhong's words, the attendees felt a twinge of regret, while Chen Bufan regarded him with a knowing nod. The assembly understood the implication, and thus refrained from further discussion. The banquet soon concluded amidst a pleasant atmosphere. Having experienced Chen Bufan's power, they were unlikely to entertain any thoughts of antagonizing him. After the banquet, the guests departed, and Su Jianhong did not see them off. Traditionally, these individuals were prominent figures from major sects and powers, and he would normally ensure their departure was attended. However, with Chen Bufan's presence, Su Jianhong felt emboldened. These individuals could come and go as they pleased, and he would not see them off. From the moment Chen Bufan arrived in the Qian kingdom, the dynamics of the relationship with these figures had subtly shifted. Previously, they were equals, and the Qian kingdom was relatively weaker, necessitating diplomatic niceties. However, now bolstered by the might of the seniors' trial nation, their strength had risen dramatically, rendering them far superior to these individuals, thus freeing them from concern over their sentiments. Finally, as everyone had departed and Chen Bufan was preparing to rest, the representatives from Feiyu Kingdom arrived. Senior, the individuals from Feiyu Kingdom wish to meet with you. While I believe there is little necessity for such a meeting, I felt it prudent to inform you, Su Jianhong reported, presenting himself almost as a humble attendant, not daring to show any signs of disrespect or speak too forcefully. Despite past grievances, what could they possibly want now? Chen Bufan inquired, at this moment. Su Qing stepped forward to elucidate. Senior need not concern himself excessively with this individual. The Feiyu Kingdom has been our ancestral enemy, and they have always been hostile toward us. Now, their ruler has come to visit, clearly seeking to ingratiate himself with you. Senior, you may not be aware, but over the years, he has caused the deaths of many from our Qian kingdom. Now that we have your assistance, we are undoubtedly poised to exact revenge. Enough, Su Jianhong interjected, halting Su Qing from continuing. Indeed, Su Qing sought to impart a negative impression of Feiyu Kingdom to Chen Bufan, which was a tactic but far too hasty. This young woman needed to be taught the art of conversation, while I too hope to instill a negative view of Feiyu Kingdom in the senior's mind. A direct approach would certainly annoy him. This young lady clearly did not grasp that individuals of the senior's caliber have experienced far more than she has. That Su Qing fell silent, intimidated, and Su Jianhong then spoke up. Senior, regarding the grievances between our nations, I believe even if you were previously unaware, Su Qing has provided you with a rough overview. Indeed, our countries have been in constant conflict for years. They have taken many of our lives, just as we have taken many of theirs. This blood feud has reached an irreconcilable point, and his coming here is clearly an act of capitulation. However, I firmly believe we must not concede. Otherwise, the blood shed by our warriors would be in vain. After so many years of animosity and strife, we must see this through to the end, for the sake of those who have already sacrificed their lives. We must strike hard against our foe and pursue this to the bitter end. Of course, this is merely my opinion. Since the moment I brought you to our Qian kingdom, it has become yours as well. Whether we fight or negotiate, the decision ultimately lies with you. Senior, it must be said that Su Jianhong was far more eloquent than Su Qing. After his remarks, it seemed as though Chen Bufan was positioned as the decision-maker. Yet in truth, he found himself without any real options. Yes, the Qian kingdom was a nation he shared with its royal family. As a person, one must safeguard their own interests, so in this situation, Chen Bufan could not possibly consider the perspective of Feiyu Kingdom. Moreover, it was clear that Feiyu Kingdom had recognized their inability to compete, hence their attempt to seek mercy, that if it were anyone else, they would likely seize the opportunity to press their advantage and obliterate Feiyu Kingdom. However, understood that if he wishes to meet with me, then let him come. I also have matters to discuss with him. Chen Bufan declared. Su Jianhong appeared momentarily bewildered. How could this be? I have guided his thoughts so carefully. Why does he not wish to make a decisive statement? Confusion filled his mind, yet he departed nonetheless. Su Qing, noticing Su Jianhong's puzzlement, hurried after him to inquire, "What troubles you? You seem burdened by thoughts," that Su Qing inquired, while Su Jianhong turned to Su Qing and retorted, "Did you not notice the elder's emotions just now? I was preoccupied with other matters, so I did not observe closely. Emotions? I did not take note of that. However, did we not have a rather smooth discussion with the elder, upon hearing Su Qing's words? Su Jianhong shook his head helplessly. Although your cultivation talent is unparalleled among our royal lineage, your political acumen leaves much to be desired. Chapter 22. Restitution to the owner. Father, what do you mean by that? My recent interactions with the elder have been quite harmonious and pleasant. Let me ask you, why did I send you to be by the elder's side, even if it meant assuming the role of a maid? Su Jianhong questioned, leaving Su Qing momentarily at a loss for words. After pondering for a considerable time, Su Qing tentatively replied, "Is it because you hope I can foster a closer relationship with the elder, so he will be more inclined to assist our Qian kingdom in the future?" Listening to Su Qing, Su Jianhong shook his head once more. "That I have already stated that the moment the elder chose to come to our Qian kingdom, the entire kingdom has become his domain. That I must correct your perspective. It is not the elder who is working for us, but rather we who are in service to him. As long as we can strengthen our Qian kingdom, we will be regarded as benefactors in his eyes, ultimately reaping significant rewards from him." Su Jianhong's words left Su Qing somewhat perplexed. Your task is not merely to interact with the elder. Rather, it is to ensure he understands that everything we do now is in service of him. The stronger we make this kingdom, the greater the benefits that will accrue to the elder. Although I realize he may not value these rewards, you must understand that we are making a declaration of loyalty, that as long as the elder can feel our sincerity, that is sufficient that at this point. Su Qing began to grasp her father's intentions. She understood that as long as the elder remained, the prosperity of the Qian kingdom was assured. Our aim must be to transform the kingdom's flourishing into our own success. If we diligently serve the elder, he will undoubtedly assist us in enhancing our power and standing. After hearing this, Su Jianhong nodded with satisfaction. While his daughter may lack insight in certain areas, she possesses a keen intellect that, with a little guidance, could lead to great accomplishments. As long as you comprehend this, it suffices. Now, hasten to assist the elder in arranging a meeting. Additionally, I sensed something amiss during my conversation with him. Yet I cannot pinpoint what it was. It is imperative that you ensure the elder is aware of our unwavering loyalty. I understand, Father. After Su Jianhong departed, Su Qing began organizing the transition for Chen Bufan and Chen Yin. Soon, she brought Chen Yin before Chen Bufan, who was holding a box emanating a rich aura of ethereal energy. Although unaware of its contents, the presence of such aura indicated it must be an extraordinary treasure. Elder, it has been a long time. Chen Yin, looking somewhat haggard, approached Chen Bufan while awkwardly smiling. "That I sincerely apologize for my previous indiscretions. I have come to seek your forgiveness." After speaking, Chen Yin pushed the box toward Chen Bufan, his face reflecting regret. "While I am aware this may not meet your esteemed standards, it is the most precious offering we can present from Feiyu Kingdom, that I hope you will not take offense." Upon opening the box, a blinding light erupted forth, momentarily dazzling Chen Bufan. Having long since abandoned any expectations of treasures in this world, he recalled that the item Su Qing had risked her life to acquire turned out to be nothing more than an ordinary iron sword. He had thought the treasures of this realm were merely symbolic. However, the brilliance of the box's contents rendered him momentarily speechless. "What is this?" Chen Bufan inquired, while Chen Yin, noticing the elder's curiosity, felt a surge of delight. At least knowing the elder was responding to the gift. This item was painstakingly obtained from a great monster. Yet its radiant glow has proven too overwhelming for us to discern its true nature, leaving us unable to identify its classification as a celestial artifact. "Since we encountered you, we wish to present this item to you, as it is of no use to us," Chen Yin continued, offering the box to Chen Bufan. Hesitating briefly, Chen Bufan opened it once more, and the same dazzling light burst forth, prompting him to shield his eyes. Once the brilliance subsided, he could finally discern the object's true form. Upon realization, Chen Bufan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Did I ask this truly what it is?" He shook his head slightly and closed the box. "This is merely an energy-saving lamp that I had thought it to be something significant. But it turns out to be mere illumination. Based on my deductions, I believe this is the very item I carelessly discarded a year ago. So, you have retrieved it?" Chen Yin was left utterly astounded. This object had indeed been brought to them by a wandering hero a year prior, its radiant glow blinding them with its ethereal energy. They had hoped to use it to gain the elder's favor, only to discover it was a discarded trinket that, I assure you, I had no intention of deceiving you. It was a wandering hero who sold it to us, and after several exchanges, we finally brought it to the palace. Who could have imagined it belonged to you? If that is the case, then let it be returned to its rightful owner. I beg you not to take offense. Qin Yin, now stripped of the dignity and pride expected of a ruler, prostrated himself on the ground, pleading for Chun Bufan's forgiveness that it is of no consequence. I did not desire this item anyway. Since you have found it, keep it. Chapter 23. Crucial Decisions. Elder, the fault lies with me. My lack of discipline has led to this significant issue. You may impose any punishment you see fit, whether it be wealth, resources, or even a coveted cultivation site, that I am willing to relinquish everything, as long as you spare the people of Feiyu Kingdom. Despite his fervent apologies, Qin Yan's pleas fell on deaf ears. Qin Bufan sat lost in thought, struggling to devise an appropriate punishment. Initially, he contemplated establishing a condition that the Qian Kingdom's merchant fleet would receive free lodging and be exempt from taxes while passing through their territory. This would yield considerable benefits for Qian Kingdom. However, he quickly reconsidered. In a world of cultivation, what use is wealth? His focus should be on enhancing the overall strength of the kingdom, yet he knew little about cultivation himself, making it difficult to propose any useful conditions. Observing Chun Yan's despair, he felt a pang of sympathy. Elder, our Feiyu Kingdom has a population exceeding 100,000 that it would be unjust for them to suffer due to my transgressions. I implore you to spare my people. This was all Chun Yan could hope for, and upon hearing his words, Qin Bufan waved his hand that I cannot condone the massacre of innocents. Rest assured, no matter the grievances between you and the Qian Kingdom, the common folk shall remain unharmed. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Bufan. Here is my proposal. If you agree to establish a pact with me, then henceforth, no matter the disputes between Qian Kingdom and Feiyu Kingdom, innocent lives must never be harmed. Whether it be Qin Yin or Su Qing, neither could have anticipated that the conditions he proposed were, in fact, astonishingly simple. After listening to this discourse, Qin Yin's expression fluctuated between various emotions. He was uncertain if there lay any hidden traps within. Yet upon further contemplation, he reasoned that if there were indeed any traps, the senior's formidable strength would make it all too easy for him to eliminate him. After exchanging some inconsequential remarks, Qin Bufan instructed Su Qing to escort Chun Yin away. Unable to comprehend the situation, Su Qing subsequently sought out Su Jianhong to report the earlier events. Initially, Su Jianhong was equally perplexed by the circumstances. But after a considerable pause, he suddenly grasped a rather alarming hypothesis. Could it be that the senior was issuing a warning to me? Su Jianhong muttered to himself, causing Su Qing to become even more bewildered. Father, what do you mean by that? Clearly, the senior was discussing matters with Chun Yin regarding the issues of Feiyu Nation. How could this possibly be a warning to you? This is precisely where you fall short of my understanding. Eventually, Su Jianhong seemed to solidify his suspicions, slumping despondently into his chair. Indeed, I should not have attempted to guide the conversation with words. The senior, instead of devising a strategy against Feiyu Nation, has imparted upon me a grave warning. Observing the confusion on Su Qing's face, Su Jianhong felt compelled to clarify, stating, with the senior's presence, "Do you think there remains any uncertainty regarding the war between Qian Nation and Feiyu Nation?" Of course, there will be no uncertainty whatsoever. We could even push forward relentlessly and annihilate them. Exactly, but what you do not realize is that during a previous conflict, Feiyu Nation employed exceedingly vile and despicable tactics, resulting in our substantial losses, over 70% of our forces. Although I managed to obliterate the enemy forces in my wrath, I ordered a massacre, claiming the lives of tens of thousands. The request made by the senior serves as a warning to me. Qian Nation now belongs to the senior, and such decisions cannot be made lightly in the future. Moreover, we must heed the senior's counsel in all matters that at this juncture. Su Jianhong could not suppress a gasp. Remarking, the senior's strategy is akin to beating the grass to scare the snake, that I initially believed that someone of the senior's prowess, while undoubtedly astute, would refrain from engaging in such political machinations. However, I am taken aback to find that the senior possesses not only extraordinary strength, but also a cunning intellect. Henceforth, I must approach the senior with utmost sincerity, without harboring any ulterior motives, however minuscule they may be. Hearing this, Su Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment. He gazed at his father, still unable to comprehend the situation. But what does this have to do with the senior sparing Feiyu Nation? If the senior wished to warn us, could he not have simply spoken directly? What you mention is indeed the crux of the matter. He certainly could have done so, but why would he choose this course of action? To him, Feiyu Nation is inconsequential. However, its existence serves as a constant reminder that we are not fundamentally different from them. The only distinction lies in the fact that the senior has aligned himself with Qian Nation. Should the senior depart, Qian Nation would revert to its former self, continuing its relentless conflict with Feiyu Nation. The senior's decision to retain Feiyu Nation is a cautionary measure for us, urging us to remember our true nature. Indeed, our strength mirrors that of the current Feiyu Nation. Should we dare to harbor any treachery against the senior, then the present day, Chen Yin, is a foreshadowing of our future. Do you understand? After Su Jianhong's analysis, Su Qing was left in a cold sweat, realizing the depths of imperial strategy. There was so much he did not comprehend that in his father's words, the senior seemed to differ vastly from the impression he had held. Yet he was reluctant to accept such a notion. That I concede, father, that your words hold merit. However, my experiences with the senior have led me to believe he cannot possibly be such a person. When I first encountered him, he even saved my life. Thus, he would never act in such a manner. With that, Su Qing dashed out, eager to seek clarification from Chen Bufan. Su Jianhong did not hinder him. Thinking perhaps that Su Qing's approach might indeed foster a closer bond with the senior, it was best to remain sincere in the presence of the senior, leaving all other concerns behind. As for Feiyu Nation, as long as the senior was present, they would not pose a significant threat. What I need to do now is provide the senior with more choices, conveying my utmost sincerity. Just a tool much like the candles you commonly use. I merely modified it to ensure it continues to emit light for perhaps 20 to 30 years. Chapter 24. Origins after departing from Su Jianhong. Su Qing made his way directly to Chen Bufan's palace. Senior, there is a matter I wish to consult you about. Naturally, Su Qing sought to inquire about the hypothesis his father had shared. Although he did not believe Chen Bufan to be a scheming individual, Su Jianhong's analysis was so astute that Su Qing found himself reluctantly pondering the implications. What is it? At that moment, Chen Bufan had just finished assembling a hunting rifle and its ammunition. Given the scarcity of provisions, he intended to venture out to hunt for some game to grill. While Chen Bufan prepared his gear, Su Qing found himself on the verge of speaking, but faltered, uncertain if it would be too presumptuous to broach such a topic directly, that if what his father had said were true, then presenting this matter openly would undoubtedly provoke Chen Bufan's disfavor. Ultimately, after much hesitation, Su Qing managed to awkwardly inquire, "What are you packing, senior? Are you preparing to go out?" Chen Bufan, initially oblivious to the subtle shift in Su Qing's demeanor, responded without a second thought, "Indeed, I plan to hunt for some game." As he finished packing, Chen Bufan opened the door and was about to step outside when he noticed Su Qing's hesitance, interpreting it as an indication that he wished to join. "You seem quite interested. Would you like to accompany me?" Su Qing understood what this entailed. However, given his status, merely expressing a desire for game would typically prompt a flurry of servants vying to fulfill his request. "You truly are industrious, senior. With your standing, the moment you speak, even if you were to turn Qian Nation upside down, my father would undoubtedly procure a variety of game for you," that Su Qing remarked as he followed Chen Bufan, who chuckled, patting his backpack. "Indeed, I am well aware of the concern you all at Qian Nation have for me. Yet having already consumed your provisions, I feel it inappropriate to impose further requests." With that, Chen Bufan stepped outside. Lacking the ability to fly, he utilized a horse-drawn carriage that Su Qing, though curious, followed along. Just as they exited, their small black dog suddenly broke free from its leash and bounded after them. Initially unnoticed by Su Qing, the moment they left the courtyard, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanated from the dog. The mere sensation of that aura sent a shiver down Su Qing's spine, causing him to glance back apprehensively at the little black dog. Unfortunately, the dog showed no outward reaction. It merely trailed behind quietly, neither barking nor running amok. What an extraordinary creature! The mere presence of its killing intent is enough to instill fear in me. A formidable being who has already attained the Yuaning stage. I am certain that should it choose to attack, I would not withstand even 2 moves before succumbing to its lethal bite. The aura of bloodlust emanating from the small black dog made Su Qing profoundly uncomfortable. In fact, under its influence, his thoughts spiraled into dark imaginings. Should such a divine beast turn against them, it could obliterate their entire nation. Chen Bufan caught a whiff of the dog's scent and turned to see that the little black dog had followed them. He waved it over. And soon the small black dog caught up with the carriage, leaping up and snuggling against Chen Bufan's legs, nuzzling affectionately against him. This dog has been with me for several years. It has developed quite the understanding, Chen Bufan explained to Su Qing, who dared not meet the dog's gaze. Such a divine hound, easily tamed by the senior, is a testament to his unfathomable prowess. The little black dog, seemingly understanding Su Qing's praise, barked happily, prompting Chen Bufan to scold it. How dare you be so impertinent? Be honest with me. Upon hearing Chen Bufan's words, the little black dog immediately fell silent, curling up in the carriage, resting its head at Chen Bufan's feet. Appearing exceptionally obedient, the overwhelming aura of ferocity that had emanated from it moments ago vanished without a trace. Only then did Su Qing finally dare to look at the little black dog directly. Previously, he had refrained from meeting its gaze, feeling that the creature was immensely formidable. However, now that he could finally observe it closely, he stumbled upon a terrifying revelation. Senior, this divine dog seems to have some connection with our Qian kingdom, Su Qing exclaimed. Since Chen Bufan was idle during the journey, he waved his hand and said, "What connection? Why don't you enlighten me?" Legend has it that during the founding of our Qian kingdom, the founding emperor was driven into a corner by a rebellious general. At that moment, a divine dog descended from the heavens to assist the emperor, and from that day forth, dogs have held a superior status among animals in our kingdom. Moreover, the statue of that divine dog still resides on our altar. Su Qing declared, "But I cannot be mistaken. I see the divine dog every year, and it bears an uncanny resemblance to this senior's divine dog. Could it be that our Qian kingdom's connection with the senior was established millennia ago? Was it not the senior who arranged for this divine dog to save the founding emperor?" Hearing this, Chen Bufan felt somewhat speechless. After all, he had only traversed into this world for a few years, and the little black dog was a reward from the system that he had no ties with the monarch of Qian kingdom from millennia past. However, noticing Su Qing's excited expression, Chen Bufan refrained from dousing his enthusiasm. Instead, he merely smiled faintly and remained silent. That it must be so. Upon observing Chen Bufan's demeanor, Su Qing swiftly reached a conclusion, firmly believing that this senior had aided the founding emperor. If that were the case, everything would make sense. The senior had a favorable impression of their Qian kingdom, which led to the divine dog being sent for their rescue. Perhaps now, out of boredom or for other reasons, the senior wished to venture forth and explore. The senior had always held some affection for Qian kingdom, which was why she had rejected Feiyu kingdom in favor of coming to them. All the previous trials and choices were merely figments of his imagination. With this realization, Su Qing felt increasingly convinced that Su Jinhong's words were baseless conjectures. How could a being of such power as this senior stoop to playing mind games with mere mortals like them? Chapter 25. The Divine Dog. Having clarified this point, Su Qing's mood lightened considerably. That he had always felt that the senior was not one to engage in such schemes, and now that he had confirmed his suspicions, his spirits were naturally uplifted, that he even found himself in a playful mood, engaging with the little black dog. With Chen Bufan present, the little black dog dared not act out, merely feigning playfulness with Su Qing. What they did not know was that it was indeed this little black dog that had saved the founding monarch of Qian kingdom thousands of years ago. At that time, the little black dog had just become the howling celestial dog, enjoying itself in the mortal realm when a group of people suddenly intruded. The emperor of Yin kingdom was fleeing in terror at that moment, while the rebellious general did not regard the howling celestial dog with any seriousness, even attempting to strike it with a blade, which only served to enrage the divine creature. The outcome for them was inevitable. Ultimately, those traitors met their end at the mere flick of the dog's tail, their bodies torn apart, leaving none alive. Such was the serendipitous nature of events. Yet it was precisely this coincidence that led the Qian kingdom to voluntarily place the statue of the little black dog on their altar. praying year after year for the day the divine dog would return to them. Yet no one could have anticipated that this divine dog would return in such a manner. After spending a while in the carriage, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the imperial city of Qian Kingdom, in a dense thicket approximately 3 kilometers away. This thicket was teeming with lush foliage, and more importantly, it was known to harbor a variety of fearsome beasts. Moreover, there were even rumors that powerful monsters, comparable to those at the Yuaning stage, had once been spotted within this forest. While the truth of such claims was uncertain, they were enough to deter many timid hunters. Naturally, where there were cowards, there were also the bold. Just moments before Chen Bufan and Su Qing arrived, a hunting party had stealthily infiltrated the area. Everyone, exercise caution. We are hunting a formidable monster at the Yuaning stage. We must not let our guard down. The leader, clad in a Taoist robe, bore a terrifying scar across his face, which he did not attempt to conceal, but rather displayed with pride, as if it were a badge of honor. Qin Chang, I believe we need not be overly cautious. Although that monster possesses Yuaning strength, so do you. There is no need for us to fear it, one member retorted. Xiaohuan is right. Qin Chang, I think you are being excessively cautious. Given our squad's strength, how could we possibly be defeated? Enough. Both of you be silent. Those who walk by the river will inevitably get wet. Do you think our strength is all that matters? This forest is fraught with peril, and even with our formidable abilities, we may encounter even stronger monsters. Qin Chang admonished, breathless. This time, we must proceed with utmost caution that if anyone dies, I will have no time to collect your bodies. The trio pressed on silently. These 3 individuals were exceptionally powerful, all hailing from the same sect, known as the Tianyin sect. While their influence might not be unparalleled, they were a formidable presence in their region, capable of annihilating entire factions at will. Qin Chang, in particular, was a pillar of strength within the sect. His Yuaning prowess made him the strongest elder in the entire sect, and he had come to hunt this formidable monster. Should he succeed in slaying it and acquire its inner core, his strength would undoubtedly soar, elevating his status within the sect. Though I often treat you as brothers, remember this. As long as I am alive, I will always be your grand elder. Do you understand? I have brought you here to give you an opportunity. If any of you dare to harbor ill intentions or disobey my orders, do you believe you can escape this forest? The group continued to advance quietly, and at this moment, Chen Bufan and Su Qing finally halted. After tethering the carriage to a sturdy tree, Chen Bufan surveyed the vast expanse of the thicket and remarked, "Typically, such woods are home to delectable wild beasts." Chen Bufan wiped his mouth and stepped forward, leading the way. Though Su Qing felt apprehensive, he reassured himself that the senior was in charge, and any potential issues would surely be handled by the senior. Soon, the 2 of them, accompanied by the little dog, ventured into the forest. Before long, they heard a series of eerie cries ahead, reminiscent of a lion, but also akin to a tiger. The moment Su Qing heard those sounds, his brow furrowed. Based on what they had learned, it was unmistakably a manifestation of a large demon residing within the forest, and some of the beasts here possessed Yuan-ing-level strength, while others had even reached the Dongshu stage. Su Qing, unable to discern the true capabilities of the beasts, felt reassured that as long as the senior was present, there would be no issues that moment. The expressions of those from the Tianyin sect turned grim. Chun Chang, this isn't right. The intel we received stated that this creature was merely at the Yuaning stage, yet its combat prowess is astonishing. Even our combined formation cannot withstand its attacks. That is precisely why I warned you not to be careless and to never underestimate the dangers within this forest. Qin Chang panted, casting a furious glance at his companions. They had painstakingly maneuvered behind the creature, hoping to launch a surprise attack, only for 2 of their members to disregard the opponent's power and recklessly charge forward, giving away their position. Now, they found themselves at the mercy of the beast, which was unleashing its wrath upon them while they could do nothing but flee. The monster's strength was overwhelming, beyond their comprehension. Qin Chang, this isn't right. This creature does not appear to be at the Yuaning stage. Could it have broken through to the Dongshu stage? The implications of his words sent shivers down the spines of his companions, that if he were correct, it would be impossible for the 3 of them to escape alive. Enough with the wild speculations. Instead of pondering this, we should focus on how to escape from here. Chapter 26. Faith. Now, slaying the creature seemed nearly impossible. Our only option is to flee and devise a new plan. Chun Chang let out a loud cry. But how to escape was a problem they could not resolve at all. They had clearly acknowledged their dire situation and chosen to flee, yet how could this great demon allow humans to invade its territory without retribution? They ran frantically, pursued relentlessly by the demon, and ultimately, a few of them collapsed from exhaustion. The IT was over. They were doomed. Who would have thought that they would meet their end here? It was unimaginable that even the most powerful elder of the Tianying sect, leading them, would ultimately fail. The expressions on their faces turned grim, and although the elder still wished to resist, he understood that any further struggle was utterly futile in the face of such overwhelming power. No matter how many strategies they devised, they would be of no avail. Roar! The enormous beast drew ever closer, soon standing before them. They gazed at their opponent, one they knew they could never defeat. Their faces etched with despair that no, I cannot die yet. My sect still relies on me to flourish. What will happen if I perish? Though Chun Chang's legs could move no longer, he refused to give up. Desperately, he clawed at the ground, attempting to crawl forward, but the demon only sought to torment him further. The demon occasionally prodded him with its claws, urging him to run faster. Undoubtedly, it was merely toying with its prey. Yet, Chun Chang could think of nothing but escape, determined to flee this place at all costs. Time seemed to blur as he fled, enduring relentless torment until the demon finally confronted Chen Bufan. Upon seeing an unfamiliar figure appear before it, the demon's excitement was palpable, and it began to plead desperately with Chen Bufan, howling for help. Save me. If you can save me, I will grant any request you have. Anything you desire, it cried. However, when it beheld the two humans and a dog before it, its expression darkened. The two humans exuded no powerful aura, and the man seemed utterly devoid of any presence. Even the woman, though at the yawning stage, had only just entered it. The demon realized that none of them could possibly aid it, that in an instant, the enemy rushed toward its face, and after a long pause, it resigned itself to reality, slowly collapsing to the ground. Indeed, was there no escape left for me? Chun Chang lay on the ground, beginning to wail in agony, fully aware that no miracle could save him now. He was beyond salvation. His earlier struggles had only intensified his suffering. What is happening? I should have known there was no way out for me. I was doomed all along. How foolish to entertain the hope of encountering a savior. Long Gu wept bitterly, and under the strain of his tumultuous emotions, the wounds he had sustained in battle began to fester rapidly. Sensing his despair, Chen Bufan's brow furrowed slightly. Could there be something here that I cannot contend with? Chen Bufan's heart began to waver. However, he did not voice his concerns, but instead surveyed his surroundings. Considering that the inhabitants of this world often seemed eccentric, perhaps this was merely an unfortunate occurrence. As Chun Bufan contemplated, he scanned the vicinity, but found no sign of a great demon, that he then turned to Su Qing and inquired, "What do you think?" As he was not a cultivator, Chen Bufan relied on Su Qing's perceptive abilities to gauge the situation. Yet, to his surprise, Su Qing shook his head. Undoubtedly, this individual had been pursued by a powerful demon, but he lamented his own ineptitude in identifying any formidable threats nearby. It was possible that the demon had sensed the presence of a senior and fled in fear. Suddenly, a burst of praise caught Chen Bufan off guard. Cough, cough. In that case, hey, Xiao, what are you doing? The little black dog at Chen Bufan's feet unexpectedly darted out, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, this confusion was short-lived, as Xiao returned, proudly carrying the corpse of a large rat. Chen Bufan gazed at the dead rodent, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, that he had seen many rats, but never one of such size that it appeared that this rat had struggled significantly prior to its demise, making its corpse all the more grotesque. Yet, Xiao seemed oblivious to Chen Bufan's reaction, wagging its tail excitedly, eager for praise. You are a dog, not a cat. Why are you so obsessed with catching rats? Chen Bufan scolded, and Xiao, understanding the reprimand, lowered its head dejectedly. This scene left Chen Chang utterly stunned. The formidable demon they had just confronted was none other than this oversized rat, which must have cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years. Otherwise, it could not possibly possess such power. Yet this mighty demon had been easily slain by this little dog. He could hardly fathom it. How could this be? This was a demon of the Dongshu realm. How could it have been killed so effortlessly by this dog? It was inconceivable. Chen Chang shouted, his beliefs and convictions built over years of cultivation crumbling before him. However, his outcry only served to irk Xiao He, who began barking furiously at him. Taking on a fierce demeanor that frightened Chen Chang, in response, Chen Bufan quickly pulled Xiao He back. "What are you doing? Seeking a beating? How dare you bark at others?" Chen Bufan reprimanded the little dog, which immediately fell silent, further bewildering Chen Chang that Tio be able to effortlessly hunt such a powerful demon. This little dog must possess at least the cultivation of the Dongshu realm, perhaps even several levels beyond. And yet, this divine creature was being scolded by an ordinary human, obediently accepting the reprimand. As Chen Chang looked at Chen Bufan, his expression could no longer be described as merely shocked. He realized that the figure before him was undoubtedly a formidable, hidden master who had concealed all their power. Such a being was not to be trifled with. A mere thought of offense could lead to his demise. "I see you are quite frightened. Is there danger lurking here?" Chen Bufan inquired, prompting Chen Chang to snap back to reality, nodding fervently but at a loss for words. "Since there is danger, we should leave immediately. No matter how tempting it is, life is of utmost importance," Chen Bufan mused. Yet his words left Chen Chang in disbelief as he scrambled to his feet, grasping Chen Bufan's arm. "What are you saying? The greatest threat has already been eliminated by you, has it not? Senior, who are you? Why have I never heard of such a powerful immortal in the Qian kingdom?" Chen Chang questioned incredulously. Chen Bufan felt somewhat embarrassed. It was always the same. He had done nothing, yet a throng of people rushed to call him a great master. "I am merely a passing hunter," he replied before turning to leave. Just as he began to move, Su Qing suddenly blocked his path. "Senior, be careful," Su Qing interjected, having sensed a formidable demon approaching. The aura radiating from the large cat had rendered him weak in the knees, yet he still positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Bufan. He recalled the words of Su Jianhong, that they must ensure the senior felt their loyalty, that as the great demon drew nearer. They soon realized it was a leopard. How could this be? I have never heard of such a powerful demon residing here. Su Qing was thrown into a panic. The leopard was known to be one of the fastest four-legged creatures. Even with the senior present, he could not be certain that Chen Bufan could easily protect him from this beast. The leopard approached rapidly, and Su Qing was clearly in a state of distress that he turned to Chen Bufan, but to his dismay, Chen Bufan showed no inclination to intervene. Could it be that my intentions have been seen through? Then again, it would be strange if they weren't, that in a moment of unexpected regret, Su Qing found himself reflecting on the complexities of human interaction. Indeed, one cannot engage with others while employing deceitful tactics. If one desires genuine affection from others, one must reciprocate with sincerity. Attempting to win hearts through such trivial schemes is, quite frankly, naively juvenile. That Su Qing felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet he understood that the reluctance of his senior to assist him stemmed from his own transgressions. There was no remedy for that. Ultimately, he focused on regulating his breath, preparing to make a desperate final stand, accepting that if his senior chose to abandon him, he would harbor no grievances. At the very least, he owed it to himself to fight. Just as he concentrated all his spiritual energy for this final effort, an extraordinarily loud noise suddenly pierced his ears, so powerful that it left them tingling, yet he could not discern its source. As he gradually opened his eyes, he beheld the once invincible great demon lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a blood-colored hole the size of a finger in the creature's body. The only person capable of delivering such a fatal blow to a demon of this caliber, other than Chen Bufan, was beyond his imagination. Whirling around, Su Qing saw Chen Bufan holding a smoking gun. The air around it infused with a peculiar scent of gunpowder. Although Su Qing was familiar with gunpowder, he was utterly baffled by the mechanics and purpose of this weapon. "What is the matter? Did I frighten you?" Chen Bufan inquired, to which Su Qing, filled with trepidation, shook his head. "Senior, I didn't sense any spiritual energy or magical artifacts just now. How did you manage to slay that great demon?" Su Qing asked in astonishment as Chen Bufan placed the gun beside him. "Feel it. The barrel is still warm," he said, and upon touching it, Su Qing was struck with fear, having never encountered such an object. The warmth felt like an unknown, formidable power, making him worry that he might be consumed the moment he touched it. "This is a hunting rifle. I just used it to take down that creature. Chen Bufan explained. After stowing the rifle in his bag, he approached and hoisted the demon's carcass onto his shoulder. Now, that's a feast, he remarked, leaving Su Qing to glance at the injured on the ground without uttering a word. He had heard of the Tianyin sect. It was powerful, and the wounded individual was evidently a formidable expert, even among the elite of the Qian Kingdom's imperial city. Yet, such a formidable expert could not contend with the great demon, which had been effortlessly dispatched by his senior's small pet. Moreover, Chen Bufan's weapon lacked any hint of spiritual energy, yet he had easily slain a demon that had reached the void stage. Su Qing was profoundly shocked, while Chen Chang gazed at Chen Bufan's retreating figure, his face reflecting a deeper confusion. Could such powerful individuals truly exist in this world? He realized that Chen Bufan was so formidable that his weapon could likely annihilate one or two powerful nations without effort. Such beings should not exist, he thought, and he felt a deep sense of despair, knowing that all his efforts were in vain, and no matter how hard he tried, he could never match the realm of this extraordinary individual. Rather than struggling tirelessly to cultivate, only to find himself unable to reach the pinnacle of the world, he believed it wiser to indulge and enjoy his life. Let those with extraordinary talent handle the arduous path of cultivation. Chen Chang rose from his stupor, this time not emboldened by adversity, but surrendering all his resolve. Chapter 28. Calamity. Chen Bufan was about to leave with the cart when a group of people suddenly blocked his path. They appeared to harbor no ill intent, yet their eyes were fixated on the demon's corpse he carried. After a prolonged silence, they finally spoke. Might we inquire about the origins of the great demon you hold? How bold to speak so to a senior. Su Qing stepped forward, intending to defend, but was halted by Chen Bufan. It's merely a wild beast I encountered while hunting. There's something you wish to discuss? The group stood dumbfounded. What did you say? You killed it while hunting. Their shock was palpable, and after a lengthy pause, they lowered their heads to confirm the identity of the demon. It truly is a sacred beast. How is this possible? The sacred beast has been slain. Does this mean we will never rise again? We have spent decades searching, finally pinpointing the sacred beast's location, only to find it dead upon our arrival. The gravity of their words weighed heavily, and Chen Bufan listened, perplexed that it's just an ordinary leopard. You must be mistaken, he replied, glancing at the creature again, only to see their expressions grow even more furious. What are you saying? You've killed our sacred beast. We've shown you mercy by not causing you trouble, yet you dare to speak so flippantly. Are you truly unafraid of death? Enough that if this person has the power to slay a sacred beast, we would be wise not to provoke him, lest we all perish, the leader said, a deep sorrow etched on his face as he reluctantly shook his head. After a moment of silence, the leader, appearing somewhat pained, finally spoke. Senior, I know my request is unreasonable, but I implore you to help us by handing over the inner core of this sacred beast. Perhaps it could aid our sect in overcoming this crisis. The inner core is considered the essence of a great demon, containing the majority of its spiritual energy. Though he understood the audacity of his request, he felt compelled to try. Inner core. Chen Bufan recalled that the inner core was merely a worthless stone. Previously, he had given Su Qing the inner core of a great demon, which had appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary rock, that if you want it, I can give it to you. Saying this, Chen Bufan sliced open the leopard's body and retrieved a stone that resembled a kidney stone. However, since they desired it, he thought to simply hand it over. Nonchalantly, he tossed the stone to them. And as they saw the inner core being tossed so easily, they scrambled to catch it, finally securing it in their possession, their tension finally easing. Wonderful, with this inner core, my strength can at least rise a whole realm. One exclaimed, and suddenly, he knelt before Chen Bufan. Senior, I am immensely grateful. Rest assured, my Tianshermen will never forget your great kindness. As this man revealed his identity, Chen Bufan realized he was not an ordinary figure. He had previously heard that aside from the royal family of the Qian Kingdom, the largest cultivation sect in the region was indeed Tianshermen. You are from Tianshermen, replying to the senior. I am indeed the 9th generation leader of Tianshermen. Chenin, our sect has fallen into calamity, and we sought the sacred beast's aid to escape this disaster. But unexpectedly, as Chenin spoke, he suddenly realized his words might have offended the senior and quickly waved his hands, saying, Please do not misunderstand. I meant no disrespect. The sacred beast's fate was entwined with its destiny, and it was meant to meet this end. Chen Bufan, observing his demeanor, did not take offense. Instead, he pondered that if this man were the leader of Tian Shermin, perhaps he could glean some insights into the path of cultivation through him. Now the entire Qian kingdom regards it as a unique cinematic edifice, making the prospect of learning the art of cultivation there nearly impossible. After much contemplation, Chen Bufan perceived this as an excellent opportunity. Why don't we do this? Since fate has brought us together, why not accompany me back? I shall treat you to a barbecue, he proposed. Behind him, Su Qing could hardly contain his admiration for the amiable demeanor of this senior. It seemed that once one reached such a realm, reality diverged greatly from his previous imaginings. Although he understood the arduous journey to attain such a state, he resolved to strive towards it diligently. Chen Bufan had already persuaded the individuals before him. The Tian Shermin were currently facing considerable tribulations, and if they could secure the assistance of this esteemed senior, perhaps they could indeed weather the storm. Their conversation flowed harmoniously, and soon, Chen Bufan led them to the palace arranged for him by the royal family of Qian Kingdom. Upon their arrival, the visitors were left astounded. While they had anticipated the senior's formidable power, they had not expected it to warrant the attention of the royal family of the experimental nation. Clearly, the royal family of the Zhiyuan Kingdom had elevated this senior to a position of honor, making it unlikely for them to summon him back to their sect. They entered the palace specifically prepared for Chen Bufan. They were once again struck by the grandeur of their surroundings, that it was difficult for them to fathom that such an extensive expanse of land had been designated for the construction of a palace for just one individual. Chapter 29. The ominous sign. As they stepped into the courtyard, a robot emerged, preparing the appropriate number of slippers and tea for the guests. However, the members of Tian Shermin instinctively recoiled, drawing their weapons upon sighting the machine. They could discern a formidable aura emanating from it. Yet, it was not merely the presence of spiritual energy that incited their fear. The true cause of their trepidation was the complete absence of any semblance of life within the robot. It radiated an ethereal energy, yet lacked any trace of a living being, casting a significant psychological shadow over them. Chen Chang's heart raced in alarm. There is no need for fear. It is merely a service-oriented robot, Chen Bufan assured him. Having witnessed Chen Chang's reaction before, Chen Bufan was unfazed, recalling how Su Qing and the others had been similarly frightened upon encountering an intelligent speaker for the first time. To alleviate Chen Chang's concerns, Chen Bufan demonstrated the robot's functions, explaining that it would immediately assess the returning individuals and determine its tasks accordingly. After detailing the robot's capabilities, Chen Chang's guard began to lower. Such a powerful device. One can even sense formidable spiritual artifacts within this machine. It appears that seniors truly possess unparalleled ingenuity. Even their machines are powered by spiritual artifacts, Chen Chang began to extol. Chen Bufan, accustomed to such flattery, merely smiled awkwardly before leading the group to sit in the room. Rest assured, the culinary offerings here will surely satisfy your palates. Inwardly, Chen Bufan was quite clear about his intentions. Forging a solid relationship with these individuals could prove invaluable if he were to learn the methods of cultivation from them in the future, particularly with the aid of his system. After ensuring their comfort, Chen Bufan promptly retrieved a barbecue grill from the system space. Given his understanding of the material scarcity in this world, he surmised that preparing a simple barbecue would bring immense joy to these guests. While he prepared the meal, Su Qing seized the opportunity to show the Tian Shermin members around. However, their exploration was abruptly interrupted when Su Jianhong burst into the room in a flurry of urgency. He had received news from Tianxiang Palace regarding an impending celestial phenomenon on the 5th of next month. Although the specifics remained unclear, he felt it necessary to inform Chen Bufan. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Chen Bufan grilling and Su Qing leading several individuals around the room. Uncertain of what was unfolding, he could nevertheless feel the intense heat radiating from the flames, coupled with the presence of a large demon's corpse nearby. Though the demon's body had grown cold, the lingering aura it exuded sent shivers down Su Jianhong's spine, as he recognized it to be a formidable entity, at least of the Dongshu realm. The combination of such a powerful being and the searing flames conjured numerous unsettling thoughts in his mind. Choosing not to disturb the senior, Su Jianhong moved to stand beside Su Qing. Upon noticing the presence of the guests, he paused in surprise, recognizing them as members of Tian Shermin. given the previous close ties between Tian Shimin and the royal family of Qian Kingdom. Their appearance in the palace without prior knowledge raised alarm bells that do not misunderstand. Your Majesty, that it was the senior who invited us for a meal. Chinchong spoke with a hint of concern, acutely aware of the internal dangers facing Tian Shimin, and thus reluctant to divulge any details. That Su Jianhong's gaze remained skeptical, prompting Su Qing to step forward to corroborate their story. Upon hearing this, Su Jianhong fell into deep contemplation. Given that Tian Shimin represented a martial faction, it was unusual for them to maintain close ties with any nation's military forces. Their presence in the palace, merely for a meal, seemed implausible. That if Qin Bufan had merely wished to invite them for a meal, he could have summoned individuals like Su Jianhong without hesitation. After all, martial factions longed for the guidance of exceptional beings. However, recalling the message he had received, one indicating that the celestial phenomenon would occur in the vicinity of Tian Shimin, suddenly connected all the dots in Su Jianhong's mind. That it was evident that this esteemed senior was always one step ahead. Having already devised a plan while he was still mulling over the situation, Su Jianhong shook his head in resignation, stating, "In that case, I shall not intrude further." As he prepared to leave, Su Qing discerned that her father seemed to harbor urgent matters. Noting his immediate departure upon encountering these individuals, she suspected it might be due to their presence. After hastily arranging a few words, she rushed after him. "Your Majesty, is there something you find inconvenient to discuss? If it pertains to the senior, I can relay your message, as I am often by his side and can surely find an opportunity." That Su Jianhong shook his head. "That I received word from Tianxiang Palace regarding an imminent celestial phenomenon. I initially intended to inform the senior to see how he planned to respond, but his foresight far surpasses mine. He has already made arrangements." That Su Qing was left perplexed by her father's words. "What are you saying, father? I have been with the senior all this time. He has made no such arrangements." "That is precisely why I say you are naive," Su Jianhong replied, visibly displeased that he had repeatedly emphasized to his daughter the importance of not underestimating the senior's wisdom. Yet she seemed reluctant to grasp this notion. "Do you know the location from which the celestial phenomenon will emanate?" Su Qing shook her head. "The direction of the phenomenon aligns perfectly with the location of Tian Shimin. I trust you can now comprehend the implications." Chapter 30. Misconception in an instant. All the clues converged into a single narrative. Initially, Su Qing had harbored suspicions regarding Qin Bufan's motive for hunting. At that time, he merely attributed it to the elder's personal interests. However, it has now become evident that the situation was far more complex. Given the information at hand, it was clear that this elder must have learned about the phenomenon occurring in the world through some means, which prompted the hunting excursion, the establishment of the Tian Shimin, and ultimately, the grand spectacle that unfolded today. Consider this scenario: utilizing a hunting trip to orchestrate a chance encounter, thereby facilitating a natural connection with the members of the Tian Shimin, who now seem to be facing some troubles. Upon realizing their predicament, this elder acted decisively, bringing them back without uttering a word about their troubles or inquiring further, simply inviting them for a meal. "Foolish child, you've finally begun to perceive the formidable nature of our elder, haven't you?" Su Jianhong remarked, to which Su Qing responded with palpable terror. "The elder is showcasing his prowess. Their sect is in trouble. As soon as the elder demonstrates his strength, they will inevitably seek his assistance without needing to ask." Upon hearing Su Qing's insight, Su Jianhong nodded approvingly. "It appears your instincts are quite sharp. You simply lack the willingness to entertain such thoughts. Remember, an individual of this caliber has likely lived for thousands of years. Do not underestimate the elder's capabilities. Imagine if they had previously employed such tactics. Wouldn't that have led them to approach him voluntarily? After the elder aids them, they would owe him a monumental favor. When the true eruption of their world's phenomenon occurs, could they dare to neglect inviting him?" After this exchange, Su Jianhong patted Su Qing on the shoulder. "Observe and learn diligently from the elder." With that, Su Jianhong departed, intent on preparing for matters concerning the celestial phenomenon, leaving Su Qing gazing at his retreating figure with a hint of helplessness. As Su Qing returned to the courtyard, he was spotted by Qin Bufan. "Why the heavy heart? Has something occurred?" Qin Bufan inquired, while Su Qing hesitated before finally articulating his concern. "Elder, there is a matter that confounds me." Seeing the beautiful Su Qing in distress, Qin Bufan, as a gentleman, felt compelled to alleviate her worries, believing it would also enhance his rapport with her. "Speak freely, that if I can assist you, I will certainly not decline. While tending to the roasted meat in his hands, Chen Bufan encouraged her, and Su Qing hurriedly conveyed her confusion. Elder, I have a friend, and I've recently come to the realization that he may not be the person I once thought he was. I am uncertain if I can continue our friendship. Upon hearing this, Chen Bufan smiled slightly at a youth so easily troubled by such matters. Allow me to pose a question. If you have a friend who treats you exceptionally well, yet as your relationship deepens, you discover that he possesses many flaws, would you reject his friendship solely because of those imperfections? Certainly not. I'm not that kind of person. Everyone has flaws. I cannot simply forsake them because of a few shortcomings. Then what is it that troubles you? Chen Bufan interjected, and at that moment, Su Qing finally realized that her thoughts had fallen into a misconception. Indeed, even if the elder were cunning, what of it? Regardless, all his actions were aimed at the benefit of the Qi Yin kingdom, as long as he assists them. She had no right to harbor disdain or doubt. Reflecting on this, Su Qing felt a surge of shame for having questioned him despite all the help he had provided. With her mind now clear, she understood that she had no grounds to criticize the elder. Acknowledging this truth, she cast aside her nonsensical thoughts. The elder's actions were indeed for their benefit, even if one were to consider the furthest possibility. The elder was unquestionably in the right, in this ruthless world. If one were to solely pursue self-interest without accounting for others, they would likely be among the first to perish. With these reflections, Su Qing embarked on continuing the tour for the few individuals from the Tian men. The elder's residence had been meticulously prepared, and notably, since its completion, the elder had not extended invitations to anyone. As she elaborated on the various intelligent amenities within the space, it was evident that her audience was completely captivated by the introduction. They had never encountered such impressive innovations, although their sect possessed many peculiar artifacts. They were primarily for cultivation, lacking any entertainment features. After concluding her presentation, Su Qing seized the opportunity during a tea break to address the matter directly. Firstly, given the elder's status, there is no problem he cannot resolve. I trust you all can agree on this point. As Su Qing delved into the crux of the matter, the two individuals remained unaware of her intentions, nodding in agreement. Previously, the elder generously bestowed a precious inner Dan upon you. This indicates his willingness to forge connections. You mentioned that your sect is currently facing troubles. If that is the case, I personally suggest that you seek the elder's assistance, based on his demeanor towards you. I believe he would be inclined to help. Upon hearing this, the two men hesitated, visibly wary and uncertain. This reaction was understandable, as they had only just met Su Qing and were not inclined to divulge their sect's secrets so readily. Of course, if you are uncomfortable, then let us disregard my suggestion. While the elder currently resides in our Shiyin kingdom, it should be apparent that our Qi Yin kingdom lacks the power to issue commands to someone of his caliber. What the elder chooses to do is entirely his prerogative, and it does not deeply intertwine with our affairs. This statement finally resonated with the hearts of the individuals present. After contemplating for some time, they inhaled deeply and proceeded to approach Chen Bufan. Chapter 31. Under another's roof suddenly, the group approached, leaving Chen Bufan, who had just finished grilling the meat, somewhat bewildered. What can I do for you? He inquired while Su Qing, in the background, exchanged frantic gestures, attempting to signal her approval of Chen Bufan. This left Chen Bufan in a state of confusion, as he was unsure of their intentions. Elder, please save me, Chun Chong exclaimed, dropping to his knees before Chen Bufan, leaving him utterly speechless. Why do people in this world so readily kneel? One might think their knees are so weak that they cannot stand. Silently critiquing this behavior, Chen Bufan hurriedly moved to assist Chen Chong. What are you doing? Speak your mind without resorting to kneeling. Chen Bufan attempted to help him up, but Chen Chong was adamant. Remaining on the ground, sighing in resignation, Chen Bufan decided to let him stay as he wished. Elder, our Tian men is currently facing an immense crisis, and we hope for your assistance in navigating this peril. Should you choose to help, you would be our sect's unparalleled benefactor, Chen Chong proclaimed, prompting Chen Bufan to reflect deeply. Initially, he had anticipated that the Tian men would be more astute than the royal family of the Qi Yin kingdom. But to his surprise, they were no different. After a moment of internal commentary, Chen Bufan spoke. What is the situation? Please be direct. Upon hearing Chen Bufan's words, Chen Chong was filled with excitement, believing that the elder was genuinely willing to assist. He stood up earnestly and said, "Elder, our Tian Sherman has recently been invaded by malevolent forces that we do not know where they originated. But if we fail to act soon, they will devour our entire sect. If our sect is destroyed, they will inevitably descend upon the Qi Yin kingdom." At that point, Chen Bufan was taken aback by the gravity of the situation, that he hardly cared about the chaos that might ensue or the suffering it would bring. This was a world defined by the survival of the fittest. Yet here he was, unable to cultivate and rendered a mere lamb awaiting slaughter before these formidable cultivators. How could he possibly concern himself with the fate of others when his own survival was at stake? The demeanor of these individuals engaging in conversation clearly suggests they regard themselves as saviors. "Please, I lack such capabilities. Were I endowed with such prowess, I would undoubtedly venture forth to carve my own path and build a formidable career, rather than finding myself in a position of dependency." Chen Bufan silently scoffed at this notion. However, he could not voice such sentiments, especially with Su Qing present, and if she were to overhear that he was incapable of cultivation, it could spell disaster for him. That malevolent entity truly formidable? Chen Bufan inquired tentatively, to which Chen Chong, upon hearing the question, shook his head vigorously. "It is not merely a matter of strength. This being is of a nature that defies description. Its claws can rend mountains asunder, its feet can shatter the earth, and even its breath can cause flora to sway precariously. Regrettably, I have only crossed paths with it once. And during that encounter, over 300 disciples besieged it, only to be sent flying by a single sneeze." Upon hearing that 300 had been bested and blown away, Chen Bufan could no longer contain himself. Initially, Chen Chong had been elaborately recounting the tale, but upon witnessing Chen Bufan's impolite laughter, his enthusiasm waned, leaving him awkwardly seated, unsure of how to respond. After all, this was a senior. If his demeanor were deemed inappropriate, he might find himself swiftly reprimanded. "I apologize. I was reminded of something amusing," Chen Bufan said, feigning nonchalance. "What amusing thing?" "My chickens have begun to lay eggs," he replied. Chen Bufan's words elicited a wave of humiliation from Chen Chong and the others. Given that they were ostensibly in the midst of a life-and-death crisis, that he was earnestly seeking assistance, yet this senior not only showed no inclination to help but also made light of the situation. "Truly, if you doubt me, look over there." Chen Bufan gestured towards the chicken coop. Chen Chong, in an effort to maintain decorum, feigned ignorance and glanced in that direction, only to discover that what resided within the coop was anything but ordinary chickens. Although they bore the appearance of hens, a closer inspection revealed an unmistakable aura of powerful phoenix energy emanating from one of them. Clearly, this was no mere chicken, but a phoenix disguised in avian form. Realizing this, Chen Chong was struck dumb with shock that he hastily surveyed the other creatures in the courtyard and soon recognized that these were not just animals. It resembled a compendium of mythical beasts. Various legendary entities, previously thought to exist only in tales, were carelessly scattered throughout the yard like common pets that if one did not examine closely, they would remain oblivious to their presence. These mythical creatures had concealed their spiritual energy, seemingly not of their own volition, but rather as if suppressed by some unseen force. Could it be? Chen Chong's mind raced with a terrifying hypothesis as he turned to Chen Bufan. Could it be that these celestial and sacred beasts had hidden their powers out of fear of this elder's might, seeking to preserve themselves? If that were the case, just how formidable was this elder? Was he at the void realm, the tribulation realm? Or perhaps he had already transcended the heavenly tribulations? Might it be that the individual standing before him was, in truth, a genuine deity, with such thoughts swirling in his mind? Chen Chong felt his legs quiver with fear. After hesitating for a considerable time, he finally mustered the courage to ask, "Elder, you would be willing to assist us, would you not?" This inquiry rendered Chen Bufan somewhat awkward. Now was not the moment for grand declarations. Should he agree and subsequently encounter an overwhelmingly powerful adversary? What then? He had no intention of risking his life, of course, if you believe this is a trivial matter unworthy of your direct involvement. I would be grateful if you could send a celestial beast in my stead. Once the trouble is resolved, I assure you I shall return the celestial beast. Chapter 32. Incomprehensible? What on earth? Chen Bufan found himself at a loss for words. Why was it that everyone he encountered after descending the mountain seemed so peculiar? "Please, Elder, grant us your aid," Chen Chong implored, suddenly kneeling and bowing his head fervently. His voice filled with desperation. Chen Bufan was exasperated. Su Qing, observing Chen Bufan's expression from the side, began to ponder. This shouldn't be. With the elder's formidable strength, surely no one in this world could rival him. Yet, the elder appeared indecisive. Su Qing's mind sparked with a bold notion. Could it be that the elder was reluctant to become embroiled in the affairs of the mundane world? Yes, that must be it. With the elder's prowess, dominating the entire continent would be a trivial matter. However, the elder had clearly grown weary of such pursuits and thus chose not to intervene. Recalling Chen Bufan's actions over the past few days, Su Qing reasoned that even if someone were to challenge the elder, they would only face the protective golden light surrounding him. Suddenly, clarity washed over her thoughts that if the elder hesitated to take action, perhaps she could step in on his behalf. In that case, the elder would surely have a celestial beast safeguard her, thus resolving the predicament entirely. With this line of thought, Su Qing's eyes gleamed with determination as she stepped forward, turning to face Chen Bufan, and respectfully declared, "Elder, would you permit me to venture to Tianshermin to battle? I, Su Qing, shall not fail to live up to your name and will vanquish all demons." Chen Bufan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the delicate visage before him. "You wish to go to Tianshermin?" Such boldness from a young lady. He silently mused, recalling Chen Chang's earlier words about the demons being more than a match for 300 with her petite frame. Wouldn't she be merely offering herself as a meal? Perhaps she wouldn't even be enough to fill a gap between the demon's teeth. Chen Chang raised his head, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Su Qing. "Thank you, Princess. This kindness cannot be repaid. Should Tianshermin survive this tribulation, I vow to lead my people to serve under the banner of Qi Yin Kingdom." Su Qing had initially felt pleased, thinking Chen Chang was quite perceptive. But his subsequent words startled her. She quickly glanced at Chen Bufan and then turned to Chen Chang, frowning. If Tianshermin overcomes this tribulation, it will be due to the elder's efforts. How could Qi Yin Kingdom presume to accept any favor from Tianshermin? After speaking, Su Qing discreetly assessed Chen Bufan's expression, relieved to find he was not angry. However, she soon contemplated that perhaps the elder was indifferent to such matters. Bang, bang, bang. After Su Qing's reprimand, Chen Chang, realizing his gaffe, was in shock and immediately bowed his head to Chen Bufan once more. "Elder, I beg your forgiveness. It was my thoughtlessness." Chen Bufan could only shake his head in silence. "Please rise." Afterward, he turned to Su Qing, noticing her intent gaze fixed upon him. Inwardly perplexed, he wondered why she appeared so eager for such a perilous endeavor. However, if she were to undertake it, he would be spared from danger. After all, he was merely a mortal. That a battlefield capable of challenging 300 foes was not within his realm of experience. Moreover, this princess seemed quite clever. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she would likely manage to extricate herself. With these thoughts solidifying in his mind, Chen Bufan felt a sense of reassurance and looked kindly at Su Qing. "Then, I shall trouble you to undertake this journey." Upon hearing such courteous words, Su Qing was immediately flustered. "Elder, please do not say such things. It is my honor to serve you. However, before I depart, I hope you might bestow upon me a celestial beast." A celestial beast, at the mention of those words. Chen Bufan felt a twinge of embarrassment and almost scratched his head, but considering the atmosphere, such behavior might be inappropriate. Yet, the celestial beasts referred to by this princess were merely the pets he kept. How could they be considered anything extraordinary? Nevertheless, since both Shi and Chen Chang were so keen, he resolved to grant them each one, lest they continue to speak of celestial beasts. With that thought, Chen Bufan shook his head, still concerned about the princess's lack of discernment. Should he perhaps provide her with some eye drops? Elder. Su Qing's voice broke through his reverie. Chen Bufan snapped back to attention, forcing a dry smile. "Well, you two may choose for yourselves, whichever you prefer." Take it that he gestured toward the cluster of small creatures nearby. "Thank you, Elder." Su Qing exclaimed joyfully, and Chen Chang's face also lit up with delight. Cackling, the hen that had just laid an egg cried out, "Oh no, has the master decided to abandon me?" Meanwhile, 3 golden monkeys nestled nearby began chattering. "Wah, am I to be cast aside as well?" On the other side, the 2 little pigs began to grunt anxiously that Su Qing and Chen Chang entered the enclosure one after the other. However, the joy on their faces quickly faded, eclipsed by an overwhelming sense of fear. Both turned pale. Qin Chang, gazing at the multitude of small animals before him, felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. He regretted not having observed the situation more closely earlier. He had assumed that the phoenix was the most formidable presence within. But how could there also be the likes of the virtual fire flame pig, the nine nether infernal monkey, the celestial saint king, and the heavenly fragrant jade pig, these ancient beasts that were far more powerful than the phoenix? Your Highness, Chun Chang stammered, his teeth chattering, his neck stiff as he looked towards Su Qing. That moment, Su Qing was also in a dire predicament, even though she had broken through to the nascent soul stage with the help of her seniors. In the face of these terrifyingly strong beasts, she felt as insignificant as an ant, paralyzed with fear. Behind them, Chen Bufan watched the two enter the enclosure and, driven by curiosity, approached them. "You two can't even catch a pet?" Chen Bufan questioned, his expression skeptical. That Su Qing gasped for air, as though she had just emerged from drowning. "Senior," she uttered weakly. Beside her, Qin Chang was drenched in sweat, as if he had just endured a fierce battle. "How strange," Chen Bufan mused, shaking his head in confusion, before stepping in front of the two little pigs. "That it must be you two," he declared, hands on his hips, looking down at them. "Grunt, grunt. Master, no, grunt, grunt. Master, go catch that dead chick." "I don't want to leave, Master." To Su Qing and Qin Chang, the two beasts that had seemed so terrifying now appeared to be nothing more than ordinary pets, playfully whining at Qin Bufan. "Senior, truly unfathomable," Su Qing murmured, her gaze complex as she observed Qin Bufan's retreating figure. Chapter 33. Ancient Beast. Tianshi Gate, within the borders of the Qian Kingdom, was the only power daring enough to rival this nation. It spanned tens of thousands of acres and boasted thousands of disciples. Originally a sacred ground for cultivation, it now lay in ruins, with countless palaces destroyed. In the distance, a gargantuan demon was rampaging, mercilessly taking lives. The screams echoed through the skies. That Su Qing, who had been rushing over, felt her anger boil. "Master!" Qin Chang, trailing behind, roared as he witnessed a figure being devoured by the demon. "Don't be impulsive. You'll only be sending yourself to your death." Su Qing swiftly restrained Qin Chang, then turned to the pink little pig that had been snoring away, speaking respectfully. "Divine beast, I implore you to take action." Qin Chang, coming to his senses from his fury, hurriedly turned to the black little pig he held, urgently calling out as well. The two pigs, disturbed from their slumber, exchanged glances. "Should we intervene? It's their fault for taking us away from our master. Perhaps we should just ignore it." The virtual fire flame pig grunted. The heavenly fragrant jade pig shook its head. "That won't do. After all, it's a task assigned by our master, that if we fail to complete it, we might not get fed upon our return." "All right, fine," the virtual fire flame pig conceded, its mind drifting to the rice it had enjoyed in the past, causing it to salivate. It then soared out from Qin Chang's embrace, closely followed by the heavenly fragrant jade pig. Flying through the air was a feat only achievable by those at the spirit separation stage. Qin Chang watched the two pigs take flight. Filled with envy, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with longing. She glanced at Qin Chang and thought to herself, "This time, I must ensure that the senior is satisfied. That if I can make the senior happy, then surely reaching the spirit separation stage will be a breeze." Su Qing reflected on how she had advanced from the second level of Golden Core to Nascent Soul in just 4 days. Filling her heart with boundless anticipation for the future, in the distance, the colossal demon laughed maniacally, recklessly exuding demonic energy, wreaking havoc on Tianshi Gate's territory. Every creature that appeared before it was destined to vanish from this world. "Roar!" the giant demon bellowed, and simultaneously, it sensed two peculiar creatures approaching. Two flying pigs. The demon was taken aback, but that astonishment quickly turned into dread. The black, virtual fire flame pig revealed its true form. A gigantic beast shadow that spanned the heavens and the earth, engulfed in an endless void of flames that crackled ominously in the air around it. On the other side, the heavenly fragrant jade pig also transformed, surrounded by radiant celestial light. How is this possible? The giant demon gaped in disbelief as these two ancient beasts, which had completely overturned its understanding of the world, charged towards it. "Roar!" The virtual fire flame pig unleashed a deafening roar, spewing forth flames that could incinerate all existence. The flames enveloped the giant demon, eliciting agonizing screams. The surviving disciples of Tianshi Gate gazed blankly at the spectacle above them. Even in death, this scene would be etched into their memories. The giant demon writhed in agony, attempting to escape the flames that clung to it like a parasite, but they burned relentlessly until ultimately. Chen Bufan released his clenched fist and rose to make his way towards Grandma Wang's residence in Shirley Alley. Simultaneously, countless gazes fixated on Chen Bufan rushed to report to their respective masters that in an instant, the winds of the Qian kingdom converged upon Shirley Alley. Chapter 34. The man of the demon path. Although Chen Bufan's arrival in the capital of the Qian kingdom had caused quite a stir, with the emperor personally welcoming him and officials gathering to pay their respects, for the ordinary citizens of the capital, life continued in its usual tranquil manner. Chen Bufan entered the last courtyard situated in Shirley Alley. While not far off, Su Jinhong gazed at Chen Bufan's retreating figure with a puzzled expression. "What is the senior going to do?" he inquired. "I am not quite certain," replied the Red Flame national teacher, shaking his head. However, given the senior's profound and unfathomable cultivation, it must pertain to something of great significance. Indeed, the Imperial Guard behind Su Jinhong nodded in agreement, as it had been some time since Chen Bufan had arrived in the capital. Yet he had remained within the courtyard, never venturing out. This sudden departure surely indicated that something unknown to them had transpired. Meanwhile, the various noble families and ministers scattered around Shirley Alley began to speculate in their hearts. Inside the courtyard, Chen Bufan looked at the affable elderly woman before him and gently remarked, "Grandma Wang, is this your little cat?" As he spoke, he presented the small, adorable kitten cradled in his arms to the elderly lady. Grandma Wang, her mouth lacking many teeth, broke into a hearty laugh. "Thank you, young man. I thought Xiao Wang was surely lost this time." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Bufan turned to leave. However, just as he reached the doorway, a sudden, loud crash echoed from behind him. "What?" He spun around to find the once kind-faced elderly woman now lying on the ground in terror, drenched in blood. "You!" She struggled to extend her trembling hand, pointing accusingly at Chen Bufan, blood streaming from her mouth. "Goodness!" Chen Bufan was momentarily taken aback. "Did I ask this a scam? But I haven't done anything." "Grandma Wang, are you all right?" He stuttered, his voice dry as he spoke. He scanned the surroundings and noticed that no one had gathered to witness the scene, which alleviated his anxiety. Yet he quickly realized, "Why am I so nervous? I haven't done anything at all. Forget it," he thought. "Although I'm unsure of what transpired, given that the elderly woman still has a chance of survival, I should assist her, but if she dies, explaining this situation would be impossible," initially believing it to be an exceedingly mundane task. He never anticipated the pitfalls that lay within. Curse this system. Chen Bufan stepped forward cautiously, kneeling beside the elderly woman. He poked her shoulder and said innocently, "Just to clarify, this is not my doing. If anyone comes later, you'll need to clarify things for me." The elderly woman regarded him with fear in her eyes, internally screaming, "Don't come any closer." She now comprehended the terrifying nature of the individual before her. That protective golden light had nearly cost her life. What she had assumed to be a simple test mission had unexpectedly transformed into something ominous. She had thought she was dealing with a sheep, only to discover a wolf instead. With that realization, she coughed up another mouthful of blood, prompting Chen Bufan to instinctively retreat. "Hey, are you all right?" he exclaimed, seeing her in such a dire state. After a brief pause, he noted that she merely fixed her gaze upon him, silent. "But I think I should take you to find a doctor. Perhaps you still have a chance to live." Chen Bufan decided to help the elderly woman to her feet. "This is absurd," he thought to himself, feeling incredulous. How did she end up gravely injured and bleeding? Ever since he had descended the mountain, his life had been anything but normal. Just as Chen Bufan was about to make contact with the elderly woman, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. "Thank you, Senior, for intervening and saving the lives of 300,000 citizens of the capital." Su Jinhong was the first to rush in, calling out loudly. "Ah!" Chen Bufan turned, bewildered, pointing at himself. "Are you referring to me?" His tone carried a hint of disbelief that Su Jinhong approached rapidly, his expression vigilant as he turned his gaze towards the elderly woman. "What you may not know is that this woman is a notorious figure sought by numerous nations for her affiliation with the demon path." Chen Bufan's hand trembled involuntarily, retracting just before he made contact with her. "Demon path?" he thought, feeling a surge of unease. "Goodness! This elderly woman has quite the reputation. Indeed, her name was Gay In Lao Lao, a figure infamous for her heinous deeds, having brutally slaughtered the citizens of several small towns in her pursuit of demonic cultivation. She had been wanted across multiple nations, and to think she had stealthily infiltrated the Qian kingdom. Su Jianhong, visibly shaken, expressed his gratitude towards Chun Bufan. "Thank you, senior, for subduing this demon. Otherwise, the citizens of our capital would have faced dire consequences." "Thank you, senior," echoed the voices of numerous ministers behind Su Jianhong. Chun Bufan glanced between the elderly woman and the crowd expressing their gratitude. His emotions in disarray, he was about to explain the situation, but realized he had no clarity to offer. Clearing his throat, he addressed Su Jianhong. "In that case, you should handle this matter, but be sure to prevent her from escaping." "Yes, senior," Su Jianhong replied, raising his voice as he turned to the imperial guards. Commanding, "Take this demon to the dungeons and guard her closely." "Understood." The guards accepted the order and swiftly approached, incapacitating Gain Lao Lao before escorting her away, in a rural village outside the capital. Gui Qi and Gui Ba stood within a house, gazing at the scene within the crystal ball, their faces reflecting shock. After a moment, Gui Qi regained his composure and rasped, "Gui Ba, did you discern his methods?" Without hesitation, Gui Ba shook his head, his gaze wary as he observed Chun Bufan's figure within the crystal. Gain Lao Lao is among the top practitioners in our sect, yet even she has fallen. Gui Qi, it seems this matter is beyond our intervention. What shall we do next? Gui Qi licked his parched lips, filled with regret. Just moments ago, they had reveled in the ease of locating individuals connected to ancient beasts. But now they realized they had stumbled upon a monster, that we must report this to our superior. "Wait, Gui Qi, do you think he has noticed us?" Gui Ba exclaimed suddenly. Gui Qi was startled into a shiver. His neck stiff as he turned to the crystal ball. That moment, within the orb, Chun Bufan's gaze was directed straight at them. Chapter 35. The Happy Drink in the Courtyard of Shirley Alley. Chun Bufan looked up at the sun, hanging high in the sky, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. What sweltering weather! It would be far better to return home and enjoy some air conditioning, he murmured, standing beside him. Su Jianhong regarded Chun Bufan as he lifted his head, the imposing figure etched into his memory. Inexplicably, he felt as if he were gazing upon a colossal sun, radiating brilliance upon him. "Senior, you remain as formidable as ever," Su Jianhong thought, bowing his once noble head, his respect for Chun Bufan deepening. Upon returning to the Qingxin courtyard, the designated space provided by Su Jianhong, Chun Bufan had informed him of the name he had chosen, prompting the latter to immediately hang a plaque. Wong Wong. As soon as he stepped inside, Xiaohai the dog bounded over, mouth agape and tongue lolling out. Seeing Xiaohai's eagerness, Chun Bufan understood that the dog also craved the coolness of the air conditioning. During their time on Tiandao Mountain, Xiaohai had delighted in lounging beneath the air conditioning unit. "Come here," Chun Bufan scooped up Xiaohai, stroking its incredibly soft fur as he made his way into the house. Upon activating the air conditioning, a refreshing chill enveloped the room. Refreshing. Chun Bufan slumped onto the sofa, while Xiaohai had already settled beneath the air conditioning, eyes closed in sheer enjoyment. Ding, system notification, cat catching task completed. Reward, Happy Drink 3. Chun Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! Is this the item I have yearned for? With a flick of his wrist, a chilled bottle of Happy Drink appeared in his hand. Emitting a refreshing coolness, "That I love you, system," Chun Bufan exclaimed, twisting open the bottle and relishing the delightful taste of the drink. Meanwhile, Xiaohai, sprawled beneath the air conditioning, seemed to sense something, leaping up and rushing to Chun Bufan's feet. Wagging its tail, its eyes filled with longing as it gazed at the happy drink in Chun Bufan's hand. "Wong, Wong." Chun Bufan let out a hearty burp, lowering his gaze to Little Black, the mirth in his eyes hard to conceal. "Would you like some to drink as well?" "Wong Wong." Little Black barked joyfully, its tail wagging even more vigorously behind it. With a chuckle, Chun Bufan shook his head, retrieving a cup and pouring half of it for Little Black. Indeed, whether human or animal, the allure of the joyous nectar was irresistible. Little Black savored the delightful drink, its heart exuberantly exclaiming, "I've struck gold." Just as this sage predicted, this is truly the holy water capable of refining the celestial body. A rare treasure in this world. Little Black's tail wagged faster and faster. Thus, man and dog commenced a leisurely afternoon until Su Qing knocked on the door of the Qingxin courtyard, reporting, "Esteemed senior, the giant demon has been vanquished. Su Qing has come to return the celestial beast." "What?" Chen Bufan, just awakened from his nap, still a bit dazed, queried, "What giant demon?" Yawning lazily, he asked, "What do you mean by giant demon?" Reporting to the esteemed senior, "It is the beast that attacked the Tian Stone Gate. Under the intervention of the esteemed senior's celestial beast, it has been obliterated," Su Qing replied, her tone unchanged, perceiving Chen Bufan's forgetfulness as entirely reasonable. After all, for someone of such stature, a mere giant demon was hardly worth remembering. Right. Chen Bufan finally recalled, remembering an incident from 3 days prior. However, with 3 days having passed, he assumed Su Qing might not return, for he well knew that the creatures he raised were nothing more than ordinary animals, not celestial beasts at all. But now it seemed the troubles had been resolved, and there was no need to dwell further on the matter. With this thought, Chen Bufan cast a somewhat guilty glance at Su Qing, inwardly relieved that this princess seemed rather slow-witted. Thus, the matter was brushed aside. Chen Bufan nodded and smiled. "Princess, you arrived just in time to taste a beverage from my homeland." "Beverage?" Su Qing blinked in confusion, then suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment as Chen Bufan produced a bottle. Boom! It felt as though 1,000 thunderbolts struck her mind, leaving Su Qing frozen in place. The liquid within the bottle contained such potent and pure celestial energy. Noticing her sudden stupor, Chen Bufan assumed she had never encountered such a thing and felt somewhat at a loss. "Don't be nervous. The beverage is akin to the tea we drink. Quite delightful. Do give it a try," he urged with a beaming smile, placing the joyous nectar into her hands. Is it?" Su Qing's mouth opened slightly as she lowered her gaze, staring blankly at the bottle in her hands. Judging by its feel, the bottle was indeed a powerful artifact. "Esteemed senior, how do I open this?" Su Qing looked up, her gaze uncertain as she sought Chen Bufan's guidance. Chen Bufan smacked his forehead upon realizing that she was unfamiliar with the concept of twisting a bottle cap. He pointed to the red cap of the joyous nectar, mimicking the action of twisting it off with his hands. With that, Chen Bufan eagerly awaited to see Su Qing's expression once she tasted the joyous nectar. However, Su Qing found herself in a predicament for when she attempted to mimic Chen Bufan's actions. She discovered she could not twist the cap at all. With the thought of opening the cap, an immense pressure surged forth. "Esteemed senior, I can't open it," Su Qing said weakly, looking up again. Chen Bufan regarded her with a strange expression. Could it be that women from this otherworldly realm were just as inept at opening bottle caps as those from his previous life? Amused, he took the joyous nectar, twisted off the cap, and handed it back to Su Qing, reminding her it might be a bit overwhelming the first time. "Be cautious." Cautious? Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. Could there be any danger in drinking this? Yet, she quickly reassured herself, thinking, could the esteemed senior truly wish her harm? With that thought, Su Qing closed her eyes and boldly poured the joyous nectar into her mouth. Glug glug. Her fair neck continuously swallowed as Chen Bufan stared, dumbfounded at the unfolding scene. This princess, not only lacking in wits, was also rather reckless in her actions. Little Black, at her feet, gazed upon Su Qing with envy, wishing only for a small sip as the holy water flowed into Su Qing's body. Little Black couldn't help but marvel at her fortuitous luck. Logically speaking, such celestial energy-infused holy water would be toxic to someone of Su Qing's mere nascent soul cultivation. Yet for some reason, much of the holy water that entered her body remained concealed within her various meridians, with only a small portion radiating the energy of body refinement. And this small portion was precisely what Su Qing could endure. For Su Qing, after the joyous nectar entered her system, she felt a remarkable change within her body. Chapter 36. The princess becomes a maid upon consuming this peculiar liquid that the esteemed senior referred to as a beverage. Su Qing discovered her sensitivity to the spiritual energy of the world had significantly increased, rendering her more affable. Not only that, but the cultivation method she practiced, the Qian Heart Sutra, began to operate automatically. In just a few breaths, she experienced the equivalent of 3 years of cultivation. The spiritual energy within her dantian surged continuously, and the recently attained nascent soul cultivation soared upward. First level of nascent soul, second level, third level, fourth level. When Su Qing finally set down the bottle, she was bewildered to find that her cultivation had unknowingly advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage. It is known that once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, their cultivation speed diminishes dramatically. Even Su Qing, practicing the rare and divine Chiyu Heart Sutra, would require at least a decade to reach the mid-nascent soul stage without any fortuitous encounters. Yet now, it seemed she had made this breakthrough in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Su Qing was utterly astonished, recalling how she had previously advanced from golden core to nascent soul in just 4 days. Surely only a hidden master like the esteemed senior could achieve such feats. Su Qing's thoughts began to spiral, considering that perhaps attaining immortality was not as difficult as she once thought. No. Su Qing suddenly slapped her face, dismissing her bold thoughts as mere fantasies. Chen Bufan stared blankly at Su Qing. This foolish princess had merely consumed a bottle of joyous nectar, yet here she was, slapping herself in a daze. Are you all right? Chen Bufan inquired, regarding her with a peculiar gaze that at his feet. Little Black wore a look of disdain, thinking, this foolish girl who has struck a stroke of luck. Had it not been for the suppression of the holy water's energy, you would have exploded by now. Little Black shook its head, filled with envy and jealousy, and returned to lie beneath the air conditioner once more. Su Qing snapped back to reality, gazing at Chen Bufan with an admiration she could not conceal. Esteemed senior, or rather, Zhao Sui. Su Qing's cheeks flushed suddenly, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon Chen Bufan, the Zhao Sui's grace. Su Qing has no means to repay, and only wishes to accompany Zhao Sui in the days to come, serving tea and running errands, and thus would die without regrets. Chen Bufan. In an ordinary small town beyond the capital, Gui Qi and Gei Ba knelt on the ground, their expressions filled with trepidation as they gazed upon the middle-aged man clad in a black brocade robe before them. This man was none other than their superior, the third elder of the ghost sect, Tuoba Shan. Is this so-called Zhao Sui of the Qiyin kingdom truly so formidable? Tuoba Shan inquired, his rugged features stroking his chin with intrigue. Indeed, master. This individual possesses not only 2 ancient beasts listed among the extraordinary creatures, but also wields extraordinary and inscrutable abilities. Even the ghost Een Granny was defeated without us realizing when she struck, Gueba replied, swallowing hard, his voice hoarse. The ghost Een Granny was a peak nascent soul cultivator, barely a step away from the divided spirit stage, and was among the most prominent figures within the ghost sect. Interesting. However, you two do possess quite the audacity. The ghost Een Granny is a subordinate of the Grand Elder. Yet you dare to command her, Tuoba Shan remarked with a mocking gaze directed at the two. Gei Qi and Gei Ba exchanged bitter glances, feeling even more disheartened. They had merely owed the ghost Een Granny a favor, and this time had returned it under the guise of a task. Who could have predicted they would end up captured instead? Enough, do not be afraid, I will speak to the Grand Elder regarding this matter. However, your next task is to lure that Zhao Sui out for me, Tuoba Shan said nonchalantly. Though he was powerful, recklessly intruding upon a capital where a nation's fortunes converged would undoubtedly lead to complications. Upon hearing this, Gui Qi and Gui Ba exchanged glances filled with hope, and both answered in unison, understood. It's just a bottle of soda. All right, take a seat, and let us talk. I'm not accustomed to having a maidservant standing beside me. Chen Bufan remarked helplessly, glancing at Su Qing, who had assumed the demeanor of a little maid since stating her intent to serve him. Zhao Sui, not that this isn't something I willingly do, but my father had previously instructed me to attend to you. Su Qing replied with a serious expression, appearing quite obstinate. Chen Bufan found this very troublesome. All right, but please refrain from calling me Zhao Sui. It sounds rather odd. What would you prefer I call you? Su Qing asked, puzzled. Just call me by my name, or Chen Dage would suffice, Chen Bufan chuckled. After all, he appeared noticeably older than Su Qing, who seemed to be no more than 16 or 17 years of age. Addressing him as Dage should not be a disadvantage. That is not appropriate, Zhao Sui, that Su Qing bit her lip, though she felt a surge of happiness at Chen Bufan's words, as they indicated his willingness to be close to her. Moreover, calling him Dage was inherently a term of endearment. However, how could she, Su Qing, be worthy of such a title? Merely being able to serve him as a maid was already an unparalleled honor. It would be more fitting for a servant like me to address Zhao Sui as Gongzi. After all, I am, but your maid, that Su Qing said shyly, biting her silver teeth. Although she had prepared herself for the role of a maid, having been a princess for over a decade made her somewhat bashful. Pfft. Qin Bufan, having just taken a sip of the fragrant tea poured by Su Qing, couldn't help but spit it out upon hearing her words. What is going on? Why is the term servant being used? Qin Bufan stared at Su Qing in astonishment, his expression darkening. That I have made it clear that I have no intention of accepting a maid, so please refrain from calling yourself a servant. I dislike that term. Qin Bufan, having been a model youth in his past life, and now living in this new world, had not been tainted by the aristocratic customs of this realm. Do not tempt me, a gentleman of integrity, he chastised himself inwardly. Gongzi. Seeing Qin Bufan's countenance darken, Su Qing felt a pang of fear and immediately knelt down again. Kneeling, Qin Bufan rubbed his forehead, filled with helplessness. However, he was not truly angry. He was merely startled by Su Qing's self-reference. All right, I do not hold anything against you, but do refrain from calling yourself a servant, that if you wish to stay by my side. That is perfectly fine, but we are friends, not master and servant. Qin Bufan said earnestly that he hoped to rescue a girl harmed by the aristocratic customs with his words. Yes, Gongzi, Su Qing replied, lowering her gaze. Chapter 37. Game Instructions. Seeing her response, Qin Bufan wore a melancholic expression. Well, it seems my efforts have been in vain, that I suppose I will need to find another opportunity to speak with her. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Over these days, the ministers of the Qian kingdom seemed to have agreed to queue up one after another, that it first. Qin Bufan personally attended to them. Thinking they had matters to discuss, especially since he was living on their turf, that it was unwise to offend them. What? The emperor has even conferred upon you the title of Taishang Huang, yet you still behave so formally? To this statement, Qin Bufan could only utter a curse under his breath that he was well aware of his own worth. If it weren't for the wind turbines, he would not have received such treatment. Furthermore, this was a world of cultivation, and someone like him, who was utterly powerless, should not act too arrogantly. Consequently, even though the emperor of the Qian kingdom was constantly flattering him, and had even arranged for a princess to attend to him, Qin Bufan remained unfazed. However, the influx of visitors over these 3 days was overwhelming. Just as he finished attending to one, another would arrive without pause, leaving him no time to rest. Qin Bufan grabbed a bottle of soda from the nearby table, opened it, and tilted his head back to drink it. Refreshing. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Su Qing entered, clad in a vibrant green dress. Gongzi, the ministers have all departed. You have worked hard these past few days. Please sit down and take a break, Qin Bufan said with a smile. Appreciating Su Qing's initiative, he acknowledged her adeptness in handling interpersonal relations, a skill honed from her upbringing in the royal family, making her the perfect person to resolve this issue effortlessly. By the way, you should try this. It tastes quite good, but do not swallow it. You must chew it, Qin Bufan said, pulling out a small green strip from his pocket and placing it in Su Qing's hand. Su Qing examined the object curiously and asked, What is this, Gongzi? Chewing gum, Qin Bufan replied, popping one into his mouth. Just remember, do not swallow it. Su Qing nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, and imitated Qin Bufan. Placing the gum in her mouth, yes, she gently chewed. She felt a sudden clarity in her mind, as if the confounding principles of her cultivation were being unraveled one by one, vividly appearing in her consciousness. Including the key techniques of the Chiyu Heart Sutra. In mere moments, she grasped the 8th level, and her understanding surged toward the 9th. Once she achieved the 9th level in the Feiyu Heart Sutra, it would signify an unimpeded path in her cultivation journey, even through the tribulation phase, with no inner demons to contend with. Observing Su Qing's astonished expression, Qin Bufan found it rather amusing, yet he felt compelled to inquire about her experience. How does it feel? He asked with a smile. That Su Qing, still stunned by the gum that seemed to grant her enlightenment, quickly replied, Thank you for bestowing such a treasure upon me, Gongzi. What treasure? It's merely an ordinary piece of gum. Where would I acquire treasures? Qin Bufan waved his hand dismissively, feeling somewhat bashful. However, Su Qing's gratitude reminded him that she had worked diligently for 3 days, and he ought to present her with a gift. Yet he hesitated, knowing these were just common items. By the way, since I saw you enjoy playing games, how about this? I could teach you how to play, Qin Bufan suggested after some contemplation. This what you mean? Gongzi, Su Qing pointed timidly at the computer behind Chen Bufan with her delicate finger. Indeed, that's the one. You played it before, right? We'll pick up from where you left off, and I'll guide you through the levels. Chen Bufan said excitedly. After all, since the system awarded him the computer, he had been playing alone for too long and was starting to tire of it. Then I will trouble you, Gongzi, Su Qing replied softly, her voice trembling. But the thought of controlling characters from another world stirred excitement within her. She felt a deep respect for Chen Bufan's abilities. What level of mastery was required to command an entire world? The mere thought left her dizzy, far beyond her comprehension. Both seated at the computer desk, Chen Bufan opened the previous save file and began to instruct. This key is for attacking, this one is for defense, and this is for jumping. Each time he mentioned a key, Su Qing would press it. Watching the character on screen respond to her commands, she found it hard to believe that, do you remember everything? Chen Bufan asked gently. Despite Su Qing's stiff movements, that he remained patient, finally managing to teach her the basics. Yes, Su Qing nodded vigorously. Now it's your turn to give it a try. Relax. There's no need to be so tense. Chen Bufan chuckled. Observing her rigid posture, Su Qing nodded again and began to control the character on screen. Suddenly, the sound of the game echoed from the speakers. KO, with a loud explosion. The character she controlled fell lifelessly into a pool of blood. Indeed, a failure, Chen Bufan noted, unperturbed by the outcome. However, he was taken aback when he heard a sobbing sound nearby. Turning, he found Su Qing covering her delicate face, tears streaming down. Gongzi, I killed him, she exclaimed, looking up at him with tear-filled eyes. Her voice choked with emotion. Chen Bufan was at a loss for words, bemused yet amused. He quickly reassured her. What do you mean you killed him? Look, he is right there. Chen Bufan clicked the mouse. And a new game screen appeared, identical to the previous one. Su Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at the screen. Gongzi, you can bring him back. Chen Bufan nodded. Of course. They can all respawn infinitely. Revive. Gongzi possesses the ability to resurrect others. Su Qing thought, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this power. Su Qing yearned to express something, yet she suddenly realized that she had grown somewhat numb. Ever since her acquaintance with Chen Bufan, she had noticed a continuous enhancement in her capacity to endure. This time, upon hearing that Chen Bufan could actually resurrect others, and moreover, infinitely, Su Qing felt as if a thread deep within her soul had snapped with a loud crack. Truly, he is capable of anything. Chapter 38. Skill Manifestation. Are you all right? Chen Bufan waved his hand, noticing that this foolish princess had once again fallen into a daze. Young master, I am ready, Su Qing declared. Taking a deep breath, her tone resolute. Very well, then give it another try. But do not worry. If you fail, simply continue. Chen Bufan replied with a slight smile. Su Qing nodded and began maneuvering the mouse and keyboard, guiding her character into combat with the enemies. Although her movements remained somewhat stiff, they had improved significantly since the beginning. Chen Bufan watched on, occasionally offering critiques. After several successive failures, her skills became increasingly refined, with an array of dazzling techniques unleashed by her character. Very good. You possess considerable talent, Chen Bufan silently acknowledged. Although she could not yet rival him, her performance was commendable for a novice at last. A smile of exhilaration graced Su Qing's face as she vanquished the final adversary. Gazing at the screen displaying the word victory, she exclaimed joyfully, Young master, look, I won. Seeing her delight, Chen Bufan beamed back. Praising, indeed, you have a remarkable aptitude for gaming. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's excitement intensified, but in the next moment, she suddenly froze. How could this be? She murmured, unable to contain her astonishment. What? Chen Bufan looked at her in confusion. Her voice was too soft. While he saw her lips moving, he could not hear her words. Yet soon, he realized she had once again fallen into that peculiar state, aptly termed dazed. Shaking his head, Chen Bufan decided to ignore her and took over the controls himself. Feeling a twinge of eagerness after watching her, the reason Su Qing had become lost in thought was that a series of memories, foreign yet strangely familiar, suddenly flooded her mind. Although these memories did not belong to her, they felt utterly recognizable, as she had just executed these very skills. Indeed, the abilities of her character had materialized in her consciousness. It seemed as if they were innate, and within mere moments, she comprehended their essence. This skill, Skyward Wind, is evidently employed in this manner, she mused. Chen Bufan skillfully maneuvered his character, internally critiquing Su Qing's earlier actions. And this technique, Inferno Extinguish, is the highest single-target damage skill, even against the final boss. It would inflict considerable harm. With a flurry of deft maneuvers, he dispatched the last enemy. Releasing the mouse and keyboard, he stretched and let out a satisfied sigh. Refreshing. How was that? Have you learned? Chen Bufan glanced at Su Qing, who was fixated on the screen. Upon hearing his voice, Su Qing suddenly realized, so this is why young master is teaching me to play. She raised her gaze to Chen Bufan. Contemplating, with skills akin to divine abilities and numerous practical techniques, my strength must now surpass all others at the nascent soul stage. Though her cultivation remained at the mid-nascent soul stage, armed with devastating divine powers and exquisite combat skills, Su Qing had undoubtedly become the foremost powerhouse of the Qiyin kingdom and the surrounding nations that I have learned, young master. Thank you for your guidance. Su Qing stood to leave, ready to kneel and bow in gratitude. However, Chen Bufan swiftly grasped her arms, exclaiming, "No need for such formalities." How soft, he thought to himself, an inexplicable phrase surfacing in his mind. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Why engage in such empty gestures? After all, you have been of immense help to me. Without you, I would have been quite overwhelmed by those people." As he spoke, Chen Bufan suppressed his lingering thoughts and said gently, "Su Qing, I see you enjoy gaming quite a bit in the future. Feel free to come and play whenever you wish, as I am rather weary of it now." "Thank you, young master," Su Qing replied promptly. This moment, she had developed a profound understanding of the game. By controlling her character to complete levels, she could acquire the skills of that character and fully internalize them. Such a method, if it were to spread, would surely drive the entire continent into a frenzy. Despite Chen Bufan's fervent attempts to dissuade Su Qing from becoming a maid, she remained resolute, citing Su Jianhong as a reason, and took up residence next door as a maid to better serve Chen Bufan. Consequently, when Chen Bufan awoke the following morning, he found Su Qing standing by the bedside, holding a basin of warm water. What a decadent life, Chen Bufan mused, splashing some water on his face, catching a glimpse of Su Qing's graceful figure and lovely visage in his peripheral vision. "Young master, do you have any plans for today?" Su Qing inquired curiously as they ate breakfast. "Today?" Chen Bufan said, taking a bun while opening the system screen to check his tasks. "Today, we will be planting vegetables." Planting vegetables? A large question mark appeared over Su Qing's head. Later that morning, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. Chen Bufan wiped the sweat from his forehead, straightened his back, and turned to Su Qing, who was squatting beside him, chuckling. "All right." Su Qing's small face bore a look of confusion. She had not stepped outside since breakfast. "Young master, I can help you with this. You need not do it yourself," she remarked, observing the seeds Chen Bufan had buried, which appeared quite ordinary. "Oh, you simply do not understand. The joy of planting vegetables is boundless," Chen Bufan said with an air of mystery. Soon after, a notification from the system rang in his ears. "Ding, system alert. Task planting vegetables completed. Reward, 6 God floral water, 1.6 God. Chen Bufan chuckled, examining the green bottle that had appeared in his hand. "What is young master talking about?" Su Qing asked, puzzled, glancing at the bottle that had suddenly materialized. Chen Bufan picked up the floral water, shaking it towards Su Qing, and said with a grin, "It's for repelling mosquitoes, although I haven't seen any here." This world seemingly lacked mosquitoes, which was Chen Bufan's greatest discovery since his arrival. After all, it was summer, and in his previous life, mosquitoes were a significant nuisance during this season, making floral water ideal for application. However, since this world had no mosquitoes, the floral water was rendered useless. "Here, take it and have fun with it. Applying some on your skin can be quite refreshing." Chapter 39. Dao Chen Bufan tossed the floral water into Su Qing's arms. Su Qing exclaimed, hurriedly catching it and examining it closely. The green liquid appeared rather enticing. "Young master, can this be consumed?" she asked, tilting her chin playfully. It's not for drinking. Just apply a little on your skin. I wonder if you'll like the scent." Chen Bufan shrugged, adding, "Just press the top with your hand." Su Qing nodded, looking slightly disappointed. Yet she followed Chen Bufan's instructions and sprayed a little on herself. The floral water touched her skin. A cool sensation spread across her body, but then, unexpectedly, dark substances began to appear on her skin. That is this purging bodily impurities, Su Qing exclaimed, suddenly looking up at Chen Bufan. However, he was absorbed in contemplating the seeds he had buried. Oblivious to her. After a moment's reflection, Su Qing pieced it together. It seemed young master had anticipated this occurrence, but diverted his gaze out of consideration for her feelings. After all, it would be quite unseemly for a young lady to have dirt on her skin. With this thought, an unexpected notion emerged in Su Qing's mind. Young master truly is a compassionate person. Realizing it was best to cleanse herself promptly, Su Qing glanced at Chen Bufan, muttering to herself, and quietly departed without disturbing him. As for Chen Bufan, he had not pondered as deeply as Su Qing. He was merely attempting to have a clear view of the system screen. System, do you have any other functionalities? Chen Bufan remarked, gazing at the barren screen with a hint of frustration. Invalid dialogue detected. Please complete the next task, the system's cold voice responded. Useless system, Chen Bufan silently grumbled, then turned his attention to the next task. Collect cold leaf grass in Donglu Town. Quantity, 100 at Donglu Town, cold leaf grass. This task seems rather peculiar, Chen Bufan mused, stroking his chin in perplexity. Such a collection task appears to have never occurred before to Su Qing. Where is Donglu Town? Yet, after a prolonged silence, Chen Bufan lifted his gaze to the spot where Su Qing had stood, now conspicuously empty. Has he left for some reason? Chen Bufan scratched his head, initially intending to inquire whether Su Qing was familiar with this location. After all, the system indicated that the site was most likely in the vicinity of Qian Kingdom, that I might as well ask Su Jianhong. With this thought, Chen Bufan stepped out of the Qingxin garden. In the palace at the Qihua Hall, Su Jianhong appeared as though he had just awoken, standing before Chen Bufan with his shoes askew and attire disheveled, yet greeted him with a warm smile. Zhao Sui, what brings you here today? Observing Su Jianhong's appearance, Chen Bufan recognized that he might have disturbed the man's rest and promptly expressed his apologies. I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty, for interrupting your slumber. Zhao Sui, not at all, not at all, Su Jianhong quickly replied, his face beaming with a smile, pondering what matter could have prompted this esteemed visitor. Could it be that yet another dark force has infiltrated the capital? Suddenly, Su Jianhong recalled the imprisoned Guin grandmother, who, although still alive, was hanging by a thread. This predicament had arisen from his desperate use of precious spiritual herbs, a decision prompted by her initial declaration upon their meeting. I am a subordinate of the Grand Elder of the Ghost Sect. If you do not release me, the entire Qian Kingdom shall prepare for my burial. Su Jianhong had been taken aback, realizing that this Guin grandmother had aligned herself with the Ghost Sect. After learning this, he had spent sleepless nights contemplating how to relay this information to Chen Bufan, fearing that the latter might grow impatient with his concerns. This situation is quite delicate, Su Jianhong sighed heavily. Why the sudden change from a radiant smile to a furrowed brow? Chen Bufan remarked, surprised at the swift shift in Su Jianhong's demeanor. What troubles you, Your Majesty? After some contemplation, Chen Bufan decided it would be better to postpone inquiries about Donglu Town for the time being. Su Jianhong snapped back to attention, and upon hearing Chen Bufan's question, he offered a wry smile. That I truly apologize. Zhao Sui, that I have been beset by numerous worries lately, which has made it difficult for me to concentrate. What has transpired in the Qian Kingdom? Chen Bufan pondered internally, then cautiously inquired, is there something troubling Your Majesty? He quickly added in his mind, please do not involve me in matters concerning cultivators. Su Jianhong cast a deep gaze at Chen Bufan, aware that his forthcoming response might be pivotal in resolving this quandary. Chen Bufan's heart skipped a beat upon meeting Su Jianhong's gaze. Surely not. With a resigned smile, Su Jianhong began, it is related to that assassin who attacked you a few days ago. That old woman? Chen Bufan frowned, internally alarmed. But I didn't do anything. Indeed, Zhao Sui. Following interrogation by the punishment department, it was revealed that she hails from the Ghost Sect and serves under the Grand Elder, blood-handed demon, Su Jianhong stated, his expression growing more troubled. Though he understood that after their conversation, there would likely be no repercussions, he still felt compelled to maintain an air of concern. The Ghost Sect? Blood-handed demon? Goodness! Chen Bufan gasped, taken aback by the gravity of the situation. How on earth did I attract such a fiend? Perhaps I should return to Tiandao Mountain. Why must I encounter such troubles immediately upon descending? At that moment, Chen Bufan found himself questioning his luck and the rationale behind the system's decision to have him reside in Tiandao Mountain for 3 years. Indeed, it seems that Tiandao Mountain is far more suited to me, he mused privately. The outside world is undeniably perilous, and I possess no cultivation to rely upon. This wretched system has done nothing but compel me to tend to vegetables, sweep floors, and fetch water. Without presenting any other tasks that I in my previous life, I observed countless protagonists in novels becoming transcendent beings and dominating the world in an instant. Yet here I am. Enough of this lamentation. I am weary. Let it all come to ruin. What does the sovereign imply? Chen Bufan cautiously probed, observing Su Jianhong's increasingly troubled expression. With a graceful and practiced motion, Su Jianhong knelt before Chen Bufan, exclaiming, "I beseech you, Zhao Sui, for assistance. If the ghost sect were to come knocking, the Qian kingdom would be doomed, and the lives of 300,000 citizens in the capital would hang by a thread." Su Jianhong was acutely aware of the ghost sect's history. 40 years prior, an entire nation had been obliterated for inciting their wrath, leaving over 300,000 souls without a single survivor. To this day, that place remains haunted by vengeful spirits, a sight where even ordinary cultivators dare not tread. Upon hearing Su Jianhong's words, Chen Bufan felt an icy chill creep over him, while he had sensed that those around him, including Su Jianhong, regarded him as a formidable figure. The reality was far from it. Although he could not fathom what illusions they were under, Chen Bufan was painfully aware of his own limitations. It is best to remain uninvolved in such matters, he resolved internally. Yet the pressing issue at hand was that he needed to complete the system's task. Once that was accomplished, he could promptly return to Tiandao Mountain. With his own life hanging in the balance, he could hardly concern himself with the fates of others. Having made up his mind, Chen Bufan steadied his thoughts and refrained from directly answering Su Jianhong's query. "We shall discuss this matter later. Your Majesty, that my primary purpose for visiting is to inquire whether you are familiar with Donglu Town, as I need to travel there." Donglu Town. Su Jianhong rose from the ground, his brow furrowing in confusion. It should be located beyond the capital, but I am not particularly familiar with it. Chen Bufan nodded, aware that tasks issued by the system typically occur in nearby locales. It was unlikely for such a small town to exist within the capital. "I am afraid I do not know much about it," Su Jianhong admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed that I asked the ruler of a nation. He could easily recall other cities, but a mere town eluded his knowledge. "Did I ask that so?" Chen Bufan's brow furrowed slightly, disappointment creeping into his tone. Seeing this, Su Jianhong suddenly regretted his earlier statement. While he might not be aware, his subordinates would surely possess the information. What if Zhao Sui were to be displeased? He quickly clapped his hands and added, "Do not worry, Zhao Sui. Although I am uncertain, the National Master will undoubtedly know." Upon hearing this, hope blossomed within Chen Bufan. Before long, the National Master arrived in haste, and upon learning of Chen Bufan's inquiry, immediately asserted, "Fear not, Zhao Sui. I am familiar with that place. It lies 30 miles outside the capital. I visited there when I was recruiting disciples." "That is splendid news." Chen Bufan expressed his delight as he said, "Now that we know where to go, we must act decisively." After bidding farewell to Su Jianhong, he departed with the National Master. Once the two had left, Su Jianhong suddenly exhaled in relief that in his view, having disclosed the matters concerning the ghost sect to Chen Bufan, it was certain that the latter would take action. Consequently, the demise of the ghost sect was surely imminent. That Su Jianhong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pondered whether he could leverage this situation to elevate the name of Qian country, and perhaps even expand its territory. That a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, filled with aspirations for a brighter future. Winter Willow Town was a modestly sized settlement nestled amidst mountains on 3 sides, home to approximately 30,000 residents. Although it was not in close proximity to the capital, it was not too far either, allowing for a fair number of cultivators to reside within. That evening, Chen Bufan and the National Master arrived in the town and settled into an inn. They soon found themselves dining in the common hall, enjoying a spread of dishes. During the meal, the National Master attempted to speak multiple times, but hesitated until Chen Bufan noticed and inquired, prompting him to stammer, "Zhao Sui, is there a specific purpose for our visit?" Upon uttering those words, memories of recent events flooded the National Master's mind. This Zhao Sui had, with a mere flick of his hand, subdued a peak Yuanying level demon. Thus, he assumed their outing was also to capture a certain fiend. Although he had great faith in Qin Bufan's abilities, as he himself was only at the mid-Yuanying stage, he feared he might be of little assistance to know. Is that what you're referring to? Qin Bufan replied, savoring a piece of fish, appreciating its delectable flavor, that we need to collect some cold leaf grass, though I have no idea where to find it. Qin Bufan expressed, a hint of frustration in his voice, that it seemed as if the system had gone awry, insisting that he gather this cold leaf grass without revealing its purpose. Cold leaf grass? The National Master was taken aback, a question mark appearing above his head, that I believe I have heard of it. It's a herb used by mortals, right? After considerable thought, he managed to dredge up the memory from his brief time as a mortal. You know about it? Qin Bufan remarked in surprise, noting the National Master's expression, that he had intended to inquire with the locals of Winter Willow Town, but if the National Master was knowledgeable, he needn't go through that trouble. Yes. That is merely a herb used by mortals for treating external injuries that if you need it, just say the word, and you will acquire it in abundance. The National Master promptly replied, perplexed as to why Zhao Sui suddenly sought a mortal herb. Did the cold leaf grass possess some hidden significance? Ahem, you wouldn't understand. I have my reasons. Qin Bufan lightly coughed, chuckling that in truth, he was uncertain of its purpose himself. However, given that this was a requirement set by the system, he knew that if he did not collect it, the system would keep the task stagnant, never refreshing it, a lesson learned from previous experiences. Thus, in pursuit of his own joy, he resolved to complete the task earnestly. As he steeled himself with determination, a sudden, crisp voice pierced the air. Are you robbing us at this inn? These dishes cost an exorbitant amount. I see you are taking advantage of us, simply because we are women. Curiosity piqued, Qin Bufan turned to see a young woman at a table near the entrance, vociferously confronting the innkeeper, sword in hand, her aura indicating she was a cultivator. What struck Qin Bufan as odd was that the innkeeper was merely a mortal. Yet the young woman did not exploit her status as a cultivator to intimidate him, instead appearing rather irate in her words. The innkeeper, with a pained expression, rubbed his hands together, uncertain of how to respond. Having run the inn for many years, he was somewhat perceptive and recognized that this young woman was clearly a practitioner of the way of immortality. Esteemed lady, please exercise your magnanimity and do not stoop to the level of a lowly servant. Consider this meal a small gesture of my apology, he proposed, hoping to appease her. However, upon hearing his words, the young woman seemed even more incensed. What do you mean? Do you think my sister and I cannot afford the bill? Clearly, your prices are exorbitant. She retorted that I assure you, I had no such intention. The innkeeper immediately shook his head, speaking with trepidation. It is simply that prices have surged rapidly in recent times, and as a small business. I must you. The young woman furrowed her brows, about to launch another tirade, but was interrupted by the white-clad woman seated beside her. All right, Xiaodai, cease this commotion. The innkeeper means no offense. My younger sister has been spoiled since childhood. So please do not take it to heart. Here, take this silver as a gesture of goodwill, the white-clad woman said soothingly. This is too much, the innkeeper stammered, clutching the large ingot of silver. Then could you assist me in securing a room for my sister and me? The white-clad woman smiled gently. Very well, the innkeeper replied, realizing their sincerity and no longer hesitating to accommodate them. As the commotion subsided, Qin Bufan turned back, still feeling exhilarated. That was quite the spectacle, he remarked, referring to the earlier fracas. Let us retire for the night. We have an early start tomorrow. He addressed the National Master before rising first, that as he passed by the two young women. They were still engrossed in conversation. The white-clad woman, however, caught his gaze, prompting Qin Bufan to smile and nod before ascending the stairs. Sister. Zhang Xiaodai tugged at Murong Ying's sleeve, her eyes filled with curiosity. What is the matter with you? Murong Ying snapped back to reality after a moment of daze, turning to look at Zhang Xiaodai. Younger sister, she uttered, but before she could continue, she abruptly collapsed onto the table, her fainting form accompanied by Zhang Xiaodai's increasingly desperate calls. When Murong Ying regained consciousness, she found herself in a private chamber. Sister, what happened to you? You scared me half to death, Zhang Xiaodai exclaimed, tears glistening in her eyes as she hurried to inquire. Murong Ying stammered, yet her thoughts drifted back to the earlier encounter. That man, appearing to be merely immortal, had evoked an overwhelming sense of suffocation within her soul upon meeting his gaze. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she were facing her master from years past, so powerful, so audacious-inspiring. It had been years since she had felt such pressure. In that man's eyes, she felt like an insignificant insect, utterly at his mercy. Fear-filled Murong Ying's exquisite features, her countenance paling. Zhang Xiaodie's growing concern was palpable. "Sister," she called again. This time, Murong Ying finally returned to the present, forcing a smile for her younger sister. "I am fine. I must have been too fatigued from our journey and did not rest well." Zhang Xiaodai opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words. Although she was straightforward and quick to speak, she was not oblivious to the undercurrents of thought. Her sister must have discovered something significant, but was reluctant to share. "Very well. Since you do not wish to discuss it, I shall not pry. Please rest well. I will ask the innkeeper to prepare some chicken soup for you. While it may not compare to what we have at the sect, it will at least provide some nourishment." Zhang Xiaodai said softly. "Thank you, Xiaodai," Murong Ying replied, her lips pressed together. She was at a loss for how to broach the subject of that man. After all, with Zhang Xiaodie's innate curiosity, revealing anything would only place her in jeopardy. That man was a terror beyond what they could contend with. "Never mind. Once this mission is concluded, I shall return to the sect and inform Master of this matter." After a while, the innkeeper brought in the chicken soup. Murong Ying took a few sips before feigning exhaustion and drifting off to sleep. Zhang Xiaodai, too, lay down with her own thoughts swirling. Meanwhile, in another room on the second floor, Chen Bufan sat in a chair, listening as the National Master recounted their earlier encounter with the two young women. They should be disciples of the cold immortal sect, the National Master exhaled, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. "It is strange. The cold immortal sect has only ever operated within the realm of Xianjing, so why have they suddenly come to our Qian country?" The cold immortal sect. Chen Bufan's interest was piqued. The National Master nodded, elaborating. "It is one of the 100 sects of the Xiantian realm, primarily active around the borders of Xianjing. The sect leader, the Cold Immortal, is said to be at the peak of integration, a half-step into the cave void stage, thus placing the Cold Immortal sect in the mid-tier. Among the 100 sections, the young woman in the green dress appears to be at the initial Yuanying stage. And the sword she wields is presumably the Ghost Frost Sword, one of the 9 swords of the Cold Immortal sect, albeit a counterfeit. The woman clad in white, though concealing all her ethereal aura, still emanated a faint chill as she passed by, a testament to her cultivation of the supreme technique known as the Cold Maiden Heart Sutra. The National Master recounted this with considerable familiarity, which elicited a moment of surprise from Chen Bufan. "Zhao Sui, in my youth, I once ventured through the Cold Immortal sect," he remarked. Upon noticing Chen Bufan's gaze, the National Master suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. Sheepishly confessing, though the Cold Immortal sect admits both men and women, they predominantly recruit young girls whenever the gates are opened, and each one is more beautiful than the last that I in my younger days. I too fantasized about marrying a disciple from the Cold Immortal sect. Alas, reality proved harsh. After several years of wandering, I returned to inherit my father's position as the National Master." Chen Bufan found this revelation quite amusing, though he regarded it merely as a source of entertainment. Recognizing that he was but a mortal, far removed from these celestial beings, that he resolved to focus instead on how to gather the cold immortal herb the following day. During their meal, the National Master elaborated in detail, fearing that his thoughts might diverge from Chen Bufan's expectations, that he specifically requested that the latter share insights from a mortal's perspective, leading Chen Bufan to hear some rather ominous news regarding the herb's properties, which could freeze upon contact and exuded a toxic scent, instantly instilling in him an unsettling premonition about the next day's endeavor. Chapter 42. A chance encounter. The following morning, Winter Willow Town was surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, with the remaining side adjacent to a dense forest. While the forest teemed with lurking beasts, the periphery was mostly populated by mundane wildlife. However, venturing deeper would undoubtedly lead to encounters with formidable demons. The National Master led the way, while Chen Bufan followed closely behind, taking in the vibrant surroundings. The air within the forest was refreshingly crisp, brimming with greenery, and amidst the towering trees grew a multitude of wild grasses and flowers. Yet, Chen Bufan found the system's demands rather absurd. He was instructed to gather the cold leaf herb, yet he had no idea what it looked like, lacking even a pictorial hint. Thankfully, the national master of the Qian kingdom had immersed himself in the study of herbs since childhood, possessing at least a modicum of knowledge about even the most common flora. With this thought in mind, Chen Bufan expressed his gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate your assistance, National Master." The National Master turned abruptly, a look of alarm crossing his face as he replied, "It is my honor to assist Zhao Sui." With that, Chen Bufan decided against saying more. After all, the people of Qian Kingdom were known for their warm-heartedness. After walking a while longer, they finally discovered the cold leaf herb beneath a shady tree. "Zhao Sui, this must be it," the National Master declared, pointing to a blue flower. Chen Bufan focused intently on the bloom, observing its blue petals, which were somewhat thick and rounded. This was indeed the cold leaf flower, with each plant yielding 4 cold leaf herbs. Chen Bufan calculated that he would need 24 of these in total, in addition to the one before him. Equipping the gloves he had prepared in advance, Chen Bufan crouched down to begin his gathering. The National Master watched with a hint of confusion, pondering whether such diligence was necessary for a mere common herb, particularly given the gloves Chen Bufan wore, which exuded an unmistakable aura of ethereal energy, a genuine treasure of sorts. Such gloves were exceedingly rare, and crucially, their otherworldly essence did not harm the cold leaf herbs being harvested. As Chen Bufan successfully completed the gathering, the National Master glanced around, soon spotting another plant. Just then, while the two were engrossed in their task, 2 young women were seen, fleeing not far from them. These were the disciples of the Cold Immortal sect, whom Chen Bufan had encountered previously. "Damn it. I can't believe those two, Gui Qi and Gui Ba, have already broken through." Murong Ying spat through gritted teeth. She still wore the white dress from the previous day, albeit in a disheveled state, stained with blood. Zhang Xiaodai, wielding a subpar version of the Ghost Frost sword, had sweat-soaked features and spoke urgently. Both of them were originally mid-stage, nascent soul cultivators, and together they could contend with late-stage opponents. Now that they've broken through to late stage, we stand no chance. This time, I was too careless, senior sister. "It is not your fault," Murong Ying replied, shaking her head as she glanced back at the relentless pursuers. She thought to herself that both she and her junior had exhausted a significant portion of their spiritual energy in the earlier confrontation, making escape seem increasingly bleak. Resolving her thoughts, Murong Ying halted, turning to Zhang Xiaodai with urgency. "You must go ahead. Once you're out, contact the sect. I will hold them off." "Senior sister," Zhang Xiaodai exclaimed, her eyes instantly welling with tears. "Hurry, go," Murong Ying insisted, forcefully pushing Zhang Xiaodai away toward the distance. That moment, Gui Qi and Gui Ba had already caught up. Unfazed by the fleeing prey, Gui Qi regarded Murong Ying with a mocking glint in his eyes, casually commenting, "Isn't it Lady Murong who came looking for trouble with us? Why run upon our encounter?" Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaodai trudged forward, her steps heavy as she hastily circulated her spiritual energy, occasionally consuming pills to replenish her strength. Just as she neared the forest edge, 2 figures suddenly appeared before her, startling her into an abrupt halt. Having finished gathering the last cold leaf flower, Chen Bufan stood up, brushing off his hands as he listened to the system's notification. Letting out a sigh of relief. "Ding, system notification. Task of gathering cold leaf herbs completed. Reward: 1 useless gemstone." Chen Bufan was taken aback at a useless gemstone. "What the hell, you wretched system? Are you toying with me?" Anger flared within him. After a grueling morning's effort, he had finally completed the task, yet received no worthy reward, nothing even as trivial as a refreshing drink. Instead, he was bestowed with a useless gemstone, which was, in fact, utterly worthless. What is the point of even this? He grumbled internally, his frustration mounting. In truth, Chen Bufan had harbored a glimmer of hope regarding this task. What kind of hope, you ask? The hope of cultivating. After all, this task had a distinct nature, diverging from the mundane errands of the past, as it involved matters pertaining to the Xintian realm. Yet, as often is the case, reality proved contrary to his expectations. After waiting in vain for the system's response, Chen Bufan was about to call out again when he was suddenly startled by the sound of hurried footsteps, which abruptly ceased. Turning around, he spotted a disheveled young girl standing nearby. Her expression one of wariness as she regarded the National Master. This girl seemed somewhat familiar. Ah, he remembered her. She was the one he had encountered at the inn yesterday. Or was the girl in the white dress? Step aside. Zhang Xiaodai shot a glance at Chen Bufan, quickly assessing that he bore no trace of spiritual energy and was merely immortal. Her focus shifted entirely to the national master. Sensing that his cultivation level was evidently superior to her own, under normal circumstances, she would have felt unafraid, being a disciple of the cold immortal sect with numerous abilities at her disposal, not to mention her ghost frost sword. However, in her current state, she was in no position to challenge him. I am a disciple of the cold immortal sect. I kindly request you to let me pass, she stated, seemingly aware of her earlier tone and hastily adding, it is unwise to provoke unnecessary conflict. Zhang Xiaodai smartly tempered her demeanor. The national master remained silent, turning to Chen Bufan. Zhao Sui, Zhang Xiaodia's gaze sharpened as she focused on Chen Bufan. This mortal was the leader. The term Zhao Sui was typically reserved for a sovereign. Was this man a ruler of a nation? Yet, why did he possess no trace of cultivation? Zhang Xiaodia's mind raced with thoughts. As both of their gazes settled upon him, Chen Bufan's heart quickened, and realization dawned upon him. This girl appeared to be in a hurry, her attire still stained with fresh blood, clearly fleeing from pursuers. It was very likely that those pursuers were close behind. With this in mind, Chen Bufan endeavored to adopt a gentle tone, saying, if you wish to leave, do so. We harbor no ill intentions upon hearing this. Zhang Xiaodia's wariness did not wane, yet she nonetheless began to move toward the forest's edge, her eyes still darting cautiously toward Chen Bufan and the national master. Only after she had distanced herself did she breathe a sigh of relief. Much like Zhang Xiaodai, Chen Bufan also patted his chest, relieved to have sidestepped potential trouble, observing her retreating figure and thinking that at last a predicament had been averted. Stop! A sudden, booming command rang out. Chen Bufan's body stiffened, and upon hearing the voice behind him, his countenance fell. It appeared that he could not evade the situation after all. Guiqi regarded Chen Bufan with a puzzled expression, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. However, upon discovering that Chen Bufan bore not a trace of spiritual energy, they mused that he was merely immortal. Dismissing him, they instead addressed the distant Zhang Xiaodai with a tone of arrogance. Yo Shuang, your esteemed senior sister is still in my grasp. Are you certain you wish to flee? Beside them, Gui Ba wore a mischievous expression. The two young women had been observing them for quite some time, and this was merely a trap laid to ensnare them all. After all, they had important tasks to attend to, and before that, they needed to eliminate the lurking dangers around them. Zhang Xiaodai, overwhelmed with despair, turned to face Guiqi and Gui Ba. How could she dare to flee now, with her senior sister in their clutches? If her actions provoked them further, her sister would be in peril. The people of the ghost sect were capable of anything, and their enmity with the cold fairy sect still lingered. Fortunately, she had already communicated with her sect. If she could just hold on a little longer, she would be safe. Yo Shuang, one of the contemporary 9 swords of the cold fairy sect, who would have thought that it would be you keeping a watchful eye on us? Guiqi clicked his tongue. The two had been observing them for ages without revealing themselves. This time, they deliberately exposed a flaw to entice their adversaries. Sure enough, their opponents, unaware that the two had already surpassed their previous cultivation levels, found themselves caught off guard and fled in defeat. Release my senior sister. I will leave her fate in your hands, Zhang Xiaodai declared coldly. Release? Why should we? You two are nothing but fish on the chopping block. Ripe for slaughter, Gui Ba cackled, lunging forward with astonishing speed that left onlookers astounded. However, after only a few steps, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Gui Ba recoiled, as if he had seen a ghost, staggering backward. Gui Ba, what on earth are you doing? Guiqi exclaimed, his irritation evident as he shouted at Gui Ba. Zhang Xiaodai was initially startled by Gui Ba's sudden movement, but soon her eyes filled with confusion. It seemed Gui Ba had cast a glance at that mortal. Chen Bufan, bewildered, slapped his own face in disbelief. This was not his affair, and upon the arrival of Guiqi and Gui Ba, he had signaled to the national teacher to leave. Since they had not attacked him, Chen Bufan cautiously prepared to exit the fray. Yet, Gui Ba suddenly acted out. The violent commotion compelled Chen Bufan to glance back, only to find that Gui Ba was also looking at him. This is bad. I've been noticed. Chen Bufan steeled himself, realizing escape was futile, and turned to engage in discourse that he was merely immortal. Utterly inconsequential. What trickery is this, Gui Ba? Gui Chi expressed his discontent, observing the trembling Gui Ba with growing suspicion. Since their entry into the ghost sect, Gui Ba had rarely exhibited such behavior. Did I TS him? Gui Ba rasped, disbelief coloring his tone. How could he possibly be here? The plan had not yet commenced. It was unthinkable. Him? Gui Chi queried, following Gui Ba's gaze at that moment. Chen Bufan had just turned around. Gui Chi's pupils constricted in shock that it was indeed this person. He could never forget the image captured in the crystal ball. This individual wielded unfathomable powers, having even bested the notorious Guiyin Granny, showcasing his terrifying prowess. How could he be here? Gui Chi hissed, watching the flustered Gui Ba. Yet his own mind suddenly settled that we must relay this to our master. I had initially planned to draw him out using a demon beast, which is why I aim to eliminate these two troublesome nuisances early. Who would have thought he would come forth himself? Gui Ba, do not panic. If we cannot handle this, surely our master has a solution. Gui Chi's words provided Gui Ba with considerable comfort. He knew Gui Ba was typically blusterous, but cowardly at heart. Oh, right, let us hurry and inform our master. Gui Ba steadied his nerves and hastily added. Chen Bufan glanced at the national teacher, then cast a puzzled look at Gui Chi and Gui Ba, who were whispering conspiratorially to them. Chen Bufan pondered for a moment before deciding to speak up. Swish! Gui Chi and Gui Ba instantly recoiled at the sound of his voice. Chen Bufan. This situation seems to have taken a turn for the worse. You. Chen Bufan tried to speak again, but the two exchanged glances and vanished without a trace. Zhang Xiaodai stood behind, dumbfounded as she witnessed the unfolding events. Now, she was certain this individual was no mere mortal. After all, how could the fearsome Gui Chi and Gui Ba flee at the mere sight of him? Yet the most pressing concern remained her senior sister's injuries. Zhang Xiaodai rushed to the fallen Murong Ying, cradling her in her arms and feeding her copious amounts of medicinal pills. Once Murong Ying's complexion had regained some color, Zhang Xiaodai hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Chen Bufan, saying, Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance that I, Zhang Xiaodai, will forever remember this kindness and will repay it in the future. Chen Bufan looked at Zhang Xiaodai in bewilderment and quickly replied, This has nothing to do with me. Do not misunderstand. Seriously, how could this be attributed to him? He had barely managed to utter a complete sentence when the two seemingly dim-witted figures had turned and discarded the girl before fleeing. Moreover, he had no use for this favor. After all, Chen Bufan had no intention of involving himself in the affairs of these cultivators. With that thought, his desire to return to Tiandao Mountain intensified. Zhao Sui is truly too modest. Were it not for your presence, those two would never have relented so easily. Young lady, consider yourself fortunate this time. The national teacher graciously intervened. He said, casting a jovial glance at Zhang Xiaodai. But who were those two? They seem to belong to the demonic path, do they not? The national teacher inquired further. From the outset, he had sensed the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from Gui Chi and Gui Ba. It was a telltale sign of the side effects of their prolonged practice of demonic cultivation. Chapter 44. The purple-eyed demon monkey, just as the national teacher, had noted the faint chill surrounding Murong Ying last night. Every practitioner's cultivation bore such characteristics. However, the signs were most pronounced among those of the demonic path, as the need for constant slaughter resulted in a particularly potent aroma of blood. This was why the national teacher had refrained from acting, choosing instead to observe coldly from the sidelines. Chen Bufan's curiosity was piqued as he looked at Zhang Xiaodai. He had initially assumed this mission would proceed smoothly aside from the rewards. Yet unexpected complications had arisen. Zhang Xiaodai bit her lip, casting a glance at Chen Bufan before bitterly stating, Those two are the enforcers of the ghost sect, Gui Chi and Gui Ba. She offered a brief introduction without delving into further details. The national teacher nodded thoughtfully. Unlike Chen Bufan, who had spent little time in the Qi Yin kingdom, he had ventured beyond its borders in his youth and was thus familiar with certain matters. He was aware of the long-standing enmity between the ghost sect and the cold fairy sect. Both were among the 100 sects, with their main spheres of influence overlapping in this region. However, the ghost sect was closer to the Qi Yin kingdom, while the cold fairy sect resided further afield. Becoming embroiled in the conflict between the two sects was far from ideal. The national teacher reflected quietly. Although Zhao Sui was nearby and there was no cause for concern, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially since he was unfamiliar with these two women. Upon hearing the name Ghost Sect, Chen Bufan felt a jolt in his heart that he recalled that before leaving the capital, Su Jianhong had mentioned that the elderly woman involved in the scam was an underling of the Ghost Sect's Grand Elder. With this thought, Chen Bufan's resolve solidified. Although he remained uncertain about the recent events involving those two, it was clear that lingering here was ill-advised. At that moment, the national teacher turned to Chen Bufan. Smiling, Zhao Sui, let us take our leave. There is nothing more to be done here. As Chen Bufan contemplated how to voice his thoughts, he was filled with joy upon hearing this and nodded in agreement. He turned to Zhang Xiaodai and said, "Young lady, we shall take our leave now." With that, he turned to depart alongside the national teacher. "Wait." Zhang Xiaodai bit her lip and called out. With only a short incense sticks time remaining for the sect's communication, and her master requiring at least 3 sticks worth of time to arrive, should the ghost sect pursue them again, she would be unable to escape with her sister. The person before her, appearing as a mere mortal, yet capable of commanding the attention of nascent soul cultivators, and even sending the two from the ghost sect fleeing, could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Thus, to extricate herself from this predicament, it seemed her only option was to seek his assistance. At that moment, Chen Bufan regretted not being able to move swiftly. However, upon hearing the young lady call out to him, he could not simply disregard her. "What is it, young lady?" Chen Bufan turned back to Zhang Xiaodai, his brows furrowed slightly, that he had no intention of meddling in affairs that did not concern him. "I hope the esteemed senior will lend your aid. If we can just hold on for another 2 sticks of incense, my master will arrive, and at that time, there will be a generous reward." Zhang Xiaodai, seeing him pause, felt a surge of hope, but was also fearful of his refusal. She quickly added, "My master is the Yoshuang Sword Master, one of the 9 swords of the Cold Fairy sect. Once my master arrives, the two from the Ghost sect can be easily dealt with." Upon hearing these words, Chen Bufan cast a glance at the national master, discovering an unexpected expression on the latter's face. He couldn't help but ponder, is the master of the Ghost Frost Sword truly formidable? Could he possibly contend with that so-called Bloodhand demon? Suddenly, Chen Bufan recalled the Grand Elder of the Ghost sect. Who might that be? He turned to the national master and inquired. The latter immediately responded with utmost respect. "Zhao Sui, the master of the Ghost Frost Sword, is the foremost among the 9 swords of the Cold Immortal. A powerful entity of the Unity Realm, reputed to be the strongest under the sect leader of the Cold Immortal sect. So he is quite formidable," Chen Bufan thought, feeling somewhat reassured about his earlier concerns. After all, upon hearing about this Bloodhand demon, he was still a bit apprehensive that if only he could secure some assurance for himself at this juncture. With that thought in mind, Chen Bufan promptly addressed Zhang Xiaodai in a gentle tone. "Since this is the case, time is of the essence. We should hasten our departure from here." Zhang Xiaodai's face brightened with joy. "Wonderful. With this esteemed senior by our side, I am certain we can hold out until master arrives." The national master had no objections, and thus the 3 of them swiftly made their way towards the forest's edge. In the depths of the forest, Ghost 7 and Ghost 8 stood before a pitch-black, deep cave. Ghost 7 produced a finely crafted bagua device from his hands and inquired, "Has the master already been contacted?" Ghost 8 nodded, his expression tinged with worry as he gazed at the device in Ghost 7's hands. "The master will arrive shortly, but are we truly going to release that azure-eyed demon monkey?" Ghost 7 scoffed. "Of course, this has been a plan long in the making. Moreover, there is no better opportunity than now." Originally, Ghost 7 and Ghost 8 intended to unleash this beast, just as they had done at the Tian Shermin, to draw out Chen Bufan. They speculated that Chen Bufan was responsible for addressing the beastly incursions in the Scarlet Flame Kingdom, which was why their previous endeavor had been thwarted, that if all went according to plan, he was likely still at Donglu Town. They were determined to ensure he would not return. Ghost 7's countenance was cold, as if he had completely forgotten his earlier fears. "Very well." Ghost 8 wished to voice another concern, but ultimately acquiesced, nodding in agreement. "Then let us proceed. Once it is released, we must depart swiftly. This creature has been contained for so long that its primal instincts will have surged. I expect that after this, Donglu Town will face utter destruction." Hearing the hint of regret in Ghost 7's voice, Ghost 8 exchanged a glance with him, internally mocking his hypocritical demeanor. However, Ghost 7 refrained from further comment, exhaling slowly before activating the device. As the device emitted a soft glow, Ghost 7 quickly placed it within the cave and hastened away, with Ghost 8 closely following. The light from the device grew ever more intense until the air was suddenly filled with the sound akin to shattering glass, and the device shattered as well. Consequently, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged out of the cave. With a resounding crash, the cave exploded, revealing a colossal monkey demon, which then threw back its head and roared with fury, venting its pent-up rage and bloodlust. At the forest's edge, Chen Bufan and his companions paused, having heard the furious roars emanating from behind them. They have released the demon monkey. Zhang Xiaodia's complexion turned pale. She and her senior sister had been tasked with preventing Ghost 7 and Ghost 8 from unleashing the demon monkey. Yet they had ultimately failed. Demon monkey? Chen Bufan was perplexed and chose not to dwell on it, continuing to stride forward, while the others dared not linger. Unfortunately, as they emerged from the forest and caught sight of Donglu Town in the distance, a thick miasma of demonic energy began to envelop them. The demon monkey has arrived. Chapter 45. The beast taming method. Zhang Xiaodai, with her keen senses, gasped and immediately shielded the unconscious Murong Ying, her gaze warily scanning the surroundings. The National Master also drew forth his flame-infused dust, preparing for a potential confrontation. Meanwhile, Chen Bufan stood still, looking around in confusion. That it was still morning. Why had it suddenly become foggy? Then he heard a series of chattering sounds and looked down to find a small monkey clinging to his pant. That it resembled Xiao Mao. Chen Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the unexpected monkey, which was one of the 3 golden monkeys he had raised at home. That he crouched down, grasping the monkey by its neck and lifting it up. The monkey, no, it should be the recently liberated azure-eyed demon monkey, stared at the man before it with palpable fear. It could distinctly sense the energy contained within this man. Why? How could this be? The Xintian realm still harbored such terrifying powers. The azure-eyed demon monkey's dread deepened, yet it dared not move. What an adorable little monkey! Zhang Xiaodai exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight as she admired the creature in Chen Bufan's grasp. Being fond of raising small animals among the cold immortals, she couldn't help but feel a sense of joy despite the dire circumstances. Do you like it? Chen Bufan smiled slightly, preparing to hand the monkey over to Zhang Xiaodai for her to pet. However, to his surprise, Zhang Xiaodai suddenly let out a shriek and hastily covered her mouth, her gaze shifting from adoration to fear. It is an azure-eyed demon monkey? How could this be? A torrent of anxiety surged within Zhang Xiaodai, just as she was about to reach for the monkey. A wave of deadly foreboding washed over her. Simultaneously, she noticed the demonic energy emanating from the monkey was aligned with the oppressive aura surrounding them. This was indeed the spirit-severing demon king. The azure-eyed demon monkey, there was no doubt. Although its eyes did not possess the characteristic purple hue of the azure-eyed demon monkey, she was certain she had not made a mistake. Who on earth is this person? How could he so effortlessly tame this ferocious demon? What is the matter? Chen Bufan asked, puzzled by the girl's sudden alarm. At the same time, he noticed that the thick fog that had nearly obscured his vision was gradually dissipating. Finally, they could make their escape. It's nothing. It's nothing. Zhang Xiaodai quickly bowed her head, her hands gripping Murong Ying's arm tightly, as if drawing some sense of security from her. The National Master observed the scene with keen awareness, evidently deducing that the monkey in Chen Bufan's hands was likely the azure-eyed demon monkey the girl had mentioned. After all, he had witnessed Chen Bufan's prowess when they first met. No matter how formidable the beast, it would bow before him. Chen Bufan regarded Zhang Xiaodia's reaction with confusion, but chose not to dwell on it. He continued stroking the monkey's soft, glossy fur as they pressed on until they neared Donglu Town. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared ahead. The foremost individual had a rugged appearance, clad in a purple brocade robe, with a pair of menacing eyes fixated intently on Chen Bufan, or rather, on the monkey he held. This individual was Tuobashan, the 3rd elder of the Ghost sect, who had arrived upon receiving news from Ghost 7 and Ghost 8 that the 2 men standing behind him were none other than Ghost 7 and Ghost 8. Though they did not dare release the azure-eyed demon monkey, they regarded Chen Bufan with great caution. That very moment, Chen Bufan and his companions also recognized the three figures. The national master's expression shifted dramatically, as he clearly sensed the immense pressure emanating from Tuoba Shan. Zhang Xiaodie's face paled slightly. Although Chen Bufan was unaware of the identity of the leader, Ghost 7 and Ghost 8 recognized him and instinctively felt alarmed. Could this man be the Bloodhand Butcher, come to cause trouble for him? Chen Bufan's heart sank, and he steeled himself to inquire, "May I ask what business you have with us?" As his words fell, Tuoba Shan remained silent, his gaze sweeping over Chen Bufan. It was peculiar. There was indeed no trace of spiritual energy, merely an ordinary man. Yet how could he have tamed the azure-eyed demon monkey so effortlessly? Tuoba Shan, who had subdued the azure-eyed demon monkey decades prior, but had never managed to kill it, had always sought an opportunity to tame it. Unfortunately, it had always proven elusive. Typically, beast taming becomes exceedingly difficult once a creature reaches the nascent soul stage, let alone the azure-eyed demon monkey, which was at the spirit-severing stage. Yet here was this man, managing it with such ease. Could it be that he possessed some treasure or secret technique? Tuoba Shan's breath quickened, and his gaze on Chen Bufan turned fervent. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tuoba Shan, the third elder of the Ghost sect, that I have come to request your assistance with a matter." Though Tuoba Shan appeared to be a brute, his words were surprisingly refined. Not that esteemed elder. Chen Bufan's heart leapt with hope. "That simplifies matters. That I am Chen Bufan. Might I inquire what you wish to discuss?" Elder Tuoba. Zhang Xiaodie's heart sank at this moment, apprehensive that the other party, sensing the esteemed elder's strength, intended to capture her under the guise of negotiation. With that thought, she instinctively took a step back. Tuoba Shan's keen gaze caught her movement, but he merely glanced at Zhang Xiaodai before dismissing her from his mind. He turned back to Chen Bufan, smiling as he said, "It is not a grave matter. I have merely heard that you possess the beast-taming method, and I hope to borrow it for a time, but if one can refrain from taking action, it is undoubtedly preferable to do so." This was the current thought of Tuoba Shan, for although Chen Bufan appeared to be an ordinary mortal, his ability to subdue divine beasts was certainly no trivial matter. Ultimately, he had underestimated the situation. A sense of regret welled up within Tuoba Shan, yet he quickly revived his fighting spirit. "In no matter," he mused, "once I acquire the beast-taming technique from him, I shall deal with the matter in due course and reclaim the purple-eyed demon beast. Not to mention the two ancient beasts as well. Beast-taming technique." Chen Bufan was taken aback. Did he possess such a thing? Wait a moment, perhaps he did. Suddenly, Chen Bufan recalled a previous reward from the system: postnatal care for sows. Could that count? Just as he hesitated, Tuoba Shan grew impatient that he realized that he had never spoken kindly to anyone before this moment. "Your Excellency?" Tuoba Shan's gaze flickered as he unleashed his cultivation at the integration stage, attempting to take the initiative in testing Chen Bufan. However, as his imposing aura bore down, he discovered that the latter paid him no heed and remained lost in thought. The two individuals beside him, on the other hand, were on the verge of collapsing. "Zhao Sui," the national master urgently called out, astonished that Tuoba Shan would dare to act before Zhao Sui. Tuoba Shan was, after all, a formidable practitioner at the integration stage. Even a mere pressure of his aura was beyond what the national master and Zhang Xiaodai could withstand. The national master's hurried cry captured Chen Bufan's attention, and he turned to see the other's face drained of color. "What is wrong?" Chen Bufan quickly approached, extending a hand to steady the trembling national master. In an instant, the national master felt the weight lifted from his shoulders, his mind clearing and spirit revitalized. "Senior," a faint voice came from Zhang Xiaodai, who, already in a poor state, was now utterly weakened under Tuoba Shan's immense pressure. Upon seeing her swaying form, Chen Bufan was alarmed and quickly supported her. "Are you two all right?" he asked, regarding the national master and Zhang Xiaodai with confusion. "Why do you suddenly appear so gravely injured?" This lad. Tuoba Shan narrowed his eyes, casting a wary glance at Chen Bufan's back. The ability to effortlessly dissolve his oppressive aura indicated that Chen Bufan's cultivation was at least at the integration stage, matching his own prowess. However, what puzzled Tuoba Shan was that he still could not perceive any fluctuation of spiritual energy from Chen Bufan. Observing that the national master and Zhang Xiaodie's condition had improved, Chen Bufan finally felt reassured. He turned his attention back to Tuoba Shan, deep in contemplation. This man was demanding a beast-taming technique from him. Yet all he possessed was a book on postnatal care for sows issued by the system. Could it be that this mundane text was what the elder of the ghost sect sought? Chun Bufan found the notion somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, if he did not relinquish this item, it seemed unlikely that Tuoba Shan would permit him and his companions to leave unscathed. Very well, then that I shall give it a try. Chun Bufan sighed inwardly, lamenting his lack of cultivation and the fact that he was merely immortal. Alas, when will the system reward me with something related to cultivation? With such thoughts, he retrieved the book from the system space and approached Tuoba Shan with a smile. Elder Tuoba, this should be what you seek. Tuoba Shan's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the book in Chun Bufan's hand. The tome appeared unremarkable, akin to something a mere mortal might use. Yet in his perception, it radiated a potent white light, shimmering with an almost imperceptible aura of the celestial energy. Tuoba Shan's heart raced. Could this possibly be a celestial technique? As he observed Chun Bufan advancing step by step, waves of astonishment surged within him. Ever since the celestial path had been severed 10,000 years ago, the remnants of celestial beings had swiftly turned to dust, and for millennia, the few celestial techniques that had been passed down were exceedingly rare. Most of these techniques were held within the grasp of the 10 supreme powers of the Shintian realm. And even the ghost sect had never possessed a celestial technique. Yet now, one had seemingly manifested before him, and it appeared he could simply reach out and grasp it with ease that a surge of vitality rushed through Tuoba Shan. But soon a chilling thought struck him like a bucket of cold water. How could someone who possessed a celestial technique be so easily dealt with? With this realization, Tuoba Shan's eyes widened with caution, and he summoned a swirling mass of crimson spiritual energy around him before abruptly retreating. Chun Bufan, perplexed, regarded the ghost sect elder's sudden withdrawal with confusion. Elder Tuoba, do you not desire this? Chun Bufan, feeling awkward, adjusted his expression to appear more sincere. This lad harbors ill intentions, planning to strike at me from close range. Tuoba Shan regarded Chun Bufan's disingenuous smile, his heart racing in alarm. That was close. He had nearly fallen into the trap. Your Excellency, you conceal your true self remarkably well. Tuoba Shan's voice turned icy and stern. What? Chun Bufan blinked in bewilderment, unsure of Tuoba Shan's meaning. Could it be that he had uncovered his ruse? A sense of dread gripped him as he hastily replied, Elder Tuoba, why would you say that? Is this not the beast-taming technique you sought? Chun Bufan took another step closer, fully aware that given Tuoba Shan's might, he had no hope of escape. Thus, he resolved to present the beast-taming technique, hoping to secure his own safety. Did Dio not advance? Tuoba Shan barked, his voice sharp as he felt his composure fraying. To be honest, he had no confidence in confronting the individual before him, uncertain of the hidden aura Chun Bufan wielded. Even now, he could not perceive Chun Bufan's cultivation level. Could it be another celestial technique? Tuoba Shan's heart stirred with greed, but it was swiftly replaced by apprehension. Ghost 7 and Ghost 8, standing behind Tuoba Shan, exchanged glances, sensing the precariousness of the situation, and instinctively took a few steps back. This would ensure that regardless of what transpired next, they would have the opportunity to flee. What is the matter, Elder Tuoba? Did you not desire this? Chun Bufan felt utterly exasperated that if you want it, take it, just let me leave. I still have matters to attend to at Tiandao Mountain. Upon hearing Chun Bufan's words, an inexplicable sense of shame surged within Tuoba Shan, for it was indeed he who had made the initial request. Moreover, this visit had been for that very purpose. Yet the reality had diverged sharply from his expectations. He had envisioned swiftly taking action upon their meeting, eliminating Chun Bufan, and seizing the two ancient beasts. However, upon meeting, he had discovered that Chun Bufan had quietly subdued the purple-eyed demon monkey, a feat he had been unable to accomplish for decades. Then he stumbled upon the existence of a celestial technique, which filled Tuoba Shan with immense trepidation regarding Chun Bufan's strength and identity. He could not ascertain whether he would emerge victorious in a confrontation, but his instincts warned him that if he engaged, he would surely perish. Yet to abstain from action left him unsatisfied. Would he simply allow the celestial technique to slip through his fingers? As for the notion of receiving it as a gift, Tuoba Shan viewed it as nothing more than a cunning trap, particularly given Chun Bufan's blatant malicious grin. Place the item on the ground. I shall retrieve it myself, Tuoba Shan commanded coldly, his gaze flickering. Chun Bufan found Tuoba Shan's behavior puzzling, but as long as he could navigate this predicament successfully, he was willing to comply with the elder's wishes. With that thought, he bent down and set the book upon the ground. As he did so, an unexpected breeze brushed against his head, causing an irritating sensation that compelled him to scratch atop his crown before standing upright. Yet the sight that greeted him was astonishing. Was he being duped again? The once imposing ghost sect elder, Tuoba Shan, now lay limply on the ground a short distance away, coughing up blood in great heaves. What in the world was happening? Ghost 7 and Ghost 8 were simultaneously struck with shock and trepidation. Grateful they had not acted earlier, for had they done so, their own strength would have been utterly insufficient against Tuoba Shan in such a weakened state. Meanwhile, the National Master exhibited no surprise. While Zhang Xiaodai could not help but gasp in disbelief. What she had witnessed was nothing short of astonishing. A mere wave of the hand from the man she referred to as her senior had effortlessly incapacitated Tuoba Shan. This was simply unfathomable. At this moment, the breath of Tuoba Mountain was faint, and he was filled with deep regret. Originally, he had intended to strike when Chen Bufan put down his book, but when he summoned his strongest technique and approached Chen Bufan, the latter merely waved his hand. Did I end that instant? Tuoba Mountain realized he had fallen into a trap. The overwhelming pressure descended upon him like an unfathomable darkness, and an indescribable sense of suffocation surged within his heart, followed by an unparalleled force that pierced through his body. Despite being in the integration stage, having survived 3 tribulations and strengthened his physical form, he still felt utterly fragile. At that moment, Chen Bufan's gaze fell upon him, and his heart was once again consumed by boundless terror. He hastily scrambled to his feet, knelt on the ground, and suppressing the pain coursing through his body, cried out in desperation, "Please spare my life. Esteemed elder, please spare my life." As he spoke, Tuoba Mountain repeatedly knocked his head against the ground. Once a formidable elder of the ghost sect, a great cultivator at the integration stage, he now resembled a dying dog, pleading for mercy. Ghost 7 and Ghost 8 exchanged fearful glances, and realizing that Chen Bufan was not paying attention to them, they quickly retreated in perfect unison. That a singular thought surged in their minds. This matter must be reported to the Grand Elder and the sect leader. Observing this sudden turn of events, Chen Bufan rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, the current situation seemed favorable. At the very least, the elder of the ghost sect could no longer impede their departure. Although he was uncertain why the other had changed so drastically, it mattered little to him. He was merely a mortal after all. That we shall take our leave, Chen Bufan remarked after glancing at Tuoba Mountain, then turned to the National Master and his companion, striding towards Donglu Town. The National Master immediately kept pace, while Zhang Xiaodai, belatedly realizing the situation, hurriedly embraced Mu Rongying and followed suit. Moments later, only Tuoba Mountain remained in the scene, relief washing over him. Though his recent behavior had been cowardly, at least he had salvaged his life. That as long as he lived, there was hope. Tuoba Mountain encouraged himself, but soon, his body stiffened. A middle-aged woman in a flowing black dress appeared before him. The Yushuang sword. Tuoba Mountain's expression turned bitter, just as a blinding cold light pierced through his chest. In Donglu Town, at the Yuanfu Tavern, a table by the window was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. Chen Bufan was indulging himself heartily, having gathered cold leaf grass all morning, and was indeed quite hungry. After a while, he finally set down his chopsticks, feeling satiated. However, he soon sensed a gaze fixed intently upon him. "What is it?" Chen Bufan inquired, puzzled, as he wiped his mouth and noticed Zhang Xiaodai quickly avert her gaze. "In nothing," Zhang Xiaodai stammered, hastily scooping up food from her plate. "How peculiar," Chen Bufan thought, grimacing slightly. Ever since descending from Tiandao Mountain, he had encountered nothing but peculiar individuals. Reflecting on this, he found no longing for the days spent atop Tiandao Mountain. This time, he would not return to Qian Kingdom, but would head straight back. As for those matters, he could leave them to Su Qing, for the system would still provide him with quests. This wretched system, he internally scoffed, turning to the National Master with a warm smile. "National Master, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Please, Zhao Sui, command me as you see fit." The National Master responded respectfully. Observing the politeness of his companion, Chen Bufan felt somewhat embarrassed to speak, for he had initially agreed to assist, but now it seemed that perhaps he should not have. Sighing internally, he prepared to speak candidly. Master? Zhang Xiaodai suddenly called out. Chen Bufan turned to see a beautiful middle-aged woman in a black dress. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes approach. This was the master Zhang Xiaodai had mentioned, the Yushuang sword mistress. Lu Hanzhuang stepped forward, her gaze filled with concern, softly asking, "Are you all right? Have you been harmed?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaodai's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks as she dashed into Lu Hanzhuang's embrace, releasing the pent-up grievances she had harbored. "Master, why did you only arrive now? I almost didn't get to see you." "Senior sister, she was captured by the ghost sect while covering my escape and is still unconscious." "Calm down. I rushed over as soon as I received your message that as long as you are safe. That is what matters. Now please rise and lead me to see your senior sister." Lu Hanzhuang gently patted Zhang Xiaodai's back. Realizing that Murong Ying was still in a critical state, Zhang Xiaodai quickly stood, taking Lu Hanzhuang's hand as they headed towards the guest rooms on the second floor. However, after taking a few steps, Zhang Xiaodai halted, turning back to Chen Bufan. "Esteemed elder, please wait a moment. After my master has checked on senior sister, I will express my gratitude." Lu Hanzhuang, who had not initially noticed Chen Bufan, was suddenly taken aback. She understood her disciple's usual demeanor, which was often unafraid and rarely respectful towards others. Yet now, she was exhibiting such courtesy towards this mere mortal. Gratitude? Could it be that this mortal had saved them? Lu Hanzhuang was filled with confusion, but chose not to voice it, allowing Zhang Xiaodai to lead her upstairs. Chen Bufan, feeling somewhat vexed, raised his cup that he had initially intended to take his leave, but given the circumstances, it felt inappropriate to do so. Furthermore, with the arrival of the Yushuang sword mistress, perhaps he could solicit her assistance in resolving the crisis in Qian Kingdom. After all, he had received considerable support from Su Jianhong and his daughter while in the capital. Previously, he had seen no other option but to leave, but now that a solution had presented itself, it would be unreasonable to depart without due consideration that he should at least wait until the troubles with the ghost sect were resolved before returning to Tiandao Mountain. Chapter 48. The Hidden Master in a Guest Room on the second floor of Yuanfu Tavern. Murong Ying lay pallid on the bed, while Lu Hanzhuang sat at her bedside, examining her condition. After a lengthy moment, under Zhang Xiaodai's anxious gaze, Lu Hanzhuang finally withdrew her jade hand, exhaling heavily, then turned to speak with a smile. "Fortunately, she has merely overexerted her spiritual energy, leading to her fainting, and her body has not sustained significant harm." Zhang Xiaodai let out a breath of relief, feeling as though a weight had been lifted from her chest. "You scared me, master." She patted her heart, then continued, "But when will senior sister awaken? She will require further recuperation. The issue of overexertion is not trivial, yet not insurmountable either. Xiaoying is currently in a state of self-preservation. Attempting to forcibly awaken her is unwise, that we can only wait for her to gradually recover. However, upon returning to the sect, where the spiritual energy is abundant, her recovery will be expedited." Lu Hanzhuang gently caressed Murong Ying's delicate face. Speaking softly to Ayin Donglu town, the spiritual energy was naturally not as rich as that of the cold immortal sect. Zhang Xiaodai nodded, then glanced at Lu Hanzhuang, her expression revealing a hint of hesitation. The latter, perceptive to this, ensured Murong Ying was properly covered with a blanket before turning her attention to Zhang Xiaodai with a knowing smile. "Let us speak at the table. I have a few matters I wish to inquire about as well." Zhang Xiaodai nodded once more. The two took their seats at the table in the center of the room. Lu Hanzhuang waved her hand, and two steaming cups of fragrant tea appeared before them. "Master, what do you wish to ask?" Zhang Xiaodai inquired, lifting her cup and taking a delicate sip before looking up at Lu Hanzhuang. "First, I would like you to recount everything that transpired this morning in detail." Lu Hanzhuang prompted, her mind filled with questions. "Very well," Zhang Xiaodai replied, proceeding to narrate in great detail their encounter with Ghost 7 and Ghost 8, that now I understand. They have broken through to the late Yuanying stage. Lu Hanzhuang remarked, a look of realization dawning on her face. She was well aware of Zhang Xiaodai and Murong Ying's mission, and had initially thought there would be no issues, only to be met with unforeseen circumstances. "We were no match for them and had to flee in haste. Senior sister had no choice but to cover my escape, allowing me to leave." Zhang Xiaodai's voice trembled slightly as she recounted the events. Alas, this is also my oversight that I had thought that with the counterfeit Yushuang sword in your possession, you could easily escape any unforeseen changes. Lu Hanzhuang sighed. The Yushuang sword in Zhang Xiaodia's hand was a replica of her own, possessing at least 50% of its original power. Unfortunately, Ghost 7 and Ghost 8 had reached a combat prowess capable of contending with the separation stage, rendering Zhang Xiaodai and her companion powerless. It is not your fault, Master. Ever since we learned they intended to release the purple-eyed demon monkeys to wreak havoc in the world, Senior Sister and I have been keeping a close watch on them. I simply did not expect their breakthrough. Zhang Xiaodai expressed her regret. Very well. Remember this lesson and do not let it happen again, Lu Hanzhuang said gently, refraining from further reprimanding her. And what happened afterward? What is the story with that mortal? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xiaodai's expression instantly became intricate. She opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, she began to speak slowly. Upon learning that Chen Bufan had merely frightened Gai Qi and Gai Ba with a single glance, Lu Hanzhuang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Furthermore, she heard that Chen Bufan had effortlessly injured Tuoba Shan with a mere touch. Lu Hanzhuang sprang to her feet, her face alight with astonishment. That is what you say truly the case? Lu Hanzhuang inquired once more, her incredulity palpable. When she arrived outside Donglu town, she had encountered Tuoba Shan, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Although she found it peculiar how he had fallen to such a state, as an elder of Hanxian's sect with a long-standing grudge against the ghost sect, she could not possibly let him go without retribution. Without uttering a single word, Lu Hanzhuang had sent him to his demise with a single stroke of her sword. Tuoba Shan was actually vanquished by that mere mortal. Now, upon receiving this revelation, Lu Hanzhuang could no longer maintain her composure. Indeed, it is the absolute truth. Zhang Xiaodai nodded, equally bewildered, for despite the absence of any spiritual energy emanating from him, he had managed to cause a formidable cultivator at the integration stage to crumble with a mere touch. How can such a powerful individual exist in this world? He must undoubtedly be a hidden master, Lu Hanzhuang asserted with certainty. She was familiar with most of the renowned powerhouses in the Xintian realm. Yet Chen Bufan was a name she had never encountered. Moreover, Master, he possesses a unique beast-taming technique. The purple-eyed demon monkey released by Gai Qi and Gai Ba was effortlessly subdued by him. Zhang Xiaodai suddenly recalled this detail and hastily conveyed it. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanzhuang's reaction intensified, her gaze brimming with excitement. Are you certain? Zhang Xiaodai nodded emphatically, having witnessed Tashan's overwhelming desire for the beast-taming technique in Chen Bufan's possession. Although she could not discern its true nature, from Tuoba Shan's perspective, it was indisputably extraordinary. Let us go. We must express our gratitude to this esteemed senior properly. Lu Hanzhuang firmly grasped Zhang Xiaodai's arm, her resolve unwavering that if he truly possessed the supreme beast-taming technique of a hidden master, then perhaps the troubles of the Hanxian sect could be resolved at the Yuan Fuin on the first floor. The national master respectfully inquired, Zhao Sui, may I ask what your command is? At that moment, Chen Bufan had just formulated his future plans. Thus, he shook his head, diverting the topic with a smile. It's nothing. But are you aware of the circumstances surrounding that woman from earlier? The national master pondered for a moment before responding. I have a rough understanding. Her name is Lu Hanzhuang, the current leader of the 9 swords of the Hanxian sect, known as the Frost Sword Master. Her cultivation level should be at the integration stage, though this information is based on her publications from quite some time ago. Pausing briefly, the national master continued. This Frost Sword Master has not engaged in battle for a long while, so her current strength remains uncertain. However, she is certainly no match for a senior like you. After all, the image of the ghost sect elder in such a pitiful state was still etched in the national master's mind. Upon hearing the national master's account, Chen Bufan dismissed the latter's final remark. What nonsense! I am merely immortal. How could I possibly compare to this Frost Sword Master? He then began to ponder. The Hanxian sect and the ghost sect wield similar levels of power, so perhaps the leader of the 9 swords could contend with that bloodthirsty elder. Contemplating this, Chen Bufan hesitated and tentatively inquired. How does she compare to the elder of the ghost sect? The national master, furrowing his brow, hesitated before responding. They should be fairly evenly matched. Although they have not directly clashed, both are the strongest at the integration stage. Hearing this, Chen Bufan could not help but clap his hands together in delight. How splendid! In that case, with the favor I owe her as a disciple, perhaps I could persuade her. However, careful planning was necessary to avoid giving the impression that he was using gratitude to coerce her. With this thought, Chen Bufan took a joyful sip of his drink. Tiandao Mountain, await my return. I am coming back soon. At that moment, Lu Hanzhuang and her companion quickly descended the staircase, making their way directly toward Chen Bufan. As she spoke, Chen Bufan almost spat out the drink he had just taken. Lu Hanzhuang bowed respectfully, her cool voice echoing, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for intervening and saving my disciple. Esteemed senior, esteemed senior." For a moment, Chen Bufan stood there in a daze, rendered speechless. Xiaodai has already informed me that had it not been for your intervention, she might not have survived. Lu Hanzhuang maintained a respectful demeanor, having not spoken to anyone in such a manner for quite some time. Even when addressing the leader of the Hanxian sect, she typically bore a cool demeanor. Thus, as she spoke, she felt somewhat awkward. Not at all. Chen Bufan snapped back to reality, hastily waving his hand. When did I even intervene? It was utterly perplexing, yet he mused that this could indeed work to his advantage. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself that I am Chen Bufan. He said with a smile that I am Lu Hanzhuang. If esteemed senior does not mind, please feel free to call me Hanzhuang. That a faint smile graced Lu Hanzhuang's face. She wished to convey a warmer demeanor, yet found it quite difficult. Hanzhuang. Chen Bufan involuntarily twitched his mouth. How could he dare address such a powerful integration stage cultivator in such a familiar manner? According to Chen Bufan's thoughts, he should indeed address her as esteemed senior. However, he was taken aback when she referred to him as esteemed senior instead. Ahem Lu girl, how is that young lady faring? Chen Bufan coughed lightly, attempting to mask his awkwardness as he swiftly shifted the topic. Lu Hanzhuang regarded the individual before her with curiosity, noting his lack of the usual arrogance associated with powerful figures. He appeared quite amiable, yet she found this agreeable. Littling merely overexerted her spiritual energy. She will recover in a few days. Thank you for your concern, esteemed senior Des. The two exchanged pleasantries. The national master and Zhang Xiaodai observed in bewilderment. After a while, Lu Hanzhuang felt it was time to address the main issue, and Chen Bufan sensed the atmosphere was ripe for requesting her assistance. Thus, both began to speak simultaneously. Esteemed senior, I wish to. Lu girl, I hope you at this moment. Chen Bufan found himself at a loss, awkwardly stammering. Please, Lu girl, go ahead. Lu Hanzhuang tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear and, gritting her teeth, said, I would like to request that esteemed senior visit my Hanxian sect. Visit the Hanxian sect? Chen Bufan's mind was beset with questions that I'm afraid I don't quite understand. Could you elaborate, Lu girl? He inquired tentatively. Lu Hanzhuang composed herself, her expression serious as she gazed at Chen Bufan. A month ago, a great demon broke the seal on the back mountain of our Hanxian sect. This demon was sealed by the ancestors of our sect a century ago, for 100 years. It remained undisturbed, so the elders did not anticipate its return. Chen Bufan clenched his fists beneath the table, a sense of dread creeping over him. It seemed this girl was indeed asking him to face death. Chen Bufan remained silent as Lu Hanzhuang continued. A month ago, after breaking the seal, the great demon swiftly slaughtered our disciples. The elders could only hastily re-establish the seal, but it would only serve as a temporary measure. Therefore, I hope esteemed senior can offer assistance. That I heard from Xiaodai that esteemed senior possesses an unparalleled beast-taming technique. Lu Hanzhuang finally revealed her purpose, that in truth, the Hanxian sect had been plagued by the great demon for some time, seeking help far and wide, yet to little avail. Even when top masters of formations were invited to the sect, they deemed the situation hopeless. Yet unexpectedly, this time, by chance, Xiaodai informed her of the individual before her who could effortlessly subdue a deity-level demon. This was akin to a ray of hope for Lu Hanzhuang. Her eyes glimmered with anticipation as she awaited Chen Bufan's response. Chen Bufan hesitated, grappling with his words. What unparalleled beast-taming technique! If I truly possess such a skill, how could I still be a mere mortal? It seems you are facing a dilemma, Lu Hanzhuang observed keenly. Perhaps Chen Bufan felt a stirring within and followed Lu Hanzhuang's lead. Before I departed from the kingdom, the sovereign informed me that the elder of the ghost sect might invade the Qiyin kingdom, so I fear I may not have the time to assist you for the moment. With this shift in topic, Chen Bufan deftly steered the conversation toward the Qian kingdom. That elder of the ghost sect is said to be the Blood Hand Demon. His methods are notoriously ruthless. Lu Hanzhuang nodded, well aware of the enmity between the Hanxian sect and the ghost sect. She was quite familiar with that elder that I see. Lu Hanzhuang acknowledged, then added, in that case, how about this? I will accompany esteemed senior back. The Elder Seal will likely hold for another 10 days before the great demon breaks through. Once we resolve the matter with the Qian kingdom, esteemed senior can return with me to the sect. Having said this, Lu Hanzhuang observed Chen Bufan's lingering hesitation and added, of course, we will not impose on esteemed senior without compensation. I promise that whatever the Hanxian sect possesses, you may take as you please. Chen Bufan did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered over the matter in his heart. Firstly, with Lu Hanzhuang able to accompany him back to Qian Kingdom, the troubles posed by the ghost sect would be resolved at least halfway. The remaining part would simply require Lu Hanzhuang to take action. Secondly, his plan was to return directly to Tiandao Mountain after understanding the situation regarding Qian Kingdom, that is, for the formidable demon of the cold immortal sect. He felt utterly helpless. Lastly, if he were to agree with Lu Hanzhuang's intentions, would she turn against him if he later chose not to comply? With a long sigh, Chen Bufan weighed the pros and cons. At present, consenting to Lu Hanzhuang's proposal seemed to be the most prudent course of action. For subsequent developments, he would adapt as necessary. Very well, Miss Lu, I shall grant your request, Chen Bufan nodded. A faint smile gracing his lips. Thank you, senior. Lu Hanzhuang beamed with joy upon hearing his affirmation, her smile radiant like a spring bloom, captivating and dazzling. Chen Bufan found himself momentarily entranced. Ahem. Lu Hanzhuang lowered her head, softly clearing her throat, as a subtle blush graced her cheeks, marking the first genuine smile she had expressed in a long while. Realizing his own lapse in composure, Chen Bufan quickly turned his gaze to the splendid scenery outside the window. Meanwhile, the National Master and Zhang Xiaodai exchanged glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. Chapter 50. The plan comes to fruition in the capital of Qian Kingdom, within the Imperial Palace's Red Fire Hall. Su Jianhong stood at the center of the Grand Hall, his gaze blankly fixed upon the gathered assembly, momentarily stunned into silence. After a while, he regained his senses and spoke slowly. This lady is the Yushuang fairy of the cold immortal sect. Lu Hanzhuang raised an eyebrow, her expression tinged with curiosity as she inquired. You know me? Following their agreement earlier that morning, Chen Bufan resolved to return to Qian Kingdom post-haste. Thus, the group journeyed tirelessly until they reached the capital by afternoon. Naturally, given Lu Hanzhuang's speed, such a delay was inconceivable. It was merely Chen Bufan's choice of a carriage that puzzled her. Though she found it difficult to comprehend, she had no choice but to follow suit. I once accompanied my father to meet the fairy, that I never imagined that after so many years, the fairy would still possess such grace, Su Jianhong remarked, a flicker of nostalgia evident in his eyes. After all, she was a cultivator of the integration stage, enjoying a lifespan of a millennium. Despite the passage of years, her appearance remained unchanged, as youthful as ever though. Lu Hanzhuang nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Her demeanor notably aloof, that Su Jianhong, unfazed, turned his gaze to Chen Bufan with a smile. Zhaosui, have you managed to accomplish what you set out to do this time? Chen Bufan nodded, his tone gentle. I must extend my gratitude to the National Master for your guidance. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly taken considerable effort. To assist Zhaosui is my honor. Please do not be so formal, the National Master replied respectfully. Lu Hanzhuang, listening to the conversation within the hall, found herself slightly perplexed. Since even the ruler addressed Zhaosui as a senior, why then did the senior exhibit such humility? After contemplating for a time, she could not discern a rationale. Following this, Chen Bufan engaged in conversation with the ruler for a while longer, then glanced at Lu Hanzhuang, smiling. Miss Lu has come this time regarding the matter of the ghost sect elder. The ruler should take good care of her. At his words, Lu Hanzhuang lifted her gaze to scrutinize Chen Bufan. Inwardly musing, what does the senior mean by this? Given his prowess, dealing with that blood-handed demon should be effortless, and he had not mentioned this matter during their time in Donglu Town. Could it be? A thought suddenly sparked in Lu Hanzhuang's mind that the senior testing me? Once this notion took root, it proved impossible to suppress. Indeed, Although the senior had agreed to assist the sect, she had not yet expressed her intentions. Even if she had vowed to bear the consequences afterward, such promises held little weight for someone of his caliber. It seemed only her sincerity could sway him. Lu Hanzhuang increasingly felt she was beginning to understand Chen Bufan's thoughts. No wonder he initially hesitated to acquiesce to her request, but upon her mention of returning to Qiyin Kingdom, he agreed that it appeared he wished to assess her sincerity through this matter. Should she attempt to evade responsibility now? It was likely that 10 days hence he would not visit the cold immortal sect at all. Lu Hanzhuang's thoughts gradually crystallized that Su Jinhong expressed surprise, but upon reflection, he felt it was to be expected. He cast a meaningful glance at Lu Hanzhuang, contemplating. It seems the Yushuang fairy has come to recognize Zhao Sui's formidable strength, and thus seeks to curry favor. Then I shall trouble the Yushuang fairy this time. Su Jinhong concealed his thoughts and quickly expressed gratitude to Lu Hanzhuang. Lu Hanzhuang smiled gently. You are too kind, National Master. It is merely my duty. The two exchanged glances, as though they had both unveiled each other's thoughts. Meanwhile, Chen Bufan exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling slightly guilty. Throughout the journey back, he had been contemplating how to persuade Lu Hanzhuang to take action. Ultimately, upon arriving at the Grand Hall, he resolved to be forthright and inform Su Jinhong that Lu Hanzhuang was there to offer assistance. With this approach, given the prior incident in Donglu Town, Lu Hanzhuang would likely not refuse. Moreover, the fact that she requested he visit the cold immortal sect in 10 days further solidified his plan. Indeed, events unfolded as he had envisioned. However, prior to speaking, he felt a twinge of worry. After all, given her perspective, she would undoubtedly see through his intentions that if she outright rejected him then, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, Lu Hanzhuang did not act in such a manner. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Bufan observed her, noting the absence of any signs of reluctance, which eased his heart. Zhao Sui, after a long day of travel. You must be weary, Lu Fairy Miss. I have arranged accommodations for you. Although my humble abode cannot compare to your esteemed sect, I hope you will not find it lacking. Su Jinhong addressed Chen Bufan respectfully. Chen Bufan nodded. He had experienced quite a bit that day, and indeed felt fatigue. That I appreciate your kindness, National Master. Senior, shout I, and I shall take our leave to rest. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call upon me. Lu Hanzhuang did not refuse. After expressing her thanks, she bid farewell to Chen Bufan. Let us depart together, Chen Bufan said with a smile. Upon returning to the serene courtyard, Chen Bufan was greeted by Su Qing, standing gracefully amidst the flickering lanterns. Exuding an ethereal beauty. Welcome back, young master. Su Qing spoke softly, her voice warm and inviting. Chen Bufan waved his hand and approached her with a smile. Why are you still awake? My father sent someone to inform me of your return. Su Qing replied gently. Haha, I do not have such high demands. You should hurry back to rest, Chen Bufan chuckled. Shaking his head, that it was evident that she was dutifully fulfilling her role as a maid. While he did not particularly dislike it, he also did not relish it. After all, the feeling of returning home to find someone waiting for him was quite pleasant. Yes, young master, but I just prepared some porridge, which I left on the table inside. That I hope you will find it to your liking, Su Qing said, her lovely smile illuminating her face as she spoke softly. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Bufan's heart inexplicably raced. How could this be? I will surely enjoy it. All right, you should go rest now. I will retire to my room, Chen Bufan hurriedly replied, then dashed toward his chamber. Su Qing stood still, watching Chen Bufan's retreating figure, as if sensing a hint of fluster in his haste. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile, her expression growing increasingly radiant. Young master, you truly are a peculiar individual, she mused to herself, before turning and gracefully making her way back to her own quarters. Once inside his room, Chen Bufan hastily approached the mirror, gazing at his slightly flushed face. That am I truly blushing? How shameful, Chen Bufan thought in embarrassment. In the corner, the little black creature observed its master with curiosity, letting out a few soft snorts before lying down again. A night passed quietly. The next morning, after enjoying the breakfast lovingly prepared by Su Qing, Chen Bufan sat at his desk, retrieving the latest task reward from the system. Chapter 51. Wind and Cold, a useless large gemstone. Chen Bufan stared at the yellow, unremarkable stone in his hand. A series of black lines appearing on his forehead. System, are you not going to explain this? He opened the system's blank screen. Only a single line of text appeared, waiting for task refresh. After a while, the system offered no further response. Well, I suppose I knew it would be pointless to ask. Chen Bufan, undeterred, spoke again, intending to provoke a reaction from the system with his words. However, it was evident that he had once again failed. Consequently, he redirected his attention to the seemingly useless large gemstone before him. Though it was labeled as a grand gem, it was merely a rough stone, coarse in texture, and aside from its distinct color, it bore no significant difference from an ordinary rock. Chen Bufan touched it, noting its remarkable hardness, but that was where the exploration ended. After spending half a day in vain, he was left disappointed, yielding no fruitful results. Ultimately, he could only reluctantly return it to the system's space, resigning himself to await the system's response. With a sigh, Chen Bufan extracted a piece of chewing gum, tossing it into his mouth as he departed the room, followed closely by the barking of Xiaohei. Young master. Upon stepping outside, Chen Bufan was greeted by Su Qing, who stood there radiantly, her smile bright as she waved hello. Chen Bufan reciprocated her smile, saying, "Let us proceed to the Tianyuan Hall." The Tianyuan Hall was the luxurious residence prepared by Su Jianhong for Lu Hanzhuang, one of the most opulent locations within the entire palace. Young master. Where have you been this time? Su Qing inquired, her voice crisp and lively. That I asked my father, but he mentioned he did not know much either. I visited Donglu town to gather some Hanyi grass. Chen Bufan explained. Hanyi grass. Su Qing tilted her head in confusion, as if she had never heard that name before. Yes, indeed. Chen Bufan nodded, intending to show Su Qing, but suddenly recalled that the system had already taken the Hanyi grass away. So he abandoned that thought. The two engaged in a light conversation, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Tianyuan Hall. After a maid announced their presence, Chen Bufan and Su Qing entered. Inside the hall, Zhang Xiaodai served tea to the three of them, and then Chen Bufan introduced Su Qing. Your Highness, Lu Hanzhuang nodded at Su Qing, noticing the closeness in the relationship between Chen Bufan and the princess. Su Qing, somewhat flustered, quickly replied, I have met the Yushuang fairy. There is no need for such formality that I shall call you Su Qing, and you may address me as Lu Jie, Lu Hanzhuang said warmly. Su Qing was, of course, more than willing to accept this, feeling it was a privilege. Chen Bufan watched the two converse with a smile, and after taking a sip of tea, he asked, Miss Lu, how is that girl doing? At the mention of Murong Ying, Lu Hanzhuang's smile faded immediately. What happened? Is there an issue? Chen Bufan inquired, noticing her change in expression. Lu Hanzhuang nodded, her gaze filled with complexity and a hint of concern. To be honest, when I checked on Xiao Ying's condition in Donglu town, it was merely due to overexertion of spiritual energy, and I thought she would recuperate after a few days. However, last night, her condition suddenly worsened. Her complexion turned inexplicably dark, and her body temperature soared dramatically. Yes, Lu Hanzhuang recounted this. A shadow crossed her eyes, and no matter how I treated her, there was no change throughout the night, until just before dawn when Xiao Ying's condition finally improved. That sounds quite serious. Chen Bufan's expression turned grave as he ceased smiling. Did I ask there truly no other way? Not at the moment. Lu Hanzhuang shook her head, her clear, cold eyes filled with hope as she looked at Chen Bufan. In fact, I was just about to summon you to me. A sense of foreboding filled Chen Bufan's mind that I hope you can intervene to save Xiao Ying's life. Ever since the incident last night, Lu Hanzhuang realized that Murong Ying's condition could not be delayed any longer. If not treated promptly, it could prove perilous. She understood that the only one capable of aiding Murong Ying was the man standing before her. That I fear. Chen Bufan was about to decline when suddenly a notification from the system rang in his ears. Ding. System task refreshed. Please check promptly that a task notification at this moment. Chen Bufan felt a mix of exasperation and curiosity, but opened the system interface nonetheless. His eyes widening in surprise. New task. Treat Murong Ying's cold. Suggested treatment. 3 doses of Jiuganmao Ling task completion reward. Method for the proper use of the useless large gemstone. What on earth? Chen Bufan felt his mind momentarily falter. Lu Hanzhuang had described the situation as dire, yet it turned out to be nothing more than a common cold. He had no doubts about the system's prompt. Perhaps he could indeed lend a hand. Senior? Lu Hanzhuang observed Chen Bufan's silence, as he appeared to be lost in thought. Ahem, I should go check on her condition first. Chen Bufan stood up. Thank you, Senior. Lu Hanzhuang quickly expressed her gratitude and led Qin Bufan to Murong Ying's room. Upon seeing the pale-faced girl lying on the bed, Qin Bufan gently touched her forehead that tea was indeed very hot. Please fetch a cup of hot water, he instructed Su Qing, who immediately complied, bringing a cup of steaming water. Qin Bufan took out 3 doses of Jiugan Mao Ling, dissolved them in the hot water, and after swirling the cup to ensure they were fully mixed, he fed it to Murong Ying. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed again. Ding, system notification, task completed. Please check the task reward. Hearing the notification, Qin Bufan exhaled deeply and smiled at Lu Hanzhuang, saying, "It should be about done." Lu Hanzhuang's eyes shone with astonishment. However, before she could say anything, a soft groan escaped Murong Ying's lips. Lu Hanzhuang and Zhang Xiaodai rushed to her side. Lu Hanzhuang quickly assessed Murong Ying's condition, and as she did, a wave of disbelief washed over her, leaving her speechless. Murong Ying's body not only seemed to have fully recovered, but her cultivation had also reached the peak of the Yuaning stage, on the verge of transcending to the Shunshin stage. How is this possible? Lu Hanzhuang felt her worldview collapsing in an instant. Sister, are you all right? I thought I might never see you again. Zhang Xiaodai exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Xiaodai, I'm fine, Murong Ying replied softly, her complexion rosy, and her voice revealing no trace of weakness. Afterward, Murong Ying raised her head and scanned the room, her gaze locking onto Qin Bufan, her pupils narrowing in surprise. How did he end up here? Chapter 52. A half-finished product. Murong Ying's impression of Qin Bufan was profoundly etched in her memory. Their initial eye contact had brought upon her unimaginable turmoil, leading her to underperform against Gui Qi and Gui Ba the next day, ultimately exhausting herself. And now, she found herself face-to-face with this man once more. The change in Murong Ying did not escape the attention of those present, and soon all eyes turned toward Qin Bufan. Naturally, he noticed this shift, furrowing his brow as he focused intently on Murong Ying. Beside them, Lu Hanzhuang, although puzzled by Murong Ying's demeanor, quickly interjected, Xiaoying, your awakening is entirely due to Senior Qin's timely intervention. You should express your gratitude. Senior Qin? Murong Ying stared at her master in astonishment. While she was aware of his prowess, she hadn't expected her master to acknowledge him so openly, being a perceptive individual from a young age. Murong Ying suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind and respectfully thanked Qin Bufan. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Should you require anything in the future, Murong Ying will do her utmost to repay your kindness. Her voice was like a gentle stream, soothing to the ears, evoking a sense of joy in those who heard it. Qin Bufan waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, It was no great matter. Now that you are well, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Miss Lu. Having confirmed that Murong Ying was indeed all right, Qin Bufan felt no inclination to linger. Most importantly, he was eager to explore the method for using the so-called useless large gemstone, as indicated by the system's reward. Thank you for your assistance today, Senior. Lu Hanzhuang bowed respectfully. For some reason, Qin Bufan sensed a shift in her demeanor, a subtle air of caution that had not been present before. Without further ado, he turned to leave with Su Qing, leaving behind the 3 of them in the room. Master, Murong Ying was the first to speak, casting a wary glance at the spot where Qin Bufan had exited. She then turned to Lu Hanzhuang. Who exactly is that Senior Qin? In response to Murong Ying's query, Lu Hanzhuang did not provide a direct answer, but instead moved closer to examine her physical condition once more. Xiaodai, please explain the situation to your master. Yes, master. Zhang Xiaodai obediently nodded and then began to recount her tale. After bidding farewell to Su Qing, Qin Bufan returned to his room alone, sitting at his desk. He took out a seemingly useless large gem and subsequently activated the system screen that a line of text refreshed on the display. Please place both hands on the surface of the gem and feel with your heart. Qin Bufan, feeling rather perplexed, couldn't help but voice his disdain. Yet he complied with the system's instructions. Soon, he felt warm currents emanating from his palms, followed by an overwhelming influx of memories flooding his mind. The 72 Techniques of Alchemy. A Guide to Herbal Appraisal. Essential knowledge for alchemy. Formulas for blood-replenishing pills. Formulas for cold-dispelling pills. Universal alchemical techniques. The vast and intricate memories raced through his consciousness like vivid scenes. After a prolonged immersion, a cold notification sound jolted him back to reality. Ding. System notification. Host panel has been activated. Skill acquired. Mastery of alchemy. Chen Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment. This signified a change in the system. Open the panel, he exclaimed urgently. Moments later, the screen transformed, revealing a previously blank panel now divided into two sections. To the left was a sketch resembling Chen Bufan's visage, while the right displayed a series of information. Host. Chen Bufan age. Insufficient permissions cultivation. Insufficient permissions identity. Insufficient permissions physique. Insufficient permissions divine abilities. Insufficient permissions skills. Alchemy. Chen Bufan stared at the screen in utter disbelief. Good heavens. Is this system merely a half-finished product? It's better not to look at all. His frustration grew as he glared at the screen, and he muttered fiercely, System, do you care to explain this to me? The system responded, to borrow a task, please return to the initial interface. Wonderful and non-answer. Chen Bufan grumbled, unable to suppress a fist slamming down on the table. Beneath the table, Xiao He curled up in a ball, trembling in fear. Forget it. I'm utterly at my wit's end. Chen Bufan sighed in resignation, closing the screen and focusing on the rewards unlocked by the seemingly useless large gem. After a while, a smile crept across his face. This large gem was indeed valuable. The memories in his mind felt as if he had experienced them firsthand, granting him the confidence to perfectly concoct those elixirs. How marvelous! Chen Bufan opened his eyes, spread his hands, and scrutinized them, realizing that his control had become remarkably refined. However, he soon seized a pen and paper, writing diligently that in no time, a formula from his memories appeared before him. The materials for the cold-dispelling pill are indeed the frostleaf grass. He mused thoughtfully before rising to head outdoors. That Su Qing, feeling quite bored, sat in a pavilion within the courtyard when she suddenly spotted Chen Bufan approaching leisurely. Young master, she greeted that Su Qing. Please gather the materials listed on this paper. Chen Bufan said with a grin, handing her the formula for the cold-dispelling pill. That of course. Young master, Su Qing replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. This was the first time young master had asked her to assist with an outdoor task. She was determined to fulfill it perfectly. As she steeled herself, her gaze fell upon the unfamiliar names on the paper. Frostleaf grass, San Shui flower, white camel peak, clear spirit dew. Young master, about these items, Su Qing hesitated, looking up at Chen Bufan. What is it? Nothing. Young master, I'll bring them to you this afternoon, she quickly assured, glancing once more at the unfamiliar names before hurrying to respond. All right, I appreciate your efforts, Chen Bufan replied with a smile. Once Su Qing departed, Chen Bufan surveyed his surroundings, noting the pleasant scenery, and settled down to enjoy the view while awaiting her return. Inside the Tianyuan Hall, after hearing Zhang Xiaodia's account, Murong Ying's mouth fell agape in disbelief. She had not anticipated so many events transpiring during her unconsciousness, particularly regarding the man named Chen Bufan, who was even more formidable than she had imagined. And no wonder, Murong Ying suddenly revealed a look of realization. No wonder what, Lu Hanzhuang, having retracted her probing technique, inquired with a complex tone. That day at the inn, I merely glanced at her, and my soul was injured, significantly diminishing my strength afterward. That I suspect my recent unconsciousness is also related to that fleeting glance. Murong Ying recounted, a hint of apprehension in her voice. Chapter 53, From Decay to Wonder. Lu Hanzhuang was unaware of this detail and urged, please elaborate. Murong Ying nodded and recounted her experiences from that day in detail. But I was present that day as well. Why was I unaffected? Zhang Xiaodai questioned, perplexed. Murong Ying shook her head, but Lu Hanzhuang seemed to grasp something, explaining, it must be due to your possession of the Ghost Frost Sword. Although it is merely a counterfeit, it still possesses some of the qualities of a spiritual artifact, inadvertently shielding you from harm. Zhang Xiaodai, having refined the counterfeit Ghost Frost Sword into her life-bound spiritual tool, found it automatically protective when faced with threats. I just remembered. Zhang Xiaodai exclaimed suddenly, retrieving the Ghost Frost Sword and presenting it before the three during the battle with those two from the Ghost sect. I felt the sword was somewhat feeble, but I didn't pay it much mind, she said slowly. Lu Hanzhuang picked up the ethereal, blue-hued sword, inspecting it closely before sighing. Its spiritual essence has been compromised. At this, some of her lingering doubts were resolved, and oh wonder, Murong Ying and her companion struggled. Their strength had been subtly diminished, compounded by the opponent's cultivation breakthrough. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Contemplating this, Lu Hanzhuang lifted her head and smiled at Murong Ying, asking, "Have you noticed any changes in yourself since awakening?" Murong Ying was momentarily taken aback. Then she delved within herself, inspecting her dantian. Within her dantian, the spiritual energy was abundant, that there's nothing unusual. Ah, this is the spiritual energy of the peak of the nascent soul. Murong Ying's awareness returned, and she looked at Lu Hanzhuang, flustered, stammering, "Master, I think I am about to break through to the spirit separation stage." Lu Hanzhuang maintained her composure, having already confirmed this during her previous examinations. Yet Zhang Xiaodai was taken aback, jumping up in disbelief. "Senior sister, weren't you just at the mid-nascent soul stage?" Zhang Xiaodai's gaze was filled with astonishment. After all, just 3 days prior, her cultivation was nearly on par with her senior sister's. Yet now everything had dramatically changed, and I'm not sure, Master. What exactly is happening? Murong Ying's eyes reflected confusion as she stared blankly at Lu Hanzhuang. The latter shook her head and slowly articulated her guess. "I don't know much, but I suspect it may relate to the substance you consumed earlier." Lu Hanzhuang had witnessed Chen Bufan pouring a packet of dark granules into water. Yet she hadn't discerned anything amiss. However, the method capable of elevating a cultivator by an entire realm was indeed quite terrifying. The three women exchanged glances, their trepidation towards Chen Bufan deepening. In the Clear Heart Cottage, Su Qing placed the procured items on the small table at the center of the pavilion, and then looked at Chen Bufan, saying, "Young master, everything on the paper is here." "You've worked hard," Chen Bufan remarked softly, observing the fine beads of sweat on Su Qing's forehead. Su Qing shook her head, her expression revealing a hint of puzzlement as she asked, "Young master, I didn't recognize these items before purchasing them. Later, I inquired with the national master, who informed me that these are herbs used by mortals." Upon speaking, Su Qing regretted her words, realizing they might be interpreted as questioning the young master. Chen Bufan paused momentarily, then chuckled, "Indeed, I asked you to buy herbs meant for mortals. What else could I possibly need? Herbs for cultivators? I couldn't utilize those infused with spiritual energy anyway. My apologies, young master." Su Qing's face flushed crimson as she hastily lowered her head in contrition. "Don't worry, it's not an issue," Chen Bufan replied, eager to set aside the matter, and he then swiftly retrieved a 3-legged cauldron from the side and positioned it directly in front of him. "Light a fire." Chen Bufan rubbed his nose, feeling slightly awkward as he turned to Su Qing. Su Qing lifted her head, puzzled, and then glanced in the direction Chen Bufan indicated, finally understanding. Without further inquiry, she promptly waved her hand, channeling her spiritual energy. Whoosh! A flame ignited beneath the small cauldron, and Chen Bufan felt a familiar sensation wash over him, akin to a leisurely stroll in a tranquil garden. He methodically added the herbs beside him into the cauldron, and soon, a rich medicinal fragrance began to waft upwards. That Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld this scene. The cauldron emanated a gentle, white light, and the sudden emergence of dense spiritual energy within left her utterly bewildered. These were merely herbs used by mortals, devoid of any spiritual essence. Yet how could they generate such potent energy upon entering the cauldron? Suddenly, a phrase sprang to Su Qing's mind. Transforming decay into the miraculous. Such a feat, aside from the young master, is likely beyond anyone else's capability in this world. After a while, Chen Bufan abruptly reached out and lifted the lid of the cauldron, revealing a pill within, perfectly round and approximately the size of a longan, exuding an extraordinary aroma. The cold removal pill could dispel a portion of the body's chill and was typically used for treating ailments like rheumatism. Chen Bufan gazed at the pill in his hand with satisfaction, feeling a significant alleviation of his grievances towards the system at that moment. "This skill is quite practical to Su Qing. What do you think?" He placed the pill into Su Qing's hands with a hint of pride, eagerly awaiting her appraisal. That Su Qing swallowed hard, examining the pill that could incite a storm of bloodshed in the outside world. As the princess of the Qiyin kingdom, her experience was considerable. Judging by the richness of its spiritual essence, this pill could rival a 7th-tier elixir, a grade coveted even by integration stage cultivators. Yet now, it was effortlessly concocted by the young master, using only herbs meant for mortals. That was utterly astonishing. Since meeting Chen Bufan, Su Qing believed her capacity for astonishment had reached its peak. Yet once again, she found her limits shattered. Young master, you are truly remarkable. That Su Qing lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with admiration. Qin Bufan, pleased with her reaction, chuckled before saying, if you like it, you may have it. Su Qing nearly dropped the pill, hastily exclaiming, young master, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. It's just a pill that IT would be of no use to me anyway. I merely found the process of alchemy enjoyable. Qin Bufan shrugged. Having never practiced alchemy before, he was eager to experience it now that IT was quite delightful. If he found himself bored in the future, he had discovered a new pastime. Noticing Su Qing's reluctance to accept, Qin Bufan changed the subject. You've been in the capital for quite some time without exploring much. Let us go out and enjoy ourselves today. Without waiting for Su Qing to refuse, he stepped out of the pavilion and made his way towards the garden. Chapter 54. A solution. It must be said that since arriving in the Xintian realm, Qin Bufan had lived entirely within the confines of Tiandao Mountain. Due to the system, he had seldom ventured outside. Now, at long last, he could immerse himself in the local customs and culture, which filled him with excitement. The capital, with its population of 300,000, was undoubtedly bustling, with a plethora of shops catering to every need. Su Qing, having lived in the capital for over a decade, was extremely familiar with it, guiding Qin Bufan through nearly every corner of the city throughout the afternoon. They returned to Qingxin Garden only after nightfall. The following morning, Lu Hanzhuang arrived with her 2 disciples for a visit. After everyone took their seats in the hall, Lu Hanzhuang presented a storage ring, placing it on the table beside Qin Bufan. Senior, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Lu Hanzhuang had deliberated through the night and decided to offer a gift. This is unnecessary, Qin Bufan replied with a hint of reluctance. Glancing at the ring, moreover, he was not a cultivator. How could he possibly make use of a storage ring? There is no need for such formality, senior. Lu Hanzhuang quickly responded, although I understand this may seem trivial to you. You have saved my 2 disciples multiple times, and I truly do not know how else to express my gratitude. Her tone was sincere, and her expression earnest. In response, Qin Bufan could only nod. The ring would be useful for Su Qing. As Lu Hanzhuang observed his acceptance, she felt a sense of relief. Often, the first step in establishing a good relationship begins with gift-giving. After a brief conversation, Lu Hanzhuang inquired, what are your views on the ghost sect? In truth, Lu Hanzhuang's ultimate purpose today was to address the troublesome ghost sect. After all, Qin Bufan had promised to resolve the issue of their incursion into the Qian kingdom. Time was of the essence for the Hanxian sect. If they did not return promptly, once the great demon broke free, there would be little left of the disciples aside from the elder deacons. For a sect, this posed a grave threat to its very existence. The disciples were the foundation upon which the sect's growth rested. Thus, Lu Hanzhuang was quite anxious to resolve this issue swiftly and return to her sect. The ghost sect, you say? Qin Bufan grimaced, feeling the complexity of the situation, that he then asked, do you have any good ideas? Lu Hanzhuang, seeing that Qin Bufan had turned the question back to her, pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, why not we directly visit the ghost sect's location? In her view, the current ghost sect was hardly a concern. With Qin Bufan's strength, confronting this rival to her Hanxian sect would be akin to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Visit them directly? Qin Bufan's gaze flickered, his heart wavering. Would Lu Hanzhuang be able to handle it? If they were overpowered, it would be a case of losing more than they gained. Qin Bufan shook his head, stating, that is not advisable. Lu Hanzhuang felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this, but simultaneously, a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Senior had seen through my intentions? Yet, how could such a humble stratagem deceive someone of his caliber? Lu Hanzhuang recalled the scene at the Qihua Hall, where the Senior had suggested she take action, leading her to initially suspect it was a test of her sincerity. Now, it seemed that was indeed the case. Her thoughts grew clearer as she said, Senior, I have another idea that Dio share. Qin Bufan replied with keen interest. Lu Hanzhuang hesitated briefly before continuing. The ghost sect's grand elder may not appear for some time. If he does not show up within 8 days, my Hanxian sect may not be able to hold out much longer. Therefore, I hope Senior can use the ghostly crone to draw him out. She had already been informed about the ghostly crone by Su Jianhong, making this the best option she could see at present, that if the grand elder of the ghost sect did not arrive, it would indicate a lack of concern on their part, allowing her to return to the Hanxian sect. Qin Bufan stroked his chin, considering that this plan indeed held merit, if it were just the Grand Elder of the Ghost Sect. Lu Hanzhuang should be able to handle it. This way, the troubles of the Qian kingdom could also be resolved. All right, I will discuss this matter with the ruler of the nation. However, Miss Lu, you may need to trouble yourself with this later. Qin Bufan said with a smile. This is what Hanzhuang ought to do. Lu Hanzhuang replied hastily, feeling more optimistic about the Hanxian sect's predicament, that if the plan went smoothly, she might even return ahead of schedule. In the days that followed, at Qin Bufan's behest, Su Jianhong had the ghostly crone displayed at the city gates, waiting for the blood-hand demon to take the bait. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 30 miles from the city gates, an elderly man with a head of white hair stood atop a massive rock, gazing towards the distant gates. His subordinates were positioned there, and he was none other than the Grand Elder of the Ghost Sect. The blood-hand demon, Ding Yuanshan, a mid-integration stage cultivator. He had roamed the realm of cultivation for 300 years. Ding Yuanshan never anticipated that one day he would be subjected to such humiliation. It was a profound disgrace that he sighed and then glanced at the two figures standing behind him. That I shall ask you once more. Are you certain of what you have said? The two, Ghost 7 and Ghost 8, nodded fervently, their expressions betraying their fear. The past few days had been exceedingly difficult for them. Ever since their master had perished, their standing within the sect had plummeted, prompting them to cling desperately to Ding Yuanshan. Yet upon conveying their message, he remained unmoved. Had they not heard of the bounty placed on his head at the city gates, they might never have acted. Seeing the fear etched on their faces only heightened Ding Yuanshan's apprehension. However, there was no choice now. They had forced his hand, but if he did not act, how could he uphold his name? Without further hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and sped towards the city gates. Should we follow? Gui Ba timidly inquired, while Gui Qi shot him a glare and remained silent, channeling his spiritual power to follow Ding Yuanshan's pace. As Ding Yuanshan approached the city gate, within the Tianyuan Hall, Lu Hanzhuang, who had been meditating with her eyes tightly shut, suddenly awakened, a flicker of joy illuminating her eyes. Subsequently, her figure vanished from the hall at the city gate. Ding Yuanshan released Gain Lao Lao and employed a technique to assess her condition. Discovering that she was barely clinging to life, rage surged within him. How dare they humiliate him? Ding Yuanshan, in such a manner. In the past, those who dared to act so brazenly faced annihilation and slaughter. Qian country, humph. Ding Yuanshan's cold gaze fixated on the grand city before him, already devising ways for the inhabitants within to meet their demise. Chapter 55. Blood Rebound. A beautiful woman clad in a pale blue palace gown appeared atop the city wall. Her figure graceful, her visage strikingly serene, that it was none other than Lu Hanzhuang. The Yushuang sword of the Hanxian sect. Ding Yuanshan furrowed his brows, perplexed as to why a member of the Hanxian sect would be present here. Was she perhaps the backing of Qian country? Where is Qin Bufan? Have him come out. Ding Yuanshan's voice rumbled ominously. Lu Hanzhuang scoffed disdainfully. You cannot simply meet with a senior like me at your whim. Ding Laomo. First, you must face me in battle. With that, Lu Hanzhuang unleashed the Yushuang sword and charged at Ding Yuanshan. Naturally, he could not remain passive. Blood-red spiritual energy erupted forth as the two formidable cultivators clashed violently. In an instant, they exchanged hundreds of blows that in the Qingxin Xiayuan. When Su Qing informed Qin Bufan that the blood-hand demon had arrived, he was still deeply asleep, oblivious even to the thunderous battle of two high-level cultivators outside the city gates. Quickly, let us go take a look, Qin Bufan said, rising immediately and heading towards the city gate with Su Qing. Upon reaching the city wall, he beheld the ravaged earth, pockmarked and devastated. That ice-blue spiritual energy collided with blood-red energy, producing intense, thunderous roars. Both were seasoned cultivators at the integration stage, and amidst their myriad techniques, neither could overpower the other, plunging the battle into a frenzied state. Can Lu Gu Nyangwen? Qin Bufan turned to Mu Rongying, who appeared somewhat fearful. The difference between my master and Ding Laomo is not significant, Mu Rongying whispered, her gaze fixed anxiously on the battlefield. Hearing this, Qin Bufan felt a surge of urgency. It seemed this plan had been somewhat rash. However, he had no other viable options left, hoping only for Lu Hanzhuang's victory. 9 Nether Cold Frost Sword Qi. Blood Soul seizing life. The two unleashed their ultimate techniques once more. This time, however, Lu Hanzhuang, wielding the spiritual treasure Yu Shuang's sword, managed to slightly suppress Ding Yuanshan. Damn it! Ding Yuanshan roared internally, convinced that he was not inferior to her in spiritual energy or technique, merely outmatched by her treasure. The treasures used by cultivators are generally categorized into spiritual artifacts, transcendent spiritual artifacts, spiritual treasures, and transcendent spiritual treasures. Ding Yuanshan only possessed a transcendent spiritual artifact, while spiritual treasures were rare and coveted. With only the sect leader of the ghost sect having won, that you've forced my hand. Ding Yuanshan glared fiercely at Lu Hanzhuang, his original trump card intended for Qin Bufan. Sensing danger, Lu Hanzhuang felt an ominous thought swell within her, prompting her to prepare to retreat. Yet, Ding Yuanshan would not afford her such an opportunity. Blood demon great art! He bellowed, an overwhelming tide of blood energy enveloping him, and countless wails echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Not good. Lu Hanzhuang's face blanched as she immediately activated her defensive technique. In the next moment, a nearly corporeal blood-red line shot towards Lu Hanzhuang like a venomous serpent, its speed astonishing. Lu Hanzhuang spat blood, hurtling backward. Master. On the city wall, Zhang Xiaodai and Mu Rongying swiftly flew down to support the gravely injured Lu Hanzhuang. It truly not possible. A glimmer of despair flickered in Qin Bufan's eyes. What shall we do now? Not far away, having deployed the blood demon great art, Ding Yuanshan disregarded Lu Hanzhuang and instead fixed his gaze upon Qin Bufan. Although this technique could enhance his power, it had its limits and numerous side effects, necessitating a swift resolution. Moreover, Ding Yuanshan had never forgotten that Qin Bufan was his ultimate target. That you're next, you little brat. Ding Yuanshan grinned wickedly, vanishing from his original position only to appear before Qin Bufan in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful strike, Blood Demon Great Hand Seal. With this strike, he poured all his strength into the attack. Ding Yuanshan dared not underestimate the situation, yet what unfolded next left him utterly dumbfounded. His formidable technique, capable of obliterating early integration stage cultivators, inexplicably dissipated before Qin Bufan. Moreover, Ding Yuanshan noticed no fluctuations in Qin Bufan's spiritual energy. Concealed? Or was it simply too fast? Ding Yuanshan furrowed his brows, once more channeling his technique. Blood Demon Soul-Seizing Sword. A massive blood-red sword, 3 feet in length, thundered towards Qin Bufan. In the latter's bewildered gaze, it suddenly vanished from sight. Not again, damn it. Who is this brat? Ding Yuanshan seethed with rage. As for Qin Bufan, when Ding Yuanshan charged towards him, he felt certain death was imminent. Yet upon the adversary's arrival, he merely bared his teeth and began to shift his body. The palm strike released was akin to a firecracker that had sputtered out, vanishing in an instant. Qin Bufan scratched his chin, finding it difficult to comprehend. Hey, what are you doing? He asked curiously, looking at Ding Yuanshan. Witnessing Qin Bufan's reaction, Ding Yuanshan nearly spat blood, but then thought that since his techniques were ineffective, perhaps a close combat approach would work. Techniques might dissipate, but a solid hit to his body would surely have an effect. Right? With this thought, Ding Yuanshan grinned. You're dead. He swiftly closed the distance, standing merely a fist's length away from Qin Bufan, and unleashed a fierce punch. Qin Bufan stared at the incoming strike, puzzled by its softness. As he contemplated this, Qin Bufan instinctively raised his hand to lightly touch in the next moment. Ding Yuanshan was sent flying backward, a look of sudden terror etched across his face. Qin Bufan observed, somewhat bewildered, glancing to his sides to find Su Qing and the previously unknown Su Jianhong, both gazing at him with admiration. This guy trying to pull a fast one, Qin Bufan thought, feeling utterly vexed. Yet with this turn of events, the troubles from Qiyin country seemed to have been resolved. Once this was all over, he could visit the Hanxian sect, then return to Tiandao Mountain and live a peaceful life thereafter. Having employed the blood demon great art, Ding Yuanshan felt an overwhelming force coursing through his fist into his body, ruthlessly destroying his internal organs. Simultaneously, the blood demon great art suddenly faltered in that moment. Ding Yuanshan resembled an aged, decaying figure, exuding an aura of death. Exhausted, he lay on the ground as the dense blood energy transformed into countless heads, both male and female, old and young, all bearing grotesque visages. Surging towards Ding Yuanshan devouring his flesh and siphoning his soul. Not far away, Lu Hanzhuang, supported by others, watched Ding Yunshan's P. Lu Hanzhuang expressed a hint of regret as she remarked, "The ghost sect is indeed one of the 100 sects. Having established itself for over a millennium, and the resources within the sect are undoubtedly abundant. Now that the ghost sect is significantly weakened, it is an opportune moment for plunder." Upon hearing this, Chun Bufan shook his head dismissively and inquired, "Miss Lu, how far are we from the cold immortal sect?" "Approximately 3,000 miles, Lu Hanzhuang replied after a moment of contemplation, her tone tinged with a trace of melancholy. The predilection of this senior for trekking is quite troublesome. Given her pace, even with Zhang Xiaodai and others slowing her down, she could have returned to the cold immortal sect within a day. Yet, due to Qin Bufan's fondness for walking, it took a full 3 days before they finally entered the territory of the cold immortal sect at noon today. Then let us hasten our pace." Chun Bufan decided after a brief hesitation that he had pondered numerous thoughts during the journey, ultimately concluding that a visit was indeed preferable. After all, he had personally promised to do so, and Lu Hanzhuang's contributions during the battle at the city gate had not gone unnoticed by him. Although he might not be of much assistance this time, Lu Hanzhuang's eyes lit up at his words. Upon entering the sect's territory, she immediately sent word for someone to come and receive them. Believing they were nearly there, everyone regarded Qin Bufan with respect, promptly packing their belongings and hastening out of the city towards the direction of the cold immortal sect. After traveling for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a tremendous rumbling sound suddenly filled the air, followed by the appearance of a massive vessel within Qin Bufan's line of sight. Lu Hanzhuang's face brightened with joy, and without waiting for Qin Bufan to inquire, she exclaimed, "This is our sect's spirit vessel, the wonderful flower." A spirit vessel. Qin Bufan was indeed taken aback. The enormous ship shimmered in a light green hue, with 3 towering structures on its deck, radiating an unusual white glow, while behind him, Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Although she had heard of spirit vessels during her training, she had never witnessed one in person. After all, the Red Flame Kingdom lacked the means to possess such a strategic asset. Moreover, the value of this spirit vessel could very well rival that of 10 Red Flame Kingdoms. "Esteemed senior, please." Lu Hanzhuang slightly bowed, and as the spirit vessel landed before them, she spoke respectfully. "Thank you, Miss Lu." Qin Bufan expressed his gratitude and stepped onto the spirit vessel first, followed by the others. Once aboard, the first person to catch Qin Bufan's eye was an elegantly dressed maiden in palace attire, wearing a gentle smile as she scrutinized him intently. "This is our sect's 7th elder, Han Yinsen," Lu Hanzhuang introduced promptly, gesturing to the lady behind her. "Han Yinsen, this is Qin Bufan, a senior who has come to assist our sect in subduing the great demon." Han Yinsen displayed a hint of surprise in her eyes. Although Lu Hanzhuang had briefly mentioned this in her message, seeing him in person, she was taken aback by how youthful he appeared. However, she quickly regained her composure, offering a slight bow and softly saying, "Thank you, Senior Qin, for your assistance to the cold immortal sect, that a banquet has been prepared. Please enter." "Thank you, Miss Yinsen." Qin Bufan nodded slightly and followed her further inside. "Miss Murong, the cold immortal sect truly lives up to its reputation among the 100 sects. I have only heard of this spirit vessel and never seen it," Su Qing remarked, walking alongside Murong Ying and Zhang Xiaodai while observing the vessel. Murong Ying smiled lightly and replied, "Our sect possesses only 2 spirit vessels, and they are rarely seen unless in times of war, that I in the world of cultivation. Many practitioners not only focus on their spiritual path, but also dabble in various arts, such as alchemy, artifact forging, formation crafting, and beast taming, to exchange for cultivation resources. Crafting spirit vessels is a branch of artifact forging, yet it is exceedingly challenging to master and demands a considerable investment of time. Consequently, few practitioners specialize in this area. However, spirit vessels are strategic resources of paramount importance. Each sect regards them as treasures, seldom deploying them lightly. Thus, it is evident how precious spirit vessels are, were it not for Lu Hanzhuang's assurance in her message. Leveraging her status as the master of the Frost Sword, the cold immortal sect would likely not have dispatched a spirit vessel at all. The loss of a spirit vessel would cause the sect considerable distress. "Oh," Su Qing nodded, somewhat confused. Murong Ing and Zhang Xiaodai exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile, clearly aware that Su Qing did not fully grasp the significance of what she was witnessing. Upon entering the interior of the wonderful flower, they found themselves in a spacious and brightly lit great hall, where a young woman sat elegantly in a grand chair, her expression inscrutable. Qin Bufan paused, curiosity piqued as he regarded her. "Are you staring at me?" The woman's indifferent voice drifted from her lips. Qin Bufan was taken aback. He had not expected to hear such words merely for casting a glance her way, that he glanced at Han Yinsuan beside him, who appeared embarrassed and subsequently introduced them with a hint of exasperation. "Senior Chun, this is our sect's third elder, Wang Xinchuan." "Greetings, Elder Xinchuan," Qin Bufan replied coolly, given her unfriendly demeanor. He had no intention of ingratiating himself with her. Han Yinsuan couldn't help but smile wryly at this. Her third senior sister harbored considerable bias against men and rarely left the sect. That it was only due to the potential dangers surrounding the spirit vessel that the sect leader had dispatched her this time. "Senior Chun, please take a seat and sample our cold immortal sect's specialty fruits. They are rather delightful," Han Yinsun urged, concerned that Qin Bufan might take offense. Qin Bufan smiled faintly, waved his hand, and casually chose a chair on the side to sit down. Reaching for the fruits on the nearby table above, Wang Xinchuan observed Qin Bufan's calm demeanor, her brows knitting slightly. She wondered what kind of enchantment Lu Hanzhuang had cast on this man, a mere mortal, who had received such high praise in her message. Wang Xinchuan's dissatisfaction grew as she considered the urgent concerns surrounding the great demon that loomed over the sect. Each day was filled with frantic efforts to resolve the crisis. Yet here she was, personally welcoming a mere mortal. Recalling Lu Hanzhuang's request for her to maintain a respectful attitude, her frustration surged. It felt like a desperate throw of the dice to place faith in a mortal. "Your name is Qin Bufan? Just a mortal?" Wang Xinchuan's gaze remained indifferent as she fixated on her tea. Qin Bufan raised his head, swallowing the sweet fruit in his mouth, and noticed that Han Yinsuan had vanished, presumably to seek out Lu Hanzhuang. With a sigh, Qin Bufan turned his attention back to Wang Xinchuan and replied, yes, that he could not fathom why she harbored such animosity towards him. Was it merely because he was a mortal? Shaking his head, he resolved to disregard her thoughts. After all, his visit to the cold immortal sect was merely a formality, and he need not engage in any profound exchanges with her. Humph. Wang Xinchuan suddenly slammed her teacup down on the table, the sound reverberating sharply. Her cold voice broke through the air once more. "I do not care how you deceive Lu's sister, nor do I care for your intentions. Just remember, if you dare to cause trouble in the cold immortal sect, I will not spare you." Hearing this, Qin Bufan furrowed his brow deeply. It was the first time since descending the mountain that he encountered someone who harbored such overt hostility towards him. He spoke up, "Elder Wang, you misunderstand. I have not deceived Miss Lu, and I bear no ill will towards the cold immortal sect." Wang Xinchuan raised an eyebrow, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Bufan. "I have encountered many like you, and their fates have never been pleasant. This time, I will let you off due to Lu's sister's regard, but remember my words, there will be no second chance." With that, Wang Xinchuan stood up and strode away without a backward glance. What a temper! Qin Bufan's mood soured considerably. After all, he had never deceived Lu Hanzhuang. "Senior Qin," Lu Hanzhuang's voice rang out, tinged with urgency. At the sound, Qin Bufan turned to see her approaching, seemingly just having bathed. Her fair skin bore a hint of blush, her hair still damp, and she had changed into a light blue palace gown. "Miss Lu," Qin Bufan greeted with a smile, then gestured toward the fruits in his hand. "The fruits from your esteemed sect are indeed delightful. Would you care for some?" Lu Hanzhuang shook her head, her gaze sweeping across the hall before furrowing her brow slightly. Noticing her expression, Qin Bufan asked, "Are you looking for Elder Wang?" Lu Hanzhuang nodded, a hint of anxiety in her voice as she inquired. "I hope Elder Wang has not been disrespectful to you, Senior." Qin Bufan was taken aback, but quickly shook his head, chuckling. "Not at all. Miss Lu, there is no need for concern that he had no intention of escalating matters." "That is good to hear." Lu Hanzhuang patted her chest, and a surge of tumultuous emotion washed over her. Had it not been for Han Yin coming to seek her out, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that Wang Xinchuan was accompanying them this time. Recalling Wang Xinchuan's aversion to men filled Lu Hanzhuang with trepidation. After Han Yin's notification, she promptly interrupted her bath and hurried towards the hall. if her words were to provoke Elder Qin's displeasure and inadvertently lead to Wang Xingchuan's demise. Lu Hanzhuang believed she would be powerless to seek vengeance. Fortunately, matters had not escalated to that extent. With Elder's intervention, it was merely that Hanzhuang had been away from the sect for so long and had not bathed in ages, thus losing track of time upon boarding the ship. Lu Hanzhuang sat to the right of Chen Bufan, explaining that she had never been fond of bathing in public and only felt at ease in her own peculiar vessel. What of Su Qing and the others? Chen Bufan casually inquired, chewing on a fruit. They are bathing as well, Lu Hanzhuang replied, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, regardless of her status as a formidable cultivator. Discussing such matters in the presence of a man rendered her somewhat bashful. Chen Bufan feigned calmness, averting his gaze to avoid looking where he ought not. Before long, Su Qing and the others arrived in succession, with Han Yin trailing behind. Where is Xingchuan? Lu Hanzhuang frowned upon noticing that only Han Yin was present, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Upon being questioned, Han Yin's heart sank. Within the cold immortal sect, Lu Hanzhuang's authority was formidable. The third elder, she said she was tired and went to rest. Han Yin stammered, her voice faltering, clearly feeling guilty. The claim of fatigue was nothing but a pretext. She simply did not wish to come. Lu Hanzhuang was well aware of this, and her expression grew increasingly frosty as she quietly admonished, I believe she has become increasingly audacious. At Lu Hanzhuang's reprimand, Han Yin shivered, pitying Wang Xingchuan's future. On ordinary days, the sect master was too busy to instruct them, leaving Lu Hanzhuang, their senior sister, to assume the role of their mentor, treating them with a strictness that was often daunting. That I beg your pardon for the embarrassment caused. Elder Chun, Lu Hanzhuang slightly turned her head, her eyes filled with contrition. There is no need for such formality, Miss Lu, Chen Bufan replied, feeling a tad uneasy. He had not anticipated that the seemingly gentle Lu Hanzhuang would possess such a fierce demeanor. Goodness! If she were to discover that I have no means to deal with the great demon of her sect, would she take it upon herself to eliminate me? This thought surged unbidden in Chen Bufan's mind, and he found it difficult to suppress that he needed to devise a plan. Thus, while outwardly maintaining a composed conversation with Lu Hanzhuang, he inwardly pondered his next course of action. The speed of the spirit vessel was unmatched by human effort. The Chihua ship swiftly darted through the clouds. Time passed slowly, the sky gradually darkening, and at the horizon, the setting sun radiated an orange glow. Suddenly, the Chihua ship came to an abrupt halt. Cold immortal sect. We have arrived. Chapter 58. Sect Master Ji, you are located in the northwest of the Xintian continent. The cold immortal sect's grand gates were undoubtedly magnificent, established upon a mountain range that spanned 800 miles, beneath which lay 3 superior spirit veins, rich in spiritual energy. As the group disembarked from the spirit vessel and entered through the immense gates inscribed with cold immortal sect, they beheld countless pavilions and towers, occasionally graced by the flight of cranes, surrounded by lush greenery and the sweet sounds of birdsong, a veritable paradise in their eyes. Truly, this is the celestial abode of my dreams, Chen Bufan exclaimed, spreading his arms wide as he inhaled the fresh air, reveling in the moment. Lu Hanzhuang chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Elder, you jest. Our sect has existed for 3,000 years, and its construction ranks merely in the middle among the 100 sections. Is that so? Chen Bufan retracted his gaze, turning to her with a hint of surprise. Lu Hanzhuang nodded, recalling her youthful journey with the sect master to the central region of the continent, where the sects were all ranked among the top. The various constructions within those sects remained etched in her memory. How intriguing, Chen Bufan replied with a smile, striding towards the steps leading to the main hall while admiring the surrounding scenery. Lu Hanzhuang offered occasional insights along the way. As the moon ascended higher in the sky, the group arrived at the Cold Immortal Sect's main hall, the Cold Immortal Hall. The hall was brightly lit, with numerous figures moving about inside. Elder Chen, please, the sect master has been awaiting your arrival for some time. Han Yin appeared from nowhere. I appreciate your assistance, Miss Han Yin, Chen Bufan said, cupping his hands in gratitude and smiling faintly as he entered the Cold Immortal Hall. Inside the hall, Chen Bufan's gaze widened in astonishment at the scene before him. The Cold Immortal Hall was extraordinarily vast, adorned with countless enormous black iron pillars, leaving a broad central area furnished with several chairs. Scattered across the seats were various individuals, and Chen Bufan noted the predominance of women, leading him to understand the makeup of the sect's disciples he had encountered. Thus, the head of the hall, sat a regal and elegant woman. Her oval face exquisitely beautiful, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with vitality. Clad in a pink palace gown embroidered with delicate phoenixes, she regarded Chen Bufan with keen interest. This woman was none other than the sect master of the cold immortal sect, Ji. Are you the esteemed Chen Bufan, whom Han Zhuang holds in high regard? Ji inquired, her cherry lips parting gracefully. One does not dare to claim such a title, but I am indeed Chen Bufan, he replied, suppressing the swirl of admiration within him and maintaining an air of respectfulness. How fascinating, Ji remarked with a smile, gesturing towards a seat to her right. Please, take a seat. Behind her, Han Yin clapped her hands. And soon, several graceful maidens entered, each carrying a platter of delicacies infused with rich spiritual energy. You must be Su Qing, do not be nervous. Han Zhuang, you too may take a seat, Ji encouraged, smiling at Su Qing and the others. Thank you, sect master, Su Qing replied nervously. How could one not be nervous? She is a formidable figure on the brink of transcending tribulation, a presence one would have never dared to imagine in the past. The others thought as they settled into their seats. Chen Bufan surveyed the exquisite dishes before him, each vibrant in color and fragrant, and felt his appetite awaken. Though he wished to indulge, he remained mindful of the customs of hospitality, waiting for the host to commence the meal. Thankfully, Ji did not prolong the wait, allowing everyone to sample the dishes without further ceremony. Chen Bufan, eager to partake, seized his chopsticks and began to feast heartily. After satisfying his hunger, he wiped his mouth and was about to speak when he glanced up to find Ji beaming at him. Daoist Chun, do you find the meal satisfactory? Quite delightful. Chen Bufan praised wholeheartedly. Indeed, this meal was among the finest he had ever enjoyed. Then I can rest assured that I trust Han Zhuang has briefed you about our sect, Ji inquired, casting a glance at the composed Lu Han Zhuang. Chen Bufan nodded, replying, I have heard some details, though the specifics remain somewhat unclear. Lu Hanzhuang had only shared broad strokes, and he had not pressed for further information, as he had not anticipated a visit to the cold immortal sect. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuer's smile grew ever more radiant, and Chen Bufan could not shake a sense of unease that in that case, allow our sect to elucidate matters in detail. That Ji Yuer waved her hand, and a massive white light screen suddenly materialized before them. Before long, images began to emerge on the screen. That as Chen Bufan gazed intently, he beheld a secluded valley, just as he pondered its significance. A thunderous roar echoed from within, reverberating throughout the hall. That a colossal shadow resembling a lion emerged from the valley, an utterly bizarre creature with 4 heads, 8 arms, 4 legs, and 3 eyes, its body shrouded in a dense coat of white fur. Startled by the sudden appearance of this peculiar being, Chen Bufan's heart raced. That as you can see, this is the great demon sealed by our sect for a century, the 3-eyed celestial jade lion. Ji Yuer's voice resonated in his ears. This demon wreaked havoc a century ago and was sealed by the previous sect master. However, due to this incident, the former sect master suffered severe injuries and perished thereafter. Our sect is not adept in sealing techniques, and thus, over the 100 years, the seal has waned in potency, allowing this demon to attempt its escape a month ago. As the scene within the luminous curtain shifted, the 3-eyed celestial jade lion roared fiercely as it surged out of the valley, commencing a brutal massacre within the cold immortal sect. That in a state of desperation, I, along with the esteemed elders, joined forces to seal this beast once more. However, this seal can only endure for a mere month, meaning tomorrow marks the final deadline. Ji Yuer's tone gradually grew tinged with helplessness. That in the image, the 3-eyed celestial jade lion was once again confined within the valley, surrounded by a faint purple barrier. Chen Bufan felt a shiver run down his spine as he finally grasped Ji Yuer's implication. If he failed to seal it by tomorrow, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to leave alive. After all, this monstrous creature showed no mercy, regardless of who it targeted. Sect Master. Chen Bufan licked his parched lips, preparing to speak, only to see Ji Yuer raise her hand to silence him. Daoist Chun, do not burden yourself with unnecessary worries. Life or death shall be revealed by tomorrow. Chapter 59. a nightly discourse between master and disciple. With those words, Ji Yuer rose from her seat. The smile that had adorned her face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a pallid expression. Han Shuang, escort Daoist Chen to rest. Yes, sect master. Han Shuang stood, approached Chen Bufan, and offered a respectful bow, softly stating, Senior Chen, please. Chen Bufan hesitated, caught between words, yet ultimately chose silence as he followed Han Shuang out of the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, only Ji Yuer and Lu Han Shuang remained within the hall. Shrouded in silence, after a long pause, Ji Yuer finally spoke with a calm demeanor. Han Shuang, is this the esteemed senior you mentioned who can resolve the threat posed by the great monster? Lu Han Shuang nodded, having discerned her master's stance from the earlier events. Master, in truth, Senior Chen. Lu Han Shuang began to explain, knowing well that many things are difficult to believe without first-hand experience. Especially regarding Senior Chen, from whom she had yet to detect any trace of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, this did not undermine her trust in Chen Bufan, for she had witnessed the bloodthirsty demon perish before her very eyes, a fact her master had not seen. Ji Yuer waved her hand and resumed her seat, the icy demeanor softening slightly. With a sigh, she gazed at her most cherished disciple and remarked, Tonight, I shall refer to a mortal as a fellow Taoist. Han Shuang, this should be quite accommodating for you, that I in truth. Ever since Chen Bufan had entered the hall, Ji Yuer's inner fury had been steadily escalating. She was acutely aware that her eldest disciple had been deceived. Ji Yuer did not believe that any hidden techniques could elude her discerning gaze. Chen Bufan was, without a doubt, an ordinary mortal, and no matter how many times she scrutinized him, the only conclusion she reached was that he bore no trace of spiritual energy. It is known that all cultivators, regardless of their level of advancement, including herself, exude at least a faint aura of spiritual energy, yet Ji Yuer refrained from taking immediate action against Chen Bufan, choosing instead to grant him due respect and to demonstrate the proper etiquette of the sect. That I am aware that over the past month, you have sought assistance far and wide to seal the great demon. Enduring much hardship, Ji Yuer spoke with a hint of compassion. Lu Han Shuang shook her head, replying, Master, this is what I ought to do. She had exerted considerable effort to invite those masters of formations. Yet the outcome was that those so-called masters fled in terror upon witnessing the great demon. Alas, since the calamities of the Middle Ages, the Xintian realm has languished in its cultivation of diverse arts. And thus I have never held those formation masters in high regard, for I know they lack true capability, Ji Yuer said slowly. Now, Han Shuang, although I understand your intentions in bringing forth this Chen Bufan, I do not wish to extinguish your hopes to as I mentioned earlier. Life or death shall reveal itself by tomorrow. Lu Han Shuang nodded, her expression tinged with bitterness. Very well, let us cease this discourse. The disciples have nearly dispersed, yet we, the higher-ups, must not retreat. That a resolute glimmer shone in Ji Yuer's eyes. Han Shuang understood. With her head held high, she looked steadfastly at Ji Yuer and declared, I comprehend Master's thoughts. But please be assured, Senior Chen is not deceiving us. The matters conveyed in the message are indeed true. Tomorrow, the cold immortal sect shall still remain as it is. With that, Lu Han Shuang took her leave. Watching her disciple's retreating figure, Ji Yuer let out a resigned sigh, seizing the wine jug from the table and pouring its contents in her mouth, murmuring, Master, is it truly destined that the cold immortal sect will perish at my hands? The following morning, at the cold immortal sect, within the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, outside the barrier sealing the three-eyed celestial jade lion, numerous figures hovered in the air, their diverse colors of spiritual energy soaring skyward before converging into the barrier. Ji Yuer cast a casual glance at Chen Bufan without uttering a word, then proceeded toward a vacant spot at the pinnacle. Today was the final day the temporary seal would remain effective. She needed to oversee and command the proceedings. Yet, she felt a certain disorientation, for the great demon would inevitably break free, rendering these efforts seemingly futile. However, Ji Yuer quickly dispelled the chaotic thoughts from her mind and focused intently on channeling her spiritual energy into the barrier. Instantly, with Ji Yuer's involvement, the hue of the faint purple barrier deepened significantly. Roar! As if sensing the alteration in the barrier, the great demon within unleashed a furious roar. Senior Chen, I truly beseech you for assistance this time. Lu Han Shuang implored softly, biting her lip. After departing from the cold immortal hall and returning to her quarters last night, she found herself unable to sleep, her mind consumed by Ji Yuer's words. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated the possibility of having been deceived. Yet she swiftly quelled that thought, for her experiences in Donglu Town and the Qian Kingdom had shown her that such notions were mere fabrications of her imagination. Chun Bufan responded absently, oblivious to her expression, as his full attention was directed toward the system screen before him. Upon rising early that morning, he instinctively checked the system and was astonished to find that after days of inactivity, it had suddenly refreshed with a new task related to the events of today. Task content: administer a sedative to the irritable three-eyed celestial jade lion to calm it down. Task item: sedative 1. Task reward: useless sapphire 1. It seemed that after the last use of the useless large sapphire, the system had undergone a change. He had simply been unaware of it until the task refreshed that he noted that this task item had never appeared before. Chun Bufan opened his palm to reveal a syringe containing a swirling pale blue liquid. He couldn't help but sigh. While this task had arrived at a fortuitous moment, as he had been contemplating his plans for the upcoming days without a viable solution, the task's emergence had conveniently addressed that issue. However, administering an injection to such a fearsome creature, was the system truly not toying with him? Chun Bufan felt a sense of frustration. After all, this was a being that had caused the sect master of the cold immortal sect immense distress. As an ordinary mortal, how could he possibly possess such capabilities? Let alone administer an injection. He doubted he could even approach the great demon's physical form in that instant. Chun Bufan felt a headache coming on. Senior Chun, observing her hopeful mentor lost in thought, Lu Hanshuang felt a twinge of anxiety. Fear not, I have a plan. Taking a deep breath, Chun Bufan turned to face her, offering a faint smile. Chapter 60. Entering the Forbidden Grounds. Lu Hanshuang chose not to say more, yet her gaze was filled with unwavering trust. Senior, I too must attend to the array. Chun Bufan nodded slightly, watching as she moved to the other side of the barrier. Meanwhile, Wang Xinchuan and Han Yin, whom he had encountered aboard the spirit vessel the previous day, were also already in position. Stay here. If the situation becomes dire, leave swiftly, he instructed, hesitating slightly before addressing Su Qing. A flicker of concern crossed her features, but before she could speak, Chun Bufan had already turned away. Standing before the faint purple barrier, he raised his head and cupped his hands toward Ji Yuer above, saying, I implore Sect Master Ji to open a portal, allowing me to enter. Ji Yuer, seated in mid-air above the barrier, raised an eyebrow. Compared to the relatively safe exterior of the barrier, the interior was undoubtedly far more perilous. The three-eyed celestial jade lion had already been provoked and would attack anyone in sight. Even if you are the array master invited by Han Shuang, your role is to set up the formation and enhance the barrier from outside. There is no need for you to confront the great demon directly. Contemplating for a moment, Ji Yuer concluded that it was unnecessary to send him to his death, even though it was inevitable that they would all meet their end at the hands of the great demon. Upon hearing this, Chun Bufan was momentarily taken aback, but then he grasped Ji Yuer's intent and narrowed his eyes, smiling as he said, Rest assured, Sect Master, I shall not engage in actions without certainty. As he spoke, he inwardly sighed, realizing that the situation was now dire, and he was compelled to act if that is the case. Then proceed as you wish. To Ji Yuer furrowed her brows and let out a cold snort. When had she ever been so kind as to advise anyone? In the past, she wielded absolute power over the sect, with a mere word capable of determining the lives and deaths of thousands. If it were not for her lingering thoughts of Lu Hanshuang, she would have long since dispatched this ignorant mortal to his demise. Ji Yuer waved her hand. A fissure appeared in Chun Bufan's line of sight, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. To do not betray my trust, system. Chun Bufan took a deep breath, murmuring to himself before stepping into the rift. That his figure vanished, the barrier restored itself. Within the valley, as Chun Bufan's feet touched the solid ground, his senses instantly heightened. Simultaneously, he gripped the syringe tightly in his palm, advancing cautiously deeper into the valley. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if the wind had ceased to blow, and not a single sound could be heard, which perplexed Chun Bufan after having ventured for some time. After witnessing Ji Yuer's demonstration the previous night, he had envisioned the scene he would encounter upon entering the valley. Yet the reality was starkly different. System, oh system, "You have truly led me into peril this time," he muttered to himself, his gaze darting around for any signs of movement. In truth, this mission was not his first encounter with the system. For instance, when old Wang's donkey had gone wild at the foot of the mountain, the system had instructed him to administer a tranquilizer or when old Lu's cow became frenzied and charged at people, the system had issued a task for him to inject it as well. There had been countless similar instances, but this situation was unlike any other. The creature he was to inject was a fearsome demon that even cultivators dread. Goodness, could my frail limbs withstand even a sneeze from it? Chen Bufan thought anxiously as he turned down a narrow path, halting his steps abruptly. At the end of the pathway lay a pitch-black cave, shrouded in darkness where not a single thing was discernible. This must be the lair of the great demon, he surmised, instinctively swallowing hard as he hesitated at the cave's entrance. Should he venture inside? Chen Bufan stood still, his gaze fixed upon the cave's mouth, his heart wavering in uncertainty. Yet soon, he clenched his teeth and made a resolve. Having come this far, there was no turning back. With determination, he shut his eyes and stepped into the cave. It felt as if he had passed through a barrier. The moment he entered, a ripple spread through his entire being. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and the sight before him left an expression of astonishment on his face. Contrary to the darkness he had observed outside, the cave was extraordinarily illuminated, with dozens of luminous orbs embedded in the rocky ceiling, vividly revealing the interior. This place was comparable in size to the frosty celestial hall he had seen the previous night, furnished simply with nothing but a massive beast hide, creating an atmosphere of stark emptiness. Upon that beast hide lay a snow-white demon beast, which was not enormous but rather resembled a delicate, petite white jade lion, completely devoid of the terrifying visage Chen Bufan had anticipated. Unsure if this was the great demon Lu Hanzhuang had mentioned, Chen Bufan cautiously took a few steps forward. Suddenly, a glimmer flashed, and the white jade lion opened its eyes, gazing indifferently at Chen Bufan. "Mortal," the three-eyed heavenly jade lion, to be precise, uttered in a languid tone. Gulp. Chen Bufan swallowed hard, now aware that the creature he was to inject was this seemingly harmless lion before him. "This king shall not engage with you for now. Remain obediently by the side until the seal is broken, and I may spare your life." The three-eyed heavenly jade lion regarded Chen Bufan with disdain, closing its eyes once more after delivering its words. Chen Bufan paused, a hint of confusion swelling within him. According to Ji Yuer, this demon was deeply murderous and would not spare any living being. Why did it seem so placid now? Perhaps a thought occurred to Chen Bufan when he had injected those frenzied animals at Tiandao Mountain. Most of the time he waited until they were exhausted and ready to rest before seizing the opportunity to act. If this lion was in a similar state, it indicated that this was not an entirely hopeless endeavor. With this realization, Chen Bufan felt a surge of excitement, disregarding the lion's warning, and stepped forward once more. His footsteps roused the three-eyed heavenly jade lion, which opened its eyes abruptly, glaring impatiently at the audacious mortal before it. It had remained in this cave to recuperate after breaking through the barrier a few days prior, preparing to burst forth when the barrier's power waned in an hour. Thus, any unnecessary movement was unwelcome, as it would deplete the energy it had painstakingly gathered. Seeing a mortal ignorant of the danger before him, it had initially underestimated him. However, it now appeared that this man truly lacked awareness. Alas, it seems that after a century, the outside world has forgotten my name. Chapter 61. An Unexpected Turn. Instantly, the three-eyed heavenly jade lion grinned menacingly, preparing to unleash its boundless wrath upon this mortal who dared to provoke it, an insignificant creature that had likely crushed countless ants beneath its feet. It was absurdly foolish. The three-eyed heavenly jade lion suddenly opened its third eye, ready to utilize its most powerful illusion technique, intending to ensnare this mortal within its nightmarish realm for eternity, subjecting him to endless torment. But in the next moment, the lion's expression fell into a stupor. Its once proud, snow-jade true eye, which had vanquished countless cultivators, inexplicably shut itself. That it seemed to have perceived something terrifying, a wave of fear infiltrating its mind. How could this be? The three-eyed heavenly jade lion fell silent, gazing at the approaching mortal with growing confusion. This was merely a mortal. Yet why could this insignificant creature be a transcendent being? The lion's puzzled gaze remained fixed on Chen Bufan until it was soon enveloped by a cruel glint that it refused to believe that this young man could be a true powerhouse. For even a transcendent being would be detectable to its keen senses. Though the reason for its snow jade, true eyes fear remained a mystery, the three-eyed heavenly jade lion was not solely reliant on this single divine ability. At that moment, a cacophony of thunderous roars erupted within the cave, a deafening sound that reverberated through the air. Azure, thunder of calamity, it bellowed. The three-eyed heavenly jade lion unleashed a furious roar. As azure lightning surged from the cave, striking toward Chen Bufan's position. Chen Bufan, who was stealthily advancing, recognized the shift in his surroundings that to him. It appeared as a swirling mist of azure hue, and he cast a puzzled glance at the great demon upon the beast hide. Now only a step away from it. Simultaneously, Chen Bufan found it curious that the lion, despite his encroaching proximity, remained motionless, coldly observing him. Chen Bufan awkwardly chuckled, and just as the azure lightning struck him, he reached the lion, standing almost face to face with it. The three-eyed heavenly jade lion's eyes widened in shock. Its focus shifted from how near Chen Bufan had come to the fact that its mightiest attack, capable of obliterating initial-stage human cultivators, had no effect whatsoever on him. The azure lightning dissipated into wisps of smoke upon contact with Chen Bufan. What is happening? Suddenly, the astonished three-eyed heavenly jade lion felt a wave of dizziness wash over it, its paws growing numb as if it had lost all sensation. This feeling of numbness crept steadily upward in that moment. The lion was gripped by a profound sense of impending doom, urgently attempting to muster its demonic energy to flee. Yet, unbeknownst to it, it had already lost control over its own body. The three-eyed heavenly jade lion glanced down, noticing the strange object in the human's hand, who was grinning widely at it. How infuriating! Before losing consciousness, the three-eyed heavenly jade lion let out one final, unwilling roar. Then darkness enveloped it as it collapsed upon the beast hide. With a sigh of relief, Chen Bufan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Exhaling deeply, ding. System notification. Task completed. Please accept your reward and await the next task refresh. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Chen Bufan focused his thoughts, extending his hand, and a blue light flickered into existence. In the next moment, a flat stone appeared in his palm. This the useless blue gemstone. Chen Bufan caressed the rough surface, feeling a sense of anticipation as he thought back to the last utterly useless gemstone that had bestowed upon him the skill of alchemical mastery. He wondered what this new one might yield. Eagerly, Chen Bufan followed the previous method, placing his hands upon the sapphire, then silently reciting in his mind. After a considerable pause, the system remained unresponsive. Could it be that a new method was required? With his eyes now opened, he furrowed his brow slightly and expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "This system is rather stingy, isn't it? After risking my life to complete this task, it rewards me with a stone that cannot be unlocked. How frustrating." Chen Bufan exhaled deeply, attempting to alleviate the frustration within. Well, it seemed he could no longer rely on the system for his cultivation plans. Stowing away the sapphire, he gazed at the jade lion, now deep in slumber, and fell into contemplation. Ever since the appearance of the useless gemstone, Chen Bufan sensed a shift in the system. The situation differed markedly from previous tasks, leading him to speculate whether the system intended for him to cultivate. However, this latest occurrence doused his hopes with cold water. In such a perilous world of cultivation, it would be wise to become a practitioner as soon as possible. With a sigh, Chen Bufan grasped the jade lion and made his way toward the cave's exit. As if influenced by the slumbering beast in his grasp, the surroundings suddenly became vibrant and full of life on his return journey. After an hour, Chen Bufan arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Valley, but saw no members of the Hanxian sect, including Lu Hanzhuang and Su Qing. The area outside the valley was desolate, starkly contrasting the vitality within. What could have happened? Chen Bufan quickened his pace towards the Hanxian hall. Soon, he reached the hall and, upon noticing several figures inside, felt a sense of relief and hastened his entry. As he stepped into the grand hall, numerous gazes turned towards him. "Young master, Senior Chen," two exclamations rang out simultaneously, belonging to Lu Hanzhuang and Su Qing. What on earth had transpired? Chen Bufan looked around, puzzled, noticing that everyone bore various injuries that Su Qing hurried over, her eyes brimming with joy as she exclaimed, "Young master, it is wonderful to see you safe." Safe? Chen Bufan's confusion deepened. He cleared his throat twice and scanned the hall, where Ji Yuer was also observing him. What happened? How did you all sustain injuries in such a short time? As his words fell, he heard Su Qing gasp, "Young master, 10 days have already passed." 10 days? Chen Bufan was at a loss. He prided himself on his sense of time, convinced that only half a day had elapsed since he entered the valley that morning. Moreover, the current lighting. Chen Bufan turned to look outside the grand hall and fell silent. That moment, the setting sun cast a golden hue, indicating it was indeed dusk. This was certainly not just half a day's time. A shock coursed through Chen Bufan's mind. After leaving the valley, he had noticed Lu Hanzhuang and the others were absent, worrying that something had occurred, which urged him to rush to the Hanxian Hall without considering the time. Meanwhile, Lu Hanzhuang's voice echoed in his ears, "Senior Lu, it has indeed been 10 days since you entered the valley." Chen Bufan turned to face her, noting the joy in her expression that I distinctly recall it being only half a day. In truth, Chen Bufan was beginning to accept the reality that 10 days had elapsed since he entered the valley, yet the notion was utterly bewildering. "This matter, I can help explain to Taoist Sean." Ji Yuer interjected, rising from her seat and approaching him. Her exquisite features still displaying traces of shock. 10 days had passed, and she had not anticipated Chen Bufan would emerge, appearing unscathed. "Please enlighten us." "Sect Master," Chen Bufan replied, his tone respectful yet firm. "You must have inadvertently entered my sect's predecessor's realm, the Qingquan Law Net." Ji Yuer began to elucidate. The others also listened intently, intrigued by the unfolding tale. "A millennium ago, the 74th sect master of our lineage stumbled upon the lair of an ancient cultivator, where the Qingquan Law Net was discovered. This artifact possesses the extraordinary ability to alter the flow of time. However, since our sect acquired it, no one has been able to utilize it until a century ago when the previous sect master, my mentor, uncovered its method of use within an ancient tome. Subsequently, due to the chaos caused by a great demon, my master resorted to sacrificing her soul and flesh to seal that demon within the valley that I had thought that a month ago. When the demon broke free, the artifact had lost its efficacy, but it appears I was mistaken." Chen Bufan, lost in thought, did not register Ji Yuer's repeated use of "I" and pondered whether her explanation was accurate. However, recalling the jade lion state within the cave, exhausted and unable to move, he realized it had likely expended all its strength in an attempt to breach the Qingquan Law Net, akin to livestock in the mundane world. "I see." Chen Bufan nodded, finally grasping the enigma that had perplexed him. Yet he pointed to the injured individuals in the hall, but before he could speak, Ji Yuer continued, "On the night you entered the valley, the great demon that was supposed to break the seal showed no signs of movement, leading me to believe you had succeeded." Ji Yuer pursed her lips, then continued, "However, we dared not let our guard down, fearing unforeseen consequences, and thus maintained the barrier until the following day. Yet there was still no sign of movement from the valley, nor did you emerge to be why the next day." Ji Yuer had nearly accepted Lu Hanzhuang's account. Reflecting on her demeanor that night, she felt a blush creep to her cheeks. She acknowledged her misjudgment, unable to believe Chen Bufan's stealth techniques were so formidable that they deceived even her. Chen Bufan nodded, remaining silent, urging her to proceed. "The barrier held until the evening of the second day. With still no sign of you, I decided to investigate the forbidden area, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events." Ji Yuer sighed, glancing around the hall before focusing on Chen Bufan, a wry smile crossing her lips. "The ghost sect's leader, Qiu Daoi, came knocking." "The ghost sect?" Chen Bufan's heart raced, and he shot a wary glance at Lu Hanzhuang. Recalling her earlier words about the ghost sect being besieged on all sides, in a dire predicament, Lu Hanzhuang had even jested about the Hanxian sect being fortunate for not being embroiled in the turmoil. Now, however, the leader of the Hanxian sect was telling him that the ghost sect had come to their door. Chen Bufan's lips twitched as he voiced his confusion. "Miss Lu once informed me that the ghost sect was in a dire state. How could they possibly spare the resources to attack your sect?" As soon as he spoke, he noticed a deep jealousy flicker in Ji Yuer's eyes. "Qiu Daoi has somehow managed to transcend the tribulation and become a formidable tribulation transcending expert. In just 3 days, 4 of the 7 major sects on this continent have already submitted to the ghost sect's influence that a tribulation-transcending cultivator. Chen Bufan was taken aback that he had learned about the hierarchy of cultivators from Su Qing, which included 9 realms, starting from Qi refining, foundation establishment, Yuandan, Jindan, Yuanying, Shenhua, He-Ti, and culminating in tribulation transcendence. The tribulation transcending phase was the pinnacle of existence in this realm, with the most powerful sects positioned in the central region of Xintian realm. It is infuriating that we have yet to hear of where he transcended his tribulation, Gus said through gritted teeth. She was currently at the peak of the He-Ti phase, just a step away from transcending, yet she hesitated to take that step. Beyond external factors, her intuition warned her that if she embarked on the path of tribulation, she would surely meet her demise. Now, the ghost sect's leader, who had always been her adversary, had taken the lead in transcending. It was likely that, before long, the northwestern region would fall under the ghost sect's dominion. So, were your injuries inflicted by the ghost sect's leader? Chen Bufan felt a surge of dread that he had initially believed he could smoothly complete his task and fulfill his promise to Lu Hanzhuang, returning to Tiandao Mountain to diligently study his cultivation journey. Yet, the only adversary he had encountered since descending the mountain now appeared to be an insurmountable threat. Would he ever return to Tiandao Mountain? In a fleeting moment, Chen Bufan found himself engulfed in confusion. Was it true or not? Although Qiu Daoi had successfully transcended his tribulation, the Hanxian sect had been established for over a millennium, with its own hidden cards. That night, I activated the protective formation to thwart the adversary. Yet the disciples of the ghost sect were utterly powerless, and the elders sustained injuries while contending with them, explained Jiyuer. Chen Bufan remained silent, lost in thought, for he was uncertain of what to articulate in that moment. All future plans had been abruptly shattered by an unforeseen event, causing a growing sense of despair within him. By the way, I still wonder how that great demon is faring now. Jiyuer blinked curiously and inquired. Is this the great demon? Chen Bufan lifted the jade lion he cradled in his arms. The Jiyuer involuntarily shuddered, her gaze fixed on the jade lion, having noticed it the moment Chen Bufan entered. Chapter 63. The Unpredictability of the World. Yet, she never anticipated that this seemingly innocuous little lion was, in fact, the notorious great demon responsible for countless slaughters. Here, take this that I wish to rest for a while. If you have further questions, let us discuss them tomorrow. Chen Bufan spoke in a somewhat despondent tone, tossing the jade lion to her before turning to leave with Su Qing. Behind them, Jiyuer abruptly caught the jade lion, her expression betraying a flicker of fear that quickly vanished. Simultaneously, the surrounding elders gathered, their eyes filled with astonishment as they beheld the jade lion, save for one individual who stared blankly at Chen Bufan's departing figure. Xinchuan, what are you staring at? Hurry over and behold the great demon in the sect master's possession. That Chen Senior truly is formidable. Han Yin tugged at Wang Xinchuan's sleeve and urged. Wang Xinchuan nodded in a daze before joining the gathering. At the foot of Hanxian Peak, within a pavilion, this was where Chen Bufan had rested that night, that he hadn't anticipated such drastic changes could occur in such a brief span. After dismissing Su Qing, Chen Bufan reclined on his bed, gazing out at the night sky, muttering to himself, the affairs of this world are indeed inscrutable. Turning over to find a comfortable position, he shifted his gaze back to the system interface. The character panel remained unchanged, still displaying a plethora of insufficient permissions, with only one line under skills indicating alchemy. Returning to the original interface, Chen Bufan suddenly sat up and BD'd so soon, his eyes fixated on the system interface as the task had refreshed once more. It was notable that previously, tasks would only refresh after a considerable interval. Moreover, this time, the system's task took him by surprise. New task. Establish 3 wind turbines. Task reward. 5G base station 1. Unlock method for useless sapphire. Back to this. Chen Bufan's eyes widened. What use was it to erect wind turbines at this juncture? Could they possibly fend off the onslaught of the ghost sect's leader? Chen Bufan pondered the system's intentions repeatedly. Yet even as dawn broke the next day, he remained perplexed. After rising, washing up, and enjoying breakfast prepared by Su Qing, Chen Bufan took her on a leisurely stroll through the Hanxian sect, searching for suitable locations to establish the wind turbines. However, after a short while, he curiously remarked, are there very few disciples in the Hanxian sect? There seems to be hardly anyone around. Su Qing surveyed the surroundings. feeling equally puzzled, for it was only natural that a sect of such stature would boast numerous disciples. Young master, I am uncertain as well, Su Qing replied, shaking her head. Never mind, it matters not. However, Su Qing, you do not regret coming with me, do you? I had hoped you would remain in the Qiyin kingdom. Chun Bufan halted, standing at the edge of a cliff overlooking a verdant forest below. He gazed at the sun rising on the horizon, and his previous vexation began to dissipate. Indeed, beautiful scenery always had the power to soothe one's spirits. When he had first arrived in the Xintian realm, he often stood atop Tiandao Mountain, admiring the picturesque vistas. Young master, I have never once regretted it, Su Qing stated, enunciating each word with conviction. Chen Bufan turned to her, noting her resolute expression, and he couldn't help but smile. Falling into a comfortable silence that he could somewhat grasp Su Qing's perspective, she viewed him as an unparalleled powerhouse, a hidden master due to the system's rewards. Yet he recognized that he was merely an ordinary mortal. Once he constructed the wind turbines, he intended to visit the sect's scripture repository to seek a suitable cultivation method. Chen Bufan silently resolved that his cultivation plans must be expedited. Let us proceed there. He indicated towards a mountain peak to the right, and after speaking, he led Su Qing in that direction. The morning passed swiftly as Chen Bufan busied himself with the construction of the wind turbines. In truth, the building process did not consume an excessive amount of time, but the multitude of high mountains within the Hanxian sect necessitated frequent ascents and descents, which consumed much of the day. By midday, the 3 wind turbines were finally completed. Ding, system notification, task completed. Please claim your rewards and await the next task refresh. Chen Bufan glanced at the system space before shutting it down. In the afternoon, he intended to visit the scripture repository of the Hanxian sect, leaving no time to claim his rewards. After lunch, he sought out Lu Hanzhuang, and upon explaining his purpose, she guided him to the scripture repository. During their earlier time in Donglu town, Lu Hanzhuang had offered one of her conditions. He could freely browse the Hanxian sect scriptures, regardless of their rarity. Thank you, Miss Lu. Chen Bufan expressed his gratitude as he stood before a 6-story pavilion. Chen Sr., you are too kind. That it is thanks to you that the Hanxian sect has escaped peril. Lu Hanzhuang beamed, her inner conviction in her earlier decision growing stronger. Reflecting on the past, she believed it to be the wisest choice she had ever made. After a brief exchange, Chen Bufan turned and stepped into the scripture repository. Upon opening the door, an elderly woman with a gaunt visage, dressed in simple clothes, lay in a rattan chair, eyes closed in repose. Upon hearing the noise at the entrance, she opened her eyes and looked over at a mortal. The elderly woman's gaze held a hint of skepticism. When did the Hanxian sect's most crucial scripture repository become accessible to mortals? Yet, the next moment, upon seeing Chen Bufan produce a token, she sealed her lips, suppressing her inquiries. Since you possess the sect master's token, you may peruse all 6 floors of the scripture repository at your leisure. After speaking, she closed her eyes once more, returning to her meditation. Thank you, Chen Bufan replied gratefully, making his way towards the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Prior to this, he had learned from Lu Hanzhuang that the 1st floor contained basic knowledge of the cultivation world and various introductions to the powers within the Xintian realm, intended to broaden the perspectives of the disciples. Only on the 2nd floor would he find genuine cultivation methods. However, Lu Hanzhuang had expressed confusion as to why Chen Bufan wished to examine such materials. Knowing he possessed at least 2 cultivation techniques done on the 2nd floor of the scripture repository, Chen Bufan perused numerous cultivation methods, occasionally exclaiming in wonder. After an hour, he ascended to the 3rd floor. After spending yet another hour there, he continued upwards. 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. He finally halted upon reaching the highest level, diligently studying the text before him. Chapter 64. The Scripture Repository, done on the 6th floor of the Scripture Repository. Chen Bufan lowered his head, intently reviewing the cultivation methods he held. According to Su Qing, the methods of this world, whether for cultivation or combat, were divided into 9 tiers, corresponding to the 9 realms of cultivators. At this moment, the method in his hands was a 7th-tier technique, the Yu Shuang sword cannon, one of the 3 major legacies of the Hanxian sect, and the very technique Lu Hanzhuang practiced. However, Chen Bufan soon returned the technique to its rightful place, having thoroughly examined all the cultivation methods available in the scripture repository. None of these are of any use, he sighed, stepping back a few paces and gazing at the formidable methods that could incite bloodshed laid out before him. Since he began exploring cultivation techniques on the second floor, he had attempted to channel the celestial energy through his meridians as described in the texts, yet no matter how he tried, he could not succeed. He could not even sense a trace of spiritual energy. Initially, he thought it was due to the low tier of the techniques, but upon reaching the sixth floor, he resigned himself to the truth. It was simply that he could not cultivate at all. Could it be that I lack spiritual roots? Chen Bufan mused as he spread his hands, gazing at his palms. Yet in the next moment, he shook his head, recalling that he had posed this question to Su Qing, who had informed him that even those without spiritual roots could still sense the celestial energy, that an insulator. After a long pause, Chen Bufan lifted his head, having gained a fundamental understanding of his situation. He realized that his desire to cultivate alone was utterly unattainable. He could only hope for a solution from the system in the future. Silently, he mused to himself before turning to descend the stairs. On the first floor, the elderly woman still lay resting in her wicker chair, her eyes closed, unchanged from the moment he had passed her on his way up. Chen Bufan expressed his gratitude once more before he exited the loft. The twilight cast a somber hue, and outside the scripture pavilion stood a stunningly beautiful young woman with her hair elegantly pinned up. Dressed in a light blue palace gown, her figure was graceful, with long, bare legs that were both fair and slim. To that moment, she was beaming as she gazed at Chen Bufan, who had just emerged. "Master Ji," Chen Bufan exclaimed in surprise, recognizing that the person before him was indeed Ji Yuer, the leader of the Hanxian sect. Daoist Chun. Ji Yuer returned the greeting, her red lips parting as she inquired, "You have spent the entire afternoon in the scripture pavilion. I wonder if you have gleaned any insights?" The sect leaderess token in Chen Bufan's possession had been entrusted to him by Lu Hanzhuang. Somewhat disappointing, Chen Bufan shrugged, his tone tinged with resignation, "that I squandered an entire afternoon. Had I known, I would have preferred to return and study that useless sapphire. The Hanxian sect is but a modest sect, and its teachings are rather ordinary. That I apologize for disappointing you," Ji Yuer said with an apologetic expression. She had anticipated this outcome when she handed the token to Lu Hanzhuang, knowing well that someone capable of vanquishing a formidable demon would hardly be interested in a sect's teachings. "Not at all," Chen Bufan replied with a smile, "that I merely held a flicker of hope. By the way, is there a particular reason for your visit at such a late hour?" "I wish to discuss a matter with you," Ji Yuer said, her expression turning serious as she explained her intentions. In the Biyun Pavilion, the cool evening breeze of foam felt refreshing and invigorating, bringing a sense of tranquility. The two sat facing each other within the pavilion. Ji Yuer waved her hand, and 2 steaming cups of fragrant tea appeared on the stone table. "Thank you for accepting my invitation this evening," she began before Chen Bufan could speak. The Ji Yuer then bit her lip, fixing her gaze on him. "First and foremost, I wish to extend my apologies." "Apologies?" Chen Bufan blinked, somewhat bewildered by her words. Seeing his confusion, Ji Yuer offered a wry smile. "That night, my treatment of you was rather harsh. My perspective was far too narrowed. I implore you to forgive me." Regardless of whether Chen Bufan remembered the incident, Ji Yuer felt it necessary to clarify that a look of realization crossed Chen Bufan's face. On the night he first entered the Hanxian sect, while Ji Yuer had initially treated him with some degree of courtesy, her demeanor had turned cold by the end of the banquet. However, he had not taken it to heart. Had she not mentioned it, he might have forgotten entirely. "Rest assured, I have long since forgotten that matter." Chen Bufan chuckled, "I appreciate your magnanimity. Allow me to toast to you with tea in place of wine." Ji Yuer lifted her teacup and drank it in one gulp, then waved her hand to refill it. Observing this remarkable feat, Chen Bufan felt a twinge of envy, lamenting his inability to cultivate and lack of spiritual energy that prevented him from achieving such a display. "For my second inquiry, if you would indulge my audacity, I would like to know how you sealed that great demon in the Forbidden Valley, and how long this seal can last," Ji Yuer asked, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Even now, she found it hard to believe that the formidable demon, which had slept peacefully in her arms the previous day, had been subdued by this man with apparent ease. The demoness' strength was terrifying. Even she, at the pinnacle of her cultivation, could barely withstand a few exchanges. Thus, during her discussion with Lu Hanzhuang, she had felt a sense of impending doom. "Well," Chen Bufan hesitated, finding it difficult to explain as it pertained to the system. However, he suddenly recalled Lu Hanzhuang mentioning something about a beast master, which might serve as a suitable cover if there are any aspects you find inconvenient to discuss. Please feel free to refrain. Sensing Chun Bufan's dilemma, Ji Weir felt a pang of disappointment but maintained a facade of indifference. Not at all. Chun Bufan replied with a smile. Did I end my estimation? That great demon was weakened due to the array, rendering it immobile when I encountered it. Thus, I administered a calming agent to induce its slumber. After stating this, Chun Bufan added, this is a unique technique of mine as a beast master. A calming agent? Ji Weir's gaze clouded with confusion, as she had never encountered such a thing before. Moments later, she gasped, so, it is not a seal, but rather a slumber. Compared to slumber, Ji Weir preferred the idea of sealing the demon. Chun Bufan nodded, then feigned a troubled expression. Indeed, however, I fear I cannot elaborate on the particulars of the calming agent. Furthermore, the duration of its slumber should be considerable, so please do not worry too much. Sect leader. Although Chun Bufan doubted the reliability of the system, he still had faith in its capabilities regarding such matters that I understand, Ji Weir said, her feelings somewhat conflicted as she refrained from probing further. Suddenly, she appeared torn, as if struggling to voice something. Chun Bufan raised an eyebrow and asked, is there something you wish to say, sect leader? For my third request, I hope you will consider remaining and assisting the Hanxian sect in confronting the Ghost King. As she spoke, Ji Weir rose, her demeanor earnest as she addressed Chun Bufan, that I recognize that this request may be overreaching, but given the current circumstances, having just dealt with the great demon, we are now faced with the calamity of the Ghost King. We find ourselves at a loss. Under normal circumstances, the Hanxian sect, with its thousands of years of heritage, would not swiftly crumble as did the three sects that had yielded to the Ghost King. They could even keep the Ghost King at bay, even against a formidable cultivator. However, with the recent breach of the great demon, Ji Weir had no choice but to expend much of the sect's inherited resources, and the younger generation had taken away a significant amount of their assets as representatives of the flame. On the day the Ghost King arrived, they had activated the protective formation of the sect and employed various other methods, resulting in the loss of nearly 80% of their resources. Thus, when the Ghost King returned, the Hanxian sect would be utterly defenseless. Chun Bufan fell into silence, and after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, as you indicated, sect leader. The Hanxian sect has become but a fish on the chopping block of the Ghost sect. Have you not considered surrendering? He raised his gaze to meet Ji Weir's, awaiting her response. Her expression resolute, Ji Weir replied, the Hanxian sect will never submit to the Ghost sect. Why is that? Chun Bufan inquired, intrigued. For millennia, the Ghost sect has been our sworn enemy. That is reason 1. Reason 2, the Ghost sect is ruthless, often resorting to city slaughter and nation extinction, which contradicts our sect's principles. Reason 3, should we surrender, the fate awaiting our members would be to become vessels for the Ghost sect, stripped of dignity and life. This is an outcome we cannot accept, Ji Weir spoke with unwavering conviction. Then paused to add, rather than that, it is better to fight with honor, even if it means facing death. Well said, Chun Bufan declared, raising his teacup and downing its contents in one go before slamming it onto the table. Just as he was about to agree to her plea for assistance, his expression faltered. What help could he provide? He was merely a mortal, skilled in gardening and tending to flowers, and administering injections to wild cattle and sheep. Oh, and he could refine pills, but those were merely for mundane in the realm of cultivators. He truly felt at a loss. Taoist, do you refuse? Ji Weir bit her lip, her tone tinged with a bittersweet smile. It is not that I refuse. Chun Bufan shook his head, his fingers grazing the surface of his teacup. It is simply that I genuinely lack the ability to be of assistance. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, you are being overly modest. The Ji Weir's voice carried a hint of flattery, that if you are willing to lend your aid, the Ghost King will surely not be a match for you. Of course, Ji Weir was not entirely certain of this, but it was only polite to speak favorably. Upon hearing her words, the corners of Chun Bufan's mouth twitched, and he understood that this beautiful woman before him had begun to see him as some unparalleled powerhouse. Much like Su Qing and the others. But had she ever encountered a true powerhouse who could not even sense spiritual energy? Chun Bufan was suddenly enveloped in a cloud of frustration. He understood all too well that even if he attempted to explain himself, it would be futile. for prior to this moment, he had tried to elucidate matters to He Qing and the others countless times. Yet they always dismissed him as merely jesting. This left Chen Bufan feeling quite helpless. The Biyun Pavilion fell into a profound silence. Neither he nor Jiwer dared to speak. The Jiwer could only gaze at him with hopeful anticipation. Awaiting his response, after a protracted pause, Chen Bufan finally released his grip on the teacup and smiled at Jiwer, saying, "I can agree to stay." This was one of the many scenarios he had contemplated the previous night. Though it was only at this juncture that he had steeled his resolve, that in truth, the path he most desired to tread was to depart from the Hanxian sect, having fulfilled his promise. However, he felt that leaving in such a manner would undoubtedly lead to a future fraught with discontent. For someone like him, this was an exceedingly terrifying prospect. Chen Bufan cherished the notion of being unencumbered, free, and devoid of worries. Thus he was certain that choosing to leave would mean he would forever be troubled by this very decision. Moreover, even if he were to depart, where would he go? According to Ji Yuer, the Ghost King sought to dominate this region and would surely not overlook Tiandao Mountain. Furthermore, he was somewhat implicated in the downfall of the two elders of the Ghost sect. Thus, upon reflection, remaining in this place seemed no different. "Thank you, fellow cultivator." Ji Yuer exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though the taut string within her heart had snapped, with such an extraordinary powerhouse at their side. How could the tribulation stage Ghost King pose a threat? Ji Yuer bolstered her spirits at this moment, not contemplating what would transpire if Chen Bufan proved to be inadequate. She merely felt that there was hope for the Hanxian sect. After bidding farewell to Ji Yuer, Chen Bufan returned to his quarters. Mulling over the words he had just spoken, that a wave of guilt washed over him regarding Ji Yuer, for he had ultimately stated that he would stay, rather than that he would lend his assistance. After all, that had been a promise beyond his capacity to fulfill. However, seeing Ji Yuer's apparent indifference, he could not bring himself to shatter her optimism. After conversing with Su Qing, who had been waiting outside and urging her to return and rest, Chen Bufan pushed open the door to his room. The moment the door closed behind him, he exhaled heavily. Never mind. Let's take it one step at a time. In the days that followed, Chen Bufan spent his time wandering leisurely through the Hanxian sect with Su Qing, while the sect's higher-ups, including Ji Yuer, diligently practiced, awaiting the Ghost King's arrival. However, to their astonishment, a month passed without a single shadow of a Ghost sect disciple, nor any news of the Ghost King, Qiu Daoi. The members of the Hanxian sect, Chen Bufan included, began to believe that the Ghost sect had abandoned its plans to invade. Just as they felt a sense of relief, one day, outside the Hanxian sect, a sudden miasma of ghostly energy swirled. Accompanied by chilling winds, the once bright and sunny sky was instantly shrouded in darkness. In that instant, Lu Hanzhuang hurriedly activated the protective formation of the sect, confronting the approaching Ghost sect cultivators. Standing atop the mountain where the Hanxian Hall resided, Chen Bufan gazed into the distance, observing the throng of cultivators outside the mountain gate. His mind began to waver. During this period, he had not received any notifications from the system, leaving him with dwindling hopes of a turnaround. What was the situation outside now? Was there still no news? Beside him, Ji Yuer coldly inquired of the second elder responsible for external affairs. Chapter 66. The 10,000 returns to one sword formation ever since discovering the Ghost sect's ambition to unify the northwestern region. Ji Yuer had tasked the second elder with gathering intelligence to monitor the Ghost sect's movements. However, this plan had only been somewhat effective at the onset. Thereafter, they had been unable to obtain any new information from the outside world. Up until today, when the Ghost sect finally made its move, the members of the Hanxian sect remained utterly unaware that in response to the sect master's query, the second elder replied with an expression of remorse. "I am sorry, sect master. The Ghost sect must have severed all our external communication channels." Ji Yuer's demeanor remained cold as she turned to observe the Ghost sect cultivators outside the protective formation, a hint of sorrow creeping into her heart. Even now, the Ghost King Qiu Daoi had yet to make an appearance, and they already sensed their inability to resist. "Young master, what shall we do?" Su Qing whispered beside Chen Bufan. Chen Bufan cast a sidelong glance at Ji Yuer and shook his head slightly. "Let's assess the situation first." That moment, outside the Hanxian sect, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe slowly ascended into the air. His pallid face and hawkish gaze surveyed the members of the Hanxian sect with indifference. Ji Yuer, lower the protective formation, and submit to the ghost sect, that if you do so, I may spare your lives." His hoarse, grating voice echoed throughout the Hanxian sect, amplified by spiritual energy. This was Chiu Daoi, the current ghost king of the ghost sect. Lu Hanzhuang's voice reached Chen Bufan's ears, and he turned to see her expression filled with concern. Yet devoid of fear, he certainly carries an air of authority. Chen Bufan remarked with a chuckle. "Chiu Daoi, spare us your empty words that if you wish to fight, then let us do so." Ji's expression was frosty as she too levitated into the air, maintaining a parallel distance with Chiu Daoi. Their gazes locked in the sky. Jiwei could clearly discern the mockery in his eyes. This old wretch, she thought, how did he manage to break through to the tribulation stage? "Ha ha!" Chiu Daoi suddenly erupted into laughter. "Jiwei, you should be unaware, I presume. The Sword King sect, the Baiyan sect, and the Wuxin sect have all perished at my hands just days ago." Upon hearing this, Jiu's heart sank. "You see, I possess formidable power now," he continued, raising his hands, causing torrents of blood rain to cascade from the sky. The wind howled ominously, and ghostly figures writhed, clawing, and shrieking at Jiuer. "Is this the blood ghost domain?" Jiu's expression turned grave. Once a cultivator enters the tribulation stage, they receive the bestowal of heaven and earth's power, mastering a formidable technique akin to a barrier. She had been aware of Chiu Daoi's mastery of this technique since his first visit, but now it appeared to be even more potent and fearsome than before, suppressing her inner trepidation. Jiwei coldly retorted, "So, is the Hanxian sect merely your final obstacle?" "Indeed," Chiu Daoi readily affirmed. "Ever since I broke through to the tribulation stage, those who once forced me to retreat to my sect have all perished within my blood ghost domain. Such is the power I wield." Chiu Daoi closed his eyes, relishing the sensation of triumph bubbling forth from within him. Then he abruptly opened his eyes, a chilling light flashing as he fixed his gaze on Jiuer, venting the humiliation of the past. "Did you ever consider that you would witness this day when you conspired with those old fools to force me into hiding? Umph. You slaughtered countless mortals for the sake of your ghostly cultivation, their numbers reaching into the millions. Were it not for our inadequacies, would you still be walking this earth?" Jiuer's expression turned calm as she spoke with a measured tone. "Silence. The pursuit of immortality is the only purpose of cultivation. Those mortals are mere ants. It is their honor to contribute to my longevity. You hypocrites who obstruct my path to power shall find death to be your only destiny." With those words, Chiu Daoi suddenly hurled his hands towards Jiuer, unleashing the devastating blood ghost domain upon the protective formation of the Hanxian sect. Sizzling, the malevolent red energy clashed with the blue barrier, producing a cacophony of hissing sounds that Jiuer's complexion paled as she rapidly waved her hands, and simultaneously, the elders of the Hanxian sect and the returning disciples sat cross-legged, joining their hands in prayer. In the next moment, a multitude of vibrant spiritual energies surged from their heads, coalescing above Jiuer. She extended a finger, and blue light enveloped her fingertip, gradually forming a 3-foot-long sword. "Go," Jiuer commanded. And the sword shot forth with a swish towards the center of the blood ghost domain. This was the Hanxian sect's protective formation, refined over millennia. The 10,000 returns to one sword formation. Impressive. Below, the two onlookers gaped in astonishment at the scene before them, a sight Chen Bufan and Su Qing had never witnessed. "Young master, when do you intend to intervene?" Su Qing inquired, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Chen Bufan. "Intervene? Don't be ridiculous," Chen Bufan replied silently, his focus unwavering as he observed the battle unfolding in the air. "Sect master, you must hold on." Chen Bufan silently urged Jiuer in his heart, that I in mid-air. Chiu Daoi scoffed. "Is this the resolve you've mustered after hiding in the Hanxian sect for a month?" He sneered, seemingly unfazed by the sword that blocked his blood ghost domain. Today, you shall achieve nothing." Jiuer's voice rang out in anger, and in the next moment, the strength in her hand intensified once more, the blue longsword even managing to push the blood demon domain back a few paces. A futile endeavor. Chiu Daoi waved his hands again, and crimson spiritual energy surged from his body, flooding into the blood demon domain. Jiuer's complexion paled slightly. While the 10,000 myriad return to one sword formation was formidable enough to withstand a tribulation stage cultivator for such an extended period, It was still insufficient. She wondered when he would finally make his move. The Ji cast a barely noticeable glance towards Qin Bufan's direction. But before she could discern anything, the force of the blood demon domain surged once more, forcing her to refocus and channel her energy into the longsword. The two sides became locked in a stalemate. Within the span of an hour, they had to shatter this formation, seize control of the cold immortal sect, and accomplish their arrangement. Otherwise, they would miss the king's plans. That a voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Dao's mind. His expression instantly shifted, and he hurriedly responded, "Yes." With that, a maniacal grin twisted his face as he shouted at Ji Yuer. "Ji Yuer, your death is upon you." Boom. The blood demon domain, which had been at a standstill with the sword formation, suddenly expanded immensely, almost enveloping the entire cold immortal sect. That in the next moment, the sword formation shattered instantaneously. Xiao Dao furrowed his brows tightly, feeling somewhat uncertain. However, upon observing Qin Bufan's air of confidence, he found himself believing him to a considerable extent. Although the art of cultivation had waned in this modern era, there remained a group of extraordinarily gifted individuals who achieved remarkable feats. Fellow Daoist, if you withdraw from the Hanxian sect, I, Qin, can guarantee a perfect resolution to your predicament. Qin Bufan intently observed the other's expressions, acutely aware that Xiao Dao's resolve was beginning to waver. This declaration indeed sparked new thoughts within Xiao Dao that if what this young man said were true, could he not seize this opportunity to break free from that person's control? After all, that individual harbored ill intentions, and now that he had transcended the tribulation, the world was vast, and he could roam freely wherever he pleased. Xiao Dao's gaze flickered as he contemplated this. But the next moment, cold sweat poured down his forehead. "What are you thinking? Hurry up and take action. Time is running out. Xiao Dao, I warn you, you must understand how you came to be in this situation." A harsh voice echoed in Xiao Dao's mind. That it was the communication talisman left by the other party within his spiritual consciousness. Instantly, a sense of foreboding enveloped Xiao Dao, and his expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on Qin Bufan. A sinister smile creeping across his face. Flowery words. With that, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards Qin Bufan. Seeing this, Qin Bufan immediately retreated, instinctively raising his arm to shield himself. That moment, Ji Yuer, who had been unconscious, slowly opened her eyes. Upon discerning the unfolding scene, her gaze froze, and her breath quickened. In her line of sight, the vicious Xiao Dao charged forward only to be violently flung away by Qin Bufan's raised arm. For some reason, Ji Yuer felt as if eons had passed during that strike. In the air, the repelled Xiao Dao felt utterly exhausted, as if his bones were on the verge of disintegration. Lowering his head, he saw the clear lake below. The reflection in the water vividly captured his terrified visage, his rapidly whitening hair, and his face filled with deep wrinkles. His aging teeth fell from his mouth, creating ripples as they splashed into the lake. Xiao Dao strained to twist his stiff neck, laboriously looking towards Qin Bufan. His eyes betraying fear, confusion, regret, and resentment, he opened his mouth, attempting to utter a silent farewell. Time. Splash. The pristine lake surface began to ripple with a resounding noise. Dead. Ji Yuer instinctively covered her mouth. Though she had wished for Xiao Dao's demise, witnessing his bizarre state filled her with far more terror than joy. "You reawake. How do you feel?" Qin Bufan looked down, perplexed by the woman in his embrace. "Why do you seem frightened?" Ji Yuer hurriedly shook her head, then swiftly extricated herself from Qin Bufan's hold. Kneeling on the ground with a thud. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. I beg for your forgiveness for my narrow-mindedness. Please do not hold it against me." With that, Ji Yuer bowed 3 times to Qin Bufan, her fair forehead instantly turning red and swollen, blood seeping from the impact. This was her choice to forego her spiritual protection and confine herself to a mortal vessel. "What are you doing? Get up." Qin Bufan's expression soured at the sight, reminding him of his first encounter with Su Qin. "I have no idea how that person fell into the water, but he shouldn't be dead." Qin Bufan turned his gaze towards the now tranquil lake surface and spoke. "Dead beyond doubt." Ji Yuer silently mused, but she dared not refute Qin Bufan's words, quickly agreeing. "As you say, esteemed elder. Please, rest in the hall. I shall handle the rest." With the demise of the ghost king Xiao Dao, the remaining disciples of the ghost sect were hardly worth mentioning before her. Very well. Chen Bufan replied, glancing at the ongoing bloody conflict among the Han Xian sect disciples. Deciding to refrain from intervening, that he nodded and, accompanied by the admiring Su Qing, turned to enter the hall. The Jiwara waited until Chen Bufan had entered before slowly exhaling. Turning her gaze towards the lake. Qiu Daoyi, who would have thought that the only cultivator in the northwest to break through the tribulation in a millennium would meet such a downfall. Jiwara's expression was calm as she murmured, but soon, a rich smile surfaced on her face. Good riddance. He deserved to die. Jiwara spat disdainfully, turning her attention back to the battlefield, where the disciples of the ghost sect remained oblivious to their leader's demise. Let all your disciples be buried here. A fierce glint flashed in Jiwara's eyes, and in an instant, she vanished, reappearing on the battlefield, with the gentle azure, spiritual energy cascading. One by one, the disciples of the ghost sect fell. Their life force extinguished without even a scream. At the Sword King sect, blood surged to the heavens as dozens of figures clad in black robes loomed above. The foremost figure, a towering presence adorned with a swirling purple-gold mask, gazed down with a tranquil expression. The 3,000 disciples of the Sword King sect, including the current pinnacle cultivator and Sword King, were all ruthlessly slain, their blood staining the earth. Your Majesty, all the spiritual veins of the Sword King sect have been sullied. The remaining arrangements can be completed within the hour. A figure emerged from the ground, respectfully standing before the leading man, bowing in report. What are the other sects? The one referred to as Your Majesty inquired. His tone indifferent. The Baiyun sect, Qinxiao sect, and Wunyan sect have all completed their arrangements. Only the Han Xian sect remains, but the situation is unclear. The Han Xian sect, Old Five, you were responsible for that. Were you not? The ruler slightly turned his head, glancing at a figure beside him, who instantly trembled. Reporting to Your Majesty, Qiu Daoyi has breached the protective formation of the Han Xian sect and is currently. Chapter 69, Life and Death are Predestined. That as he spoke, the individual abruptly shuddered violently, raising his head to stammer, Your Majesty, Qiu Daoyi's talisman has shattered. That a broken talisman means the end of a person. It seems an unexpected incident has occurred. The ruler's tone remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned. Yet the next moment, he gently raised his right hand and pointed at the one who had just spoken. Your Majesty. Before he could finish, the man's figure began to crumble into fragments, swept away by the wind until nothing remained. In the future, conduct your tasks diligently. My subordinates need not be wasted. The ruler's voice retained its calmness, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. Understood. Dozens of figures clad in black robes immediately bowed in response. Old 3 and Old 4, you two stay behind to complete the remaining arrangements. The rest will accompany me to the Han Xian sect to see who dares to meddle in my affairs. With that, the ruler waved his hand, and a spiritual vessel materialized out of thin air. In the next moment, dozens of figures vanished from their original positions. Since Jiwara's arrival, the Han Xian sect had surged forward like a raging torrent. Within mere hundreds of breaths, all the invading ghost sect cultivators had fallen. In an instant, the Han Xian sect was permeated with the stench of blood. As the battlefield was cleared, the protective formation of the Baojian Peak swiftly repaired, and the elders convened for discussions. Jiwara hovered in midair, casting a calm gaze over the crowd below as she issued a series of commands before turning to fly into the Han Xian Hall. Within the Han Xian Hall, Chen Bufan occupied the main seat, a position he had not wished for, preferring to sit in his original place. However, Jiwara adamantly refused, even insisting on kneeling before him. With no other choice, Chen Bufan had to take a seat. I was blind to your greatness. It is only right for you to take the seat of honor. The Jiwara bent her body, her tone sincere. Chen Bufan remained speechless, casting a glance at the giggling Su Qing. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed as the second elder entered with a sorrowful expression, standing in the center of the hall, his voice trembling slightly. Reporting to the sect leader, in this battle, the sect has lost 1,000 disciples, with 800 severely injured. The ninth elder is gravely wounded, and the Ice Heart Sword has suffered 80% damage. The Jiwara's eyelids twitched, a pang of anguish stirring within her. All fallen disciples shall be given a grand burial, and those who leave behind bloodlines will be permitted to enter the Golden Core stage. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the Han Xian Hall turned somber. How is Xiao Yun's condition? Jiwara sighed, Realizing that the Han Xian sect had sustained a grievous blow, her spiritual energy is depleted, and 8/10 of her meridians are severed. Her foundation is shattered, and she is likely beyond saving. The second elder choked out. The ninth elder, Ji Shuiyun, the wielder of the Ice Heart Sword and Ji Yuer's blood relative, was the youngest and weakest among the 9 elders. Alas, perhaps this is Xiao Yun's tribulation. Ji Yuer waved her hand. The Ji Shuiyun had grown up in the Han Xian sect, and now Ji Yuer had to witness her fall without any means to intervene. Sect leader. The second elder opened his mouth, casting a glance at Qin Bufan, hesitating to speak. Observing this, Ji Yuer naturally understood the other's intentions. Yet, young master, please save her, Su Qing implored, leaning down to whisper in Qin Bufan's ear. That a warm breath enveloped Qin Bufan's ear, causing him to shift uncomfortably. That he then turned to Su Qing, expressing helplessly, life and death are determined by fate. You little girl, are you digging a pit for me? He thought, noting the agony that engulfed those present. To act now and expect him, a mere alchemist of mundane elixirs, to rescue the 9th elder would surely lead to failure, and these people would tear him apart. Qin Bufan silently lamented within his mind. Hearing his words, Su Qing could only cease her pleas. However, a beautiful lady seated in the middle on the right side stood up, approaching the center and kneeling before Qin Bufan. That I beseech you, Senior, to lend your aid and save Xiao Yun's life. That I, Han Shuang, will repay your kindness with servitude. Tears streamed down Lu Han Shuang's cheeks as she repeatedly bowed her head to Qin Bufan, her voice echoing through the vast cold immortal hall. Qin Bufan moved his lips, yet the words remained unspoken. That a heavy silence enveloped the hall, punctuated only by the sound of bows. Senior, during my last encounter in Qian country, Xiao Ying was on the brink of death. Had it not been for your intervention, I fear I would have lost her long ago. Lu Han Shuang coughed a few times, the salty tears mixing in her mouth as she looked up at Qin Bufan, pleading for aid. Seeing the red mark on her forehead, Qin Bufan felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, the previous incident had been prompted by a system mission, which had provided him some assurance. It was merely a minor ailment, unbeknownst to Lu Han Shuang. This time, however, the injury was sustained in battle. What could he possibly do? Qin Bufan shook his head, rising to stand before Lu Han Shuang, grasping her delicate arms. Life and death are predestined. I am powerless to alter fate. However, does your sect possess any healing elixirs? As he spoke, Qin Bufan glanced at the second elder, who sighed with a bitter smile. 9th junior sister, the damage is fundamental. Her foundation is shattered, and we lack any elixir capable of healing her within the sect. Rise, Miss Lu. Qin Bufan gently lifted her, offering comfort. Every life must meet its end, as Sect Master Ji has said. Perhaps this is her tribulation. Despair washed over Lu Han Shuang. Despite her icy demeanor within the sect, she was deeply caring towards her peers. Otherwise, she would not have pleaded so earnestly with Qin Bufan. Just as the flicker of hope ignited within her, it was extinguished. Enough, Han Shuang, to go check on Xiao Yun. Ji Yuer suddenly interjected, gesturing towards the attendant beside her. The latter promptly approached, linking arms with Lu Han Shuang and softly comforting her as she led her away. Yet, they had scarcely taken a few steps when the third elder, Bao Jianfeng, responsible for maintaining the protective formation of the sect, rushed in, looking anxious. Sect Master, a group of individuals clad in black robes has arrived at the mountain gate aboard a spirit vessel. And they do not appear to be benevolent guests. Not benevolent guests. Indeed, they must be malicious ones. Ji Yuer's complexion shifted slightly, her confusion evident. According to Qiu Daoi, our cold immortal sect is the only one left in the northwest region. From whence do these individuals hail? Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the air, as if the heavens and earth were shaking. We are under attack on the protective formation, Ji Yuer shouted, her voice cold and commanding as she soared out of the hall. Since the great demon's unsealing 2 months prior, the cold immortal sect had been beset by calamities. They had only just resolved the troubles with the ghost sect, and now another group had arrived. Truly a season fraught with misfortune. Ji Yuer sighed inwardly, her gaze falling upon the multitude of dark figures appearing outside the formation. Chapter 70. The reappearance of spatial laws. That a similar scene unfolded once more, yet unlike Qiu Daoi's solitary attempt to breach the formation. This new group exuded a far more terrifying aura and acted with greater decisiveness. "Who are you?" Ji Yuer bellowed, levitating in the air. Yet the black-robed figures paid her no heed, their potent spiritual energy surging, threatening the protective formation. "Assist me!" Ji Yuer felt a surge of urgency and called out to those below. Did I end the next moment? The recently battle-weary cultivators once more settled into a meditative posture. Palms raised to the sky as their internal energies swiftly circulated. Hundreds of multicolored energies converged towards Ji Yuer. "One look at the sword array. Condense," Ji Yuer commanded, her hands moving swiftly. After 3 breaths, a shimmering blue sword silhouette emerged before her. Its power diminished to less than 40% of its peak. The Ji Yuer's gaze sharpened. Her heart sank. The Wanwagyi sword array relied on the convergence of myriad energies, growing more potent with greater numbers. Yet, due to the recent battle with the Ghost Sect, they had suffered severe losses, having their numbers, and with one of the 9 core members, Ji Shuiyun, in a critical condition. Unable to contribute to the formation, the Wanwagyi sword array was now of little use. Discontent brewed within Ji Yuer as she clasped her palms together and struck towards one of the black-robed figures. Clang! The sword barely grazed the figure before a spear-like surge of spiritual energy sent it flying. Another tribulation? Ji Yuer's gaze froze, eyeing the assailant. The figure wore a purple-golden mask, his robust frame clad in black robes, radiating the energy of a tribulation-level cultivator. When did the tribulation stages in the northwest region become so commonplace? Ji Yuer's face paled as she instinctively glanced towards where Chun Bufan stood. But upon realizing he had no intention of intervening, despair began to envelop her. Indeed, he had only promised to deal with the Ghost King, while the individual before her was even more formidable. Crack, crack, crack! A series of shattering sounds, akin to glass breaking, erupted in the next moment. All members of the Cold Immortal sect, including Ji Yuer, coughed up blood, their energies waning significantly. The Wanwagyi sword array was shattered once more. "Miss Liu, are you unharmed?" Su Qing cried out, her face pale as she rushed to support Lu Han Shuang, who was half reclining on the ground. "That I am fine," Lu Han Shuang replied weakly, her complexion ashen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. With the array's collapse, all of them suffered varying degrees of backlash. Chen Bufan observed the scene before him, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. "Was it you who killed Xiao Daoi?" At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky. Chen Bufan looked up, spotting the purple-golden masked figure standing before Ji Yuer. "Xiao Daoi was sent by you?" Ji Yuer gasped, suddenly sensing something amiss. "Trash is indeed trash," the king scoffed, his exposed eyes filled with disdain as they scrutinized Ji Yuer. Even with his breakthrough to tribulation, he would struggle to accomplish anything significant. Ji Yuer's eyes widened in shock. That it was evident. Xiao Daoi's breakthrough was indeed suspicious. That in truth, Ji Yuer had sensed something was off when she discovered Xiao Daoi's advancement. The circumstances of the various sects in the northwest region were all too similar. Having known Xiao Daoi for decades, she was well aware that his ascension to tribulation was fraught with complications. Yet, the situation had been dire, leaving no room for her to ponder this matter. Subsequently, in preparation for Xiao Daoi's impending arrival, she had nearly set aside her suspicions. But now, with the utterance of this individual, Ji Yuer's suspicions were confirmed. Xiao Daoi foolishly believes he has ascended the path to greatness, achieving enlightenment, when in truth, he is merely a pawn. Ji Yuer mocked with a smirk. The opportunity was granted to him, yet he proved himself inept and failed to seize it. The king's tone remained flat as he surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze back upon Ji Yuer. "Returning to the matter at hand, tell me, did you kill Xiao Daoi? If so, how did you do it? Perhaps I may spare you." Ji Yuer's heart raced, struggling to suppress the urge to glance at Chen Bufan. She maintained a calm facade as she replied, "He perished beneath the protective formation of our sect." Upon uttering these words, Ji Yuer felt an overwhelming pressure bear down upon her, as if a mountain had settled upon her shoulders, rendering her breathless. "Lying is a poor habit," the king remarked, a glint of mockery in his gaze. "This formation indeed possesses some cleverness, yet to subdue a tribulation-level cultivator, even a half-baked one, is insufficient." Ji Yuer opened her mouth to respond, but was interrupted. "Very well. Since you are unwilling to speak," the king turned to regard the sky, his indifferent voice resounding within the Cold Immortal sect. "The time is nigh. Proceed with your preparations." "Understood." Dozens of black-robed figures promptly vanished from sight. Ah! The next moment, a scream pierced the air as Ji Yuer looked down, her expression instantly transforming to one of fury. The vanished black-robed figures were now slaughtering the disciples of the sect. Despicable! Ji Yuer let out an angry shout, attempting to raise herself to save someone. However, with a resounding bang, the overwhelming pressure forced her to kneel once again on the ground. Chen Bufan involuntarily took a step back. As a figure cloaked in black stared at him with a menacing expression, "Mortal? Ha! Die for me!" The derisive laughter of the black-clad figure echoed as he channeled his powers, a spiritual energy short sword hurtling towards Chen Bufan at an incredible speed. Instinctively, Chen Bufan raised his arm to shield his eyes. Yet the anticipated injury never came. "You!" Suddenly, a cry of anguish pierced the air, prompting Chen Bufan to lower his arm and look over to his astonishment. The previously fearsome black-clad figure had a spiritual energy short sword embedded in his heart, the very technique he had just used. Did he just kill himself? Chen Bufan was momentarily stunned, glancing instinctively at Su Qing beside him, who was blinking in surprise. "Young master, you are truly remarkable," Su Qing exclaimed in admiration. Chen Bufan could not help but roll his eyes internally to eye in midair. The king furrowed his brow, his spiritual sense having been closely monitoring the situation below. Consequently, the events unfolding with Chen Bufan immediately captured his attention. Spatial fluctuations? The king's previously calm tone carried a hint of astonishment. How could this be possible? Yet, the disturbance is undeniably caused by the laws of space. He murmured, his voice laced with confusion. Moreover, this individual is merely immortal. How peculiar. Chapter 71. Another deception. The king gazed incredulously at Chen Bufan, but soon shifted his focus to Ji Yuer, chuckling. It was he who killed Qiu Daoi. Wasn't it? Ji Yuer remained silent, indicating the truth of the matter. It seems so. How intriguing indeed. The king laughed heartily, and in the next moment his figure vanished from sight. Once more, another black-clad figure fell before Chen Bufan. He stared in a daze at the numerous corpses before him. Simultaneously, more and more black-clad figures gathered around him, casting wary glances at one another. They had all witnessed how their comrade had perished. Should we advance or retreat? The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating in their steps. Withdraw, a voice emerged, and the king, donning a purple-golden mask, appeared before Chen Bufan. Instantly, the black-clad figures dispersed, charging towards the disciples of the Hanxian sect. "You are the one who killed Qiu Daoi?" The king's gaze bore a hint of seriousness. He still had not discerned Chen Bufan's true abilities, as not a trace of spiritual energy was currently emanating from him. The king pondered in silence, wondering what kind of concealment technique could achieve such a feat. Could it be an immortal technique? Chen Bufan furrowed his brow slightly and replied with an air of displeasure. "Do not speak nonsense. Qiu Daoi jumped into the lake and died of his own accord. It has nothing to do with me." As he spoke, Chen Bufan paused, glancing up at Ji Yuer, who was still imprisoned in midair, and added, "Who exactly are you?" "Ha ha!" The king erupted in a laughter, bending over with mirth, nearly shedding tears. What a ludicrous excuse. A dignified tribulation stage cultivator, a top-tier powerhouse of the Shintian realm, actually leaping into a lake like a mere mortal to meet his demise. Stopping his laughter, the king dusted off non-existent dirt from his shoulders. Fixing his gaze intently on Chen Bufan, in the central region. "I am known as the Great Demon King of the Demon Sect." The central region? Chen Bufan recalled that Lu Hanzhuang had informed him about the general situation of the Xintian realm on the way to the Hanxian sect. The central region was the most abundant in spiritual energy, housing the largest population of cultivators and the most powerful beings. No wonder Ji Yuer found it so challenging to withstand. Initially, he had thought that with the demise of the Ghost King, he would be able to return to Tiandao Mountain smoothly. However, it now seemed that was nothing but a delusion. "Then, my friend, having introduced yourself, should you not also share your identity with me?" The king. "No." The Great Demon King regarded Chen Bufan with a hint of curiosity. As a formidable figure in the central region, he was familiar with the great powers of the Xintian realm, yet he had never heard of someone like Chen Bufan. The key point was that this individual had mastered the most elusive of all laws, the laws of space. It had been nearly 3,000 years since anyone wielding the laws of space had been heard of. Hearing the inquiry about his background, Chen Bufan felt a stirring in his heart, recalling the scene where he had deceived Xiao Daoi. Ahem. Chen Bufan cleared his throat, meeting the great demon king's gaze with an equally steady expression. Replying nonchalantly, I hail from Tiandao Mountain, and my title is Dan Xinzi. Tiandao Mountain? Dan Xinzi? The great demon king's eyes narrowed, rapidly sifting through his vast and complex memories, yet there was no record of such a person. Who is Dan Xinzi to you? The great demon king suddenly recalled a formidable figure with a resounding name and inquired. Dan Xinzi. How would I know? Chen Bufan contemplated, pondering whether he could take this opportunity to leverage the name. However, he hesitated. What if the king turned against him? Dan Xinzi is of no relation to me. It bears no significance. Chen Bufan maintained a calm demeanor, then glanced around, noticing that the disciples of the Hanxian sect were struggling against the black-clad figures. It appears you wish to discuss matters with me, so let us first have your men stand down. Chen Bufan fixed his gaze on the great demon king. The latter regarded Chen Bufan with an inscrutable expression, then turned away, commanding cease. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the black-clad figures halted, casting respectful glances at the great demon king. And Ji Zhongzhu, Chen Bufan added. The great demon king paused, then shook his head with a smile. Why should you concern yourself with these insignificant ants? Clearly, he had no intention of releasing Ji Yura, my friend. Let us retire to the pavilion for a discussion. The great demon king gestured towards the nearby Biyun pavilion. Chen Bufan had no objections and turned to walk towards the pavilion, with the great demon king following closely behind, his eyes glinting with uncertainty. He hesitated, contemplating whether to strike, but the spatial laws demonstrated by Chen Bufan filled him with trepidation. The reason the great demon king had established his reputation in the central region was due to his cautious nature, knowing whom to provoke and whom to avoid. The mysterious Chen Bufan clearly fell into the latter category. At the same time, he cast a glance at the sky. Time was running short. The great demon king murmured, trailing behind Chen Bufan as they settled into the Biyun pavilion. He remarked, Dan Xinzi, I am curious. Is the Hanxian sect truly worthy of your assistance? The great demon king chuckled. People from the central region of the Xintian realm typically regarded the other regions as desolate lands, devoid of great powers and weak in spiritual energy. My friend, your words are misguided. Chen Bufan replied with a smile, producing a bottle of the previously acquired happy water from the useless sapphire, pouring a glass for both of them. Please. The great demon king eyed the bubbling black liquid in his glass with suspicion. What is this? Happy water. After you drink, we can continue our conversation. Chen Bufan raised his glass and took a sip. The last reward from the useless sapphire had yielded 10 bottles of happy water, 5 packs of gum, and 3 bags of coffee. Quite a laborious endeavor. Chen Bufan now recalled it with a sense of regret. It was utterly humiliating. Returning to the present, Chen Bufan noticed the great demon king had yet to move, and he couldn't help but smirk condescendingly. What's the matter? Are you afraid it's poisoned? What poison could possibly harm a tribulation stage cultivator? It seemed that Chen Bufan's tone of disdain had provoked the great demon king, who scoffed and raised his glass to drink. However, upon taking that drink, boom! The Biyun pavilion instantly shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the air, leaving only the seats the two occupied and scathed on the ground. Chen Bufan's body involuntarily tensed, a wave of apprehension washing over him. If the great demon king had truly attacked, it was likely that he, Chen Bufan, would have already met his end. Chapter 72. A Sacred Artifact of Heaven. The turmoil within the Biyun pavilion immediately drew the attention of everyone present, causing the previously halted subordinates of the great demon king to erupt into chaos. In midair, Ji Yuer's beautiful eyes narrowed. The atmosphere in the room grew tense at that moment. As the dust settled, the great demon king sat upright on his black jade chair, cradling his cup, his expression one of rapture. Chen Bufan waved away the dust before him. Feeling a bit disgruntled, my friend, your reaction is rather excessive that a mere cup of happy water has caused such a commotion. What a splendid pavilion, and now it lies in ruins. Had I believed I could overpower you, I would have certainly given you a few slaps. The damning demon king's eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance as he abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating intently on Chen Bufan. No, my dear Daoist Dancian. You are far too modest. I never anticipated such a precious treasure to exist. The astonishment that surged within the Daming Demon King at that moment far surpassed anything he had encountered in over 5 centuries. A substance capable of refining the physical bodies of those in the tribulation stage was something he had never heard of. Since the ancient times, the Xintian realm had seen a near-total cessation of cultivation lineages. Aside from the orthodox practices of legal cultivators, the once glorious path of body cultivation had become nearly extinct, with only mundane martial artists and those who had just begun their journey into Tao remaining. It was not a lack of desire to practice, but rather a lack of means to do so. The severance of transmission was one reason, but the absence of auxiliary spiritual objects was paramount. Body cultivation required the continual enhancement of one's realm through spiritual artifacts. Thus, lacking such objects rendered the endeavor moot. Yet now, the Daming Demon King felt a remarkable enhancement in the strength of his own body, an increase of a full 20%. The sheer shock that coursed through him overturned all his previous understandings that it's merely a beverage. Chen Bufan scoffed dismissively. Beverage? What does that mean? The Daming Demon King, unfazed by Chen Bufan's disdain, inquired eagerly. Something akin to tea, a drink I refer to as happy water. Chen Bufan replied casually, his gaze slightly peculiar. This happy water seemed to hold immense allure for those in the Xintian realm, but he recalled how Qi Qing had also taken a particular liking to it during their time at the Qingxin courtyard. Happy water, the Daming Demon King murmured, and then suddenly removed his mask, revealing an unexpectedly honest visage to Chen Bufan. It was hard to imagine that such a seemingly innocuous face belonged to a ruthless Demon King. You. Chen Bufan blinked, somewhat perplexed by the Demon King's current demeanor. That I humbly request another cup, dear Taoist. The Daming Demon King licked his lips, his gaze filled with longing as he looked at Chen Bufan. Chen Bufan slapped his forehead, somewhat speechless, but obliged to refill the Daming Demon King's cup. Watching him sip the happy water with relish, Chen Bufan couldn't help but chuckle, since you enjoy it so much. I have more to offer. Is there more? The Daming Demon King suddenly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Upon confirming that this so-called happy water could indeed enhance his physical strength, and with no apparent drawbacks, he felt an insatiable desire grow within him. The Daming Demon King activated his spiritual sense to examine his physical strength. After just a few sips, it had increased by another 40%. Might I trouble you for a bit more? At that moment, the Daming Demon King's hopeful gaze was tinged with a hint of greed, a burgeoning desire to seize the opportunity. Yet, recalling the spatial laws he had just witnessed and the happy water in his hands that could augment his physical strength, he understood that anyone possessing such treasures could hardly be an ordinary mortal devoid of spiritual power. This person was undoubtedly a formidable figure, a player in the grand game of existence. Perhaps merely indulging in these matters for amusement, the Daming Demon King's thoughts grew increasingly lucid. This? That sounds agreeable. Chen Bufan responded with a smile, then turned to the battlefield, gesturing toward the figure in black robes. However, you must depart and set down the sect Master Ji. Not a problem. To Chen Bufan's astonishment, he looked at the Daming Demon King, repeating in disbelief, You agree to leave? Indeed. The Daming Demon King nodded once more, chuckling. This endeavor was originally intended to curry favor with those above him. While relinquishing this task would entail certain losses, acquiring the happy water from this Dancian was undoubtedly a monumental gain. Since entering the tribulation stage, his path as a legal cultivator had stagnated, prompting him to seek other treasures to bolster his strength. Yet, what treasure could surpass the enhancement of physical power? None. Thus, securing this happy water was worth sacrificing the current task. Furthermore, abandoning the Hanxian sect would not mean the mission was entirely unaccomplished. This bottle is yours, but I hope you will keep your word. Chen Bufan hesitated briefly before placing an entire bottle of happy water before the Daming Demon King. In an instant, the Daming Demon King's breath quickened, suppressing the urge to gulp it down immediately, but he closed his eyes and carefully stored the happy water. Thank you, dear Taoist. The Daming Demon King rose and bowed respectfully to Chen Bufan. Chen Bufan was taken aback, but remained composed, seated on the black jade stool, waving his hand dismissively. Now that you have what you came for, you should depart swiftly, observing Chen Bufan's calm demeanor. The Daming Demon King felt increasingly certain of his suspicions. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Before I leave, I hope to convey something to Taoist Dancian. Very well. Chen Bufan's heart tightened imperceptibly, yet he nodded lightly on the surface. It is like this. I am not the true mastermind behind the recent schemes in the Northwest region. The seemingly honest visage of the Daming Demon King suddenly transformed, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. This plan originates from the Supreme Elder of the Seven Stars Demon Sect in the Central Region, and I am but a pawn in his game. The Supreme Elder of the Seven Stars Demon Sect? Although Chen Bufan maintained an impassive exterior, he mentally noted this identity, planning to inquire Jiware about it once matters concluded. She should possess knowledge of it. Taoist, please understand that I am unable to disclose the Elder's name. His cultivation is at the Great Ascension stage, and he is nearing the heavens. Uttering his name would alert him to my words. With that, the Daming Demon King scrutinized Chen Bufan's expression, only to find little reaction, leaving him slightly disheartened. This was his final, reluctant attempt at probing, and it regrettably ended in failure. Centuries ago, the Supreme Elder crafted a transcendent sacred artifact, yet it lacks a spirit. Hence, he intends to gather the resentful souls of the sects in the Northwest to forge a spirit for the artifact. Chapter 73. Causes and Consequences Calculating the Time. Aside from the Hanxian sect, the resentful energies from the other sect should have been sufficiently gathered by now. The Daming Demon King dared not provoke a Great Ascension cultivator. Yet the resentful souls from the other sects were likely adequate. The absence of the Hanxian sect would not significantly alter the outcome, which was why he had agreed so readily. Goodness! Chen Bufan exclaimed, his mind reeling with disbelief that he had never imagined that someone would resort to the slaughter of multiple sects for the sake of crafting an artifact. This revelation profoundly reshaped his perception of the Daming Demon King. Beneath that seemingly innocent facade lay a bona fide practitioner of the demonic path. Any flicker of goodwill Chen Bufan had harbored for the Daming Demon King vanished without a trace. The Daming Demon King continued, the collection of resentful souls is successful, but that is not the most critical aspect. Upon hearing this, Chen Bufan's brow furrowed, and he questioned, what do you mean? For cultivators in the Central Region, the other remote and savage territories of the Xiantian realm are essentially the same. Why choose this place? The Daming Demon King spoke with an air of mystery. In truth, the Central Region is not solely comprised of demonic sects. The righteous sects are even more formidable. Such actions are generally not tolerated. Yet that Supreme Elder still proceeded with this plan. Do you not find that peculiar, dear Taoist? Seeing the Daming Demon King's enigmatic demeanor, Chen Bufan feigned annoyance, unafraid of the demon's potential wrath. Since he had broached the subject, he was bound to complete it as expected. The Daming Demon King continued his explanation. That is because this Northwest region is on the verge of vanishing. He chuckled. If this place ceases to exist, who would care if all its cultivators perished? Vanishing. What do you mean? Chen Bufan's brows knitted tightly, his heart racing. This is merely my conjecture, yet I am 90% certain. The Daming Demon King asserted confidently. 3,000 years ago, a Great Ascension expert emerged from the Northwest region. After perishing in the Ascension Tribulation, he left behind all his legacies in the Northwest. Along with a prophecy at this point, the Daming Demon King paused for effect. 3,000 years hence, the Northwest region shall become the greatest secret realm of the Xiantian realm, and the legacies he left behind will manifest. This year marks the time of their emergence. The earliest, within a month, at the latest within 6 months, the Northwest region will completely vanish from the Xiantian realm, transforming into the domain of that mighty being's legacy. In truth, the information he had acquired was only obtained after much effort following the Elder's assignment to him. After all, it was quite suspicious to suddenly target a practitioner in a particular region without cause. This investigation left him restless, yet it also emboldened him to undertake the task at hand. Otherwise, even with 100-fold courage, he would not dare to offend the entire righteous faction. Simultaneously, this revelation profoundly impacted Chen Bufan. Although his expression remained as calm as a placid lake, a tempest surged within his heart. The words of the great Ming Demon King were likely true. Consequently, when the time came, would Heaven's Path Mountain and the Crimson Flame Kingdom truly cease to exist? Chen Bufan found it hard to accept. Dan Xinzi Sr., it is likely that only those powerful beings at the Ascension stage in the Central Region are aware of this matter, so it would be prudent for you to prepare as soon as possible. Should you wish to travel to the Central Region, You may find me at the Great Ming Prefecture in Qixingzhou with this token. Before departing, the Great Ming Demon King hesitated for a moment, altering his address as he placed a jet-black token inscribed with the characters Great Ming before Qin Bufan, and then left with his entourage. After an afternoon of recuperation, the battle-scarred Han Xian sect had managed to regain some semblance of its former state. That evening, under a moonlit sky scattered with stars, four figures sat within the Han Xian hall. The main seat was vacant, while two people occupied the grand chairs on either side. To the right sat Ji Yuer and her disciple, Lu Hanzhuang, and to the left, Qin Bufan and Su Qing. Thank you, Senior, for rescuing Xun. As soon as she took her seat, Ji Yuer expressed her gratitude. Earlier that afternoon, Lu Hanzhuang had not given up hope, urging Qin Bufan to heal Ji Shuiyun. Eventually, left with no other choice, Qin Bufan reluctantly retrieved the medicinal cauldron from Qingxin Xiaoyuan and concocted a blood-rejuvenating pill, which surprisingly cured her, for a moment. Qin Bufan, burdened with heavy thoughts, was at a loss for words. The second elder's grave warning seemed so serious, yet a mere pill meant for mortals had resolved the matter. Are you jesting with me? Qin Bufan sighed, waving his hand at Ji Yuer and her companion, and spoke solemnly. Let us set this matter aside for now. I have something of greater importance to discuss. Sect Master Ji. Miss Lu, you both ought to be informed. Please, Senior. Do tell, they responded in unison, their expressions sobering as they sat upright. Qin Bufan cleared his throat and recounted the Great Ming Demon King's words verbatim. As his voice faded, silence enveloped the Han Xian hall. Su Qing's complexion turned pale, her gaze vacant, while Lu Hanzhuang appeared horrified, her face drained of color. Ji Yuer clenched the armrests of her chair, her expression inscrutable. The emergence of the Qixing demon sect, the legacy from 3,000 years ago. This truly is an unforeseen calamity, the greatest tribulation since the establishment of the Han Xian sect. Ji Yuer, what do you know about this? Qin Bufan inquired, somewhat perplexed by her reaction. After a pause, Ji Yuer, her throat dry, spoke. There are 13 top-tier forces in the central region, which are the first 13 sects among the 100 sects, comprising 5 demonic factions and 6 righteous factions, along with 2 that navigate the realms of both. That we have established ourselves as one palace, one hall, 5 demons, and 6 immortals. The Qixing demon sect is one of them. Ji Yuer then recounted the details concerning the Qixing demon sect. After finishing, she paused, her expression complex as she regarded Qin Bufan. The 3,000 years of legacy you mentioned, Senior, is indeed recorded within our sect. In fact, it is common knowledge among the neutral sects in the Northwest, as this information has circulated for millennia. However, over the passage of time, successive sect masters have regarded it merely as a legend. Never expecting it to be true, Ji Yuer recalled that the previous sect master, her own mentor, had imparted this very information before passing, stating that every sect master must pass down this message. By the way, when my master conveyed this message, she also mentioned something else. Upon hearing Ji Yuer's last remark, Qin Bufan's brow arched slightly, prompting him to ask, what was it? At once, the gazes of the 3 individuals converged upon Ji Yuer. With a contemplative look, she began, at that time, my master was nearing her end, yet she mustered the strength to tell me that if a legacy were to emerge, I should go to Tianyun Pavilion. For there lies the answer. Tianyun Pavilion? Lu Hanzhuang inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Having lived within the Han Xian sect for centuries, she had never heard of such a place within the sect. Are you unfamiliar with this place? Qin Bufan asked, slightly taken aback as Lu Hanzhuang shook her head, confusion etched across her face. Truth be told, I am also unaware of its location, Ji Yuer sighed, a faint smile of frustration gracing her lips. After her master had mentioned it, she had passed away, leaving Ji Yuer with no opportunity to inquire further, although she sought answers from various elders afterward. Such knowledge was typically reserved for each generation's sect master, leaving her empty-handed. Over time, she ceased to prioritize the matter. At this point, Ji Yuer felt a pang of regret. When she assumed the role of sect master, there were still many elders from the previous generation present. Had she pursued the inquiry back then, she might have uncovered valuable information. Yet, as the years passed, more elders had passed away, and now very few remained. Tianyun Pavilion, Qin Bufan murmured, shaking his head gently as he stood and smiled at Ji Yuer and Lu Hanzhuang. Let us investigate further. At least there is a glimmer of hope. After all, time is on our side. To abandon this pursuit would be a great pity, the Ji Yuer nodded slightly, then turned to Lu Hanzhuang, instructing, Hanzhuang, you should first attend to the restoration of the sect with Xinchuan. Once that is complete, take the elders to the library and thoroughly investigate any information regarding Tianyan Pavilion that I will consult with Granny Kuzu. Yes, sect master, Lu Hanzhuang promptly replied. Senior, please rest well. Should anything arise, feel free to call upon Han Yan. Ji Yuer said, placing her hands together at her waist and bowing respectfully to Chen Bufan. Very well. Then that I shall see you in the morning, Chen Bufan replied with a gentle smile before departing with Su Qing. As they made their way, the surroundings were marred by dried blood, and many formerly exquisite palaces and pavilions lay in ruins. Chen Bufan walked ahead, observing the desolation, shaking his head slightly before halting to turn and face Su Qing, who trailed behind with a vacant expression, appearing quite dejected. His pause caused Su Qing to bump into him. "Da!" she exclaimed, startled, before looking up at Chen Bufan. "Are you worried about the Crimson Flame Kingdom?" he inquired, gently ruffling her hair, that Su Qing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Yet her tone remained tinged with sorrow as she nodded lightly that if this place becomes a site of inheritance, my father and the Crimson Flame Kingdom will vanish. Young master, I wish to return. Chen Bufan finished for her, his voice soft. Yes, I am sorry, young master. That Su Qing's countenance was filled with shame. Before arriving at the Han Xian sect, Chen Bufan had intended not to bring her along. Yet she had vowed to stay by his side. Now, however, she felt she was about to break that promise. Truth be told, returning now would be of no use. After a moment of silence, Chen Bufan spoke. Gazing into Su Qing's clear, beautiful eyes, even if he were to return, the outcome would remain unchanged. What should I do? Su Qing asked, bewildered. Deep down, she understood that returning would be futile, yet doing nothing left her heart in turmoil. Seek out Miss Liu, Chen Bufan suggested. Su Qing's eyes widened slightly as she focused on Chen Bufan. Help her uncover clues regarding Tianyan Pavilion, that if we can locate it, I might persuade Sect Master Ji to deploy a spirit vessel to bring your father here. Chen Bufan explained slowly. Finding the Tianyan Pavilion mentioned by the previous sect master of the Han Xian sect is the only ray of hope amid this calamity that I understand, Su Qing replied eagerly before turning to leave in haste. Chen Bufan remained in place, watching her figure fade into the distance before glancing around once more and then returning to his quarters. Once inside, he closed the door and quickly sat at his desk, taking up pen and paper to activate the system interface. Just as he had departed from the Han Xian Hall, the system's notification chimed suddenly that a glance filled his heart with joy. System task. Locate Tianyan Pavilion. Task clue. 0 level of the scripture depository. Task reward. 100 wind turbines. While Chen Bufan had some understanding of the first 2 lines, the third line regarding the task reward left him puzzled. 100 wind turbines? What purpose does this serve? At this juncture, installing additional wind turbines seems nothing short of a futile endeavor. Once the legacy is activated, significant transformations will unfold across the entire northwestern region. System, could you elucidate this matter? Chen Bufan gazed at the 5 characters for wind turbine he had just inscribed on the paper, inadvertently summoning the system. As time trickled by, silence enveloped him. Disheartened, Chen Bufan crumpled the paper and rose to his feet. Ding, system notification. The wind turbine produced by the system possesses the ability to stabilize terrain. The host is urged to take this seriously. His footsteps abruptly halted. Chen Bufan widened his eyes, his breath quickening. What changes does the legacy entail? It is the terrain that if this reward of a wind turbine can indeed stabilize the terrain, does that not imply that one could disregard the fluctuations brought by the legacy? System, you have proven remarkably reliable this time. Chen Bufan felt a surge of elation. However, only the system's rewards possess this stabilizing effect. If only I could assemble my own. In that case, why seek the Tianyan Pavilion? Alas, one must learn to be content. Rubbing his hands together, Chen Bufan strode towards the door, his destination the sutra repository he had visited the previous day. Inside the sutra repository, Ji Yuer knelt before a reclining chair. Granny, are you familiar with the Tianyan Pavilion? In the chair lay an elderly woman with graying hair, who slightly turned her body, responding with mild surprise. Tianyan Pavilion. What business do you have with that place? You know? Ji Yuer's face instantly brightened with a smile, her expression brimming with anticipation as she eagerly inquired, Granny, Where is this place? Do not rush. You are now the sect leader. Why do you still lack composure? I remember your master was just like this back in the day. Chapter 75. Granny Kuju, the elderly woman whom Qin Bufan encountered yesterday, began to speak animatedly. Jiware quickly raised her hand to interrupt. Granny Kuju shot her a discontented glance, saying, "You finally came to visit this old woman, yet you won't even let me speak." "No, Granny. This matter is truly urgent." Jiware forced a bitter smile. This Granny Kuju had been at the Hanxian sect for so long that Jiware lost track of time. She only knew that Granny had been in the sutra repository since her master's birth. What happened? Granny Kuju squinted, lazily inquiring. Jiware promptly recounted the recent events and the matter of the legacy. Because the sutra repository was the most crucial location within the Hanxian sect. The current sect leader had specifically requested a master of formations to arrange a grand array during its construction. Over the years, successive sect leaders had continuously strengthened it, rendering the sutra repository the safest place within the sect. However, once the doors are shut, all events occurring outside become irrelevant here. Thus, despite the recent turmoil within the Hanxian sect, Granny Kuju remained unaware of the developments. Upon finishing her account, Jiware noticed Granny Kuju's expression grow solemn. "Child, are you saying the legacy has appeared?" Granny Kuju's once dull gaze now sparkled with intensity. "Indeed," Jiware affirmed without hesitation, then quickly asked, "Granny, do you know where the Tianyin Pavilion is?" "My master only mentioned the name, but did not have the time to elaborate." "What did she say?" Granny Kuju regarded her with a meaningful look, delivering words that left Jiware astounded. "Your master does not know where the Tianyin Pavilion is. How could she tell you?" "My master doesn't know?" Jiware's lips parted slightly in disbelief. She had assumed her master's silence was due to the urgency of time, that of course, the secrets of the Tianyin Pavilion are known to neither your master nor her master. Those who know of this place have either long perished or, like me, are merely surviving here. Granny Kuju's expression turned melancholic, her tone suddenly tinged with despondency. "All gone? What does that mean?" Jiware's brows knitted together as she pressed for clarification. Creak! Suddenly, the door to the sutra repository creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. Jiware squinted, then widened her eyes in shock. "Senior, what brings you here?" Sect leader Qin Bufan smiled slightly, then turned his gaze to Granny Kuju. "This is Granny Kuju, the elder with the highest seniority in our sect." Although Jiware was unsure of Qin Bufan's purpose for visiting, she nonetheless introduced him. "Granny, this is the individual I mentioned. The one who saved our Hanxian sect. Qin Bufan, oh, it's you, young man." Granny Kuju exclaimed in surprise, then looked at Jiware with confusion that a mere mortal possesses such remarkable abilities. Hearing Granny Kuju's words, Jiware panicked, recalling her own initial skepticism when Qin Bufan first entered the Hanxian sect. "Granny, Senior Qin is not an ordinary person. It's just that," Jiware hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. As she too found it difficult to explain. "Granny is correct. I am indeed an ordinary man," Qin Bufan interjected, seizing the moment as Jiware fell silent, smiling as he spoke. "See, old woman, I told you this little girl has been sect leader for so long, yet her discernment has diminished. This lad possesses no spiritual energy whatsoever. Forget it, young man. What brings you here?" Granny Kuju, after chastising Jiware, turned her attention to Qin Bufan. Her tone casualed, "I have a matter to discuss with sect leader Ji." Qin Bufan replied cheerfully, feeling in high spirits now that someone truly believed he was an ordinary person, unlike Jiware and Su Qing, who constantly referred to him as senior. To be honest, the pressure had been quite overwhelming. But that won't do. You should head back for now. Wait until I've finished discussing matters with the girl, and then you can speak with her." Qin Bufan hesitated but eventually nodded. "Then I shall wait outside." With that, he turned to leave. "Senior Qin, please hold on a moment," the Jiware's voice called out. Her teeth clenched as she looked at Granny Kuju, speaking resolutely. "This matter involves Senior Qin as well. This is a secret that has been kept for thousands of years in the Hanxian sect. Little girl, are you certain?" Granny Kuju did not directly refuse, but rather redirected the question to Jiware. "Granny, I am certain," that Jiware did not hesitate. She understood that regardless of whether the Tianyin Pavilion existed, the Hanxian sect needed Qin Bufan's assistance. "You wouldn't be thinking of involving this lad in. Little girl, there is rarely a good outcome when cultivators and mortals mingle." Granny Kuju cast an odd glance at Qin Bufan. "Granny, What are you saying? There's nothing of the sort. Ji Weir's cheeks flushed slightly, but quickly regained her composure. Chen Bufan stood awkwardly, wishing he had simply waited outside. Very well, since you are the sect leader and have no objections. I, the old woman, naturally have no qualms. Please sit, young man. Granny Kuju chuckled, beckoning Chen Bufan to take a seat. Thank you. Chen Bufan clasped his hands in gratitude and found a spot to sit. The matter of the legacy is quite complex. In truth, your understanding is both correct and incorrect, though not significantly so. As she began, Granny Kuju's words caught both of their attention. Granny, please don't keep us in suspense. This matter is truly urgent. Ji Weir expressed mild dissatisfaction. You child, Granny Kuju sighed, then continued, the so-called great cultivator from the outside world indeed emerged from our northwestern region and left behind those words before his demise. But this legacy was not left by him. Not left by him. Chen Bufan furrowed his brow in confusion. Could it be that the great demon king had deceived him? Indeed, the legacy has existed for over 10,000 years. He merely inherited a portion by chance, and in his final moments, unwillingly revealed this legacy. Granny Kuju sighed deeply. Chen Bufan and Ji Weir exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting the same astonishment. Simultaneously, Granny Kuju's next statement sent shockwaves through them. The Tianyan Pavilion was established by us from the very beginning, with a total of 4 locations. Are you saying? Chen Bufan inhaled sharply, doubt if he had not misheard. It meant that this elderly woman had lived for a staggering 3,000 years. How is that possible? Chapter 76. The Legacy of the Tianyan Great Emperor. How is this possible? Ji Weir gasped. Her face filled with disbelief. Indeed, every cultivator who advances a realm can extend their lifespan. Presently, the pinnacle cultivators of the Xiantian realm, those at the Great Ascension stage, are said to enjoy a lifespan of 3,000 years. However, this is merely the surface truth. Cultivators, in their pursuit of the Tao, cannot avoid conflict and battles, which inevitably leave behind old wounds. Consequently, the lifespan of each cultivator rarely reaches the theoretical limit of their current realm. Take her master, for instance. Before passing away, he had attained the peak of the harmonization stage and was granted a millennium of life. Yet, due to an unforeseen accident, he lived only slightly over 600 years. Thus, the majority of cultivators, aside from desperately seeking to heal their old injuries, are primarily in search of elixirs to prolong their lives, striving to remain in this world. What could possibly be implausible about that? Old Granny Kuju smiled gently, utterly unfazed by the expressions of astonishment from Chen Bufan and the others. Although cultivators seek longevity, in truth, none have ever achieved it. 3,000 years ago, as I was breaking through the tribulation. The great ascension cultivator you speak of was my master, Lin Yunzi. Old Granny Kuju sighed, disregarding the renewed shock on their faces, and continued. My master pursued longevity throughout his life, yet, regrettably, he never reached that final step. After failing the celestial tribulation and unwilling to succumb to death, he revealed the hidden teachings he had once acquired. Lin Yunzi. I have never heard that name before. Ji Weir shook her head. Her confusion evident that I in the Xiantian realm. The names of great ascension cultivators are typically well known, serving as a mark of respect. Each great ascension cultivator is celebrated with a grand banquet, inviting powerful figures from all quarters. 3 centuries ago, a great ascension cultivator emerged in the central region, and Ji Weir still vividly remembers accompanying her master to that unforgettable grand event. Lin Yunzi selfishly placed the entire northwest region in peril for his own gain. People despised him, yet they expected his name to endure. Old Granny Kuju scoffed, her eyes glinting with disdain. At that time, the northwest region was abundant in resources and countless spiritual herbs, making it a target of covetous eyes from the central region. Thus, the people hoped Lin Yunzi would provide protection. However, he was self-serving. After breaking through to the Great Ascension stage, he plundered extravagantly, and during that period, the entire northwest region lost 80% of its resources, all taken by him alone. Old Granny Kuju's gaze turned increasingly resentful as she looked at Chen Bufan and the others. For countless years, the land was safeguarded, yet it was not external forces that seized it, but our own kind. Tell me, should such a person live? The cycle of karma is relentless. Ultimately, he was gravely injured during the celestial tribulation and, before his demise, divulged the matter of the teachings. The Northwest region faced another wave of plundering, leading to its current state of scarcity, thin spiritual energy, and backwardness. Listening to these words, Chen Bufan felt a rising disdain within him. Granny, but what does this have to do with the Tianyin Pavilion? Ji Yuer, anxious, interjected. Although she abhorred Lin Yunzi's actions, he had perished 3,000 years ago, and the present was far more pressing. You child, look how composed this young man is. All right. Old Granny Ku Zhu, gazing at Ji Yuer's sorrowful expression, shifted the focus back to the crux of the matter. After the revelation of the teachings, alongside the then leaders of the Sword King sect and the Baiyin sect, the three of us ventured to locate the site of the teachings before the people from the central region arrived. This place is what you refer to as the Tianyin Pavilion. What? Chen Bufan was taken aback. The Tianyin Pavilion is the very location of the teachings. What does the system mean by the zero level of the Sutra repository? Before this, Chen Bufan believed that the zero level referred to a space beneath the Sutra repository, but it appears this is not the case. The Tianyin Pavilion is indeed the site of the teachings. Ji Yuer covered her mouth, disbelief written all over her face. Granny, do you mean to say the teachings acquired by Lin Yunzi were those of the ancient Tianyin Emperor's legacy? The Tianyin Pavilion we established. The three of us derives its name from him. Old Granny Ku Zhu smiled slightly. And how can the successive leaders of the Tianyin Pavilion resolve the upheavals caused by the teachings? Ji Yuer furrowed her brow. Clearly perplexed, much like Lin Yunzi did 3,000 years ago, one only needs to inherit part of the teachings to halt the upheavals affecting the Northwest region. The Tianyin Pavilion serves as the key to access the teachings. Before the complete emergence of the teachings, inheriting them can extend the timeline by another 3,000 years. Apart from this, there are no other methods. After finishing her explanation in one breath, old Granny Ku Zhu's breath grew slightly hurried. So that's how it is. Chen Bufan suddenly understood, but soon turned to Ji Yuer, who was frowning, looking quite troubled. Are you worried that if you cannot inherit the teachings, you will be unable to avert the imminent disaster? Chen Bufan thought to himself. The hall fell into a profound silence. After a while, Ji Yuer slowly raised her head, her expression complex as she gazed at old Granny Ku Zhu. Granny, I wish to try. The Tianyin Emperor was a representative of neutral forces, acting both justly and unjustly. The dangers within the teachings are manifold. If you truly proceed, there is a 90% chance you will perish. Old Granny Ku Zhu's expression turned serious. That in my humble opinion, it would be wiser for you to take the disciples of the Hanxian sect and leave early, venturing to any other location. As long as you depart from the Northwest region, there will be no danger. After a pause, old Granny Ku Zhu added, rather, this could be an opportunity for you to escape this barren land and seek a region rich in spiritual energy to break through the tribulation. Having said this, old Granny Ku Zhu fixed her serious gaze upon Ji Yuer. Meanwhile, Chen Bufan quietly observed her, feeling a sense of anticipation for her response. The next moment, Ji Yuer gently shook her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Granny, the Hanxian sect has existed on this land for over 1,000 years. Each generation of leaders has poured their heart and soul into it, resulting in its current scale. If there were no alternative, I might consider leaving, but now that there is a way, I cannot abandon it. Otherwise, how could I ever face my master again when she entrusted the sect to me? I promise to protect it well. You child, old Granny Ku Zhu sighed, yet a look of appreciation emerged on her face. To be honest, I hoped you would respond that way. However, leaving is the best choice. Ji Yuer smiled faintly, remaining silent. All right, since that is the case, take this. Old Granny Ku Zhu waved her hands, producing a fragmented jade pendant. The pendant was exquisitely crafted, adorned with swirling cloud patterns. Ji Yuer grasped the pendant tightly. Confused as she asked, why is it incomplete? Old Granny Ku Zhu smiled mysteriously and replied, naturally, it is incomplete. The Tianyin Pavilion was constructed by me and the other two old fellows. Thus, the remaining pieces are in their possession. However, aside from the Hanxian sect, all other sects in the Northwest have been obliterated. And, Granny, are those two elders still alive? Ji Yuer's tone became cautious toward the end. What nonsense are you speaking? I have survived to this day, thanks to this sutra repository. Coupled with a fragmentary celestial technique I obtained in my youth, which has allowed me to linger on. Those two old fellows perished long ago. Old Granny Ku Zhu spoke with a smile. Yet the sorrow in her eyes was unmistakable. Time is the most ruthless. Whether one is a major figure or a minor one, none can escape its judgment. Then, how can I find the two missing pieces of the jade pendant? And after finding them, what should I do? Ji Yuer's questions came forth in a flurry. Stop, stop, stop. Old Granny Ku Zhu quickly interrupted her, a wry smile on her face. You child, can you not take it slow? Is time so pressing? Ji Yuer stuck out her tongue, assuming a childish demeanor, but soon remembered that Chen Bufan was still present. Her cheeks flushed. Old Granny Ku Zhu witnessed all this, her lips curving into a smile. There's still about 3 months left, but I can't calculate the specifics. Old Granny Ku Zhu glanced at Chen Bufan and chuckled softly. How do you know? Ji Yuer asked, puzzled, when she had disclosed the matter of the teachings. Old Granny Ku Zhu seemed uncertain. So how could she now be so clear? I calculated it, of course. And don't look at me with that expression. After over 3,000 years, I spent a long time in meditation. So the methods of calculation were naturally ineffective. Just now, after you spoke, I used that jade pendant to calculate, but my strength has diminished greatly, so I could only estimate the time roughly. Old Granny Ku Zhu sighed. All right, to answer your earlier question, the jade pendants of the Sword King sect and Baiyin sect are also located within their sutra repository. Before those two old fellows passed away, fearing that unforeseen circumstances would lead to the loss of the jade pendants, they hid them beneath the sutra repository. You must retrieve those two pieces, and what to do afterward, I will tell you when the time comes. That as the words hung in the air, Granny Kuzu produced 2 items, a silver dagger and a piece of white jade insignia. These are the tokens of the 2 sects, and with them, you will be able to locate the remaining jade pendant. Keep them safe. Holding the items in her hands, Ji Yuer nodded emphatically. Well, everything that needs to be said has been said. The rest is for you to undertake. However, until the pendant is completed, you have the chance to withdraw. My dear girl, the do you understand? Granny Kuzu reached out her withered, bony hand and gently caressed Ji Yuer's cheek. Speaking softly, I will not give up, Ji Yuer replied firmly, her expression resolute. That I wish you good luck, Granny Kuzu nodded, withdrawing her hand and reclining back in her chair. Granny, we take our leave, Ji Yuer said as she stood, bowing respectfully. Chen Bufan followed suit, but just as they were about to reach the door, they heard Granny Kuzu's voice behind them. Little girl, if you are worried about this young man, perhaps you should let him stay with me. This place is undeniably safe. The Ji Yuer's expression froze momentarily as she halted, turning to glance at Chen Bufan before hastily addressing Granny Kuzu. Granny, what are you saying? This matter is for Elder Chen to decide. Thank you for your kind intentions, Granny, but I still wish to assist with some of the tasks for Sect Master Ji. Chen Bufan smiled gently. After a brief silence, Granny Kuzu did not speak again. The two exchanged a glance and departed from the scripture pavilion. As they exited the building, Ji Yuer hurriedly began to apologize to Chen Bufan. There's no need to dwell on that. By the way, when do you plan to visit those 2 sects? Chen Bufan gently shook his head, diverting the subject. Well, Ji Yuer hesitated momentarily, but soon her gaze grew determined as she looked at Chen Bufan. Saying Elder, the Sword King sect and the Baiyin sect are located at opposite ends of the northwest region, that if I were to visit both, I would undoubtedly run out of time, so I hope you can assist me by going to Baiyin sect. Chen Bufan's expression turned one of surprise. You want me to go? For a moment, he hesitated. Noticing his uncertainty, Ji Yuer quickly added, Elder, you heard what Granny said. Time is truly of the essence that I wouldn't feel at ease sending anyone else. So I must trouble you. Let us discuss this as we walk, Chen Bufan said, rubbing his nose as he took his first step. That Ji Yuer followed closely behind, her expression tense as she observed his back. The night was thick with darkness. After enduring 2 fierce battles throughout the day, the disciples of the sect were utterly exhausted. Thus, the lights that typically illuminated the night were extinguished this evening.